Chapter 1. The Severed Martial Veins, the Stolen Star Soul, the Shattered Dantian. In Yunhai City, the Shao family. Father, though I am a bastard son, I am still your flesh and blood. Why must you treat me this way? Why? In the dark confines of the dungeon, the battered Shao Han roared in anguish, despair flooding his eyes. At the tender age of 7, he embarked on the path of martial arts, awakening his 8th grade star soul at 10, breaking through the body, refining realm at 13, and achieving the true Qi realm by 16. Such astonishing talent in martial arts marked him as an unparalleled prodigy, the likes of which had not been seen in Yunhai City for a century. The name of the third young master of the Shao family had even reached the distant ears of the Xinyang sect, situated 100,000 miles away, prompting them to send formidable individuals to recruit Shao Han into their ranks. After 6 months of cultivation in the Xinyang sect, Shao Han comprehended the true essence of the sword path, condensing the seed of sword intent. It is well known that the earlier one condenses the seed of sword intent, the greater the potential, promising an immeasurable future. A month prior, his father, Shao Hongchong, sent a message to the Xinyang sect under the pretext of his 50th birthday, summoning Shao Han back to Yunhai City. Yet, on the very night after the birthday feast, the first act of Shao Hongchong was to shatter Shao Han's martial veins. And that was merely the beginning of a nightmare. After imprisoning him in the Shao family dungeon, Shao Hongchong forcefully extracted Shao Han's 8th grade star soul, bestowing it upon his eldest son, Shao Jingming, integrating it into his own body, as if it were his own. He pierced through Shao Han's Dantian, cruelly excavating the nearly matured seed of sword intent to pass on to his second son, Shao Jingzhao, for refinement. Moreover, Shao Hongchong personally cut open Shao Han's wrist each day, siphoning away copious amounts of his blood, a torment that persisted for a full 10 days. Because you are not my son, Shao Hongchong spoke coldly. 16 years ago, a mysterious expert entrusted you to our Shao family, then vanished without a trace. In order to curry favor with this enigmatic figure, I publicly declared you to be my youngest son for the sake of the family's interests, and I had no choice but to comply. However, I shall never allow an outsider, a wild seed, to become the patriarch of the Shao family. Shao Han trembled violently, realizing that the father he had called out to for over a decade was not his biological progenitor. In that moment, he understood many things. No wonder Shao Hongchong had always favored Shao Jingming and Shao Jingzhao, treating him with utter indifference. Shao Han harbored no resentment. Rather, he felt that as a bastard son, he ought not to demand too much. Upon embarking on his martial cultivation journey, Shao Han exhibited extraordinary talent, yet received nothing but Shao Hongchang's increasing coldness in return. Before his departure to the Xinyang sect, his grandfather, on the brink of death, forced Shao Hongchong to agree and publicly announce Shao Han as the heir of the Shao family. Shao Han would forever remember the icy and sinister gaze Shao Hongchong cast upon him at that moment, a hint of murderous intent lurking beneath. All of this stemmed from the fact that he was merely Shao Hongchang's adopted son. No matter how much Shao Han contributed to the family, he would never receive an ounce of recognition. Beside him, Shao Jingming laughed heartily. You wild seed, what other talents do you possess aside from currying favor with grandfather? I have acquired your 8th grade star soul, and by using your blood for ritualistic refinement, I have successfully integrated it into my body. Before long, I shall advance to the Xiangang realm and officially become the heir of the Shao family. And my brother Jingzhao has successfully refined your seed of sword intent and has already been accepted into the Xinyang sect. Shao Han roared, my 8th grade star soul and seed of sword intent are intrinsically linked to my bloodline. Even if you use my blood for ritualistic refinement, it is impossible to succeed in just 10 days. I am an inner disciple of the Xinyang sect. Should anything happen, the sect will undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. When the sect's experts arrive, all your misdeeds against me will be laid bare. Shao Jingming fixed his gaze on Shao Han, speaking ominously. Long before you went to the Xinyang sect, my father began plotting all of this. For the past 6 months, my brother and I have halted all other cultivation, sacrificing years of our lifespans to arduously practice that peculiar demonic art, all to merge your 8th grade star soul and seed of sword intent. You surely do not know, but the entirety of Yunhai City is abuzz with rumors that you committed heinous acts while intoxicated, engaging in the vile crime of assaulting your stepmother. My father did not hesitate to eliminate his beloved concubine, just to legally invalidate your cultivation, leaving no room for dissent. The Xianyang sect, upon learning of such disgraceful matters, has declared your expulsion from the sect, never to be accepted again. Now, you are but a despised outlaw, reviled by all who would come to your aid? Xiao Han's eyes brimmed with rage. Xiao Hongchong, how cruel you are! Xiao Hongchong remained expressionless, coldly declaring, for the sake of my biological son, for the future of the Xiao family, sacrificing you a wild seed is but a small price to pay. At the clan meeting in 3 days, I shall formally strip you of your status and appoint Jingming as the new heir of the Xiao family. With that, Xiao Hongchong strode away. Xiao Jingming chuckled sinisterly, following in his footsteps, suddenly turning to say, I almost forgot to mention, your future father-in-law has just sent a letter today. Upon learning of your disgrace, your future father-in-law was greatly enraged, and this letter proposes to dissolve your engagement. And your fiancé will marry the 9th prince of the Great Qin. In 3 months you will be left with nothing. Xiao Han bellowed, that will not happen. Xinlan will never leave me. The Xiao family was merely a small clan in a corner, while Yi Xinlan's father was the head of the Great Qin martial house. The engagement between Xiao Han and Yi Xinlan had seemed unusual at the time, yet the two had grown up together, their bond deepening, and no one dared to mention it again. Xiao Han initially planned to visit the Great Qin martial house to seek Yi Xinlan immediately after Xiao Hongchang's birthday celebration, never anticipating such a calamity would befall him. At this moment, Xiao Han fervently wished to see Yi Xinlan, to confide in her the injustices he had suffered and the tremendous grievances weighing upon him. Why must grandfather be so biased, allowing an outsider like you to wed a celestial beauty like Yi Xinlan? You deserve your current fate, entirely by your own doing. Enjoy your time in the dungeon after the clan meeting. Your death will be upon you. Seeing Xiao Han seething with rage, yet feeling utterly powerless, Xiao Jingming felt an immense satisfaction. Once untouchable and revered, Xiao Han was now trampled beneath his feet, with no chance of resurgence. Years of pent-up frustration evaporated in an instant. Xiao Jingming laughed heartily, striding out of the dungeon. I, Xiao Han, swear to the heavens, I shall not rest until I avenge this wrong. In the empty cell, Xiao Han's resolute vow echoed. Buzz! A bead hanging from Xiao Han's neck began to absorb his blood relentlessly. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the bead shattered completely. From within emanated an incredibly brilliant light that instantaneously enveloped Xiao Han. After a moment of dizziness, he found himself before a vast and boundless starry sky, countless stars suspended in the heavens, twinkling with brilliance. Among them, the brightest star sped toward Xiao Han with incredible velocity. As the radiant light surrounding this star gradually dissipated, an ancient celestial gate was revealed. Upon the celestial gate were inscribed 4 ancient characters: Starry Divine Court. Chapter 2. Starry Divine Court, Ancient Star Arts. Starry Divine Court. Xiao Han's heart trembled, and he stepped resolutely inside. Within the celestial gate, a torrent of golden light and crimson mist enveloped him, alongside clouds of purple chi swirling for miles, and heavenly palaces rising in splendor. Even a celestial realm could scarcely rival this. Xiao Han, you have arrived. An elderly figure, exuding an ethereal aura and possessing hair as white as snow, yet a youthful visage, slowly materialized. Xiao Han, astonished, inquired, Elder, do you know me? The elder nodded slightly. I am the Starry Elder. Not only do I know you, but I also knew your parents. The primordial pearl that seals this Starry Divine Court was left for you by them. The Starry Elder was indeed referring to Xiao Han's biological parents. Xiao Han eagerly asked, where are my parents now? The Starry Elder shook his head. Concerning your parents, once you have passed through the 9 heavenly gates behind me, I shall reveal all. Sensing the immense power contained within the 9 heavenly gates, Xiao Han's face turned bitter. Elder, my martial veins are severed. My star soul has been stolen. My dantian is shattered. I have become a mere waste. How can I possibly traverse the 9 heavenly gates? The Starry Elder spoke in a soothing tone. The creator of this Starry Divine Court is none other than the Star Emperor, the king of the gods from the ancient era. It is precisely because your martial foundation is destroyed that you have the opportunity to unlock the Starry Divine Court. Should you wish to rebuild your martial path, The supreme divine arts of the Star Emperor are your final hope. The ancient era, the king of the gods, the Star Emperor. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Han's eyes sparkled with intense longing. Please, Elder, teach me. The starry elder smiled gently. This supreme divine art is called ancient star arts. With severed martial veins, you can cultivate the star veins. With a shattered dantian, you can refine the star sea. With a feeble soul, you can condense the star soul. With a decayed body, you can manifest the star body. As his words faded, the starry elder moved, gathering myriad brilliant lights between his fingers, and touched Xiao Han's forehead. An enigmatic and profound mantra instantly surged into Xiao Han's mind. Suddenly, the voice of the Elder of Stars resonated. The first chapter of the Ancient Star Sutra is the celestial star veins of the cosmos. Absorb the power of the stars. Reshape your own martial veins, and cultivate 360 star veins to achieve the state of perfection. As for your star soul, there is no need for haste in the future. Your innate divine soul will evolve into a star soul, and everything will be resolved effortlessly. Even this initial chapter is so profound and unfathomable, truly worthy of being the supreme divine scripture from the celestial emperor of stars. Practicing this divine art, avenging oneself, is certainly not a formidable challenge. With this thought in mind, Xiao Han inquired, Senior, what are these 9 celestial passes? The Elder of Stars chuckled lightly. Under the celestial emperor of stars, there are 9 great kings, and the 9 celestial passes are manifestations of these 9 kings. Each king possesses not only extraordinary cultivation, but also unique areas of expertise. To pass through, the only way is to practice the ultimate techniques of the Guardian Kings and defeat them. You have already mastered the first chapter of the Ancient Star Sutra. Why not see what the ultimate technique of the first Guardian King might be? Upon hearing the Elder's words, Xiao Han's heart surged with excitement. To overcome the 9 celestial passes would undoubtedly be an arduous task. However, this is not only a test for Xiao Han, but also a tremendous opportunity for growth. Should he succeed in all, it would signify that Xiao Han has fully comprehended the ultimate techniques of the 9 great kings. I will surely achieve this. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Han stepped forward with a grave expression, his right palm gently pressing against the first celestial pass. In an instant, the first celestial pass erupted with boundless radiant sword energy. Gradually, there emerged a white-clad man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, standing with hands clasped behind his back, proclaiming to the heavens, Youngster, I am the Celestial Sword King. To pass the first celestial pass, you must defeat me using my ultimate technique, the Celestial Sword Classic. Immediately, the Celestial Sword King transformed into a streak of sword light, swiftly shooting toward Xiao Han. Boom! Then, within Xiao Han's mind, the Celestial Sword King's ultimate technique materialized. This Celestial Sword Classic comprises 7 sword forms: Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yu Heng, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang. Each sword form encompasses 7 styles, thus referred to as the 14 celestial swords. Given Xiao Han's experience from 6 months of cultivation at the Xianyang sect, the martial rank of this Celestial Sword Classic is undoubtedly beyond imagination. If he could fully comprehend it, it would be of immense benefit to him. The Ancient Star Sutra possesses the might to transcend heaven and earth and is the sole key to mastering the Star Divine Court. What achievements you can attain will depend solely on your own fortune. Moreover, this celestial sword is a gift from your parents, and now it returns to its rightful owner. With a single gesture, the Elder of Stars summoned an ancient long sword, which immediately floated before Xiao Han. The celestial sword. Xiao Han slowly grasped the hilt, instantly feeling an immense power subtly contained within the blade. In all his memories, there is no impression of his biological parents. Yet what they have bequeathed to Xiao Han is an extraordinary opportunity. In stark contrast to the cold-hearted Xiao Hongchong, this is an entirely different realm. One day, I shall find you. Having learned of his origins, Xiao Han harbored an intense desire to meet his biological parents. From the Elder of Stars' few words, it was evident that his parents must be formidable beings of high cultivation. The path to finding them would be long and arduous. Unknowingly, Xiao Han's consciousness drifted away from the Star Divine Court, returning to his physical form. As he distinctly sensed the remarkable qualities of the Ancient Star Sutra and the Celestial Sword Classic, he gripped the Celestial Sword tightly, pondering, I must hasten my recovery and make Xiao Hongchang pay the price he deserves. Then I shall seek out Xinlan at the Great Qin Martial House and clarify everything. With this thought, Xiao Han no longer hesitated. Utilizing the Star Divine Court within him, he sensed the vast expanse of the world, connecting with the celestial stars of the nine heavens, and promptly activated the Ancient Star Sutra. The spiritual energy within 100 meters surged continuously into Xiao Han's body. The hidden wounds accumulated over years of training, along with the torments suffered in recent days, visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Far above in the vast cosmos, torrents of star power were continuously drawn down. All converged and enveloped Xiao Han, shrouded in mystery. At this moment, Xiao Han resembled an unparalleled, extraordinary being, freely traversing the boundless starry river. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. In just one night, Xiao Han, like a raging tide, swiftly cultivated 9 star veins. His entire state reached an unprecedented level. 9th level of body refinement. Xiao Han was overjoyed, vigorously shaking his fist. The cultivation he had lost was rapidly being restored. At this rate, regaining all his strength and returning to his peak state would be just around the corner. To fully comprehend the Celestial Sword Classic, I shall begin my training with the Yao Guang sword technique. Holding the Celestial Sword, Xiao Han gradually practiced the sword techniques. 3 days passed silently. Xiao Han successfully refined 18 star veins, and his cultivation level rose to the 9th level of True Qi.
Chapter 3. Those who insult me shall die. The realms of martial arts are categorized from low to high as follows. Body Refinement Realm, True Qi Realm, Xiangang Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Heavenly Origin Realm, Master Realm, Dragon Elephant Realm, Nirvana Realm, and Martial Saint Realm. At the time, Xiao Han awakened the 8th grade Star Soul, the dominant celestial Xuanwu, which, even within the Xianyang sect, was considered a superior talent, with such a Star Soul to assist him. The likelihood of attaining the Martial Saint Realm in the future was undoubtedly much greater than that of an ordinary individual. However, with his Star Soul seized and his Dantian shattered, Xiao Han faced a tenfold increase in difficulty to re-break through the Xiangang realm. Fortunately, the 18 star veins he had refined were sufficient to rival all his previously wasted martial veins, providing him with the confidence to turn the tide. After cultivating the ancient stellar technique, Xiao Han's foundation was far more solid and robust than it had ever been. Having comprehended the shaking light sword technique and wielding the heavy celestial sword in hand, he felt he had a considerable chance against the Xiangang realm. During these 3 days, the stellar power that Xiao Han attracted not only enhanced his own cultivation, but also allowed the heavy celestial sword to absorb it autonomously. The accumulated stellar power within the sword hinted to Xiao Han that if he could harness it, he might cleave through the Xiangang realm. Xiao Hongchang, all the pain you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid in full. Today marks the clan meeting of the Xiao family, and Xiao Han could not possibly deny them a surprise. Bang! At that moment, the dungeon's great door was suddenly flung open, and a voice echoed. It seems the clan leader intends to strip Xiao Han of his position as the young clan leader. Humph! I believe there is no need for a public trial. Just for Xiao Han daring to commit such heinous acts, he should be executed on the spot. Who could disagree? Even his own aunt has developed immoral desires. He is truly a disgrace to the Xiao family. Fortunately, our young master Jing Zhao has successfully entered the Xianyang sect. Otherwise, our Xiao family's reputation would have been utterly tarnished. As the group spoke, they noticed Xiao Han seemingly unscathed emerging from the dungeon, and they were immediately taken aback. So it was you lot. A murderous intent surged in Xiao Han's eyes. The leader among them was Xiao Zhenxiang, the son of the Grand Elder, who scrutinized Xiao Han before sneering. The clan leader has shown you remarkable mercy, only stripping away your cultivation at this time due to familial ties. If it were me, I would have broken both your hands and legs first, then subjected you to daily tortures until you truly repented. Xiao Han replied indifferently. Back then, who was it that followed me like a dog? Doing everything to curry favor? Now, seeing me reduced to a prisoner, you are so eager to kick me while I'm down. How utterly laughable. The Xiao family was well aware that Xiao Han was a bastard child, not favored by Xiao Hongchang. Yet, Ever since Xiao Han awakened the 8th grade star soul and his martial prowess progressed rapidly, no one dared to underestimate him. Xiao Zhenxiang, as the Grand Elder's son, possessed mediocre talent and was the first to align himself with Xiao Han. Indulging in flattery countless times, he even took pride in being Xiao Han's subordinate. Especially after Xiao Han went to the Xianyang sect to cultivate, not only did Xiao Zhenxiang's status rise, but even his father, the Grand Elder, gained some renown. However, now that Xiao Han had been crippled, the first to slander and distance themselves were none other than the Grand Elder and Xiao Zhenxiang. Truly the epitome of a sycophant, Xiao Han, you shut your mouth, Xiao Zhenxiang, filled with rage and humiliation, bellowed. You lot, break Xiao Han's legs for me. I will take responsibility for whatever happens. Immediately, 4 guards at the 9th level of the body refinement realm advanced towards Xiao Han. Seeking death, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Xiao Han's eyes as he gripped the heavy celestial sword and unleashed a powerful strike. Swish, swish, swish. A brilliant sword light instantaneously sliced through the necks of the 4 guards, severing their heads from their bodies. How is this possible? My father told me that the clan leader has shattered all your martial veins and pierced your dantian. You should have no such strength left. Xiao Zhenxiang's face was filled with disbelief. At that moment, Xiao Han resembled the unparalleled prodigy he had been 6 months prior, a force that was simply unstoppable. Xiao Han remained silent, slowly advancing toward Xiao Zhenxiang, his murderous intent unwavering. The clan leader has promised my father that as long as young Master Jingming becomes the young clan leader, I shall be his right-hand man. Half of the Xiao family's assets will be entrusted to us. And you are merely a nameless outsider, with no ties to the Xiao family. There is no place for you here. Xiao Jingxiang's face twisted with malice. You killed them through a sneak attack. I will not allow you to succeed again. With that, Xiao Jingxiang's aura erupted forth, revealing his cultivation at the 4th level of the true Qi realm, unrestrained. Those who insult me shall die. The murderous intent in Xiao Han's eyes surged as he unleashed the shaking light sword technique without holding back. Utilizing his full strength at the 9th level of the true Qi realm, the power of the 18 star veins surged into the heavy celestial sword, and the sword's edge, wrapped in formidable sword energy, instantly slashed toward Xiao Zhenxiang. No, do not kill me. Xiao Zhenxiang's voice was filled with terror. With no means of resistance, he was cleaved into a shower of blood, his remains utterly obliterated. The shaking light sword technique is indeed powerful. Xiao Han felt immense satisfaction. Even the first move of the shaking light sword technique was capable of effortlessly slaying Xiao Zhenxiang, who was at the 4th level of the true Qi realm. It was not difficult to imagine that the subsequent moves would only grow in strength. After retrieving Xiao Zhenxiang's storage ring, Xiao Han was about to leave the dungeon when he suddenly sensed a trace of sword intent emerging from the position of his dantian. What is this? Xiao Han was overjoyed to discover that the sword intent seed that had been taken by Xiao Hongchang was reconstituting itself. Moreover, unlike before, this trace of sword intent now contained stellar power. Engaging in constant battle is the quickest way to hone oneself and condense a new seed of sword intent. Xiao Han's spirit soared with determination. He had turned misfortune into fortune, gaining numerous opportunities. It was time to make Xiao Hongchang and Xiao Jingming pay the price they deserved. With this thought, Xiao Han hesitated no longer and made his way to the council hall. At that moment, the Xiao family council hall was filled with the clan leader Xiao Hongchang and numerous elders. Noticing Xiao Zhenxiang had yet to arrive, the Grand Elder felt an ominous premonition and solemnly said, "Clan leader, there may have been an incident in the dungeon. Should we send someone to check?" Xiao Jingming stepped forward, speaking with disdain. There is no need for the Grand Elder to worry. Brother Zhenxiang possesses the strength of the 4th level of the true Qi realm. He could never be unable to subdue a waste like Xiao Han. Perhaps he has been delayed by something. We can afford to wait a little longer. At that moment, a voice as cold as ice rang out. You need not wait any longer. I have killed Xiao Zhenxiang. Now, as the young clan leader of the Xiao family, I challenge Xiao Jingming to a duel to the death, with no possibility of survival. The speaker was none other than Xiao Han. Chapter 4. A duel to the death, no survival. What? You killed Zhenxiang? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes turned crimson. Xiao Han's expression was cold. You have heard clearly. There is no need for me to repeat myself. Xiao Hongchang fixed his gaze on Xiao Han, his expression shifting like the weather. By all reasonable standards, Xiao Han, who had completely fallen to the status of a waste, should not possess the strength to kill Xiao Zhenxiang, who was at the 4th level of the true Qi realm. You wish to duel to the death with me? Xiao Jingming laughed maniacally. Very well, I accept your challenge. Although Xiao Han appeared imposing, Xiao Jingming had no doubt that, having fused with the 8th grade Star Soul, he would not fear anything. The higher the grade of the Star Soul, the more adeptly it aids the martial artist in their cultivation. Previously, when Xiao Jingming had merely awakened a 4th grade Star Soul, he struggled to grasp the family's secret arts. However, after merging with Xiao Han's 8th grade Star Soul, he fully mastered its essence in just 3 days. A feat that would have taken him years of arduous training. Now, Xiao Jingming had reached the 9th level of the true Qi realm, poised to step into the Xiangang realm at any moment. Xiao Han's public challenge delighted Xiao Jingming, who sought to use Xiao Han's head as a stepping stone for his own advancement into the Xiangang realm. Clan leader, this little wretch has killed my son Jinxiong. If I do not kill him, my hatred shall never dissipate. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth, filled with boundless rage. Xiao Hongchang was aware of Xiao Jingming's strength and spoke solemnly. Grand Elder, please withdraw for now. Currently, Xiao Han remains the young clan leader of the Xiao family. He has the right to challenge anyone, and none may obstruct him. Jingming, do you have confidence? With his only son killed and the Grand Elder lacking an heir, he would find it increasingly difficult to make significant strides within the Xiao family. He dared not disregard Xiao Hongchang's words, casting a venomous glance at Xiao Han before silently stepping aside. Xiao Jingming held his head high, pride radiating from him. Killing Xiao Han will be as easy as slaughtering a pig or dog. All present retreated, clearing space for the duel between the two. Kill! Xiao Jingming took the initiative without any forewarning, launching an attack on Xiao Han. Even with absolute confidence, he would not allow himself a moment of carelessness. Xiao Hongchang stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must exert its full strength. This is commendable. The martial art employed by Xiao Jingming was named the Great Stone Palm, one of the 3 major martial arts of the Xiao family. Its force was profound, with immense power. When its palm strike descended, even a stone tablet would be shattered in an instant. The Great Stone Palm, you say? I can do that too. Xiao Han let out a cold, disdainful laugh, standing his ground without flinching. He retaliated with a palm strike that met Xiao Jingming's attack head-on. Bang! A piercing sound of an explosion rang out, and in an instant, Xiao Jingming's eyes flashed with a hint of pain as he staggered backward, drawing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The Grand Elder, taken aback, inquired, Patriarch, how could Xiao Han possess such strength after you shattered his meridians? Xiao Hongchang and several elders watched in disbelief, realizing that not only did Xiao Han possess the cultivation of the true Qi realm, but he also managed to defeat Xiao Jingming using the same martial arts, which was unfathomable for one whose martial veins were supposedly destroyed. Xiao Hongchang was equally stunned, grappling with confusion. Having personally shattered Xiao Han's martial veins, seized his star soul, and destroyed his Dantian, he had rendered him a complete invalid. While it was conceivable that Xiao Han could have killed Xiao Zhenxiong by chance, the power he had just exhibited was undeniably authentic. Was there some secret hidden within this bastard? Suddenly, Xiao Hongchang recalled the mysterious master who had vanished years ago. Perhaps that figure had left some means within Xiao Han that remained unknown? This is impossible. I refuse to believe that someone with a ruined foundation in martial arts can possess such prowess. In just one move, Xiao Jingming had fallen into a disadvantage. Was this truly the Xiao Han who could be humiliated and trampled upon 3 days prior? 7 Killing Blade Technique. Xiao Jingming drew forth a gleaming long knife, unleashing all his strength in a thunderous strike aimed at Xiao Han. This was Xiao Han's most renowned martial art, known for its immense lethality. The Xiao family had cemented its position in Yunhai City precisely due to this blade technique. Sweep, chop, flick, slice, snatch, slash, thrust. 7 variations intertwined in relentless succession, engulfing Xiao Han in a tempest of ferocious blade energy. Xiao Han, I have fully comprehended the 7 killing blade technique, thanks to your 8th grade star soul. To die by my hand will be your honor. Xiao Jingming was confident that this strike would surely be the end of Xiao Han. You are celebrating far too early. Xiao Han's gaze sharpened as he gripped the Chintian sword, swinging it with a flourish. The radiant light sword technique burst forth in a dazzling display of starlight, blinding all who beheld it. Xiao Han's sword radiance systematically dismantled Xiao Jingming's blade energy, and even Xiao Jingming could sense that Xiao Han's sword tip was poised to strike down upon him at any moment. Jingming, hold nothing back. Use any means necessary to swiftly eliminate Xiao Han. Xiao Hongchang's eyes glinted coldly, regret flooding his heart. He realized that in the past 3 days, he had grown somewhat lax, failing to send anyone to monitor Xiao Han in the dungeon, which had led to this uncontrollable situation. I understand. Without hesitation, Xiao Jingming consumed a medicinal pill, his aura surging exponentially. Boom! Before the watchful eyes of the assembly, Xiao Jingming's cultivation soared from the 9th level of the True Qi realm to the Xiangang realm in one leap. I told you, killing you is as easy as slaughtering a pig or dog. Prepare to die. Xiao Jingming reversed the blade, channeling all his strength into an overwhelmingly powerful strike aimed directly at Xiao Han's face. The Xiangang realm, young Master Jingming has entered the Xiangang realm. The elders were astonished, gazing at Xiao Jingming, who resembled a king among blades. In the history of the Xiao family, only Xiao Han had previously achieved such cultivation before the age of 20. Even with Xiao Han's regained strength, he was still merely in the True Qi realm. What seemed a small distance belied a disparity in power of at least tenfold. Killing this little bastard will allow Zhenxiong to rest in peace. The Grand Elder roared inwardly. Xiao Hongchang exhaled a long breath. Facing the Xiangang realm Xiao Jingming, Xiao Han was undoubtedly doomed. Xiao Jingming would ascend as the new young patriarch of the Xiao family, with no obstacles remaining. As for the secret of how Xiao Han had regained his strength, that would require a slow investigation. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xiao Jingming's blade light completely enveloped Xiao Han. Victory was already a foregone conclusion. Bang! In the next moment, all the blade light shattered, and a figure was violently sent flying. Upon closer inspection, the injured figure that had been thrown back was none other than Xiao Jingming. This was absolutely impossible. Xiao Hongchang's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with horror. The Grand Elder and others stood dumbfounded, rendered speechless. The scene before them surpassed their comprehension. How could Xiao Jingming, who had seemed to hold all the advantages, find himself in such a predicament? Before the onlookers could ponder further, Xiao Han continued his assault, seemingly intent on ending Xiao Jingming's life. Little bastard, how dare you? Xiao Hongchang bellowed, launching a full-powered strike at Xiao Han. Chapter 5. The might of the Qiantian sword. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Anticipating Xiao Hongchang's sudden attack, Xiao Han was unfazed, meeting the blow head-on. The overwhelming force of the 3rd level of the spiritual sea sent Xiao Han reeling, his blood surging. Had he not cultivated 18 star veins, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, Xiao Han seized this momentum, propelling himself swiftly towards Xiao Jingming. Xiao Han, I was wrong. Please spare me. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent from Xiao Han, Xiao Jingming was gripped by terror. Did you ever consider the consequences when you severed my martial veins, seized my star soul, and destroyed my Dantian? Xiao Han's expression was icy, unmoved by the plea. With a swing of the Qiantian sword, Xiao Jingming's desperate cries were abruptly silenced. Thud. Xiao Jingming's head rolled to rest at Xiao Hongchang's feet. Jingming. Xiao Hongchang howled to the heavens. Little bastard, I will flay you alive, skin you, and hack you into 1,000 pieces in vengeance for my son. In an instant, the Xiao family's council hall was suffused with the overwhelming killing intent released by Xiao Hongchang. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Xiao Han and Xiao Hongchang in confrontation. If you wish to kill me, then come. Xiao Han stood tall as a pine, the sword intent within him resonating with the power of the stars, undulating incessantly. The strength that allowed him to defeat Xiao Jingming stemmed from this very source. In the past, the sword intent seed Xiao Han had cultivated was merely an understanding of the sword path. Now, however, the newly condensed sword intent bore the martial will of the star power. When this sword intent seed eventually broke free from its cocoon, the sword intent Xiao Han wielded would transform into an immensely powerful stellar sword intent. This child must not be spared. Xiao Hongchang's heart turned cold, fixating solely on the thought of exterminating Xiao Han. Open the monument palm. 7 killing blade technique. Raging fire fist. The 3 grand martial arts of the Xiao family were unleashed in full by Xiao Hongchang, showcasing his resolute intent to kill Xiao Han. Boom. Xiao Han held his breath, focusing intently, for Xiao Hongchang had succumbed to a complete rage. Any misstep could spell his doom. Channeling the ancient stellar technique, Xiao Han activated the star veins within him, establishing a connection with the Qiantian sword. If he wished to escape this deadly predicament, this was currently his only option. Slash. The surging power contained within the Chintian sword was meticulously guided forth by Xiao Han's star veins. As he executed a downward strike, a myriad of sword lights erupted from the sword's edge. Under Xiao Hongchang's astonished gaze, all of his attacks were swiftly devoured and disintegrated by the sword light. This vast and boundless sword might send Xiao Hongchang flying, shattering the council hall in the process. Hiss! The onlookers felt an icy chill sweep over them, their legs trembling slightly. Xiao Han had managed to suppress even Xiao Hongchang, who was at the spiritual sea realm, with a single blow. How terrifying was that? Enough? Stand down. Suddenly, a detached voice interrupted the chaos. An elderly figure in gray robes, standing with hands clasped behind his back, appeared not far from Xiao Han. Xiao Jingming has already been slain by you, and now Xiao Hongchang has fallen at your hands. You should be satisfied. Regardless, Xiao Hongchang is your adoptive father. If you kill him, you shall face the wrath of heaven and earth. The Grand Elder recognized this individual at a glance. He was the sole ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Tiance. Xiao Han recognized Xiao Tiance as well, having last seen him a decade prior. Having exhausted all his strength in wielding the Chintian sword to defeat Xiao Hongchang, Xiao Han stood firm, growling, I am Xiao Hongchang's son. From childhood to now, have I ever received even a fraction of the treatment I deserved? I awakened the 8th grade star soul through my own efforts and entered the Xianyang sect for cultivation, yet I received not a shred of acknowledgement. Even so, I harbored no grievances against Xiao Hongchang or the entire Xiao family. However, Xiao Hongchang severed my martial veins, seized my star soul, destroyed my Dantian, and sought to end my life for the sake of his 2 biological sons. Why did you not stand up at that time to prevent all this? Answer me, why? Xiao Tiance lowered his gaze, responding calmly, because there are distinctions between kin and non-kin. Ultimately, you are not of the Xiao family's bloodline. Xiao Han laughed uproariously, declaring, just because I am an outsider, Xiao Hongchang is free to dictate my life and death, ruin my future, and I am to offer no resistance. What a fine distinction between kin and non-kin. From this day forth, I, Xiao Han, sever all ties with the Xiao family, and there shall be no further relations. Upon hearing Xiao Han's resolute words, all present, including Xiao Tiance, were moved. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tiance slowly spoke. Xiao Han, I am willing to take a step back. Let us put aside the matter of you killing Xiao Jingming and injuring Xiao Hongchang. It shall not be mentioned again. You may remain in the Xiao family and assume the position of Grand Elder. In the future, you could even take my place as the Supreme Elder of the clan. However, regarding Xiao Jingzhao refining your sword intent seed, I implore you to cease your inquiries. What do you think? If you remain obstinate and insist on leaving the Xiao family, you shall become an enemy of the clan. Not only will there be no place for you in Yunhai City, but throughout the entire Great Qin, you will find no refuge. Obstinate? Xiao Han chuckled lightly, resolutely turning away without a trace of reluctance. Throughout, Xiao Tiance maintained an air of superiority, regarding the entire Xiao family's ungratefulness with a patronizing pity, utterly severing the last remnant of affection Xiao Han held for the Xiao clan. The Xiao family? I need not linger. Xiao Han declared, you will surely regret this. Even if you evade now, when Xiao Jingzhao returns from Xianyang sect, having killed his elder brother and severely wounded his father, he will hunt you down. Xiao Tiance bellowed. If Xiao Jingzhao seeks me out, so be it. If not, I shall personally go to Xianyang sect to demand justice. With that, Xiao Han did not look back and strode away from the Xiao family. The resolute words of the youth echoed throughout the vast Xiao estate, resonating powerfully. The onlookers wore complex expressions. Remaining silent, ancestor, if Xiao Han is not dealt with, it will lead to infinite trouble. Xiao Hongchang, having crawled out from the rubble, appeared disheveled yet still unwilling to let Xiao Han off the hook. Xiao Tiance took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. First, send word of Jingming's death to Xianyang sect and allow Jingzhao to decide how to handle it. Second, spread the rumor in Yunhai City that Xiao Han has obtained a mysterious martial sage inheritance, restoring his full strength and betraying the Xiao family. Once these 2 tasks are accomplished, all members of the Xiao family must refrain from any rash actions and simply observe the developments. Xiao Hongchang pondered briefly, filled with admiration for Xiao Tiance's reasoning. He understood perfectly why Xiao Tiance did not take action himself. Even he had been defeated by Xiao Han, and Xiao Tian's would undoubtedly be unwilling to take the risk. Thus, the hope of eliminating Xiao Han fell solely upon Xiao Jingzhao. The second course of action was clearly a scheme to use others as tools. The Lord of Yunhai City was known for his insatiable greed. He could hardly resist the allure of a tempting opportunity. The old-established Lu family would find it equally difficult to ignore the temptation of the martial sage inheritance. Once these two factions took action, even if Xiao Han were to survive, he would certainly suffer greatly. Chapter 6. The Tianyuan Mountain Range, the Drunken Demon Ape. As soon as Xiao Han departed from the Xiao family, rumors began to swirl throughout Yunhai City, rapidly gaining momentum. The Lord of Yunhai City inquired of his aide, "What do you think of the Xiao family's deliberate dissemination of such news at this critical juncture? How credible do you find it?" The aide with a mustache chuckled, "In my view, 7 parts are false and 3 parts are true. The once promising child of the Xiao family has met such an end. It is clear that there is more to this story. Yet now, with Xiao Han having killed Xiao Jingming and defeated Xiao Hongchang, even that old fox Xiao Tian dares not act rashly, indicating that Xiao Han must possess some formidable treasure. I imagine that the Lu family is also speculating about this matter. I suggest the Lord take the initiative and swiftly capture Xiao Han." The Lord of Yunhai City's eyes flickered as he pondered, then commanded, "Bring me Commander Luo." The Lu family shared a similar sentiment regarding the rumors of Xiao Han acquiring a mysterious martial sage inheritance. They did not believe it in the slightest, yet Xiao Han's ability to defeat Xiao Hongchang piqued their interest. Regardless of the Xiao family's intentions, as long as they could capture Xiao Han, any secrets he held would surely fall into the Lu family's hands. In no time, both factions sprang into action, and Xiao Han's whereabouts, as he journeyed toward the Tianyuan mountain range, were quickly uncovered. Moreover, several solitary cultivators, eager for opportunity, also set their sights on the Tianyuan mountain range. Who would not wish to soar to great heights and alter their fate? Even a nebulous martial sage inheritance was enough to drive these individuals to madness. Losing their rationality, having arrived at the Tianyuan mountain range, Xiao Han remained oblivious to the machinations of the Xiao family against him. His goal was to reach the great Qin martial house by traversing the mountain range, which would not only shorten his journey but also allow him to battle ferocious beasts, thus cultivating more star veins. Additionally, the sword intent he had recently reformed required continuous refinement, making the Tianyuan mountain range the optimal choice. Ordinary beasts would hardly provide the necessary challenge for my growth. I must venture deeper into the Tianyuan mountain range to encounter beasts of the Xiangang level. Xiao Han had previously undergone rigorous training here and had a slight understanding of the beasts that roamed nearby. Having discerned the direction, Xiao Han made his way toward the territory of the explosive demon ape.as. He approached the territory of the explosive demon ape. He was met with thunderous snores. Upon closer inspection, a large explosive demon ape lay sprawled, lazily sleeping, with a strong aroma of liquor wafting through the air. What a fortunate opportunity! Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Among the beasts of the Xiangang level, the explosive demon ape not only possessed considerable strength but also brewed spiritual wine. Previously, Xiao Han had lacked the strength to confront it, but now the circumstances were different. Shaking light sword technique, Xiao Han moved with agility, swiftly closing in on the explosive demon ape. In an instant, he unleashed a strike. The torrent of stellar power, accompanied by waves of sword energy, alerted the intoxicated explosive demon ape to an immense crisis. Awakened abruptly, the explosive demon ape's eyes flared with fury as it rose to throw a punch at Xiao Han, as the sovereign of this territory. The explosive demon ape had lost count of how many human warriors and other beasts it had slain for daring to disturb its peace. Unexpectedly, the explosive demon ape found that Xiao Han's sword edge easily pierced through its thick fur. A deep wound was visible on its bloodied fist. Roaring in rage, the explosive demon ape became even more ferocious. Pounding its chest in a frenzy, die. Xiao Han knew he could not afford to give the explosive demon ape a moment's respite. Otherwise, if it unleashed its innate divine ability, even he might struggle to withstand it. Thus, Xiao Han channeled his internal sword intent and rapidly merged it with the shaking light sword technique. First sword, second sword, third sword. Utilizing the 3 forms of the shaking light sword technique he had mastered, Xiao Han struck toward the explosive demon ape's head. The sword intent, infused with stellar power, sliced through the protective energy of the explosive demon ape, forcefully interrupting its innate ability. The sword intent I have reformed has not yet fully matured. Yet it wields such terrifying power. If I were to truly master the stellar sword intent, I could effortlessly suppress even the martial truths of other warriors. Xiao Han was filled with joy as he witnessed the strength of his own sword intent. Bang! The sword intent penetrated the explosive demon ape's skull, causing a torrent of blood to gush from its brow as it collapsed heavily to the ground. Xiao Han extracted the beast's inner core and sat cross-legged, immediately activating the ancient stellar art to begin refining it.as the 18-star veins feverishly absorbed the power of the explosive demon ape's inner core. Xiao Han felt a surge of anxiety. The inner core of a demon beast is the source of its power, containing a chaotic mix of energies. As a 9th-level true Qi cultivator, Xiao Han would normally require at least 2 hours to purge the violent and savage beastly nature from the inner core, absorbing only its purest strength. Yet now, the 18-star veins absorbed the entirety of the demon beast's inner core power directly. If this continued, it would undoubtedly lead to future troubles. In the next moment, Xiao Han was astonished to discover that the star veins were not only rapidly absorbing the inner core's power, but also continuously expelling the chaotic energies from his body. Truly remarkable. The ancient stellar art, indeed, the star veins are extraordinary. With this realization, Xiao Han felt completely at ease and focused on the refining process in less than half an hour. The inner core of the explosive demon ape was entirely refined by Xiao Han. The 21st star vein. Xiao Han smiled slightly. As long as he condensed enough star veins and returned to the Xinjiang realm, it would be a simple matter. Is this the spiritual wine brewed by the explosive demon ape? After searching around, Xiao Han discovered a pool of amber-colored spiritual wine within a stone trough. Upon tasting it, he found it to be sweet and rich, with a lingering fragrance. The spiritual wine dispersed within him, spreading warmth throughout his limbs, making him feel as though he were on the verge of intoxication. What exquisite wine! Xiao Han couldn't help but applaud in admiration. The drunken demon ape's brew, known as the demon ape's drunkenness, was worth 1,000 taels for a single cup at the Wangbei Tower in the capital. It was indeed a fine wine. Just then, a group of individuals suddenly appeared, their gazes fixed intently on the barrels of spiritual wine. Among the 6 figures, the leader possessed cultivation at the spiritual sea level, while the weakest among them was at the 4th level of the Xinjiang realm, indicating their formidable backgrounds. Kid, this is no longer your concern. If you are wise, you will get lost immediately. Among them, a young man with triangular eyes at the 7th level of the Xinjiang realm ruthlessly reprimanded, showing no regard for Xiao Han. Chapter 7. Core Disciple Wu Tai. Xiao Han strikes back. The Great Monument Palm. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with cold disdain. Instead of retreating, he advanced, raising his hand to unleash a powerful strike. What an ignorant fool. The triangular-eyed youth scoffed. He was already at the 7th level of the Xinjiang realm, while Xiao Han was merely at the 9th level of the true Qi realm. What audacity did he possess to strike first? In an instant, he casually threw a punch. Crack. At the moment their fists met, the expression of the triangular-eyed youth changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Xiao Han's palm contained such terrifying power. Shattering his arm, "I will kill you." The triangular-eyed youth seethed with rage. Due to his own carelessness, he found himself in this predicament, oblivious to how his companions would mock him by Wu Tai. The core disciple of the Deqin martial house, it would be wise for you to leave before my wrath is unleashed. The leading youth finally regarded Xiao Han with a serious look. Before Xiao Han could respond, one of his companions exclaimed, "Wu Shixiang, it seems this kid has reinforcements arriving." Wu Tai nodded, looking toward the other side, where indeed many were approaching. Xiao Han. Those who came rushing were none other than the elder and second elder of the Lu family, and upon seeing Xiao Han, they were overjoyed. Wu Tai scrutinized the elder of the Lu family for a moment, then sneered disdainfully, "Just an old fool nearing his end. Within 10 exchanges, I can kill him." Humiliated before them, the elder of the Lu family felt his face flush with anger. However, he was quite apprehensive of Wu Tai's strength and forced a smile, saying, "Everyone, we have come only to capture Xiao Han. With no ill intent, and we do not wish to be your enemies." In an instant, all eyes turned toward Xiao Han. He gazed deeply at Wu Tai for a moment before turning to leave. After defeating Xiao Hongchong, he was temporarily unable to wield the Chen Tian sword again. This pool of demonic ape intoxication would have to be temporarily entrusted to Wu Tai. given the Liu family's aggressive stance. It was evident they harbored malice. Thus, it was unwise to act before fully understanding the situation. Pursue. The Liu family members did not hesitate and immediately followed. Could this Xiao Han truly be the one they sought? Wu Tai's gaze flickered as he watched the receding figure, remaining silent for a long time. The elder of the Liu family, at the 3rd level of the Ling Hai realm, and the 2nd elder, at the 8th level of the Xian Gang realm, led the charge, relentlessly pursuing Xiao Han. However, as time passed, the Liu family members found themselves losing track of him. This was due to Xiao Han's cultivation of a concealment technique in the Xianyang sect, which even those at the Ling Hai realm could not detect. Xiao Han, the Xiao family has spread the news of your possession of the martial saint inheritance throughout Yunhai City. Many are searching for you, including the city lord of Yunhai. If you are willing to join our Liu family, I can guarantee your safety. The elder of the Liu family instinctively sensed that Xiao Han was hiding nearby. While enticing him with promises, he instructed the others to observe closely. This must be the handiwork of Xiao Tiansu. Concealed atop an ancient tree, Xiao Han contemplated the situation swiftly. If he did not resolve the pursuit from the Liu family and the city lord of Yunhai, leaving the Tianyuan mountain smoothly would not be an easy task. His situation was indeed precarious. However, the Liu family underestimated Xiao Han. Even when imprisoned in the Xiao family dungeon and stripped of his powers, Xiao Han had not yielded. How could he be intimidated by the elder of the Liu family's mere words? Yao Guang's sword technique, kill. Leaping down from the treetop, Xiao Han struck with precision, directly targeting a member of the Liu family at the 2nd level of the Xian Gang realm. In Xiao Han's view, only the elder of the Liu family posed a significant threat among them. To injure 5 fingers is not as effective as severing one. Xiao Han's plan was to dismantle them piece by piece. Swoosh! The man had no time to react before Xiao Han eliminated him, collapsing to the ground. Having succeeded in one strike, Xiao Han wasted no time and swiftly made his escape. Damn beast, how infuriating! The elder of the Liu family trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he pursued once more. In this back and forth, only the elder and the 2nd elder remained among the Liu family members. Their expressions darkened, brows furrowing deeply. Xiao Han's strength had genuinely taken them by surprise, now, with their forces nearly decimated. If they failed to capture Xiao Han, how could they face their fallen kin? It falls to you now, 2nd elder, the elder of the Liu family said in a grave tone. The 2nd elder nodded seriously. If Xiao Han attacked him, he would do everything possible to stall until the elder could assist him. The two distanced themselves, waiting for Xiao Han's next strike. Xiao Han, of course, was not blind to such a simple trap. He opened the storage rings of the Liu family members he had slain, taking out the pills within and consuming them one by one to refine their essence. At present, it was the enemy who was anxious. Xiao Han merely needed to patiently await the opportune moment. The Liu family members pursued relentlessly, but Xiao Han would not show them any mercy. None of them would escape. We have underestimated Xiao Han. We should return to the family immediately to discuss our strategy. After enduring a sleepless night filled with torment, the Liu family elder and 2nd elder had yet to catch a glimpse of Xiao Han. Their eyes were bloodshot, and the desire to retreat began to take root in their hearts. If this continued, they would collapse before Xiao Han even made a move. Every action they took was under Xiao Han's watchful gaze. Throughout the night, Xiao Han once again cultivated 3 celestial veins. Not only had his Yao Guang sword technique improved, but the sword intent within him had also thickened considerably. Even more satisfying for Xiao Han was that the 24 celestial veins in his body could attract greater celestial power. The celestial power that the Chen Tian sword could absorb had naturally increased significantly. In no more than half a day, he would be able to unleash the Chen Tian sword's lethal move once more. Slaying the elder of the Liu family was but a matter of turning his hand. It was impossible for them to escape now. Xiao Han held his breath, focusing intently as he approached the two. The elder of the Liu family immediately sensed something amiss but did not strike first. Instead, he intended to wait for Xiao Han to engage the 2nd elder before launching a thunderous counterattack to seize Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han's target was not the 2nd elder. Great Monument Palm. Xiao Han unleashed all his strength, striking towards the elder of the Liu family. Seeking death, the elder of the Liu family was both astonished and furious. Unleashing his own palm strike without holding back, with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Ling Hai realm, he was capable of injuring Xiao Han. Bang, indeed. Xiao Han was struck by the elder of the Liu family's palm. causing a trickle of blood to escape from his mouth. Yet, a smile emerged on Xiao Han's face. Withstanding this palm strike, Xiao Han suffered only minor injuries but forcefully pushed the elder back several meters. At this moment, the second elder of the Lu family was left isolated. Not good, second elder. Retreat quickly. The elder of the Lu family reacted swiftly, shouting loudly. Xiao Han channeled all the sword intent within him, pouring it frantically into his sword technique. Yao Guang sword technique, fourth style, slash. In an instant, a tempest of sword energy surged forth, rapidly engulfing the second elder of the Lu family. Chapter 8. Crisis approaches. Dragon subduing tiger suppressing force. Facing Xiao Han's terrifying strike, the second elder of the Lu family dared not be careless. With his cultivation at the 8th level of the Xiangang realm, he instantly enveloped himself in a robust layer of protective energy. Amidst the layers of protective energy, a faint sound of a ferocious tiger's roar echoed, bang, bang, bang. Yet, even so, under the astonished gaze of the second elder of the Lu family, his protective energy was shattered like thin paper by Xiao Han's sword intent. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's sword tip was a mere 3 inches from the second elder's chest. How can this be? Realizing the imminent threat of death, the second elder of the Lu family managed to step aside, narrowly avoiding Xiao Han's lethal strike. However, from his left shoulder down, he was cleaved open by the sword's edge, blood gushing forth. Having sustained such a severe injury, even if the second elder of the Lu family survived, he would be left with only half his life. Damn beast, die! The elder of the Lu family, who had just arrived, unleashed a furious strike, sending Xiao Han flying. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Han clutched the second elder's storage ring tightly, spewing a mouthful of blood as he swiftly executed the concealment technique and fled. Though the second elder of the Lu family had begun to take Xiao Han seriously, he still remained unaware of the sheer terror of Xiao Han's sword intent. Otherwise, Xiao Han could not have so easily inflicted such severe wounds upon him. What a splendid battle! Such a pity. Stepping out from behind a large tree was a middle-aged man with a pale complexion, observing the sorrowful elder of the Lu family with a bemused smile. Leader of the city lord's mansion, Luo Huan. The elder of the Lu family immediately recognized the man's identity. Luo Huan chuckled, Elder Lu, I've been following you all this way, and the more I see, the more I am astounded. It is said that Xiao Han has obtained the mysterious martial saint inheritance. It seems the rumors are not without basis. However, I believe you understand well that although Xiao Han's combat prowess is formidable, his true cultivation is merely at the 9th level of the true Qi realm. As long as we join forces, even if Xiao Han possesses other means, he cannot escape our grasp. The elder of the Lu family was silent for a moment before asking through gritted teeth. If we capture Xiao Han, how shall we divide the spoils? Luo Huan replied. Each family will take half. The elder of the Lu family nodded slightly, stating, I alone am more than capable of dealing with Xiao Han's prowess. However, he excels in the art of concealing his presence. If he wishes to remain hidden, I would be utterly unable to locate him. Luo Huan chuckled softly, producing a palm-sized wooden box upon opening it. A tricolored butterfly fluttered forth. Luo Huan remarked, this creature is known as the fragrant butterfly. As long as its essence lingers on the target, it can be tracked within an 800-mile radius. Previously, when you injured Xiao Han, I had already taken measures in secret. With the guidance of the fragrant butterfly, there will be no escape for Xiao Han. The elder of the Lu family, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, if that is the case, you may as well pursue Xiao Han on your own. It seems unnecessary to involve me. Luo Huan did not conceal his intentions, responding candidly, my cultivation is on par with yours. I lack the confidence to capture Xiao Han single-handedly. Yet, if we join forces, our chances of success rise to 90%. Once we extract his secrets, Xiao Han shall belong entirely to me, for I intend to refine him into a corpse of shadows. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes gleamed with interest, and he promptly agreed, very well, no objections. Should Xiao Han be transformed into a shadow corpse by Luo Huan, it would indeed be a fate worse than death. Offering solace to the spirits of our ancestors, it is settled. Luo Huan laughed heartily and instructed the fragrant butterfly to lead the way. After traversing a considerable distance, they arrived at a secluded valley. Only then did Xiao Han exhale a sigh of relief. Upon sensing the presence of another warrior at the spirit sea level, he promptly altered his course of action, deciding to disengage from the elder of the Lu family for the time being and instead examine the contents of his storage ring. Xiao Han shattered the restrictions left by the second elder of the Lu family and discovered, as expected, a plethora of medicinal pills within the storage ring, ample enough for his recovery. Among these, a particular martial art caught his attention, the dragon subduing and tiger suppressing technique. After meticulously perusing it, he realized it was a body-refining martial art. The protective energy previously exhibited by the second elder of the Lu family had originated from this very technique. However, the elder had only grasped the superficial aspects, failing to unleash its true potential. Now that it had fallen into Xiao Han's hands, he found himself greatly intrigued. Perhaps, with this martial art, he could break through into the Xiangang realm in one fell swoop. Xiao Han felt a surge of optimism. The majority of body-refining martial arts are notoriously difficult to cultivate, and the dragon-subduing and tiger-suppressing technique is even more so. It is only through the harmonious fusion of the dragon and tiger energies that one can truly master this technique. Although the second elder had been overly eager and had only cultivated the tiger energy, had it not been for Xiao Han's mastery of sword intent, he would not have been able to breach his defenses even with the fourth form of the shaking light sword technique. This clearly illustrated the formidable nature of this body-refining martial art. Now, having condensed 24 star veins, Xiao Han possessed significant advantages. Using this foundation to cultivate the dragon-subduing and tiger-suppressing technique would undoubtedly yield significant results. Furthermore, mastering this technique would facilitate his understanding of the star veins, thus providing a double benefit. With this thought in mind, Xiao Han hesitated no longer and promptly consumed a healing elixir to begin mending his injuries. Xiao Han is nearby, Luo Huan asserted confidently as he gazed at the valley ahead. The elder of the Lu family, accompanying him, replied darkly, Commander Luo, Xiao Han is exceedingly cunning. We must be cautious lest we fall into a prolonged entanglement. It is best to resolve this swiftly. The fragrant butterfly continued its flight, but as it drew closer to Xiao Han, its vitality began to wane. Once it located Xiao Han, it would perish immediately. It landed at the entrance of a cave, desperately flapping its wings, yet its form continued to plummet. Observing this, Luo Huan pointed towards the cave, saying, Elder Lu, please. The elder carefully sensed the surroundings and confirmed that Xiao Han was indeed within the cave. He growled, Xiao Han, there is nowhere left for you to run. Come out and face your demise. Inside the cave, Xiao Han was acutely aware of the two spirit-level warriors blocking his escape. However, he was currently at a critical juncture in his cultivation and chose to ignore their presence. As he practiced the dragon-subduing and tiger-suppressing technique, he discovered that the energies could perfectly coalesce within his 9-star veins, allowing him to refine a formidable technique. With a successful refinement of the dragon-subduing and tiger-suppressing technique, Xiao Han could confidently declare himself invincible within the true Qi realm. Should he manage to refine 3 techniques, he would possess at least a 60% chance of breaking into the Xiangang realm. The second technique was merely a final step away. In moments of danger, Xiao Han remained remarkably calm, disregarding the shouts from outside. This boy is merely putting on a show. Shall we strike together? The elder of the Lu family proposed to Luo Huan. Luo Huan's eyes flashed with disdain, yet he readily agreed. Once we enter, do not hold back. Crack, crack, crack. The two spirit-level warriors stepped cautiously into the cave, drawing ever closer to Xiao Han's location. Chapter 9. Sword strikes the Lu family elder, true intent of the vermilion fruit. The elder of the Lu family and Luo Huan were now able to accurately pinpoint Xiao Han's location, advancing side by side and leaving him no opportunity for escape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Xiao Han, seated cross-legged, began to breathe deeply. With each inhalation and exhalation, waves of energy surged forth, echoing like the roars of dragons and tigers within the narrow cave, resembling the tumult of wind and thunder. Poised to sweep all before it, just as he achieved a minor success, he intended to showcase his dragon-subduing and tiger-suppressing technique. Suddenly, Xiao Han leaped up, charging forward. With dragon energy in his left hand and tiger energy in his right, he struck with an indomitable ferocity towards the two great river-s cascading waves. Ocean-s abyssal demon spear. The elder of the Lu family and Luo Huan each unleashed their own attacks, swiftly channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to envelop themselves. The two spirit-level warriors retaliated in unison against Xiao Han. If the Xiangang realm could be likened to a water tank, then the Spirit Sea realm resembled a mere pond, presenting an absolute suppression in strength. Not to mention, Xiao Han was still merely at the 9th level of true QI. As anticipated, Xiao Han's energies were swiftly subdued. Gradually on the verge of collapse, merge. Xiao Han forcibly quelled the turbulence within his body and fused the dragon and tiger energies. Instantly, 2 strikes of the dragon subduing and tiger suppressing technique surged forth with unstoppable force, momentarily repelling the attacks from his adversaries and affording him a brief respite. If I attain the Xiangang realm, neither of you will be able to contend with me, having condensed so many star veins. Xiao Han's vitality surged like a dragon and tiger. This clash revealed to him that these two, despite their realms, were fundamentally frail. The elder of the Lu family, aged and frail, was in decline, while Luo Huan exhibited a sinister and feeble aura. Faced with Xiao Han's formidable might, they were surprisingly at a disadvantage, which was utterly laughable. Xiao Han's overwhelming presence prompted a shared glance of concern between the elder of the Lu family and Luo Huan. In just a short span, Xiao Han's strength had evidently increased. Were it not for their combined efforts, capturing him would have been improbable. Xiao Han, do you believe you have a future? The elder of the Lu family sneered. Together, he and Luo Huan launched their assaults, shattering the 2 strikes of the dragon subduing and tiger suppressing technique, leaving Xiao Han no chance to struggle. You are celebrating too soon, clang. The heavy sword in Xiao Han's hand stirred. As 24 star veins began to circulate, awakening a terrifying sword might. Retreat. Luo Huan's eyes widened in horror, and without a moment's hesitation, he fled the cave. The elder of the Lu family was not far behind. Just as he exited the cave, a fearsome sword energy surged forth, closing in rapidly. Xiao Han unleashed the sword once more, targeting the elder of the Lu family. Countless beams of sword light blazed forth, akin to a resplendent sun, engulfing the elder in the blink of an eye. This Xiao Han has truly inherited the legacy of the martial saint. Terrified to the core, Luo Huan dared not linger for even a moment. Whoosh! The elder of the Lu family was slain on the spot, reduced to a rain of blood and leaving not a trace of his remains. Only a storage ring remained on the ground. Puff! Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. Employing the heavy sword to slay the elder of the Lu family had drained a significant portion of his energy. Grasping the storage ring, Xiao Han forced himself to depart from the scene. Should Luo Huan return, it would spell certain doom for him. I underestimated him. Xiao Han is indeed at the end of his strength. Not long after Xiao Han's departure, Luo Huan returned to the valley, witnessing the blood-soaked ground, filled with regret. With no second fragrant butterfly, the chances of finding Xiao Han again grew increasingly slim. Meanwhile, on the other side, core disciples of the Deqin Martial Academy, including Wu Tai, had reunited with the young man and woman before a sheer cliff. Wu Tai pointed to a fruit tree on the cliff, saying, "Brother Fong, Sister Shui, this is the location of the true intent vermilion fruit I mentioned. However, a powerful beast guards this tree. If we wish to obtain it, we will need to exert considerable effort." Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao turned their gazes towards the fruit tree, where they beheld 6 fist-sized crimson fruits hanging from the branches. Even from such a distance, the two could faintly sense the profound essence of heaven and earth contained within these fruits. All 3 were core disciples of the Deqin Martial Academy, each possessing cultivation at the Spirit Sea realm. However, comprehending the true essence of martial arts independently was an arduous task. The true essence fruits before them could assist martial artists in grasping the essence of martial arts. Such temptation was irresistible, even for esteemed core disciples like Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao. Wu Tai spoke in a deep voice. I understand that Brother Fang and Sister Shui are both men and women of their word. Since there are 6 true essence fruits on the tree, shall we divide them equally, with each of us taking 2? Fang Xiaojun smiled lightly and nodded. Of course. Wu Tai, usually not in close contact with him, had chosen this moment to invite him and Shui Yao to collaborate precisely because of his reputation for integrity. Suddenly, sensing an intrusion into their territory, a massive serpent, as dark as ink, slowly emerged from the crevice beside the true essence fruit tree. This beast measured approximately 10 meters in length, its scales shimmering with an eerie glow, and its eyes were cold and fierce. A slightly protruding horn upon its forehead drew even more attention. This was a one-horned ink-scaled python. Moreover, it was a one-horned ink-scaled python whose strength was nearing the celestial origin realm. Shui Yao exclaimed gravely. Wu Tai hurriedly reassured her, Sister Shui, this beast's strength is at most comparable to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. It cannot possibly reach the celestial origin level. With Brother Fang's prowess, he may not even be at a disadvantage, let alone when we three join forces. Fang Xiaojun replied noncommittally, Junior Brother Wu, it is better for us to clarify our terms. You did not mention before our arrival that such a formidable beast would guard the true essence fruits. Hence, I believe the current distribution is unreasonable. I am at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea. Ah Yao is at the 6th, while you are merely at the 4th. After we repel this beast, I shall take 3 fruits, Ah Yao 2, and you will have 1. If you agree, we shall join forces. If not, we shall depart. Wu Tai's expression darkened. If he did not consent, his individual strength would hardly suffice against the one-horned ink-scaled python. If he returned empty-handed, it was unlikely that Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao would leave empty-handed either. In that case, his efforts would have been in vain, and he would not obtain a single true essence fruit. I have no objections to Brother Fang's proposal, Wu Tai muttered. Very well, let us discuss how to deal with this beast. Fang Xiaojun replied with a broad smile. The dialogue of the three was overheard in its entirety by Xiao Han, who was not far off. Chapter 10. Snatching from the tiger's mouth, the transformation of the sword intent seed. Initially, Xiao Han was merely healing his wounds in this place and had never anticipated encountering Wu Tai and others here. Nor did he foresee the existence of true essence fruits. If these fruits indeed possessed the ability to aid martial artists in comprehending the essence of martial arts, then the sword intent seed within Xiao Han could potentially undergo a direct transformation. The three were all at the Spirit Sea realm, and attempting to seize the true essence fruits from them was akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Having already utilized the heavenly sword to slay the elder of the Liu family, he could not afford to confront another opponent of the Spirit Sea realm at this moment. After their discussion, they resolved to act at dusk, with the most powerful Fang Xiaojun temporarily restraining the one-horned ink-scaled python, while Shui Yao and Wu Tai would gather the true essence fruits. I have at most 2 hours left. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Han reached a decision. He had discovered numerous medicinal pills within the storage ring of the Liu family's elder. If he could successfully refine 3 strands of stellar meridians, he could attempt to fuse 3 strands of the dragon-subduing and tiger-suppressing energies, thereby breaking into the profound energy realm and seizing an opportunity to compete. As the sun set, the one-horned ink-scaled python guarding the true essence fruits beside the cliff began to relax, yet it did not depart. Fang Xiaojun and the others exhibited remarkable patience, refraining from immediate action and continuously observing their surroundings. The 27th strand of stellar meridian, Xiao Han took a deep breath. Having accumulated such profound foundation at the true Qi realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to break through to the profound energy realm without practicing the dragon-subduing and tiger-suppressing techniques. Presently, 3 strands of dragon-subduing energy coiled on his left, while 3 strands of tiger-suppressing energy surrounded his right, creating a formidable aura far surpassing that of the Liu family's second elder. With all his might, he aimed to break through to the profound energy realm. Glancing up, he noticed Wu Tai and the others had already begun their assault, leaving him with little time. Fang Xiaojun took the lead, stepping forward into the air and ascending the cliff. This action immediately alerted the one-horned ink-scale python, and combat ensued instantaneously. Sister Shui, please, Wu Tai urged. Shui Yao did not hesitate. Her agility rivaled that of Fang Xiaojun's. To secure the true essence fruits, a swift resolution was imperative. With a swift movement, she entered the fray, striking with her sword to assist Fang Xiaojun in repelling the one-horned ink-scaled python, subsequently harvesting 4 true essence fruits. This act sent the python into a furious rage, as it opened its foul-smelling maw and unleashed a cloud of dark green mist toward Shui Yao. What a vile creature, Shui Yao exclaimed. Noticing Fang Xiaojun's gaze and choosing to retreat momentarily. This beast was approaching the celestial origin realm, and the toxic mist it emitted would pose a significant threat if it came into contact with her. Having secured 4 true essence fruits was already a considerable gain. However, Wu Tai insisted, Sister Shui, you can still gather another one. Please continue. Shui Yao regarded Wu Tai with a deep look and calmly replied. The strength of the one-horned ink-scaled python exceeds our expectations. Brother Fong is already struggling to hold his ground. There are still 2 true essence fruits left on the tree. If you have the capability, feel free to take them all. Wu Tai's expression shifted. He had originally intended for Shui Yao to further deplete the python's strength, but her remarks indicated that she had sustained no losses. While Fang Xiaojun was forced to fight defensively, if he did not act soon, it was likely Fang Xiaojun would choose to withdraw at any moment. These are no ordinary opponents. Wu Tai cursed inwardly and could only steel himself for the challenge. Fang Xiaojun called out, "Junior brother Wu, come assist me swiftly." The beast, having expelled its toxic mist and driven Shui Yao back, raised its scales in agitation. Each of its strikes was immensely powerful, and even Fang Xiaojun was reluctant to risk taking them head-on. 9 cuts of the heavenly blade. Slash, slash, slash. Wu Tai had no choice but to give his all. His treasured blade glimmered with a chilling light, and a several-meter-long blade shadow struck the beast with ferocity. The sound of metal clashing echoed as only minor wounds appeared on the one-horned ink-scaled python's body. With the combined assault of the two, the python grew increasingly enraged, disregarding everything else as it charged directly towards the true essence fruit tree. "Brother Fong, do not hold back," Wu Tai shouted in urgent desperation. Fang Xiaojun, indeed a man of principle, wielded his spear with determination, unleashing a powerful strike. A flash of cold brilliance preceded the lance that soared forth like a dragon, and their combined efforts forced the one-horned ink-scaled python to retreat repeatedly. The weight of its body suddenly broke the branch it was coiled around. With a snap, the branch fractured, and the one-horned ink-scaled python plummeted from the towering cliff. "Ha! These 2 true essence fruits are mine," Wu Tai rejoiced, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Fang Xiaojun this time. "I deeply appreciate Brother Fang's full support. I shall remember this kindness." Fang Xiaojun nodded slightly and swiftly descended to join Shui Yao. Before Wu Tai could collect the fruits, Xiao Han, who had been hiding above the cliff, sprang into action. With 3 strands of dragon-subduing and tiger-suppressing energies, infused with unparalleled might, he launched a direct assault upon Wu Tai. Even if Wu Tai intended to defend himself, he could hardly dissipate the residual force, akin to the fate of the one-horned ink-scaled python, as he was sent sprawling to the ground. "I got them." Clad in black, Xiao Han swiftly seized the 2 true essence fruits. Witnessing this scene, Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao exchanged glances and departed without hesitation. Their agreement with Wu Tai had been fulfilled. Ultimately, it was Wu Tai's own misstep that resulted in his loss, and they bore no responsibility for it. How infuriating! How infuriating! Wu Tai's face turned pale with rage, but he could only watch helplessly as Xiao Han's figure gradually vanished. After all the hustle and bustle, he found himself empty-handed. Meanwhile, the now-recovered one-horned ink-scaled python immediately turned its fury upon Wu Tai and his companions, leading to a chorus of anguished cries. "Fortunately, I have successfully broken through to the first level of the profound energy realm. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to achieve this," Xiao Han mused as he gazed at the 2 true essence fruits in his hand, a knowing smile spreading across his face. The magical elixir he had lost to Wu Tai. He would make sure the latter experienced a taste of the same flavor. Time to refine it and see. As he grasped the true essence vermilion fruit, Xiao Han promptly swallowed it whole. In an instant, the profound truths of heaven and earth contained within the fruit rapidly dispersed throughout his body. Xiao Han, not daring to take this lightly, immediately activated the ancient star technique, guiding the essence towards the location of the sword intent seed. At that moment, the night sky was adorned with twinkling stars, and the power of the stars cascading from the heavens continuously surged into Xiao Han's body. The sword intent seed, while absorbing the star power, began to metamorphose at a visibly rapid pace. Chapter 11. Star Sword Intent. The terrifying Shao Tian Su. Within the vast Tianyuan mountain range, the streams of starlight summoned by Xiao Han caught the attention of many. Luo Huan and several wandering cultivators from Cloud Sea City all hurried towards Xiao Han's location. Having refined a true essence vermilion fruit, Xiao Han's sword intent seed was maturing and flourishing. It ceased absorbing the star power only after reaching a critical point. Observing this, Xiao Han wasted no time in swallowing a second true essence vermilion fruit. With just one final push, this sword intent seed could fully transform, giving rise to genuine star sword intent breakthrough. Xiao Han channeled the ancient star technique to its utmost limit, drawing upon 27 star veins to nurture the sword intent seed. Crack! After a full quarter of an hour, a barely perceptible sound suddenly resonated within Xiao Han's body. In an instant, a profound and vast martial intent, overshadowing the starlight, erupted from Xiao Han, radiating outward. Star sword intent? Xiao Han was immensely exhilarated. Previously, while at the Xianyang sect, he had barely comprehended sword intent by observing a sword monument daily. Such martial intent, akin to other forms such as saber intent, spear intent, and fist intent, provided substantial benefits to a cultivator. However, the star sword intent he now grasped was of a much higher echelon, infinitely surpassing what he had previously understood. Xiao Jingzhao had merged with Xiao Han's sword intent seed, a shortcut that, even if it led to some accomplishment, now paled in comparison to Xiao Han's star sword intent. Akin to a firefly against the brilliance of a star, with my current strength, I now possess the ability to protect myself when confronting the great Qin martial house. However, meeting Xian Lan may not be so simple. Xiao Han mused, calculating the time. It coincided perfectly with the recruitment of new disciples by the great Qin martial house. If he could become an official disciple, finding Xian Lan would become significantly easier. Haha, I have found Xiao Han. I discovered Xiao Han, and the martial saint inheritance belongs to me. Capturing Xiao Han is a matter of skill. Your struggles are in vain. Upon locating Xiao Han, a dozen wandering cultivators were filled with delight. Most of them were at the Xiangang realm and naturally deemed Xiao Han insignificant. Capture me? With just you? Xiao Han, with sword intent soaring, gripped the Qintian sword and plunged into the crowd. The protective aura of these individuals crumbled before his star sword intent, akin to paper, as they fell one after another beneath his blade. Luo Huan, who had been trailing closely behind, recognized that Xiao Han had comprehended sword intent. And with his current strength, he lacked the courage to engage again. Xiao Han's talent was indeed formidable. His power seemed to be in constant ascent. If he could capture this youth alive, he might even forge a corpse king. Luo Huan's expression shifted as he contemplated for a long while, decisively choosing to withdraw. He had already missed the opportunity to capture Xiao Han alive and could only report back to his organization to gain some benefits. Xiao Han vaguely sensed something and glanced in the direction Luo Huan had departed. Just as he was about to collect the storage rings of these wandering cultivators and leave, he suddenly felt a tension grip him. Less than 3 meters behind him, an unknown shadow stood silently, watching him intently. Who are you? Xiao Han's instincts flared, and he remained on high alert, unwilling to let his guard down. Have you forgotten me after just a few days? The shadow chuckled lightly, its voice laced with an eerie chill. Xiao Tiansu. Xiao Han inhaled sharply, for within his recollections, the strength of Xiao Tiansu seemed formidable, yet he could not fathom it reaching such heights. Removing the mask, Xiao Tiansu, lacking the earlier calm demeanor, now bore an oddly pale and sinister expression. On that day, in the Xiao family's conference hall, I could have slain you on the spot after you publicly defeated Xiao Hongchang. Yet I refrained. Xiao Hongchang knew I was severely injured, but I am not as fragile as he imagined. I deliberately allowed you to escape. My true goal was to devour your soul and seize your body. Observing your various performances over these past days has truly amazed me. Had I been at my peak, I might have taken you as my disciple. Regrettably, I must now sacrifice you to fulfill my desires. Xiao Han spoke coldly. Your cultivation indeed appears formidable, yet I do not believe you can unleash your full power. If it were so easy for you, why waste your breath on me? Xiao Tiansu clapped appreciatively. Xiao Han, you are correct. The strength I can currently wield is limited to the Tian Yuan realm. However, since I dare to come, I possess absolute confidence. I advise you to surrender and be devoured by me. It will lessen your suffering. Shaking light sword technique, star sword intent, dragon subduing tiger suppression technique. Without waiting for Xiao Tiansu to utter another word, Xiao Han launched his attack, holding nothing back. Haha, my means are beyond your imagination. Xiao Tiansu stood still, making no attempt to counter, allowing Xiao Han's formidable techniques to strike him directly. With a soft sound, Xiao Tiansu was cleaved into fragments, yet rather than elation, Xiao Han's expression grew graver. Whoosh! At that moment, a dark light surged from Xiao Han's brow into his mind. Xiao Han, accept my arrival. I will devour your soul, seize your body. I shall inherit everything about you. The injustices you have suffered, I shall rectify. I will not disgrace you. Yield to me willingly. Xiao Tiansu entered Xiao Han's consciousness, exuding confidence. Is that so? Xiao Han smirked slightly. In the next instant, Xiao Han connected with the Star Divine Court, directly absorbing Xiao Tian's soul into it. What is this thing? How can such a treasure exist within you? Xiao Tiansu, upon a brief examination, recognized the exceptional nature of the Star Divine Court. You wish to devour me? Let us see your abilities. Xiao Han, sword in hand, confidently pointed at Xiao Tiansu. The Star Elder appeared, chuckling. Xiao Han, it seems you have encountered quite the predicament, being targeted by a half-step martial saint. If you require assistance, just say the word, a half-step martial saint. This Xiao Tiansu is actually a half-step martial saint, truly too well hidden. Senior, this is my territory. Even a half-step martial saint, I can manage. Xiao Han was not posturing. He sought to validate his own learning. Since the Star Elder claimed the ancient star technique was the sole key to mastering the Star Divine Court, Xiao Han was determined to use this key to suppress Xiao Tiansu here. Chapter 12. Suppressing Xiao Tiansu, the 5 Styles of Heavenly Movement. The Star Elder smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. In such a short time, Xiao Han's strength had reached this level, indeed showcasing remarkable progress. Particularly, the cultivation of 27 star veins evidenced his considerable effort in comprehending the ancient star technique. The Star Elder was optimistic about Xiao Han's potential to fully master the Star Divine Court. Arrogant. Xiao Tiansu snorted coldly, yet his heart was filled with grave concern. An unimaginable treasure and a mysterious elder instilled in him a strong premonition that this would be the greatest peril he had faced thus far. Without exception, if I cannot overcome this challenge, I will surely perish and face eternal damnation. You little wild seed. I should have killed you back at the Xiao family. Suppressing his trepidation, Xiao Tiansu roared and lunged at Xiao Han. If he could eliminate Xiao Han before the mysterious elder intervened, he might turn the tables and seize the treasure for himself. Xiao Han remained unperturbed, executing the 7th style of the shaking light sword technique. One sword strike after another. Now that he had broken through to the 1st level of the Xiangang realm, he had comprehended the entirety of the shaking light sword technique. Haha, an ant is still an ant. Your meager strength is utterly unworthy of contention with me. Allow me to show you what true martial arts are. Xiao Tiansu's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He would not grant Xiao Han another opportunity to rise. Unleashing his most powerful technique, the mountain-moving style of the 5 Styles of Heavenly Movement, in an instant, the currents of energy within the Star Divine Court seemed to solidify. An immense, overwhelming force enveloped Xiao Han with a thunderous roar. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of sword energy were ruthlessly shattered in the void by Xiao Tiansu. Even with the enhancement of the star sword intent, it was futile. This scene was observed by Xiao Han with utmost clarity and precision, as he recognized the immense disparity in their realms. Regardless of Xiao Han's attempts at retaliation, they would prove futile. Yet, this action was merely a deliberate choice by Xiao Han, a means to gauge the true strength of a half-step martial saint. The martial arts displayed by his opponent exuded a power so formidable that it instilled a sense of insurmountable despair. Indeed, it was impressive, however. Let it not be forgotten that this was the Starry Divine Court. Xiao Han summoned the 27 star veins within his body, fully activating the ancient star technique in that fleeting moment. He established an inexplicable connection with the Starry Divine Court. Crack! The entire Starry Divine Court trembled slightly, as the formidable martial arts of Xiao Tiansu were abruptly shattered without warning. How could this be possible? Xiao Tiansu, possessing the prowess of a half-step martial saint, prided himself on his extensive knowledge and experience, yet he had never encountered such an extraordinary occurrence. I refuse to believe this. Come again. Sea-splitting style, meteoric descent style, moon-eclipsing style, sun-swallowing style. Despite Xiao Tiansu's fervent attempts, under Xiao Han's control, the Starry Divine Court ruthlessly obliterated his techniques. Xiao Tiansu, it is time for everything to come to an end. Xiao Han propelled the star sword intent, delivering a decisive strike toward Xiao Tiansu. Having utterly lost confidence, Xiao Tiansu possessed no strength to resist, allowing the sword to descend upon him. Swish! In an instant, Xiao Tiansu's soul dissipated into nothingness. Xiao Han exhaled deeply, standing in silence for a considerable time before inquiring. Senior, why is Xiao Tiansu's martial arts so powerful? The Starry Elder chuckled. Martial arts are classified into levels: profound, spiritual, celestial, king, and saint. The heavenly movement 5 styles he executed are a formidable king-level martial art. This tier of martial arts encompasses the power of heaven and earth. Akin to your sword intent evolving into the star sword intent, it is a similar principle. You need not concern yourself with the level of the celestial sword classic, for it has already surpassed the saint level. You simply have yet to fully comprehend it. Xiao Han nodded solemnly, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. It is a pity I could not acquire Xiao Tiansu's heavenly movement 5 styles. It feels like a waste. The Starry Elder replied, if you wish to learn, it is not impossible. When he previously executed the styles, the Starry Divine Court imprinted them all. You can now infuse the power of the stars into the heavenly gate. It is not too late. Xiao Han was overjoyed and promptly placed a hand on the heavenly gate, channeling the star power within him into it. Subsequently, the heavenly gate erupted with a beam of white light, gradually revealing the complete incantations of the heavenly movement 5 styles. With your current cultivation at the profound level, cultivating even the first style will be quite challenging. Do take caution, the Starry Elder advised. Xiao Han understood. Having acquired the heavenly movement 5 styles, he bid farewell to the Starry Elder and departed from the Starry Divine Court, his spirit returning to his corporeal form. This time, the defeat of Xiao Tiansu was entirely reliant on the Starry Divine Court, which alleviated a significant threat for Xiao Han. Without Xiao Tiansu's presence, the Xiao family would likely struggle to thrive. When Xiao Hongcheng went to visit Xiao Tiansu, he found him absent. It was then he noticed that the ancestral hall's jade tablet honoring Xiao Tiansu had shattered. The ancestor is dead. Xiao Hongcheng's voice trembled. As the head of the Xiao family, he was acutely aware that the late ancestor Xiao Tiansu was on the verge of attaining martial saint status. Yet, this immensely powerful figure had now perished, leaving Xiao Hongcheng with a sense of impending doom. In Yunhai City, both the city lord and the Lu family were aware of Xiao Tiansu's existence. Should this news spread, the Xiao family would undoubtedly face grave trouble. Xiao Han, if it weren't for you, my son Jingming would not have died, and the ancestor would not have met such a mysterious end. Xiao Hongcheng harbored intense hatred for Xiao Han. However, he could only hope that his younger son Xiao Jingzhao would achieve success in cultivation and swiftly eliminate Xiao Han. After enduring several tribulations, following the slaying of Xiao Tiansu, Xiao Han hastened his journey for several days, safely departing the territory of the Tianyuan mountain range. Upon reaching Ding'an City, less than 100 miles from the capital, he found it to be a vital thoroughfare en route to the capital, significantly larger than Yunhai City. The streets bustled with activity, with even Spirit Sea Realm warriors visible everywhere. Xiao Han acquired numerous storage rings, amassing over 100,000 in silver. Having left the Tianyuan mountain range, he appeared disheveled and purchased a few garments, temporarily resting at an inn. The inn was bustling with guests, and Xiao Han chose a window-side seat, ordering several dishes to enjoy leisurely while listening to others discuss various topics, particularly those pertaining to the capital. He heard much about the recruitment of disciples by the Daqin martial house. Noting that tomorrow would be the recruitment date, feeling fortunate to have arrived in time, a smile graced Xiao Han's face. Just as he was savoring his drink, a group of individuals approached his table directly. Sitting down without so much as an inquiry, Xiao Han regarded the unfriendly demeanor of the newcomers and calmly inquired, "Gentlemen, do we know each other?" Chapter 13. The Approaching Storm, Daqin Martial House. The individuals, all at the profound level, bore fierce expressions, their bodies exuding a faint aura of menace, suggesting they were drenched in blood. The leader of the group spoke coldly, "Kid, I have no desire to beat around the bush. I am here to warn you, do not go to the capital. I won't say anything more. You should weigh your options carefully. If you persist in your folly, you will bear the consequences." Xiao Han set down his cup and swiftly pierced the palms of this individual with 2 chopsticks, pinning them to the table, blood gushing forth. "I wish to know what you mean by bearing the consequences. Can you enlighten me?" Xiao Han replied coolly, "You little brat, are you seeking death?" The others sprang up, ready to attack. "Wait." The injured man, enduring the agony, halted his subordinates with a growl. "Xiao Han, if I fall into your hands, I will accept it. However, I must inform you that I am from the court's bounty hunter division, If you have the guts, come with me. Our captain is waiting for you. Bounty Hunter Division? Xiao Han expressed surprised Chin, who was unaware of the notorious reputation of the Bounty Hunter Division. From royal relatives to noble lords, and down to wealthy families and common folk, none dared to provoke them. Having just arrived in Ding'an City, he was recognized, and Xiao Han genuinely wished to understand the reason. Lead the way, Xiao Han said indifferently. The man felt a sense of relief, enduring the pain to extract the chopsticks before silently exiting the inn. Xiao Han followed at a measured pace, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the Bounty Hunter Division's office. You all can leave now. Upon entering, a stern-faced middle-aged man in embroidered attire waved his hand. Xiao Han scrutinized the man, who was likewise assessing him. They exchanged silent glances, neither inclined to break the silence. Truly worthy of being a prodigy capable of entering the Xianyang sect. My name is Zhou Wuqing, captain of the Bounty Hunter Division in Ding'an City. Ultimately, it was Zhou Wuqing who spoke first. Xiao Han inclined his head slightly, saying, Captain Zhou, if you've gone to such lengths to summon me, please feel free to speak your mind. Zhou Wuqing pondered before continuing. The head of the Deqin martial house once instructed me that if I saw you in Ding'an City, I must ensure you do not proceed to the capital. The ninth prince will not spare you. With your current strength, going to the capital will undoubtedly spell disaster. Xiao Han shook his head resolutely, declaring, since the head of the martial house has issued such a warning, it indicates he is well aware that I have been wronged within the Xiao family. Xinlan is my fiancé. If I were to retreat out of fear of the ninth prince, that would be a source of ridicule. Not only will I go to the capital, but I will also participate in the Deqin martial house's disciple assessment. Although Zhou Wuqing held little hope for Xiao Han, witnessing his resolve brought him some measure of comfort. Very well, I will accompany you to the capital tomorrow. However, I must caution you that my superior is a confidant of the ninth prince. I cannot conceal your visit to the Deqin martial house. You must be prepared. Xiao Han clasped his hands in salute, replying, Thank you, Captain Zhou. I will remember your words. Upon leaving the Bounty Hunter Division, Xiao Han felt considerably lighter. Since the head of the martial house had not been deceived by Xiao Hongchang, it stood to reason that Yi Xinlan was also aware of the truth. Thus, Xiao Han viewed the ninth prince's threat as less significant. Early the next morning, Zhou Wuqing arrived at the inn to accompany Xiao Han to the capital. After successfully entering the city, Zhou Wuqing pointed toward a distant tall tower, saying, Xiao Han, that is the Deqin martial house. You should hurry along. Xiao Han nodded, not delaying, and proceeded without hesitation. Upon entering the city, he noticed numerous scrutinizing gazes lurking in the shadows, fearing that the ninth prince had already learned of his whereabouts. The Deqin martial house was established by the founding emperor of the Deqin dynasty himself, As Long, as one was a citizen of the Deqin and met the requirements. They could participate in the assessment. Should one become an official disciple of the martial house, it would offer tremendous advantages, whether in military service or government positions. When Xiao Han arrived, the entrance of the martial house was already bustling with hundreds of people. The time has come. Those with cultivation above the profound level, stand to my left. Those below the profound level, stand to my right. A man with a goatee spoke loudly, prompting everyone to instinctively form a line. And Xiao Han was no exception. The Deqin Martial Academy maintained almost no barriers for those participating in the assessment. However, the requirements for formal disciples were quite stringent, necessitating a cultivation level of Xiangang realm. Those below the Xiangang realm who passed the assessment could only become auxiliary disciples. Yet, being able to remain at the Deqin Martial Academy provided a chance to become a formal disciple. For many of humble origins, this was a rare opportunity to change their fate. Follow me, the man with the goatee commanded, casting a glance over all the Xiangang realm warriors as they entered the academy. Then, he announced, the Deqin Martial Academy has always adhered to the principle of quality over quantity when recruiting disciples. You are all young and have managed to cultivate to the Xiangang realm, which speaks highly of your innate talent. However, to pursue the path of martial arts for the long haul, relying solely on talent is far from sufficient. With that, after everyone completed their registration, the first assessment commenced. They recorded everyone's backgrounds, and if they passed, the Deqin Martial Academy would send personnel for verification. During registration, Xiao Han attracted no attention from others, much to his delight as he preferred to keep a low profile. The first assessment was remarkably simple. Before you stood a large cauldron filled with water. You must make the cauldron ring when you strike it, and you cannot let too much water spill out in order to pass." Upon finishing his words, the goatee man stood to the side. "Wang Yu, prepare for the assessment." Upon hearing the examiner call his name, a young man at the 4th level of the Xingying realm nervously approached. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Yu struck out with his palm. The cauldron indeed buzzed with sound, yet water continuously spilled over the edges. The examiner's expression remained indifferent as he stated, "More than 50 drops spilled." Assessment failed. Next, Wang Yu's face turned pale, but he could only accept this reality. The onlookers felt a tension in the air. The difficulty of merely the first assessment was alarming, and many felt anxious. Yet, some appeared confident, seemingly assured of their success. Xiao Han contemplated for a moment and arrived at his own understanding regarding striking the cauldron without spilling excessive water. This challenge tested the martial artists' control over their own strength. Excessive force would cause too much water to overflow, while insufficient force would fail to resonate the cauldron. Having cultivated the 3 forms of dragon suppression and tiger subjugation, Xiao Han excelled in controlling his strength. Of the 60 individuals, 30 had already participated in the assessment, with only half passing, indicating a considerable elimination rate. "Xiao Han, commence your assessment." Upon hearing his name, Xiao Han walked slowly to the cauldron without a hint of hesitation and struck it decisively with a resounding clap. This action prompted many to shake their heads in disbelief. Xiao Han was acting recklessly. Those who passed before him had all left some margin of error, unlike his bold approach. Such a powerful strike would surely make the cauldron ring. But it would also cause at least half of the water to spill. How could someone be so foolish? If I were in line behind him, I wouldn't be so rash. What a pity. As the crowd murmured, their opinions of Xiao Han were overwhelmingly negative. However, in the next moment, the cauldron not only resonated with a deep hum but astonishingly, not a single drop of water spilled over. Xiao Han had passed the assessment. The examiner, after a careful inspection, expressed his astonishment, stating that none of the others who had passed had achieved such a feat. It was truly exceptional. Wait, at that moment, an old man in gray robes interjected. "Xiao Han is merely at the 1st level of the Xingying realm, yet his assessment results surpass everyone else's. I believe there may be an issue here. I propose a retest." The man with the goatee's eyes flickered. As the main examiner, he had the authority to decide. However, he did not immediately agree but instead turned to Xiao Han, asking, "Xiao Han, Vice Examiner Lu Jiang has raised objections regarding your assessment results. Do you have anything to say?" Xiao Han regarded Lu Jiang seriously. The man's indifferent demeanor reminded him of Lu Jiang, the younger brother of the head of the Lu clan from Yunhai City. It seemed highly likely that this was indeed the vice examiner in question. "True gold fears no fire," Xiao Han replied calmly. The other participants in the assessment had varying thoughts upon hearing Xiao Han's words. Some admired him. Others reveled in his potential misfortune, while some awaited his failure. "Very well, when you are ready, you may begin," the man with the goatee said in a deep voice, since Lu Jiang was intent on making things difficult. Xiao Han decided to hold nothing back. Approaching the cauldron, he struck out with both palms simultaneously. The 3 forms of dragon suppression, the 3 forms of tiger subjugation, and the combined 3 forms of dragon suppression and tiger subjugation descended upon the cauldron. Instantly, a series of resounding booms echoed forth, ringing out a total of 9 times. The water inside the cauldron seemed to boil instantly, rolling violently without spilling a single drop. 9 strikes. The participants in the assessment were thrown into an uproar. They were acutely aware of how stringent this first assessment was. Even Yang Ju, who had reached the 8th level of the Xingying realm, bore a solemn expression at this moment. To strike the cauldron and not spill a drop was already exceedingly difficult. Yet, for Xiao Han to achieve 9 strikes, even the most envious among them had to concede that they were indeed inferior to him. "What say you, Vice Examiner Lu?" Xiao Han's gaze turned cold as he fixed it upon Lu Jiang. "Assessment passed." Lu Jiang grunted dismissively. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, the surface of the cauldron erupted into a web of cracks. Subsequently, the cauldron shattered with a thunderous crash, sending water splashing everywhere. "Consider yourself lucky. Had you been any later, I would have disqualified you outright." Lu Jiang cursed inwardly. With the cauldron broken, they had to replace it to continue the assessments for the remaining participants. Ultimately, only 28 individuals passed. Congratulations to all. You have successfully completed the first assessment. The next assessment will determine whether you can become formal disciples of the Daqin Martial Academy. I hope you will give it your all. The man with the goatee waved his hand grandly, gesturing towards the training arena, announcing, the content of the second assessment is to withstand the attacks of 3 Xingang realm demon beasts for 100 breaths. If you encounter a life-threatening situation during the assessment, simply shout for help and assistance will arrive. However, this also means failure. Prepare yourselves. The assessment will commence shortly. The crowd then witnessed 3 demon beasts being released into the training arena. A blue-eyed wild bull, immensely powerful, a swift cloud leopard, fast as the wind, and a fierce fire lion, known for its cruelty. The difficulty of the second assessment was no less than that of the first and came with considerable danger. Yang Ju, begin your assessment, the examiner called out. Yang Ju stepped onto the training arena, immediately facing the simultaneous assault of the 3 demon beasts. With his cultivation at the 8th level of the Xingang realm, he navigated the situation with ease. However, Yang Ju was not merely aiming to endure for 100 breaths. He intended to counterattack the beasts. Buzz! Yang Ju drew a large blade and swung it back at the blue-eyed wild bull. 100 breaths have elapsed. Yang Ju, assessment passed, the examiner announced, and Yang Ju exited the arena. The blue-eyed wild bull and the fire lion were both covered in wounds, while the cloud leopard lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. With Yang Ju's impressive start, others were eager to follow suit. However, they lacked Yang Ju's strength and soon realized the difficulty of facing 3 demon beasts. Xiao Han, commence your assessment. As Xiao Han's turn approached, everyone held their breath in anticipation. After all, Xiao Han's performance in the first assessment had been nothing short of astonishing. Yet, this round measured personal strength and reflexes, leaving no room for trickery. Xiao Han silently approached the training arena, only to catch a glimpse of Lu Zhang's mocking smile, which made him inwardly vigilant. The 3 demon beasts posed little threat to him, as the cloud leopard charged first. Xiao Han did not even glance at it. He simply struck out with the palm. Open the monument palm, bang. The cloud leopard's head exploded upon impact. The onlookers were left dumbfounded at Xiao Han's immense power. He was merely at the 1st level of the Xingang realm, yet he could annihilate the cloud leopard in an instant. How absurd! It seemed Xiao Han had not even unleashed his full strength. It was truly unbelievable. Yang Ju felt a pang of frustration as he realized that, in comparison to Xiao Han, his own assessment results paled significantly. After Xiao Han dispatched the cloud leopard, the blue-eyed wild bull and fire lion, instead of retreating, were provoked into a frenzy, charging at him. Seeking death, Xiao Han remained unperturbed, striding forward. With the dragon suppression and tiger subjugation energies, he pinned the 2 beasts to the ground before the astonished gazes of the crowd. No matter how they struggled, the beasts could not escape. Xiao Han was truly terrifying. Among the multitude of participants in the assessment, a collective instinct compelled them to swallow hard. Should this individual not be swiftly dealt with? It would pose a formidable challenge. Lu Zhang's gaze darkened ominously. Suddenly, the flame gold lion, which had been pinned to the ground, erupted with an overwhelming aura, instantly breaking free from Xiao Han's restraints. The assessment officials were taken aback. This flame gold lion had actually managed to break through at such a critical moment. Lu Zhang sneered. Now, with time still not reaching the 100 breaths, should the assessment be terminated, it would be deemed a failure. However, in the face of such an unexpected turn of events, Xiao Han exhibited no fear. Instead, he deliberately cast a scornful glance at Lu Zhang, then, with a low roar, accompanied by the resounding echoes of dragon roars and tiger howls, he unleashed a mighty punch towards the flame gold lion. Chapter 15. The ignored invitation of Tianfa Peak. This unabashed and tempestuous momentum instantly enveloped the flame gold lion. The titanic force erupted, suppressing the recently ascended flame gold lion, which had just entered the spiritual sea realm in the blink of an eye. The once ferocious flame gold lion lay on the ground, utterly devoid of breath. Mu, witnessing the swift demise of both the swift cloud leopard and the flame gold lion, the azure-eyed bull was so frightened that it dared not approach Xiao Han any longer, its eyes filled with terror. Some individuals ought to know their limits. The man with the goatee displayed displeasure. The lion's breakthrough was indeed unusual. Surely someone had tampered with it. Yet, as this matter concerned the dignity of the great Qin martial house, he refrained from voicing his grievances. Beside him, Lu Zhang, fully aware that the remarks were directed at him, remained unfazed. Having secured a foothold within the great Qin martial house, he had formidable backing. Xiao Han. Assessment passed, the assessment officer promptly announced. After Xiao Han's display, the achievements of all other participants paled in comparison. Nevertheless, a total of 23 individuals passed this round, showcasing their commendable prowess. This also indicated that, provided their backgrounds were unblemished, they were now official disciples of the great Qin martial house. The third and final assessment. Testing star souls. After the test, the 4 peak masters would, depending on the circumstances, extend invitations for you to join. Once the 4 peak masters arrive, we shall commence the testing. After the man with the goatee spoke, he approached Xiao Han, stating, Xiao Han, you ranked first in both assessments. And I hold great expectations for you. As long as your star soul ranks above the 4th tier, I can negotiate with our Tianji Peak Master to grant you the treatment of a core disciple. Xiao Han replied nonchalantly, I fear I might disappoint you. The man with the goatee assumed Xiao Han was merely being modest, about to speak further when the peak masters of Tianwu, Tianji, Tianxian, and Tianling arrived in unison. Immediately, the man with the goatee moved to stand beside the Tianji Peak Master, whispering a few words. The Tianji Peak Master's eyes lit up, gazing at Xiao Han with fervor. The great Qin martial house was divided into 4 peaks, each possessing comparable strength. Naturally, they would strive to secure the newly passed disciples. The other 3 peak masters, having received the news, eagerly rubbed their hands together, seeking ways to recruit Xiao Han into their ranks. Commence the testing of star souls, the man with the goatee declared without delay. Chang Kaiwei has awakened a 6th-tier star soul, quite commendable. I shall claim her for Tianxian Peak. The outcome remains uncertain. Do not be so assured, my friend. I say this individual shall undoubtedly join Tianwu Peak. The peak masters debated among themselves. Yang Ju, awakened 7th-tier star soul. With this announcement, the 4 peak masters erupted into excitement. Among the participants, aside from Xiao Han, Yang Ju was the most outstanding, and thus the 4 peak masters would not let him slip away. Those who reached this stage had awakened star souls no less than 4th tier. The assessment officials had intentionally allowed Xiao Han to be the grand finale, heightening everyone's anticipation. Xiao Han, begin the test of star souls. The voice rang out, plunging the venue into silence as everyone held their breath in anticipation. Xiao Han remained silent as he approached the star soul stone monument, placing one hand upon it. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. An entire 30 breaths elapsed, yet the star soul stone monument exhibited no response whatsoever. What is going on? Is the star soul stone monument malfunctioning? Indeed. If there's a problem now, we should swiftly replace it. Yes. I am immensely curious as to what tier of star soul Xiao Han will awaken. Perhaps an 8th-tier star soul? A 9th-tier star soul? Numerous voices buzzed with speculation. Seeing this, the man with the goatee promptly interjected, Xiao Han, let us switch to another star soul stone monument for testing. Xiao Han nodded and approached another star soul stone monument. Yet again, there was no feedback. At this moment, suspicions began to rise among the crowd. The man with the goatee, skeptical, conducted his own test and confirmed that he could indeed awaken his own 6th-tier star soul. This indicated that the star soul stone monument was functioning correctly. The true issue lay with Xiao Han himself. My star soul has been destroyed. There is no need for testing. Upon uttering these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence, their expressions varying widely. It was common knowledge that a martial artist without a star soul would find the path of martial arts exceedingly arduous. This meant that even if Xiao Han possessed exceptional combat prowess, without a star soul, his cultivation speed would dwindle, and whether he could eventually break through to the spiritual sea realm remained uncertain. Instantly, the eager expressions on the faces of the 4 peak masters vanished. Clearly, they had abandoned any intention of recruiting Xiao Han, swiftly turning their attention to Yang Ju. Yang Ju, should you choose to join Tianwu Peak, I shall not only offer you the treatment of a core disciple but will also personally guide your cultivation. Yang Ju, if you join Tianwu Peak, I will provide you double the benefits of a core disciple and also offer personal guidance. Yang Ju, as long as you... The conditions proposed by the 4 peak masters grew increasingly generous, inciting envy and admiration among all present. Yang Ju, once the perennial runner-up in the assessments, had suddenly transformed into a coveted prize, his fortunes reversed in an instant, dispelling any lingering gloom within him. Subconsciously glancing at the now neglected Xiao Han, A wave of unexplainable satisfaction washed over him. In the end, Yang Ju joined Tianling Peak, while Chang Kaiwei aligned herself with Tianji Peak. The remaining disciples, who awakened 3rd, 4th, and 5th-tier star souls, were not actively invited by the 4 peak masters. According to the regulations of the Great Qin Martial House, all who passed the previous 2 assessments were free to choose which peak to join. The other 22 had made their selections, leaving only Xiao Han. Haha, how much potential can someone without a star soul possibly have? As long as you remain in the Great Qin Martial House, I shall delight in watching you crumble. If there was one person in attendance who felt the utmost elation, it was undoubtedly Lu Jiang. Reports from Yunhai City indicated that 2 elders dispatched by his family, along with several clansmen, had ventured into the Tianyuan mountain range to hunt down Xiao Han, yet all had vanished without a trace. Now, Xiao Han appeared unscathed within the Great Qin Martial House, and Lu Jiang would never believe that this was mere coincidence. Thus, Lu Jiang had targeted Xiao Han during both assessments, only to face failure each time. Now, in what should have been the simplest of assessments, Xiao Han had faltered spectacularly, much to Lu Jiang's delight. Amidst the multitude of gloating gazes, Xiao Han remained unfazed and inquired, "May I choose not to join any peak?" The man with the goatee, appreciating Xiao Han, replied regretfully, "Of course you can. However, this also means you will forfeit the monthly benefits granted to official disciples. All resources for cultivation will have to be earned by your own efforts." Xiao Han nodded. He possessed unwavering confidence in himself. Even without these free benefits, he believed he could establish a firm foothold through his own strength. The short-sightedness of the 4 peak masters, failing to recognize a gem in the rough, was truly laughable. "Xiao Han, would you care to join Tianfa Peak?" Suddenly, a voice brimming with vigor reverberated through the air. Xiao Han turned towards the source, and to his astonishment, he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman, gracefully approaching. Chapter 16. The Fierce Yin Qingxue, a special Tianfa Peak. This extraordinary woman donned a flowing white garment, her hair cascading like a waterfall, barefoot, her feet, as white as snow, glided effortlessly above the ground. Untouched by dust, apart from the 4 peak masters and a few others, many in attendance were utterly captivated by her ethereal presence. Tianfa Peak. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback. Isn't the Great Qin Martial House comprised solely of the 4 major branches? How does Tianfa Peak come into play? The man with the goatee cleared his throat and replied slowly, "Tianfa Peak has always been rather unique. It has not enrolled new disciples for 5 consecutive years. Therefore, under normal circumstances, when the Martial House recruits new disciples, Tianfa Peak is not notified. With that said, whether to join Tianfa Peak was a decision for you to ponder carefully." The Tianling Peak Master huffed in displeasure. "Yin Qingxue, how can you disregard us 4 peak masters, behaving with such insolence? Does the Great Qin Martial House still have any rules?" The breathtaking beauty, named Yin Qingxue, remained unfazed by the Tianling Peak Master's remarks. Retorting, "Rules are meant to restrain the weak. If you disagree, feel free to take action against me." The Tianling Peak Master, incensed, turned on his heel, exclaiming, "Only women and petty men are difficult to deal with." The other 3 peak masters cast wary glances at Yin Qingxue before silently departing, as if they had not heard her earlier jibes. This scene intrigued Xiao Han even more regarding Yin Qingxue and the Tianfa Peak. Unperturbed by their presence, Yin Qingxue smiled and said, "Xiao Han, I dare say that the other 4 peaks of the Great Qin Martial House are ill-suited for you. Tianfa Peak offers a sense of freedom, unlike the rigid rules of the other 4 peaks. Moreover, the environment is delightful, allowing you to select any courtyard for cultivation at your leisure. Most importantly, the martial arts classics collected by Tianfa Peak are available for your perusal. Should you have any questions, you may inquire of me or the Peak Master. Now, I shall ask you but once. Are you willing to join Tianfa Peak?" Xiao Han smiled faintly, respectfully, "I shall comply. I am willing to join Tianfa Peak." The man with the goatee made no move to intervene, having already hinted to Xiao Han that if he was unwilling to heed advice, he would not interfere further. At that moment, a familiar figure suddenly blocked Xiao Han's path. "Xiao Han, return those 2 Zhenizhu fruits to me at once." This individual was none other than the core disciple, Wu Tai. Upon returning from the Tianyuan mountain range, he had chanced upon Xiao Han and his companions participating in the assessment. During the first round, Xiao Han's display of the dragon subduing and tiger suppressing technique had immediately caught Wu Tai's attention. Following the second round, Wu Tai was certain that the masked man who had acted suddenly that day was none other than Xiao Han. Elated to see Xiao Han scorned by the four peak masters, Wu Tai was unconcerned about Yin Qingxue from Tianfa Peak, having never heard of her. Junior brother Xiao, you must remember, as disciples of Tianfa Peak, we should stand tall and never allow ourselves to be bullied by others. Without inquiring into the matter, Yin Qingxue immediately acted against Wu Tai, effortlessly seizing him by the throat with a mere grasp in the air. Let me go! Wu Tai struggled desperately, terror evident in his eyes. Despite his cultivation at the 4th level of the Linghai realm, he found himself utterly powerless against Yin Qingxue in that moment. Faced with such a formidable Yin Qingxue, Wu Tai felt a daunting realization. His peak master might not even be able to contend with her. A master at the Grandmaster realm, this sister Yin Qingxue was indeed a formidable expert. Xiao Han inhaled sharply, feeling considerably astonished. No wonder the four peak masters dared not lay a hand on Yin Qingxue. They could only admonish her verbally. The other senior brothers and sisters of Tianfa Peak, while perhaps not as powerful as Yin Qingxue, would surely be strong as well. Joining Tianfa Peak was undoubtedly the right choice. Unfazed, Yin Qingxue tilted her head and inquired, Junior brother Xiao, how do you wish to handle him? Xiao Han chuckled softly. This senior brother Wu has relied on his strength to bully the weak in the Tianyuan mountain range. Seizing the magic ape's intoxication that I had obtained first, I merely wished to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Nothing more. Yin Qingxue fixed her gaze on Wu Tai and said indifferently, you have 10 breaths to return all of the magic ape's intoxication. Do not blame me if I render you incapacitated. Wu Tai lamented inwardly, realizing he was up against a formidable foe in Yin Qingxue. He dared not defy her. Reluctantly, he opened his storage ring and retrieved numerous jars filled with magic ape's intoxication. Get lost. Upon receiving Xiao Han's approving glance, Yin Qingxue flung Wu Tai away. Sister Yin, we shall share these magic ape's intoxication equally, Xiao Han said with a grin, taking half of the jars. Yin Qingxue regarded Xiao Han with evident admiration and, without pretense, accepted the jars of magic ape's intoxication. Junior brother Xiao, I was right about you. You are far more interesting than that taciturn second junior brother. With that, she declared, now, let us return to Tianfa Peak. Following Yin Qingxue, Xiao Han arrived at a peak shrouded in mist. Yin Qingxue began her introduction. The courtyard at the very top is where the peak master meditates, and the 3-story pavilion beside it houses our martial arts classics. The cave to the west is mine, and the one to the east belongs to the second junior brother. As the third junior brother, you are free to choose whichever cave you wish. Xiao Han nodded, then suddenly realized, Sister Yin, are you saying that we, the disciples of Tianfa Peak, number only 3? Yin Qingxue replied earnestly, indeed. Is there a problem? With only the 3 of us, we are truly free. I have not deceived you. Xiao Han's lips twitched as he struggled to find words. Since I am here, I shall make do. I will select a suitable courtyard and settle down. However, upon observing the various courtyards, he found them either overgrown with cobwebs or in a state of disrepair, with cracked walls that seemed on the verge of collapse. This was hardly the great Qin martial house. Even the Xiao family in Yunhai City would not allow such disarray. One must endure hardship to rise above others. Junior brother Xiao, remember, you have come to Tianfa Peak to devote yourself to rigorous training, not for comfort. It has been a long time since anyone lived here. Hence its dilapidation. With a bit of care, it will suffice. Just look at the scenery of Tianfa Peak. It is undoubtedly superior to the other peaks, is it not? Yin Qingxue patted Xiao Han's shoulder playfully before departing with a smile. Xiao Han found himself both amused and exasperated. Tianfa Peak was entirely different from what he had envisioned. If all went as expected, the martial arts classics that Yin Qingxue claimed were freely accessible would likely not be of much better quality. With that thought, Xiao Han decided to investigate the 3-story pavilion housing the martial arts classics. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the situation was indeed peculiar. The entrance to the pavilion bore a plaque inscribed with the characters Martial Arts Pavilion, which was coated in dust, indicating it had not been visited in ages. It was hard to believe that such a place would house any precious martial arts texts. With a soft sigh, Xiao Han prepared to turn back when the sword intent within him suddenly stirred. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the martial arts pavilion, only to find it devoid of any martial arts texts. However, something peculiar caught his eye, a seemingly ordinary mural. The mural was covered in a thick layer of dust, obscuring its content. With a swift motion, Xiao Han struck the mural with his palm, causing the dust to fall away in a flurry. Gradually, the contents of the mural revealed themselves before Xiao Han. The mural depicted a simple scene: a rising sun, a lush green mountain, and the silhouette of a figure seated in meditation. The arrival of purple qi. Xiao Han gazed intently at the 5 ancient characters inscribed on the mural, pondering for a moment before attempting to channel the stellar sword intent within him. At that moment, the mural seemed to come alive. The sun continued to rise, and wisps of clouds drifted lazily. Atop the green mountain, a faint purple aura appeared to swirl around the meditative figure, creating a remarkably unique scene. Buzzing. Suddenly, the stellar sword intent began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Han's eyes flickered as he drew the Chintian sword, performing the Yao Guang sword technique in front of the mural, executing each move with precision. Since stepping into the first level of the Xiangang realm, Xiao Han had comprehended the entirety of the Yao Guang sword technique, yet he always felt a lingering incompleteness. Now, in this enigmatic circumstance, he was wholly focused on executing the Yao Guang sword technique, which immediately led to a newfound understanding. Yao Guang's 7 swords, slash, slash, slash. A glint of brilliance flashed in Xiao Han's eyes as the sword's edge erupted with an overwhelming aura. Infused with the stellar sword intent, this strike possessed at least double the power of his previous attempts. Within the mural of the arrival of purple qi lay profound truths of martial arts. Regaining his composure, Xiao Han quickly discerned the source of the insight. Moreover, it was not just one insight. The sun, the mountain, and the mysterious silhouette each harbored distinct martial truths, subtly influencing Xiao Han. The transformation of the stellar sword intent stemmed from the mysterious silhouette. Tianfa Peak was certainly not to be underestimated. Xiao Han inhaled deeply, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. Now that he was a disciple of Tianfa Peak, he should frequently observe this mural of the arrival of purple qi, as it would surely yield immense benefits. Thank you for your generous bestowal, esteemed predecessor. Xiao Han bowed respectfully toward the mysterious silhouette before exiting the martial arts pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, the mysterious silhouette turned to glance at Xiao Han, a smile gracing its lips before it turned away once more. Just as Xiao Han stepped out of the martial arts pavilion, he encountered a calm-faced young man. You must be the 3rd junior brother. Xiao Han. I am your 2nd senior brother, Tuoba Howren. The eldest senior sister has instructed me to assist you in repairing the courtyard you will reside in. Tuoba Howren stated his purpose directly. Xiao Han nodded. Thank you, 2nd senior brother. Throughout the journey, Xiao Han refrained from initiating conversation, and Tuoba Howren remained silent as well. After tidying up, Tuoba Howren departed without further ado. Xinlan, I have come to the Great Qin Martial House to find you. Tomorrow, I shall ask the eldest senior sister. I trust it won't be long before we can meet. Xiao Han and Yi Xinlan had not met for half a year. Enduring numerous setbacks, Xiao Han at this moment was uncertain whether Yi Xinlan still regarded him in the same light. What was the true nature of Yi Xinlan's engagement with the 9th prince? These were the pressing questions that Xiao Han yearned to uncover. In the courtyard, Xiao Han meditated and cultivated throughout the night, achieving a modest breakthrough to the 2nd level of the Xiangang realm. Yan Qingxue arrived early to seek out Xiao Han and, upon seeing him composed and at ease, expressed her satisfaction. Junior brother Xiao? It appears you have acclimated to life on Tianfa Peak. However, there is a customary rule here. Your admission to Tianfa Peak merely designates you as a provisional disciple. You must complete a test to become a true disciple of Tianfa Peak. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Please advise me, senior sister. Yan Qingxue continued. Within the martial house, each formal disciple is ranked on the talented ones list. This list ceases to change at midnight on the last day of each month. To foster healthy competition among disciples, the top 10 on this list receive additional rewards. The challenge set by the Peak Master for you is to secure the first position on the talented ones list. Remember, it must be the first place. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. How many days are left in this month? Yan Qingxue replied without hesitation. Only 5 days remain. To become a formal disciple of the Great Qin Martial House, one must undoubtedly possess exceptional strength among peers. Defeating the top 10 formal disciples is undeniably a challenge, but for Xiao Han, it posed little concern. Very well. Xiao Han readily agreed, then inquired, did senior sister and 2nd senior brother also become true disciples of Tianfa Peak through such a challenge? Yan Qingxue nodded earnestly. Junior brother Tuoba took 26 days, while I claimed the first position on the talented ones list in just 7 days. Xiao Han fell into thought for a moment and then said, Senior sister, I have been betrothed to the daughter of the housemaster, Yi Xinlan. Since childhood, I have come to the great Qin martial house to clarify certain truths with her. I wonder if you could assist me? Yin Qingxue seemed unsurprised and smiled. If you pass the test, I will personally take you to meet junior sister Yi. How does that sound? Xiao Han replied earnestly, It's a promise. Yin Qingxue then indicated the direction for him, and he set off alone. Tuoba Howren appeared suddenly and asked, Senior sister, how many days do you think junior brother Xiao will take to complete the challenge? Yin Qingxue pondered, I fear that this time, junior brother Xiao may not succeed. He has already attracted considerable attention, and attempting to claim the top of the talented ones list will undoubtedly meet with significant obstacles, if not this month. Next month will surely be a different story. Tuoba Howren shook his head, Senior sister, I dare to wager that junior brother Xiao will accomplish it within 3 days. If you lose, you must give me 5 jars of demon ape wine. Do you dare to take the bet? Yin Qingxue looked at Tuoba Howren with surprise, then smiled broadly, Very well. It's rare for you, the usually taciturn one, to propose ABETIT. Seems you have great confidence in our junior brother Xiao. I shall join you in this wager. After departing Tianfa Peak, Xiao Han walked for a while before arriving at the site of the talented one's list stone tablet. There, a multitude of formal disciples had gathered, including some core disciples. Upon turning around, Xiao Han spotted a familiar face. Chapter 18. The Battle for the Talented Ones List, defeating Liang Tong. This individual was none other than the triangular-eyed youth who had his arm shattered by Xiao Han's palm in the Tianyuan mountain range. Approaching Xiao Han, he scrutinized him and coldly declared, So your name is Xiao Han, I am Liang Tong. Remember my name? Xiao Han replied with a faint smile, I have little interest in the names of defeated foes. Liang Tong instantly became furious, growling at that time. I was merely careless. Do not be so smug. How long can someone without even a star soul remain standing? We are now fellow disciples. We have plenty of time to play. Xiao Han ignored him, silently walking to the stone tablet of rankings. The most conspicuous were the top 10, and the entire ranking list contained merely 360 names, illustrating the formidable foundation of the great Qin martial house, truly deserving of its reputation as a sacred place for cultivation. Next to each name, the specific cultivation realm and the peak where they were training were noted, serving as both a reference and a comparison among the 4 peaks. As for Tianfa Peak, it seemed almost non-existent. Now that Xiao Han had joined Tianfa Peak, the challenge he had to undertake was to capture the first position on the talented ones list, a process that would undoubtedly attract much attention. He then produced his identity token to register. Xiao Han, Xiangang Realm 2nd level, Tianfa Peak. The registrar looked at Xiao Han with mild astonishment. It had been many years since a disciple from Tianfa Peak had come to challenge the talented ones list. Liang Tong, having followed Xiao Han closely, understood what was happening and approached again, stating, Xiao Han, I am at the 7th level of the Xiangang realm, ranked 113th on the talented ones list. Since you wish to challenge the rankings, do you dare to face me? Xiao Han smiled, Very well, I shall oblige you. Initially, he thought he would have to start from the 360th rank, which would indeed be a waste of time. Now that Liang Tong had presented himself, he would not hold back. I accept your challenge. Liang Tong laughed heartily and, after completing the necessary formalities, both ascended the martial stage. Xiao Han of Tianfa Peak versus Liang Tong of Tianqian Peak. Does our martial house even have a Tianfa Peak? This is truly enlightening. I have been in the martial house for nearly 2 years and only just learned of Tianfa Peak's existence. However, this Xiao Han dares to challenge the 113th rank with his 2nd level Xiangang realm cultivation. I wonder if this is sheer recklessness or if he truly possesses such strength. I see something remarkable in Xiao Han. He must have some hidden strength. We shall see. The formal disciples surrounding the martial stage were numerous. Generally speaking, by the end of the month, the rankings would not change significantly, making such combat a rare spectacle, and they were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Junior brother Xiao, please, Liang Tong proclaimed arrogantly. Previously, Xiao Han had suppressed Liang Tong with his 9th level of true Qi realm cultivation. Now, with his 2nd level of Xiangang realm strength, Xiao Han would not grant Liang Tong any respite. With his first move, he unleashed an incredibly powerful descending dragon and subduing tiger technique. Do you think I would fall for your tricks again? Having experienced a setback, Liang Tong was already on guard against Xiao Han. At this moment, He unleashed his strongest fist technique without reservation, the Crimson Sun Dominating Fist. This punch surged forth like a rapidly flying fireball. Its power formidable. Xiao Han smiled slightly, and the vigor in his hands erupted instantaneously. Bang! 3 waves of descending dragon and 3 waves of subduing tiger energy exploded forth with an unmatched force, shattering Liang Tong's punch on the spot. This overwhelming force landed squarely on Liang Tong's chest, sending him flying. Do you concede? Xiao Han asked, gazing indifferently at Liang Tong. Liang Tong, struck by this blow, found his internal energy stagnated and could not recover for quite some time. However, according to the combat rules, unless he fell off the martial stage or voluntarily conceded, the battle must continue. I do not concede. Liang Tong was acutely aware that his fist techniques held no advantage against Xiao Han. He swiftly retrieved a long sword from his storage ring. Yet, Xiao Han did not give Liang Tong another chance. You are merely showing off, he chuckled. With terrifying power, Xiao Han struck Liang Tong out of the martial stage. Puff! Liang Tong crashed heavily to the ground, and upon seeing the peculiar gazes of the other disciples around him, his lips moved before he fainted outright. Xiao Han, victory. The referee announced immediately. Then, the rankings on the talented ones list began to shift. 113th place, previously held by Liang Tong, was now Xiao Han's. Xiao Han, Xiangang Realm 2nd level, Tianfa Peak. Seeing his new ranking, Xiao Han descended from the martial stage and inquired, I wish to continue challenging higher ranks. May I? The referee replied, as long as your opponent is willing to accept your challenge, there is no issue. However, to prevent malicious challenges, if the opponent's ranking is significantly higher, we will exercise caution in our decisions. In simple terms, you may not challenge an opponent more than 10 ranks higher without interference. Xiao Han nodded. This was indeed quite reasonable. Xiao Han, do you truly intend to be so ruthless? After Liang Tong fainted, someone promptly went to inform Wu Tai. Having been angered by Yin Qingshua's reprimand the previous day, Wu Tai hurried to the scene upon hearing the news. Senior Brother Wu, my battle against Liang Tong for the talented ones list was fair and just. All present bore witness. Xiao Han replied coldly, do not think that just because you are a core disciple, you can spout nonsense. Wu Tai's expression darkened as he took a deep breath, lifting Liang Tong and stating indifferently, I hope you do not come to regret this. He then turned to a figure not far away and said, Zhang Heng, you are ranked 98th on the talented ones list and also a disciple of our Tianxian Peak. Liang Shidi was subjected to such humiliation by Xiao Han. Do you intend to turn a blind eye to it? Among the crowd, Zhang Heng, though aware that Wu Tai was speaking with intent, did not refuse. He approached Xiao Han and spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Shidi, dare you to duel? Xiao Han replied, I shall accompany you to the very end. Both were willing, and the referee had nothing further to say, promptly granting permission for the bout. The atmosphere surrounding this battle was markedly different from before. Wu Tai deliberately pointed out that Zhang Heng was to avenge Tianxian Peak, and now, this contest was gradually transforming into a rivalry between Tianfa Peak and Tianxian Peak. Zhang Heng had observed the entire match and naturally had some understanding of Xiao Han. He clasped his hands in respect and drew forth an iron spear, pointing it directly at Xiao Han. Zhang Shixiang, please. Xiao Han could sense that Zhang Heng's strength surpassed that of Liang Tong by a considerable margin. Yet, he remained confident that Zhang Heng would not be his opponent. Xiao Han's ambition to ascend the Tianjiao list was not only to prove himself worthy of Tianfa Peak, but also to refine his skills through these encounters. In front of him, Zhang Heng served as an excellent sparring partner. Chapter 19. The Unstoppable Xiao Han. The 8 Absolute Slashes of the Demon Blade. A Fatal Strike. The iron spear in Zhang Heng's hands weighed over 60 pounds. And as he swung it, a fierce wind followed. His initial strike bore the force of 1,000 pounds, crashing down upon Xiao Han. Excellent. This surge of power ignited the fighting spirit within Xiao Han. His training in the dragon subduing and tiger suppressing technique was greatly enhanced by the stellar veins within him, providing him with a significant advantage. At this moment, Zhang Heng's lethal strikes were met with Xiao Han's unwavering resolve. He stepped forward and unleashed the power of the dragon's subduing energy to counter. The sounds of dragon roars and explosive clashes intertwined as the spectators below witnessed an intense exchange between Xiao Han and Zhang Heng. This Xiao Han had only recently become an official disciple following the martial arts assessment, having ranked first in the previous 2 trials, showcasing his formidable prowess. Alas, his star soul had been destroyed. Otherwise, he would not have fallen to the lesser-known Tianfa Peak. Such a fate was indeed unfortunate. With such formidable strength at the second level of the Xiangang realm, had he reached the ninth level, he would undoubtedly claim the top position on the Tianjiao list, unassailable by anyone. Yet, what did it matter to be the first on the Tianjiao list when his star soul was shattered? Achieving the Spirit Sea realm seemed to be his ultimate limit, leaving little room for prospects. Soon, inquiries regarding Xiao Han's circumstances arose, and some began to regard his overwhelming strength with less concern. Pursue the soul. Zhang Heng grew increasingly astonished as he fought on, and no matter how he attacked, Xiao Han effortlessly neutralized his every move. It was evident that Xiao Han was not utilizing his full strength. At that moment, Zhang Heng's gaze sharpened, and he decisively altered his tactics. He shook the iron spear, creating 3 illusory spear strikes that simultaneously lunged at Xiao Han. Dragon subduing energy, tiger suppressing energy, harnessing the pressure from Zhang Heng. Xiao Han felt his power surge, mastering the 4 energies of the dragon and tiger. Without hesitation, he retaliated, each punch forcing Zhang Heng to retreat a step. After 8 relentless strikes, Zhang Heng's grip on the iron spear trembled slightly, and blood seeped from the torn flesh of his palms, starkly evident. Zhang Heng was wounded. Observant onlookers gasped in shock. Even Zhang Heng, at the 8th level of the Xiangang realm, could not withstand Xiao Han's might. Leaving them astounded, in this, Xiao Han's aura surged as he merged the dragon-subduing and tiger-suppressing energies, delivering a decisive blow that sent Zhang Heng flying off the martial arts platform. Xiao Han wins, the referee declared loudly. Before Xiao Han could descend from the stage, a voice rang out, "Shout shitty. I am Shi Jingqi, ranked 81st on the Tianjiao list. I challenge you, dare you accept?" This challenge ignited a stir among the spectators. Shi Jingqi, also a disciple of Tianqian Peak, was known for his peculiar sword techniques, earning him the moniker Stone Demon Blade. Rumor had it that Shi Jingqi had been concealing his true abilities, waiting to break through to the 9th level of the Xiangang realm next month, aiming for the top of the Tianjiao list, indicating that his strength was anything but trivial. With you in the fray, Xiao Han is undoubtedly destined for defeat. Wu Tai expressed his delight. Shi Jingqi was highly regarded by the master of Tianqian Peak, and his current status was not inferior to core disciples like himself. Such treatment stemmed from Shi Jingqi's formidable strength. Why would I shy away? Xiao Han met Shi Jingqi's gaze with unwavering composure. After 2 consecutive battles, the audience had grown increasingly captivated. Not only core disciples but even some elders had come to witness the spectacle. With the encouragement of certain individuals, the narrative had shifted towards Tianfa Peak disciples overpowering those of Tianqian Peak. Should matters not be handled judiciously, Xiao Han would inevitably become a target for Tianqian Peak in the future. Yet, Xiao Han did not waver. His goal was the pinnacle of the Tianjiao list, and no one could deter him. Xiao Shidi, be cautious. Shi Jingqi slowly drew his treasured blade, offering but a brief warning before swiftly launching an attack. The rapid transformations of his swordplay were indeed difficult to track. Clang! Xiao Han reacted swiftly, summoning the Chen Tian sword, which he deftly positioned to block Shi Jingqi's strike. However, Shi Jingqi appeared to have anticipated this, the blade twisting to slice directly toward Xiao Han's chest, truly deserving of the title Demon Blade. This technique was nothing short of extraordinary. If it were me, I would likely be slain in an instant by the Stone Demon Blade. I suddenly realized that Xiao Han had not fought with his full strength against Liang Tong and Zhang Heng earlier. The audience marveled as they watched Xiao Han maintain his composure, repeatedly neutralizing Shi Jingqi's enigmatic swordplay. Your swordplay may seem peculiar, yet in my eyes, it is merely swift, precise, and adaptable. Many who do not understand you easily fall prey. However, I have discerned your tactics, thus, you must now be wary. A smirk graced Xiao Han's lips as he felt the sword energy surging from the Chen Tian sword, propelling it toward Shi Jingqi with great speed. The 8 absolute slashes of the Demon Blade. Shi Jingqi's expression shifted for the first time as he witnessed Xiao Han's counterattack. He ceased holding back. His treasured blade split into 8, each radiating sharp energy, encircling Xiao Han as they descended. Not a bad technique, but alas, you have yet to master it. A flicker of amusement danced in Xiao Han's eyes. Subsequently, he channeled the stellar sword intent, unleashing the radiant light 7 swords. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of sword energy cascaded like falling stars. Dazzlingly brilliant, effortlessly shattering Shi Zhengqi's blade energy. I concede. Shi Zhengqi gazed at Xiao Han in astonishment. Comprehending the true essence of martial arts was a lifelong aspiration for him. Upon witnessing Xiao Han's mastery of sword intent, he knew defeat was inevitable. I accept your defeat. Xiao Han nodded slightly. I in this battle, he had gained significant insights, as if the Caoyang sword technique from the celestial sword canon had begun to take shape. Indeed, engaging in real combat greatly honed his skills. Xiao Han, at the second level of the Xiangang realm, stood proudly on Tianfa Peak. In the 81st position, Xiao Han's name appeared on the Tianjiao list. Many had witnessed his ascent from nothing to achieving such a high rank, pondering where his limits might lie. Some even boldly speculated that Xiao Han possessed the strength to contend for a spot among the top 10 on the Tianjiao list. Yet at this moment, Xiao Han had no intention of continuing to challenge others and prepared to depart. Xiao Han, you cannot leave like this. Or are you implying that Tianqian Peak has no one to contend with? Wu Tai bellowed, filled with indignation. Xiao Han remained unfazed, responding lightly, this ends today. Tomorrow, I shall surely enter the top 10 of the Tianjiao list. With that, he disregarded the murmurs of others and swiftly departed for the martial arts pavilion of Tianfa Peak. Chapter 20. The Caoyang Sword Technique, one step closer to sword intent. The top 10 of the Tianjiao list. The many disciples present exchanged glances. Xiao Han's strength was indeed commendable. Perhaps his 81st rank was somewhat undervalued. However, such bold declarations seemed overly confident, as though he regarded the other disciples on the Tianjiao list, even the 10th ranked, with disdain. Curiously, the current 10th place on the Tianjiao list was held by another disciple of Tianxian Peak, named Dong Tianpong, who was at the 9th level of the Xiangang realm. Proficient in wielding a Fangtian Huaji, he resembled an invincible general, sweeping through armies with unmatched might. It was said that he had lost interest in the rankings of the Tianjiao list and was currently in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough to the Spirit Sea realm. If Xiao Han dared to challenge Dong Tianpong, few would place their bets on him. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Xiao Han's position as the 81st on the Tianjiao list was built upon the shoulders of Tianqian Peak disciples. The crowd contemplated whether Xiao Han would truly return the next day. This news swiftly spread throughout the martial arts academy. Those who had passed the Daqin Martial Arts Academy assessment alongside Xiao Han, such as Yang Ju and Chang Kaiwei, felt a complex mix of emotions upon hearing about his exploits. What young person does not possess a hint of competitive spirit, having been dismissed by the 4 peak masters and deemed to have limited prospects? Xiao Han had risen to fame in just a day. Among the formal disciples, not a single one failed to mention Xiao Han's remarkable achievements. Hmph, what of being ranked 81st on the Tianjiao list? Xiao Han is capable of achieving this, and so can I. Yang Ju, with a resolute gaze, Yang Ju clarified the location of the ranking stone tablet and promptly set off. Chang Kaiwei and the other disciples soon followed suit upon hearing the news. In an instant, the area around the ranking stone tablet became remarkably lively, with numerous challenges being issued for duels at the martial arts platform. Upon returning to Tianfa Peak, Xiao Han did not encounter Yan Qingxue or Tuoba Haoren, and thus made his way directly to the martial arts pavilion. Observing the mysterious figure, he felt his mastery of the shaking light sword technique reaching completion. Witnessing this grandson became the opportunity for him to cultivate the Caoyang sword technique. Seated cross-legged before the painting of purple qi coming from the east, Xiao Han gradually calmed his mind. The Caoyang sword technique, being the 6th-ranked sword technique in the celestial sword canon, embodies the essence of determination and fearlessness, resonating harmoniously with Xiao Han's current mindset. Therefore, he came to comprehend the painting, fully intent on mastering this sword technique. When his state of being reached its zenith, Xiao Han activated the stellar sword intent, establishing a connection with the purple qi coming from the east painting. The sword intent gradually merged into the artwork, and the previously appearing images re-emerged one by one. At the pinnacle of Tianfa Peak, the gazes of the peak master, Yan Qingxue, and Tuoba Haoren were all directed towards the martial arts pavilion. Tuoba Haoren remarked quietly, Junior brother Xiao has ascended to the 81st position on the talented youth ranking in just half a day, far surpassing my own progress. Furthermore, having comprehended the sword intent, I believe he will find it easy to aim for the top position. Yan Qingxue huffed lightly, second junior brother, are you concocting schemes against me? Tuoba Haoren shook his head, replying, senior sister, the top 10 on the talented youth ranking are formidable opponents. We agreed on a 3-day time frame. If it surpasses 3 days, it counts as your victory. How can you claim I'm scheming? Yin Qingxue chose not to respond further. If she were to lose the bet, she would actually feel more pleased. She then turned to the Peak Master, saying, "Master, may I now inquire about your reason for wanting me to invite junior brother Xiao to our Tianfa Peak?" The Peak Master, Chen Daozi, was a scruffy old man with a comically bulbous nose. After taking a hearty swig from his wine gourd, he leisurely replied, "That old fellow Yi Wenshuan deliberately sought me out and cautioned me not to accept Xiao Han. I know he was trying to provoke me, and of course, I will not fall for it. However, I have been observing Xiao Han in secret. The young man aligns quite well with my temperament. So I will let you inquire." Yin Qingxue fell silent. The Yi Wenshuan mentioned by Chen Daozi was indeed the head of the great Qin martial house. It seemed that Yi Wenshuan held Xiao Han in high regard. However, the marriage between Yi Xinlan and the ninth prince had received the emperor's approval, indicating that there might be hidden motives at play. "Master, junior brother Zhao's presence here is largely due to his desire to see junior sister Yi Xinlan. If he is to contend with the ninth prince for her, I fear you shall not escape the consequences," Yin Qingxue said slowly. Chen Daozi chuckled, his tone laden with meaning. That old fox Yi Wenshuan is quite shrewd. Though he clearly does not wish for his daughter to marry into the royal family, he refrains from making it explicit. Instead, he pulls me into the fray. Yet, he certainly does not realize that this aligns perfectly with my wishes. Xiao Han is not a docile individual. With me as his mentor, both the martial house and the capital shall be bustling with excitement. Very well. Once Xiao Han claims the top position on the talented youth ranking, bring him to see me. Having immersed himself in comprehension at the martial arts pavilion for an entire night, Xiao Han, under the first rays of morning sunlight, felt his sword aura surge dramatically. He had grasped the first three forms of the Kaiyang sword technique. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated the grand sun within the painting. Xiao Han sensed a fierce convergence of solar energy between the two, and he deftly mobilized 27 star veins, integrating that power into the Kaiyang sword technique. The first three forms of the Kaiyang sword technique were fully comprehended in one fell swoop. My stellar sword intent also underwent some changes. Xiao Han pondered thoughtfully. Before long, Yin Qingxue entered. "Sister Yin, prepare to face my sword," Xiao Han declared without hesitation, directly engaging Yin Qingxue in practice. With a single strike, the might of the stellar sword intent shone brilliantly. "You truly strike fiercely?" Yin Qingxue shot him an exasperated glare, casually countering with a palm strike that immediately repelled Xiao Han's sword intent. "Your sword intent has indeed reached 1/10 comprehension, which is commendable. However, I must caution you that the individual ranked first on the talented youth ranking has also comprehended true intent. Do not be careless. 1/10 sword intent?" Xiao Han's heart stirred, and he promptly inquired. "I humbly seek your guidance, Sister Yin." Yin Qingxue explained, "The true intent of martial arts is the purest comprehension of the essence of martial arts by the practitioner themselves. To attain comprehension of true martial intent and transform it into one's own seed of true intent is a feat that surpasses the vast majority. Only when the seed of true intent breaks free from its cocoon will it evolve into the current martial arts true intent. What you are experiencing now is the stage of 1/10 sword intent. If you can break through to 90% sword intent, it will evolve into sword soul." Though Xiao Han had trained for half a year in the Xinyang sect, his understanding of martial arts true intent was still quite limited. Yin Qingxue's guidance opened his eyes. Comprehending the stellar sword intent was merely the beginning. If it were to truly transform into stellar sword soul, what kind of power would that wield? Just the thought sent Xiao Han's heart racing with excitement. Chapter 21. Sword Intent and Sword Soul, Radiating Brilliance. The teachings of Sister Yin resonated deeply with Xiao Han. He felt immense gratitude. Yin Qingxue smiled and said, "Next time you have a question, just speak up. If we engage in practice again, I won't hold back." These were the benefits afforded to formal disciples. Though not overly abundant, he accepted them graciously, receiving some high-quality elixirs and a martial art technique for body movement. Yin Qingxue remarked, "Do not assume that our Tianfa Peak lacks resources. I noticed your body movement was average, so I specifically selected this Lingyan step for you. It should suit you well." Xiao Han refrained from expressing excessive gratitude. His master sister's thoughtful selection signified her acknowledgement of him. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Han felt compelled to take action and strive for the top position on the talented youth ranking. Not wishing to disappoint her expectations, after carefully studying the Lingyan step several times, Xiao Han realized it was indeed well suited for him. In less than half an hour, he had already made significant progress. Observing this, Yin Qingxue was taken aback, then quietly departed. Today's objective was to break into the top 10 of the talented youth ranking. Stepping forth, Xiao Han moved like ethereal smoke, exhibiting extraordinary agility. In his estimation, once he fully grasped the technique, he might even be able to transform into smoke, leaping 100 meters, undoubtedly an impressive martial art. It was because of Xiao Han's contemplation of the Lingyan step that he spent a bit more time. At this moment, the area around the ranking stone tablet was already bustling with activity. Haha, yesterday Xiao Han boasted that he would reach the 10th position on the talented youth ranking. Why has he not shown up yet? Indeed, at this hour, if he doesn't arrive, don't tell me he is still asleep, having lost track of time. I say, this Xiao Han, if he dares not come, he is slapping his own face, bringing disgrace to Tianfa Peak. Can he still remain in the martial house? Bah, I saw through him long ago. Xiao Han is nothing but a coward, and no wonder his star soul was destroyed. He truly deserves it. The onlookers, each more scathing than the last, voiced their disdain. You call me a coward? Do you dare to fight me? Xiao Han challenged with fervor. A battle to the death. No retreat. Whoosh. Using the Lingyan step, Xiao Han moved with incredible speed, arriving directly before the one who had spoken so venomously, staring at him with an indifferent gaze. Xiao Han, you, the man, possessing the cultivation of the 6th level of the Xiangang realm, had decent strength. However, even a master like Shi Yao Dao could not best Xiao Han. He knew in his heart that he was no match for Xiao Han. Spare me your bluster, I simply ask. Do you dare to engage in a life-or-death battle? Xiao Han pressed forward without relent. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the man's expression shifted from red to green with indignation, ultimately retreating in shame. Covering his face, amidst the laughter of the crowd, they noticed Xiao Han at that moment, standing like a divine sword drawn from its sheath, radiating an overwhelming aura, exuding brilliance. None of the formal disciples nearby dared to meet Xiao Han's gaze. Xiao Han smirked disdainfully, shook his garments, and approached the registration desk, stating, I, Xiao Han, now challenge the 71st position on the talented youth ranking. I request your approval, esteemed elder. The registration desk was already impressed by Xiao Han. Having prepared in advance, upon learning that the 71st rank had not yet arrived, they immediately dispatched someone to notify him. If convenient, please also inform the 60th, 51st, 41st, and 11th ranks to come as well. This way, I can save some time, Xiao Han said with a faint smile. Gasp! The crowd inhaled sharply. Xiao Han's words could be interpreted as the epitome of arrogance, pushing the boundaries of hubris. If Xiao Han were to lose even a single match, it would undoubtedly become a significant source of ridicule. Not far away, Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao were pausing to observe. Shui Yao smiled subtly, remarking, it is indeed impressive that Xiao Han could catch Wu Tai off guard. It is such a pity that he lacks a star soul. Fang Xiaojun pondered, the true regret lies in the fact that the Peak Master did not recruit Xiao Han. I have read in some ancient texts that certain ancient Qi refiners, even in the absence of a star soul, could cultivate to the pinnacle, plucking stars and seizing the moon, effortlessly manipulating the cosmos. Being actively sought after by the heavenly punishment peak, Xiao Han must possess extraordinary qualities. It would not be unwise for us to seek a camaraderie with him. Shui Yao was taken aback by Fang Xiaojun's favorable view of Xiao Han and silently nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Wu Tai was accompanying a youth clad in purple, occasionally pointing at Xiao Han, engaged in an unknown conversation. The name of Xiao Han from Heavenly Punishment Peak had already reached the ears of many since yesterday, and some who were intrigued by the peak had come to witness the event today. The ranking battle for the talents list had garnered an unprecedented level of attention. Ren Feiyan, at the 8th level of the Xiangang realm, from Tianling Peak, approached with a scowl directed at Xiao Han, who was ranked 71st. Please enlighten me, Xiao Han, unperturbed by the other's demeanor, directly challenged him. Accompanying Ren Feiyan were Yang Zhu and several fellow disciples. Yang Zhu had also participated in the ranking battle yesterday, and despite his strenuous efforts, he had fallen short of his expectations, stopping at the 107th position. Even a single step upward seemed unattainable. This indicated that Yang Zhu indeed had a significant gap compared to Xiao Han, a fact he could not deny. He silently mused. Xiao Han lacks a star soul and can only rely on temporary bravery. I, however, can accumulate strength over time, and my future achievements will far surpass his. At that moment, Both Xiao Han and Ren Feiyan ascended the combat platform, and the onlookers instinctively fell silent, focusing on the match. Azure Sea Title Technique. Despite his displeasure towards Xiao Han, Ren Feiyan acknowledged his strength, aware that Xiao Han had previously overpowered Shi Jingqi. This martial art, the Azure Sea Title Technique, was one Ren Feiyan had diligently comprehended and practiced upon arriving at Tianling Peak. At this moment, with the intent to defeat Xiao Han, he unleashed the Azure Sea Title Technique, causing tumultuous waves to surge upon the combat platform. How fortuitous! I shall shatter your martial arts with the recently grasped Kaiyang sword technique. Xiao Han laughed heartily as the Tian sword materialized in his hand. In the face of the overwhelming waves, Xiao Han resembled a fragile boat on the brink of capsizing. However, as he executed his sword technique, it transformed into a radiant sun, fiercely rising, burning the heavens and boiling the seas. All things shall perish. The clash of their martial arts began to take on the semblance of a true contest of martial intent, causing many disciples of lower cultivation to instinctively retreat a few steps. Chapter 22. Xiao Han's Pride, a fierce battle with Dong Tianpong. The clash of yin and yang, two forces colliding violently, was a test of whose cultivation was superior. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Han's cultivation at the second level of the Xiangang realm would afford him no advantage. Yet, regardless of how Ren Feiyan suppressed Xiao Han, he could not achieve the anticipated outcome. Xiao Han remained steadfast, exuding an air of tranquility akin to a gentle breeze caressing a mountain ridge. Star sword intent, break. Xiao Han keenly sensed a rare opportunity for battle, as Ren Feiyan's power reached its zenith. A receding phase became inevitable. It was precisely this change that allowed Xiao Han to seize the chance to vanquish his opponent in an instant. The star sword intent enveloped him, merging with the third form of the Kaiyang sword technique. At the moment when Ren Feiyan's old strength had waned and new strength had yet to arise, this strike was undeniably critical. Boom! Amidst the encircling waves, Xiao Han's sword cleaved through, tearing open a gap. This insignificant flaw caused Ren Feiyan's expression to shift dramatically. The Azure Sea Title Technique was sliced apart by the star sword intent, and the gathered formidable power rapidly collapsed. Even as Ren Feiyan sought to mend the situation, it was already too late, as the saying goes. A defeated army collapses like a mountain, and this was precisely the case at this moment. Bang! Before Ren Feiyan could react, Xiao Han was already before him, delivering a palm strike to Ren Feiyan's chest, sending him plummeting from the combat platform. In the duel between masters, victory and defeat can be determined in an instant, making this encounter between Xiao Han and Ren Feiyan an apt illustration of that truth. Xiao Han wins, the judge's voice echoed, snapping the crowd back to reality. Xiao Han had triumphed once more. He was now ranked 71st on the talents list. What a formidable sword technique. I believe Xiao Han might truly break into the top 10 of the talents list. While Xiao Han's strength was undeniably impressive, some deemed it premature to make such claims and opted to observe further. At this juncture, many formal disciples had already recognized Xiao Han's prowess. However, at that moment, Wu Tai approached with the purple-clad youth. You are Xiao Han, correct? I am Xiang Haoqing, a core disciple of Tianxin Peak. At the 9th level of the Ling High Realm, I am among the top 3 core disciples. I wish to request a favor from you. With only a few days left in this month's talents list, there is little point in competing further. If you were to withdraw now, I, Xiang Haoqing, would owe you a favor. I can assure you that, within my capacity and without violating principles, should you ask, I will certainly fulfill it, without refusal. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Xiao Han with wild envy. Who was Xiang Haoqing? A descendant of one of the top 10 noble families of the Great Qin, the son of the current Marquis Wei. If Xiao Han had intentions of joining the military in the future, Xiang Haoqing's word alone could guarantee his rapid ascent. The opportunity to gain such immense benefits without any cost was surely tempting to all. Yet, Xiao Han's response took everyone by surprise. I am sorry, but I cannot agree. Had Xiao Han lost his mind? This was the thought swirling in the minds of all formal disciples. The previously calm Xiang Haoqing stared incredulously at Xiao Han. I believe you have no reason to refuse. Xiao Han remained unmoved, his heart as calm as a still pond, and replied, a person without trust cannot stand. Although I, Xiao Han, may be insignificant, my word is my bond, and I shall act upon it. Today, the 10th position on the talents list is rightfully mine. Xiang Haoqing narrowed his eyes, stating ambiguously, "Heavenly Punishment Peak Xiao Han, I shall remember you." With that, he disregarded Wu Tai's attempts to dissuade him and turned to leave. To be honest, I greatly admire Xiao Han for refusing Xiang Haoqing. If it were me, I could never do such a thing. However, should Xiao Han come to understand the weight of Xiang Haoqing's favor, he will surely regret his decision. Who could say whether Xiao Han was merely putting on a show? Haha, certain individuals, lacking in their own capabilities, often succumb to jealousy. Due to this minor incident, Xiao Han garnered considerable goodwill from many. Seeking favor has never been Xiao Han's nature. Regardless of Xiang Haoqing's background, he would not compromise his principles for a mere promise. If Xiao Han were to bow low and yield for the sake of profit, his swordsmanship would be halted at that point. The pride of Xiao Han is beyond the comprehension of the masses. Xiao Han, you dare to refuse even the conditions set forth by senior brother Xiang? You have earned my respect. In that case, I, Dong Tianpeng, the 10th on the talents list, challenge you. Dong Tianpeng laughed heartily and approached the combat platform, brandishing a formidable halberd and exuding a commanding aura. Xiao Han's first impression of Dong Tianpeng was quite favorable. He indeed appeared to possess the demeanor of a great general. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother Dong. Please do not hold back. Dong Tianping's expression grew serious as he declared, I have great admiration for your character, but I hold the utmost respect for every opponent. Since this is a challenge, I shall give it my all. As the challenge was initiated by Dong Tianpeng, the registration office had no objections. Moreover, Xiao Han had only joined the Great Qin Martial Academy as a new disciple 2 days prior and had already become a figure of prominence. Such talent was rare indeed. The higher-ups of the Martial Academy had even proclaimed that as long as the rules were followed, they would do their utmost to facilitate Xiao Han's progress. Dong Tianpeng, at the 9th level of the Xiangang realm, from Tianxian Peak. Xiao Han, at the 2nd level of the Xiangang realm, from Heavenly Punishment Peak. This marked the first time in history that the 10th on the talents list challenged the 71st. As the two ascended the combat platform, all eyes were fixed upon them, eager not to miss a single moment. Kill, kill, kill. Dong Tianpeng unsheathed his halberd, and with each step, he uttered the word kill. After proclaiming the word 3 times, the aura around Dong Tianpeng intensified exponentially. The halberd in his hand radiated a chilling energy, a harbinger of devastation. With a sudden acceleration, Dong Tianpeng closed the distance between them to a mere 2 meters, then swung his halberd down with the might of 1,000 foes. Though there exists a certain disparity in their realms, both individuals ultimately belong to the Xiangang realm in the face of Dong Tianping's formidable and forceful assault. Xiao Han did not hastily employ his sword techniques. Instead, he summoned the Dragon Suppression and Tiger Subduing Force, daring to catch the blade with his bare hands. Is this audacity born of exceptional skill? Or do you underestimate me? Dong Tianping's gaze darkened slightly, unconsciously increasing the power in his grasp. He knew that even as the number 1 on the talents list, he should not treat Xiao Han with such disdain. Xiao Han was being excessively arrogant. However, it did not take long for Dong Tianpeng to realize that he had misjudged the situation. Chapter 23. The mountain-moving stance displays might, 10th on the talents list. The Dragon Suppression and Tiger Subduing Force. In an instant, Xiao Han's 4 manifestations of the Dragon Suppression Qi gradually subdued Dong Tianping's sweeping momentum. Conversely, leveraging the 4 manifestations of the Tiger Subduing Qi, Xiao Han swiftly turned the tide of the battle. As he merged the 4-fold Dragon Suppression and Tiger Subduing Force, Xiao Han extended his hands and, astonishingly, seized Dong Tianping's long spear with pinpoint accuracy. Such a scene was utterly unforeseen. Is this even possible? No matter how strong Xiao Han is, he is still flesh and blood. How could he dare to do this? Xiao Han's actions left many perplexed, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the Dragon Suppression and Tiger Subduing Force. Yet Dong Tianpeng, having experienced it firsthand, was acutely aware of its profound essence. Indeed, it is no simple feat. However, you can only use this move once against me. With a hearty laugh, Dong Tianpeng shook his spear and forcibly retracted it. After the initial probing attack, he recognized Xiao Han as a formidable opponent and set aside his lingering contempt. As the spear whirled, the full force of the 9th level of the Xiangang realm erupted forth. Layer upon layer of qi surged, resembling a tide of soldiers charging toward Xiao Han. From a distance, the master of Tianxian Peak remarked with satisfaction, The strength of this blow from Dong Tianpeng is already comparable to that of a Linghai realm warrior. Even if Xiao Han manages to block it by chance, he will undoubtedly be severely injured. If Dong Tianpeng were to step into the Linghai realm, he would continue to advance with vigor. Xiao Han would be even less of a match. My judgment cannot be wrong. Without a star soul, Xiao Han can only display his prowess within the Xiangang realm, and once his potential is exhausted, he will fade into obscurity like everyone else. The master of Tianling Peak wore a solemn expression but said nothing. However, he immediately noticed Yang Ju among the crowd. At this moment, Yang Ju appeared somewhat unsettled, evidently shaken by Xiao Han's combat prowess. Nevertheless, he considered this a fortuitous development. With Xiao Han leading the charge, he could continually inspire Yang Ju, which was far more effective than any amount of reasoning. Could it be that I have misjudged him? The master of Tianwu Peak stroked his chin, deep in thought. He was quite familiar with Qin Daozi from Tianfa Peak. Yin Qingshua's invitation for Xiao Han to join Tianfa Peak was undoubtedly at Qin Daozi's behest. Over the past decade, the only disciples Qin Daozi had favored were Yin Qingxue and Tuoba Haoran, both of whom were undoubtedly experts. The master of Tianji Peak interjected. While that may be the case, I believe Dong Tianpeng may not necessarily defeat Xiao Han. The sword intent that Xiao Han has comprehended gives me an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Upon mentioning Xiao Han's star sword intent, the four peak masters fell silent. Among the many formal disciples, only a handful had managed to condense the seeds of true intent. Even within the core disciples, few could grasp the essence of martial arts. Xiao Han's advantage in this regard undoubtedly introduced considerable unpredictability. Had I known this lad was concealing such strength, I should not have been so hasty in my refusals. The master of Tianwu Peak felt a twinge of regret. On the martial arena, Dong Tianping's relentless assaults indeed forced Xiao Han into a precarious position. However, Xiao Han altered his earlier aggressive stance, opting instead to counter each move as it came. What appeared to be a series of imminent crises seemed entirely within Xiao Han's control. The sound of muffled explosions echoed within him, and Xiao Han's eyes gleamed with excitement. In the past few days of training, under the pressure of Dong Tianping's onslaught, he had successfully broken through 3 of the star veins, reaching the 30th. Something felt amiss with this fellow. Dong Tianpeng keenly sensed a faint surge of power emanating from Xiao Han. Subsequently, he gripped his spear tightly, entering a peculiar state of being. The dragon leaps from the sea. Dong Tianpeng seemed to merge with his spear, launching himself toward Xiao Han with tremendous force. What an impressive technique! While Xiao Han was astonished, he quickly retreated. Under the influence of Dong Tianping's unusual state, memories of the heavenly movement 5 forms he had acquired after defeating Xiao Tiance surged to the forefront of his mind. The first stance, the mountain-moving stance, lingered in his thoughts. Let's give it a try. Harnessing the power of 30 star veins, Xiao Han activated the ancient star technique, attempting to unleash this extremely potent martial art. The next instant, the space surrounding the martial arena appeared to warp slightly. Under Dong Tianping's astonished gaze, his overwhelming power began to dissolve and dissipate without warning. What is happening? Even more astonishing to Dong Tianpeng was the realization that not only did his ultimate technique fail to impact Xiao Han, but the power within him was also instantaneously drained. At that moment, Dong Tianpeng was as defenseless as an ordinary person incapable of harming a chicken. What remarkable skill, Xiao Han! I concede defeat. Dong Tianping's attack was thwarted, and he stood in place for a long while. Xiao Han, however, did not press the advantage but merely gazed calmly at him. If Dong Tianpeng did not voluntarily concede, Xiao Han would certainly have sent him tumbling from the martial arena. So it was better for him to be proactive. Picking up his long spear, Dong Tianpeng solemnly stated, Xiao Han, your strength is formidable. I suspect your true ambitions extend far beyond merely ranking 10th on the talents list. Xiao Han smiled faintly but offered no reply. Xiao Han wins. The judge's voice remained tinged with astonishment. Soon after, Xiao Han's position on the talents list swiftly ascended to the 10th rank, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Xiao Han had truly accomplished it. How could there be such a vast disparity in combat prowess, despite both being of the Xiangang realm? Could it be that without a star soul, one might cultivate even faster? If that is the case, why not destroy your star soul and find out for yourself? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Xiao Han leaped down from the arena, disregarding the chatter around him. Having achieved his goal, he departed immediately. Yang Ju, observing Xiao Han pass by, bore a pale complexion, his heart heavy with disappointment. The gap between him and Xiao Han was insurmountable, and in the near future, he saw no prospect of catching up to A.S. fellow formal disciples entering the Deqin Martial Academy. He feared he would be overshadowed by Xiao Han's brilliance for a long time to come. In the residence of the 9th Prince, news of Xiao Han claiming the 10th position on the talents list swiftly reached him through his subordinates. Upon learning of this, the 9th Prince chuckled softly and remarked, "This Xiao Han is indeed intriguing. The head of the Yi family could have expelled him from the Martial Academy but chose not to. Instead, he allowed Xiao Han to join Tianfa Peak. This is a slight against me. The more he does this, the more I am determined to marry Yi Xinlan. Let's see if you, Yi Wenshuan, can remain aloof. Have someone keep a close watch on Xiao Han. Anything related to him must be documented." Upon returning to Tianfa Peak, Xiao Han did not resume his observation of the Ziki Donglai diagram. Instead, he ascended to the rooftop of his secluded residence, quietly reflecting on the techniques he had employed during his battle with Dong Tianpeng. Xiao Han realized that while the ability to execute the mountain-moving stance was indeed aided by the ancient star technique and the star veins, the martial art itself possessed extraordinary qualities. This was a question he could not unravel on his own. Thus he sought the counsel of the Star Elder within the Star Divine Court. Chapter 24. Xiao Han's Aspiration. First on the talents list, Mei Qinglian. After conversing with the Star Elder, Xiao Han's consciousness entered the realm, where he encountered the Star Elder and inquired, "Predecessor, having refined 30 star veins, I have successfully executed the first form of the heavenly movement 5 forms. However, this martial art feels exceptionally unique, far surpassing ordinary martial techniques. What is the reason for this?" The Star Elder smiled and replied, "I have mentioned before, this martial art is of royal caliber. Upon reaching this level, it inherently encompasses the power of heaven and earth, which should not be taken lightly. Your cultivation of the ancient star technique and the refinement of star veins is, in itself, an invocation of heavenly power. What is so strange about that? From this, you should be able to discern the benefits of refining the star veins. Once your celestial star veins are perfected, you will discover that any prodigy can be subdued before you. For the time being, the absence of a star soul is of little consequence. As long as you establish a solid foundation, everything will fall into place." Having received the Star Elder's clear explanation, Xiao Han felt much enlightened and subsequently asked, "Now that my sword intent has transformed into Star Sword intent, is this a result of the ancient star technique?" The Star Elder nodded slightly, his tone becoming somewhat grave. The true essence of martial arts encompasses countless variations. The type of martial intent one comprehends is ultimately a reflection of their own understanding of martial arts. Your foundation may have been obliterated, but the cultivation of the ancient star technique signifies a rebirth through destruction. You are being reborn. It can be said that your path in martial arts is being paved step by the ancient star technique, and thus the sword intent you derive will naturally manifest as star sword intent. However, this does not imply that the ancient star technique will confine or restrict you. The nuances within require your own contemplation. Xiao Han remained oblivious to the moment his spirit departed from the starry divine court, his mind incessantly pondering the words of the Elder of Stars. The essence of starry sword intent gradually emanated. Enveloping him like a gentle mist, it was as though he had succumbed to slumber, and with each breath, he effortlessly ascended to the 3rd level of the Xiangang realm. Junior Brother Xiao. "You seem quite at ease." Yin Qingxue alighted upon the rooftop, a smile gracing her lips. Stretching slightly, Xiao Han replied, "Senior sister, do you seek me for a particular reason?" Yin Qingxue nodded. "Your successive challenges against the talented rankings have captured the attention of the 4 peak masters, and the higher-ups of the martial house have also heard of your exploits. As you have observed, even core disciples like Xiahou Cheng have felt compelled to advise you. I wonder if you feel any pressure from this." Curiosity flickered in Xiao Han's eyes as he gazed at Yin Qingxue, inquiring, "Senior sister, have you perhaps changed your mind?" With a chuckle, Yin Qingxue replied, "I never waver in my commitments. What I promised you, I shall undoubtedly fulfill. As long as you can secure the top position on the talented rankings, I will not go back on my word. Moreover, our esteemed master has stated that he will bear any burden for you. Should you possess the ability to shatter the heavens, he would gladly accompany you to the ends of the earth." Xiao Han paused, suddenly recalling why this branch of the martial house was called the Peak of Heavenly Punishment. Perhaps the master of Heavenly Punishment Peak was an individual of erratic temperament. Today, I have already claimed the 10th position on the talented rankings. Tomorrow, I shall strive with all my might to seize the first. Xiao Han declared earnestly, looking intently at Yin Qingshui. At this moment, Yin Qingshui's understanding of Xiao Han became significantly clearer. With such a determined junior brother, future interactions would surely be harmonious. She remarked, "Since you are so confident, I shall await your good news. I inquired about junior sister Yi, and she is currently in seclusion. Otherwise, she would likely have come to see you by now." Xiao Han's expression softened with a knowing smile. "I have known Xian Lan since childhood. It has indeed been half a year since we last met, and I miss her dearly, however." A shadow crossed his face as he contemplated the malicious schemes concocted against him by Xiao Hongchong. He was certain that Yi Xinlan would not believe the slanders to it would suffice to simply clear the air. Yet, regarding Yi Xinlan's engagement with the ninth prince, although Xiao Han was unaware of the details, he could ascertain that resolving the matter would be fraught with challenges given his current level of power. Without strength, the Xiao family could easily dispose of him. Without strength, mere survival would be a challenge. Without strength, his fiancée could be taken away. Without strength, he might not even be able to locate his biological parents. Xiao Han clenched his fists, his yearning for power reaching unprecedented heights. Noticing the shift in Xiao Han's aura, Yin Qingshui cleared her throat lightly and said, "Junior brother Xiao, tomorrow, both I and second junior brother will be present to observe the battle." With that, she leapt away, her figure vanishing at remarkable speed. Xiao Han cast aside distracting thoughts and began to consume medicinal pills. A minor breakthrough in cultivation would not significantly impact his current state. To enhance his combat prowess, he needed to refine more star veins. Within his storage ring lay a substantial quantity of medicinal pills obtained from vanquishing foes in the Tianyuan mountain range, perfect for refining. Notably, Xiao Han had mastered the first strike of the 5 styles of heavenly movement, which significantly enhanced his absorption of celestial energies. The speed of refining the pills became remarkably evident. As night descended upon the peak of heavenly punishment, Xiao Han's perception of the starry powers grew increasingly acute. A faint starry light continuously circled around him, observed from a distance by the peak master of heavenly punishment, Yin Qingshui and Tuoba Haoran. What a remarkable young man, to practice such profound martial arts. The peak master of heavenly punishment even personally intervened to shield Xiao Han from such an anomaly, lest it attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Xiao Han's victory over Dong Tianpong, securing the 10th position on the talented rankings, piqued the curiosity of many regarding his prowess, prompting inquiries into the mysterious past of the peak of heavenly punishment. Now, speculation abounded that Xiao Han would likely continue his ascent on the rankings. The top 9 positions were among his aspirations. It remained to be seen how far Xiao Han would advance. The challenges he inspired also invigorated the other official disciples of the 4 peaks, each seeking to prove themselves in kind. In no time, the martial fighting arena, where the ranking steel stood, was abuzz with a fervor for challenges. The talented rankings shifted almost every moment as the night wore on. Xiao Han concluded his training, having solidified 36 star veins. The power of his 4th-level dragon-subduing tiger-suppressing fist could now be unleashed in its entirety. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Han leapt from the rooftop, his steps resolute as he approached the ranking steel. Junior brother Xiao has arrived. Many disciples had already gathered there. Upon sighting Xiao Han, they rejoiced, for it signified that he would undoubtedly continue his challenge. "I wish to challenge the 9th position on the talented rankings," Xiao Han announced at the registration desk. To his surprise, he discovered that the 9th position was now occupied by Dong Tianpong. After being defeated by Xiao Han, Dong Tianpong had regrouped and forcefully re-entered the top 10 of the talented rankings, indicating that Xiao Han still had room for improvement in his own ranking. "You need not challenge anyone else. I shall face you." The voice belonged to none other than the first ranked on the talented rankings, Mei Qinglian. Chapter 25. A Clash of Titans, the Battle for First. Mei Qinglian, Xiangang Realm 9th level, Tianwu Peak. As Mei Qinglian approached gracefully, the disciples parted respectfully to create a path. She was the sole disciple in the history of the talented rankings to have held the first position for 9 consecutive terms. Her dominance was such that the other official disciples tacitly accepted her as the indisputable champion. Just as I wished. Xiao Han smiled slightly, standing his ground. As the duel was confirmed, numerous disciples hurried to spread the word. For both Xiao Han and Mei Qinglian were well-known figures, and this battle promised to be exceptionally thrilling. Missing it would be a grave loss. Thus, the area surrounding the ranking stele became increasingly crowded, with people filling every corner, creating a veritable sea of humanity. It has been quite some time since our martial house has witnessed a talent like Junior Brother Xiao. I hope Junior Brother Xiao's strength will meet my expectations. Mei Qinglian remarked with a subtle smile. Please, Xiao Han said little, standing upon the martial fighting arena, ready to showcase his true skill. A glimmer of joy flashed in Mei Qinglian's eyes. Outsiders only recognized her for her 9-time reign at the top of the talented rankings. Yet they were unaware that she sought a worthy opponent capable of besting her. With this impetus, she aimed to forcefully ascend to the Spirit Sea realm. Given that Xiao Han had defeated Dong Tianpeng, a 9th-level Xiangang disciple, with his 2nd-level Xiangang prowess, it was evident that his combat capability was extraordinary. Even if Xiao Han were not her match, he would still suffice to hone her own strength. Mei Qinglian believed this battle could very well be the opportunity she needed for her breakthrough. Xinyu Blade. Slay. From Mei Qinglian's hand emerged a weapon resembling a crescent moon, shimmering with ethereal light. Unmistakably a remarkable artifact, as she wielded it. The Xinyu blade sliced through the air like a shooting star, its speed nearly impossible to perceive. Testing my strength? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, opting not to counterattack, instead employing the spirit smoke step to evade her assault. From this moment forth, I am truly in awe of Xiao Han. Mei Senior Sister's attacks are exceptionally fierce. If Xiao Han's movements falter even slightly, he would be cleaved in two. Xiao Han was indeed audacious, leveraging Mei Senior Sister's pressure to refine his own agility. Did you notice? Xiao Han's movements are becoming increasingly fluid. Among the spectators were also disciples ranked within the top 30 of the talented rankings, whose keen eyes quickly discerned the subtleties of the battle. From afar, Yin Qingxue praised, Second Junior Brother, our Junior Brother Zhao's talent is truly astonishing. I only provided him with a day to practice the spirit smoke step, and he has already reached such a level of mastery. I believe our peak of heavenly punishment will surely delight our master. Tuoba Howren remarked solemnly, Junior Brother Xiao indeed surpasses the ordinary. His future achievements will undoubtedly eclipse mine. Meanwhile, Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao had also arrived, with Shui Yao admiringly glancing at Fang Xiaojun, saying, Xiaojun, your insight is indeed impeccable. This Xiao Han seems to possess limitless strength. It feels as though he improves every moment. Does he truly lack a star soul? Fang Xiaojun replied slowly, the testing stele should not be mistaken, but I can affirm that the martial arts Xiao Han practices are anything but mundane. Perhaps, as I suspect, they are the techniques of the ancient Qi refiner. Fang Xiaojun's assertion arose upon witnessing Xiao Han execute the dragon-subduing tiger-suppressing fist. The murmurs of the crowd seemed to reach Mei Qinglian's ears, prompting her to smile slightly. Junior Brother Xiao, it appears I must reveal some of my true prowess if I hope to contend with you. As her words fell, the Xinyu blade transformed, generating countless afterimages, encircling Xiao Han and unleashing a tidal wave of lethal intent. Mei Senior Sister's move was bound to overwhelm Xiao Han. Dong Tianpeng, aware of Xiao Han's sword intent, knew he would not flaunt it openly. Should Xiao Han unleash his sword intent, even the myriad afterimages would be instantaneously dissolved. As anticipated by Dong Tianpeng, the situation on the martial fighting arena unfolded exactly as he had foreseen. Starry sword intent? Xiao Han summoned the essence of the stellar sword, unleashing the majestic 7 swords of radiance, with countless sword energies surging forth like a mighty dragon. The arena echoed with the relentless clang of metal colliding. In the next moment, Mei Qinglian's offensive was swiftly shattered and vanished. Such formidable sword intent. Mei Qinglian gazed at Xiao Han in astonishment, her combat spirit intensifying. Very well, now experience my true martial essence. She cast the Xinyu blade into the air, and in an instant, a powerful martial essence erupted from within her, infusing the blade and causing it to expand tenfold. Immediately, the Xinyu blade clashed violently with Xiao Han's stellar sword intent. The confrontation between these two martial essences elicited both envy and jealousy from the onlookers. Dragon subduing force, tiger subduing force. Having already engaged, Xiao Han showed no hesitation, since his opponent had also grasped the martial essence. They were temporarily at an impasse, and it would come down to their respective learnings. Feeling immense pressure, Mei Qinglian refused to yield, for how could one who held the top position on the talent ranking do so easily? Night Moon's phantom. Behind Mei Qinglian, a resplendent crescent moon appeared, emanating a faint glow that enveloped the entire arena in an aura of profound power. This was the power of heaven and earth. Xiao Han was taken aback. At that moment, the martial arts Mei Qinglian unleashed bore a striking resemblance to his earlier mountain relocating style, even if her martial arts were not as refined as the Heavenly Movement 5 styles. They were undoubtedly of the royal level. Very well. Let us see whose martial arts are superior. Xiao Han then executed the Heavenly Movement 5 styles, channeling the strength of the 36 stellar meridians within him, manifesting the mountain relocating style with enhanced power. Boom! Yet, Mei Qinglian's Night Moon's phantom force dissipated like a fleeting bloom before the might of the mountain relocating style. So, you two have mastered such profound martial arts. Mei Qinglian, with her keen combat awareness, instantly closed the distance to Xiao Han, raising her hand to strike. Mei Shiji, you have lost. Xiao Han reacted swiftly, the fourfold dragon-subduing and tiger-subduing force converging in his palm. Clashing directly with Mei Qinglian's hand, bang. Mei Qinglian was immediately sent flying, just a step away from falling off the arena. Could Xiao Han's strength truly surpass even Mei Shiji? This was utterly astonishing. It seemed victory was within Xiao Han's grasp, yet, until the final moment, the outcome remained uncertain. As the crowd still processed Mei Qinglian's defeat at Xiao Han's hands, Chapter 26, contesting for the top position on the talent ranking, and the life and death duel with Lu Qingshan. Thank you, Xiao Shidi. Mei Qinglian, fully aware of her impending defeat, bore no trace of regret in her eyes, instead offering a charming smile. She then withdrew all her offensive energy, returning it to her core in an instant. Centered around Mei Qinglian, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge ceaselessly. Xiao Han merely smiled, observing quietly. The crowd was taken aback, quickly realizing that Mei Qinglian was attempting to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. The transition from the 9th layer of the Profound Force realm to the Spirit Sea realm was essentially a transformation of the Dantian. The firmer the foundation, the farther one could tread upon the path of martial arts. Mei Qinglian, already possessing exceptional talent, was fervently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, consolidating it within her Dantian. Yet, from the crowd emerged a voice of confusion. What is happening now? Mei Shiji has neither conceded nor been knocked off the arena, and Xiao Han has not taken advantage of the situation. By the rules, this battle is not over. Indeed, it was quite peculiar. If Xiao Han waited for Mei Shiji to break through, it would no longer be a fair contest, and the battle could not possibly continue. Mei Qinglian's months of diligent preparation had finally brought her to the brink of a breakthrough. In a mere quarter of an hour, she completed her ascension to the Spirit Sea realm. I will thank you again later, Xiao Shidi. I need to solidify my foundation first. With a buoyant spirit, Mei Qinglian bid farewell to Xiao Han and leaped off the arena, departing directly. Seeing this, the referee promptly announced, Xiao Han wins. On the talent ranking stone tablet, the first position immediately displayed, Xiao Han, 3rd layer of the Profound Force realm, Tianfa Peak. Having just passed the Martial Academy's assessment and become an official disciple, Xiao Han had ascended to the top of the talent ranking in just 3 days, forcefully seizing it from Mei Qinglian, who had held the position for 9 consecutive times. Throughout the establishment of the talent ranking in the Great Qin Martial Academy, no prodigy like Xiao Han had ever appeared, leaving many utterly astonished and in disbelief. Of course, accompanying this were discussions about Xiao Han's lack of a star soul. What the future held for Xiao Han remained uncertain. Impressive, impressive. Dong Tianpeng openly congratulated Xiao Han. Xiao Han nodded. If the opportunity arises, we can spar again. Dong Tianpeng smiled. Certainly, from afar, the 4 peak masters realized Mei Qinglian's defeat the moment Xiao Han repelled her. The master of Tianwu Peak was quite satisfied with Xiao Han, allowing Mei Qinglian to break through without intervening, silently thinking, I should seek the academy head and have Xiao Han come train at Tianwu Peak. The expression of the Tianxian Peak master was the least favorable. Time and again, Xiao Han had used Tianxian Peak disciples as stepping stones to rise. However, now that Xiao Han's momentum was unparalleled, dealing with him would not be so simple. Moreover, he harbored considerable apprehension towards Chen Daozi of Tianfa Peak, leaving him with no choice but to stew in frustration. Xiao Han, you killed my father. I demand a life-and-death duel. Do you dare accept? Just as Xiao Han was about to leave, a token inscribed with the character war was thrust into the ground beside him. The crowd gasped in astonishment, recognizing the newcomer as Lu Qingshan, a core disciple of Tianji Peak. Lu Qingshan's expression was cold as he strode forth. My father is the elder of the Lu family. You killed him in the Tianyuan mountain range. Did you think you could escape unscathed? Xiao Han replied indifferently. The one who kills shall always be killed. I have no grievances with your Lu family, but you led many experts to pursue and trap me in the Tianyuan mountain range, seeking to end my life. His death was merely the consequence of his own inadequacy. Lu Qingshan growled. I will not engage in verbal sparring with you. I simply ask, do you dare accept my life and death duel? Xiao Han's strength and character had already won the admiration of many disciples. Witnessing Lu Qingshan's brazen demeanor, the crowd rallied. Xiao Shixiang, do not act impulsively. You are merely at the third layer of the profound force realm. How could you possibly contend with the fifth layer of the spirit sea realm? Indeed, such a challenge can be disregarded. The Academy would not allow such occurrences, however. To everyone's disbelief, Xiao Han showed no hesitation, readily agreeing. Why should I not dare? Your father met his end at my hands due to his own greed. I am guiltless. The path of martial arts is fraught with thorns and challenges. My heart is steadfast, and I shall wield my sword to cut through all obstacles. A month from now, we shall meet here for a decisive battle. With that, Xiao Han turned and departed. The remaining disciples were left in a state of shock, unable to settle their hearts after his resolute declaration. Some seemed to understand why Xiao Han had rejected Xiahou Cheng. A hidden dragon aspires to soar far beyond the reach of mere fish and shrimp. When the day comes to ride the winds, he shall ascend to the highest clouds. Yin Qingxue and Tuoba Haoran followed Xiao Han back to Tianfa Peak, leading him directly to meet Chen Daozi. Upon first meeting Chen Daozi, Xiao Han silently mused. So this is how it is. Without the imposing demeanor of a peak master, he appeared to be a drunken old man. Xiao Han, you seized the top position on the talent ranking in just 3 days. That is indeed impressive. From this moment on, you shall be the third disciple of Tianfa Peak. At their first encounter, Chen Daozi presented Xiao Han with a gift. With a wave of his hand, he tossed a jade vial to Xiao Han, 1,000-year spirit milk. Yin Qingxue recognized the item and huffed. Master, you are quite biased. Chen Daozi shot her an annoyed glare, retorting. Taking you as a disciple was a grave loss for me. The meager savings I managed to accumulate, I shudder to think how much you've squandered, and you still have the audacity to speak. You take the third disciple to the martial arts pavilion and see what he needs. The second disciple shall remain and help me tidy the vegetable garden in the backyard. Receiving the 1,000-year spirit milk, Xiao Han bowed deeply. Thank you, master. Yin Qingxue guided Xiao Han to the martial arts pavilion, forming a single-handed seal to manifest a luminous portal, stating, This is the true location of our Tianfa Peak's martial arts pavilion. Following Yin Qingxue through the portal, Xiao Han indeed found shelves lined with a select few martial arts texts. With his discerning eye, he could tell that the martial arts here were of superior quality. Although his current martial arts were already sufficient, Xiao Han still took a keen interest in browsing. One particular martial art instantly captivated him, the Deep Heaven Sword Seal. Picking it up and flipping through its pages, he was greatly astonished. This martial art bore an incredibly close connection to his own Deep Heaven Sword. The sword, entrusted to the Elder of the Stars by my biological parents, is meant for me. Xiao Han eagerly inquired, Senior sister, do you know the origins of this Chen Tian sword seal? Chapter 27. The Mysterious Figure of the Lord of the Manor. Yi Wenshuan, upon seeing Xiao Han's excitement, Yin Qingxue took a moment to recall and slowly replied, I began my training on the Tianfa Peak at the age of 6, and this Chen Tian sword seal has likely been here for over a decade. I vaguely remember that it was entrusted to our master by the Lord of the Manor for safekeeping. However, neither my second junior brother nor I have practiced it, so for the specifics, you should consult our master. Nodding, Xiao Han took the Chen Tian sword seal and said, Senior sister, we may leave now. As they departed, Yin Qingxue remarked, Today, you should rest well. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to meet Sister Yi. Xiao Han watched Yin Qingxue fade into the distance, his fingers caressing the Chen Tian sword seal. He had an inkling that this martial art was likely connected to his parents. However, the Elder of the Stars had already stated that it was unnecessary for him to know about his parents at this stage. And Xiao Han was not in a rush to inquire with Chen Daozi. Having acquired the Chen Tian sword seal, Xiao Han was determined to cultivate diligently, arriving before the purple qi rising from the east painting. He sat cross-legged, meticulously recalling his battle with Mei Qinglian and the insights he had gained. Once he restored himself to peak condition, he took out the Millennium Spirit Milk given by Chen Daozi. Upon opening it and taking a slight whiff, Xiao Han felt invigorated, sensing the immense power contained within. Without hesitation, he swallowed a drop. The spirit milk swiftly dispersed throughout his limbs and bones, leaving him feeling extraordinarily light. Was the 37th star meridian truly so easily refined? The enhancement from a single drop of Millennium Spirit Milk left Xiao Han overjoyed. With approximately 20 drops remaining, he conservatively estimated that he could refine around 15 star meridians without issue. The more star meridians he refined, the easier it would be for Xiao Han to elevate his cultivation. Chen Daozi's gift was simply perfect for him. Without delay, Xiao Han consumed 3 more drops, fully committing himself to cultivation. Within the dilapidated martial arts pavilion, he continuously ingested the Millennium Spirit Milk, ensuring that the rich spiritual energy in the area remained undissipated. Unbeknownst to Xiao Han, the mysterious figure within the purple qi rising from the east painting began to absorb the dissipating spiritual energy. As the night deepened, Xiao Han had refined all the Millennium Spirit Milk, achieving a staggering 48 star meridians. Not only could he once again merge the dragon-subduing and tiger-subduing techniques, but even the power of the mountain-moving style would also see a significant increase. Furthermore, he experienced a minor breakthrough to the 4th level of the Xiangang realm, a delightful embellishment to his progress. Xiao Han, long time no see. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Hearing the voice, Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback, then focused and replied, "Lord Yi, indeed it has been a long time." The figure was none other than the lord of the manor. Yi Wenxuan. Upon seeing Xiao Han's calm demeanor, Yi Wenxuan understood that Xiao Han harbored some resentment towards him, and he forced a smile, saying, "Recently, your adoptive father Xiao Hongchang sent word, filled with accounts of your misdeeds. I know there must be more to the story, and I certainly do not believe it, but for some reason, the 9th prince has become aware of this matter. He has proposed to annul your engagement with Xian Lan, requesting the emperor to take Xian Lan as his bride. The 9th prince is currently favored by the emperor, and without my consent, he has compelled the emperor to issue a decree, catching me off guard." Xiao Han replied coldly, "Xian Lan is your daughter. As the lord of the great Qin martial house, how could the emperor make such a decision without consulting you?" Yi Wenxuan sighed softly, "You are correct. I have had a decades-long relationship with the emperor, and he would not fail to seek my opinion on matters such as marrying off his daughter. After the decree was issued, I immediately went to the palace to meet him, and he informed me that his time is running short. Although the emperor has not made a firm decision regarding which prince will inherit the throne, the competition among his many sons has been fierce, and it will either be the 3rd prince or the 9th prince who ultimately ascends." The emperor spoke candidly, and I found myself unable to refuse. Xiao Han scoffed, "I have known Xian Lan since childhood. Did you not inquire about her feelings?" Yi Wenxuan gazed at Xiao Han and replied slowly, "Xian Lan has agreed." Xiao Han trembled with rage, shouting, "That is absolutely impossible. You are deceiving me." Yi Wenxuan shook his head and said, "Xiao Han, given the circumstances, I have no reason to deceive you. Yin Xingxue has already approached me, wishing to bring you to meet Xian Lan, but I informed her that Xian Lan is currently in seclusion. While she is indeed in seclusion, she will not emerge for the time being, and I cannot say for certain when she will. However, she will definitely appear before the wedding date." A hint of self-deprecation flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. During his torment in the Xiao family dungeon, he had never given up on his feelings for Yi Xinlan. Yet now, after enduring numerous dangers to arrive at the martial house, he faced such a disheartening outcome. "Regardless of whether your words are true or false, I must see Xian Lan in person and confirm for myself." Xiao Han took a deep breath, staring earnestly at Yi Wenxuan. Yi Wenxuan nodded slightly. "I will not obstruct you in this matter, but I hope you do not act irrationally. The 9th prince is already investigating your affairs and may very well take action against you. Fortunately, you are now a disciple of Tianfa Peak. As long as you remain here, you will be safe." Xiao Han chuckled coldly, saying nothing. If he were to fear the 9th prince, he would have had no need to come to the great Qin martial house for the assessment. "Your father has granted me immense kindness. If Xian Lan truly has no intention of marrying you, I will do everything in my power to compensate you." With a long sigh, Yi Wenxuan patted Xiao Han on the shoulder and gracefully departed. Having learned of this matter from Yi Wenxuan, Xiao Han's heart remained tumultuous. Were his feelings for Yi Xinlan all a facade? Until he received a definitive answer from her, Xiao Han would not believe it. As his mind became increasingly agitated, the sword and tint of the stars within him suddenly trembled. Then, Xiao Han decided to actively cultivate the sword and tint of the stars, practicing the Yaoguang sword technique and the Kaiyang sword technique to release the pent-up frustration within him. Unexpectedly, the mysterious figure in the purple chi rising from the east painting gradually turned to face Xiao Han. Ah? Xiao Han seemed to sense something and suddenly caught sight of the figure's visage. To his astonishment, he realized that the figure bore a striking resemblance to himself. "Predecessor, do you recognize me?" Xiao Han tentatively asked. The mysterious figure reached out into the void, instantly drawing Xiao Han into the purple chi rising from the east painting. Examining him earnestly before smiling and saying, "Honor, your father has finally seen you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Han felt as if struck by lightning. This mysterious figure was, in fact, his father. How could he possibly believe such a revelation? Suppressing the turmoil within him, Xiao Han solemnly inquired, "The Hunyuan Pearl, the starry divine court?" The enigmatic man smiled gently. "Your father is named Xiao Tianxian. There is no need for you to doubt it." Chapter 28. The circumstances of his parents, Xiao Han's resolve. Upon hearing the mention of the Hunyuan Pearl and the starry divine court, Xiao Han was left with no room for doubt. However, it is somewhat amusing that this was the first time Xiao Han learned that his biological father's name was Xiao Tianxian. "Honor, the Chen Tian sword you hold was entrusted to the Elder of the Stars for safekeeping by your father. It can only be entrusted to you once you arrive at the starry divine court. I foresaw that you would eventually come to the great Qin martial house, which is why I left this purple chi rising from the east painting and the Chen Tian sword seal." Xiao Tianxian smiled. "The presence of my consciousness within this painting is merely a fragment. I cannot see you in person, and both your mother and I lament this." Xiao Han's eyes reddened as he spoke with a trembling voice. "Father, I have mistaken a thief for my father for over a decade, and I was even crippled by Xiao Hongchong, losing my star soul and shattering my dantian. Had it not been for the Hunyuan Pearl you left for me, I would have perished at the hands of the Xiao family. The Elder of the Stars informed me that one day, if I could surpass the 9 heavenly gates, I would be told of your and Mother's circumstances. I will certainly achieve this." A flicker of wrath flashed in Xiao Tianxuan's eyes as he said, "Xiao Hongchong is ambitious and treacherous. I had a poor impression of him from the beginning. I foresaw that you would face this calamity in his hands, but I could not intervene. We owe you far too much. You need not worry too much. Your mother and I will not come to harm for the time being." However, the primordial star art is an unparalleled divine technique. You must never be lax in your cultivation. Even though he was merely a fragment of his father's consciousness, Xiao Han felt an immense sense of warmth. He poured out all the thoughts that had long been bottled up within him. "I heard everything Yi Wenxuan said to you earlier. Your father wants to tell you that his daughter, Yi Xinlan, is no ordinary person. Although your mother and I fled here with only a fraction of our strength, we still possess the cultivation of a martial saint. Yi Wenxuan is merely an average person. If it were not for his daughter, I would have no reason to offer him guidance." Xiao Tianxian spoke earnestly. "Your mother and I suspect that Yi Xinlan may very well be the reincarnation of a powerful being, which is why the engagement was arranged. If you truly care for her, and she genuinely cares for you, that is undoubtedly the best outcome. However, if she regains memories from her past life and exhibits some unusual behavior, you need not take it to heart. Even though she is a reincarnation of a formidable being, I, Xiao Tianxian, am undaunted. You are my son. You must never exhibit the demeanor of a weeping, timid woman." After this reminder from Xiao Tianxian, Xiao Han felt a jolt throughout his body. Perhaps this is the reason Yi Xinlan agreed to marry the 9th prince. It is highly likely that she has already regained her memories from her past life. Xiao Han let out a bitter smile and said, "Father's teachings will be etched in my heart." Xiao Tianxian nodded in satisfaction. "This purple chi rising from the east painting will greatly benefit your comprehension of sword intent. You can see it yourself, so I shall not elaborate further. The purpose of this divine thought remaining until now is to convey these matters to you. While there is still some time, I shall teach you how to cultivate this Shintian sword seal from the many contingencies left by Xiao Tianxian. Xiao Han could vividly sense his father's tender affection. Keeping him in the Xiao family back then must have been a reluctant decision. With his strength reduced to merely 1/10,000th, yet still possessing the prowess of a martial saint, one can only imagine how terrifying Xiao Tianxuan's peak strength must have been. The magnitude of trouble such a formidable being could face is simply unimaginable. Xiao Han meticulously studied the Qintian sword seal multiple times, and his understanding of it grew increasingly profound. This martial art indeed requires the accompanying Qintian sword to unleash its full potential. Within it lies the Qintian slash, which is essentially a technique of the Qintian sword seal. However, Xiao Tianxian, employing immense supernatural power, imprinted it within to leave Xiao Han a self-defense trump card, demonstrating his heartfelt intentions. With diligent guidance from Xiao Tianxian, Xiao Han learned swiftly. In his view, the rank of this Qintian sword seal is certainly not inferior to the Tianqing 5 styles. As Xiao Tianxuan's divine thought grew increasingly ethereal, seemingly recalling something, he waved his hand, and a faint silhouette appeared before him. A breathtaking woman quietly sleeping within a crystal coffin. Honor, this is your mother. Her name is Luo Qingwan. Your father did not take good care of you. You must look after her well. Your mother and I will be waiting for the day you become a true powerhouse. At that time, our family of 3 shall be reunited. As he watched the fading remnants of his parents, Xiao Han's myriad emotions culminated in a roar of fury. His father, gravely injured and diminished in strength. His mother, trapped in an endless slumber, with her fate uncertain. The dire situation of his parents left Xiao Han, as their son, feeling utterly powerless to assist. In this moment, Xiao Han's resolve on the path of martial arts solidified like never before. Father. Mother, you must wait for me. You must wait for me. With Xiao Tianxuan's divine thought dissipated, the purple qi rising from the east painting dimmed somewhat. After departing from the world within the painting, Xiao Han felt an overwhelming fatigue and, without continuing his cultivation, leaned against the wall, soon succumbing to sleep. The following day, upon awakening, Xiao Han immediately gazed at the purple qi rising from the east painting, but the silhouette of his father was no longer visible. Staring at the spot once occupied by his father, Xiao Han remained silent for a long while, even failing to notice the arrival of Yin Qingxue. Third brother, are you all right? Yin Qingxue inquired, her eyes filled with concern. With her strength, she had sensed the arrival of Yi Wenxuan, yet she did not show herself. Xiao Han came back to his senses, transforming into a lively figure, and smiled. Senior sister, I am well. Yin Qingxue nodded. As long as you are fine, let us go meet Xinlan. We shall depart now. The two of them made their way to the residence of the Lord. Yi Wenxuan. Yi Wenxuan, unfazed, pointed to a cave dwelling and said, Xiao Han, Xinlan is currently in seclusion here. Whether she chooses to see you upon exiting depends entirely on you. Yin Qingxue shot a glare at Yi Wenxuan, encouragingly looking at Xiao Han as she said solemnly, Third brother, go and give it a try. Xiao Han silently approached, while Yin Qingxue and Yi Wenxuan remained discreetly behind to await his return. Yi Wenxuan, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, Princess, if you wish to help Xiao Han, simply enter the palace and present this matter to the king. It would undoubtedly be resolved. Yin Qingxue snorted. My third senior brother possesses a steadfast character and a mind of his own. He would never act as hesitantly as you do. This matter, apart from himself, would only be hindered by external interference. It is a pity you are the lord of the great Qin martial house, truly useless, had it not been for my master's indolence. This position would never have been yours, Yi Wenxuan sighed lightly, a bitter smile crossing his face. Initially, he had hoped Yin Qingxue would intervene on Xiao Han's behalf, considering she was the youngest sister of the king and one of the few remaining siblings after the royal family was purged following the coup. Given that Yin Qingxue had not seen the king for over a decade, her intervention would undoubtedly sway the king's decision. Unfortunately, Yin Qingxue showed no interest. As they reached the entrance of the cave dwelling where Yi Xinlan was in seclusion, Xiao Han's emotions were complex. He called out, Xinlan, it is Xiao Han. If there was no response from Yi Xinlan, he would turn to leave. Yin Qingxue and Yi Wenxuan watched silently. Surprisingly, though Yi Xinlan did not respond verbally, the cave door slowly swung open. Xiao Han's heart stirred as he stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. Yi Wenxuan shook his head helplessly, stating, to be honest, even I sometimes cannot comprehend what Xinlan is thinking. As a father, I have truly failed. Yin Qingxue shot Yi Wenxuan a glance, thinking to herself, At least you possess some self-awareness. Yi Xinlan's actions clearly indicate she has something to discuss privately with Xiao Han. As for the outcome, it is entirely up to them. Once inside the cave, Xiao Han immediately spotted Yi Xinlan, who was meditating in cultivation. Dressed in white, she exuded an ethereal grace, and her familiar visage remained unchanged. Xinlan, I have arrived. Reflecting on his father's words, Xiao Han pondered whether Yi Xinlan had regained her memories from her past life. Yi Xinlan opened her beautiful eyes, a radiant smile gracing her face as she sprang to her feet and leaped into Xiao Han's embrace. Brother Han, I knew you would come looking for me. Hearing Yi Xinlan's words, Xiao Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yi Xinlan was still the same Yi Xinlan, her feelings for him unchanged. I was framed by the Xiao family, and your father sent a letter to sever ties. I am here to clarify this matter. Xiao Han held Yi Xinlan tightly, recounting the events from the Xiao family to the great Qin martial house. However, he withheld any mention of the matters concerning the primordial pearl, which were of great significance. The ninth prince is pressing hard. I cannot put my father in a difficult position, so I temporarily agreed. Yet, both the king and the ninth prince remain unaware that I have already been accepted as a disciple of the Yu Palace, and I can leave at any time. They cannot do anything to me. I have always believed that Brother Han would come for me. If I cannot wait any longer, I shall go to the Yu Palace myself. I will never marry the ninth prince. Yi Xinlan clung to Xiao Han's arm, showing deep affection. The Yu Palace. Xiao Han nodded slightly. The Yu Palace is on par with the Xinyang sect, both being major sects that the great Qin Empire would not dare offend. Given the circumstances Yi Xinlan faced, such a choice seemed to be a reluctant one. With this thought in mind, Xiao Han spoke earnestly. Xinlan, you are my fiancé. I have come to the capital to warn the ninth prince that he should abandon his foolish fantasies. If you can go to the Yu Palace to cultivate, that would be splendid. Once I have achieved my cultivation, I will certainly visit the Xianyang sect to confront Xiao Jingzhao, the one who stole my sword intent, to avenge this great grievance, and then seek you out at the Yu Palace. Seeing Xiao Han brimming with confidence, Yi Xinlan felt reassured. Brother Han, you have previously trained at the Xianyang sect, so you should be quite familiar with the foundations and strengths of these major sections if you achieve success at the martial house. Perhaps you could first explore other sects, such as the even more powerful Wanjian Pavilion, which would be an excellent choice. If you can join the Wanjian Pavilion, you need not fear the Xianyang sect daring to harm you recklessly. Xiao Han inhaled deeply and said, now that I am recomprehending sword intent, if the opportunity arises in the future, I will indeed make a trip to the Wanjian Pavilion. I believe that being at the Wanjian Pavilion will greatly benefit my advancement in swordsmanship. The two conversed candidly, clarifying everything, and Xiao Han felt no lingering grievances in his heart. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Yin Qingxue and Yi Wenxuan had waited for quite some time without seeing Xiao Han emerge. They immediately understood that the bond between Xiao Han and Yi Xinlan was even stronger than they had imagined. Yin Qingxue teased, Lord of the Residence, your daughter certainly possesses sharper insight than you. Our third brother is a dragon among men, with an immeasurable future ahead. You should take joy in having such a son-in-law. Yi Wenxuan wore a pained expression. This girl, Xinlan, truly, if she still harbors feelings for Xiao Han, she could have simply told me. For her happiness, I would not hesitate to anger the king now. How should I explain this to the king and the ninth prince? Yin Qingxue chuckled. That is your concern now. As he spoke, Xiao Han emerged from the cave, while Yi Xinlan continued her seclusion. Yi Xinlan had now reached the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, and the two had agreed that as soon as she advanced to the heavenly origin realm, they would immediately proceed to the Yu Palace. Senior sister, we can depart now, Xiao Han said with a smile. Upon seeing Xiao Han's expression, Yin Qingxue instantly understood and replied, all right, let us head back. At that moment, only Yi Wenxuan remained, feeling lost and out of place, as if he were the only outsider in this situation. On the way, Yin Qingxue remarked, third brother, you are ranked first on the talented disciples list, which comes with corresponding rewards that will be directly bestowed upon you. Moreover, the top 10 disciples on this list will have the opportunity to cultivate in the Spirit Mountain on the first day of the new month. The peak master on duty will take you all there. This Spirit Mountain is a cultivation treasure trove, crafted with immense resources by the martial house, making it exceedingly rare. Xiao Han immediately inquired, how long can I cultivate in Spirit Mountain? After refining the bottle of Millennium spiritual milk, The cultivation resources in his possession had dwindled significantly. Naturally, such a place for cultivation must be seized with both hands. Yin Qingxue replied, as the first on the talented disciples list, you can stay for a full 12 hours. The second and third ranked can remain for 8 hours, while those ranked 4th to 10th will only be allowed 4 hours. The spiritual energy within Spirit Mountain is extremely rich. Spending a day there is at least equivalent to a month of cultivation in the outside world. Xiao Han's eyes brightened. If that were the case, then a day of cultivation in Spirit Mountain would likely rival the benefits of this bottle of Millennium spiritual milk. Third brother, I must remind you that Lu Qingshan has suddenly issued a challenge to you. And undoubtedly someone is stirring the pot behind the scenes. You must not be careless. In the martial house, the factions are numerous and complex. As disciples of the heavenly punishment peak, we must be increasingly vigilant. It is easy to dodge a blatant attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden one, Yin Qingxue said meaningfully. Xiao Han smiled slightly and replied, Senior sister, I understand. Wise individuals communicate with but a hint. Upon returning to the heavenly punishment peak, Yin Qingxue pointed towards Chaozi's courtyard and said with a smile, the master has instructed that for the next few days, you are to stay put and assist second brother in tending to his vegetable garden. Xiao Han was taken aback and suddenly asked, Senior sister, what will you be doing? Yin Qingxue grinned mischievously. I'll be supervising the two of you. Is that not sufficient? Led by Yin Qingxue Chaozi's vegetable garden, Tuoba Haoran was already busy at work. Initially puzzled, Xiao Han quickly realized that this vegetable garden was far from ordinary. Chapter 30. The enigmatic vegetable garden, where every blade of grass is a sentinel. It seemed to contain some special restrictions. Upon entering, one would feel an overwhelming sensation of being trapped. While it was indeed quite astonishing, Xiao Han's instincts confirmed this notion. Moreover, the garden was not filled with mundane vegetables and fruits, but rather rows of vibrant spiritual herbs and flowers, exuding rich spiritual energy. Tuoba Haoran turned to Xiao Han and said, Third junior brother, you've arrived just in time. This plot of land will henceforth be under your care. Yin Qingxue playfully pointed to another plot, saying, Third brother, do your best. If you perform admirably, I'll entrust my tasks to you. Don't be like second brother, unwilling to lend a hand for even the smallest chore. Xiao Han, perplexed, asked, Senior sister, isn't it just a matter of clearing weeds and occasionally fertilizing and loosening the soil? It doesn't seem that difficult. Yin Qingxue and Tuoba Haoran exchanged knowing glances, both smiling silently. Seeing this, Xiao Han's curiosity intensified, and he ceased his inquiries, directly beginning the weeding process. At that very moment, just as he was about to pull out a weed, it suddenly trembled slightly. Xiao Han watched in astonishment as the scene before him quickly became enveloped in layers of white mist. Yin Qingxue and Tuoba Haoran vanished, and the surrounding garden disappeared, leaving Xiao Han seemingly trapped in a realm of white fog. Before him stood a 3-meter-tall grass spirit. You dare to uproot me, the weed lord? Xiao Han exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. You little brat, how dare you attempt to pull out grass lord? I shall teach you a lesson. The grass spirit spoke in a deep, resonant voice, though its movements were swift, spirit smoke step. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Han evaded the attack with a swift shift of his body in an instant. Xiao Han seemed to grasp Chendaozi's intentions. If every weed in this vegetable garden were akin to the grass spirit before him, clearing an acre would indeed require considerable effort. However, this was a form of training for Xiao Han. Surely, Yin Qingxue and Tuoba Haoran had undergone similar trials. Now, with Yin Qingxue already a master-level expert, tending to the garden seemed somewhat of a waste of her time. Yet for Xiao Han, a practitioner of the profound vigor realm, it was incredibly beneficial. Understanding this, Xiao Han decided to use the grass spirit as a sparring partner to hone his spirit smoke step. Third brother takes so long to deal with an ordinary grass spirit? Yin Qingxue regarded Xiao Han with a contemplative gaze. Tuoba Haoran then interjected, Senior sister, a bet is a bet. You owe me 5 jars of demon ape wine. Yin Qingxue shot him a sidelong glance. Look at your pitiful state. Do you think senior sister would go back on her word? Though she said this, she reluctantly provided the wine. While the Wangbei Tower in the capital also sold this wine, it could not compare to the few jars in her possession. As the two chatted idly, they awaited Xiao Han's victory over the grass spirit. However, to their astonishment, it took Xiao Han a full half-hour to defeat the grass spirit. Seeing the concerned expressions on their faces, Xiao Han explained, Although this grass spirit is not particularly strong, its reflexes are incredibly quick. I took my time honing my spirit smoke step, which is why it took so long. Nonetheless, I gained a lot from it. My spirit smoke step has already reached the minor accomplishment stage. Yin Qingxue expressed her satisfaction, saying, as expected of my third junior brother. Your understanding is indeed remarkable. Grasping it so quickly, in truth, every flower and blade of grass in this garden was infused with the essence of flora. It was a precious resource carefully cultivated by their master, which must not be squandered. Xiao Han nodded. This vegetable garden was a veritable treasure trove for his cultivation. Reflecting on the time when he had been looked down upon by the four peak masters, he felt fortunate that Yin Qingxue had invited him to join the heavenly punishment peak. In hindsight, it was undoubtedly an excellent choice. He believed such a cultivation opportunity would be impossible to find in the other four peaks. Xiao Han's fervent desire for strength was manifested in his relentless training. He spent his days weeding in the garden and his nights at the martial arts pavilion, studying the Eastern Azure diagram. After 2 days, Xiao Han's cultivation had progressed to the 5th level of the profound vigor realm. But more importantly, his demeanor had become remarkably composed and restrained. Like a divine sword sheathed in its scabbard, once drawn, it would surely create a sensation. Today marked the first day of the new month, and Xiao Han had received word from Yin Qingxue to gather at the ranking stone tablet along with the other 9 to proceed to the Spirit Mountain for cultivation. Since claiming first place on the talented disciples list, Xiao Han had not made an appearance, which piqued the curiosity of many formal disciples. Given that Xiao Han was so young yet had achieved such honors, one would expect him to be more ostentatious. At that moment, as Xiao Han appeared at the ranking stone tablet, numerous disciples approached him, greeting him warmly. Xiao Han remained unfazed by the attention, responding to each one with grace. Glancing at the talented disciples list, he still held the first position, with no changes among the top 10 rankings. However, the competition for the top 30 and 100 was fierce. Xiao Han noticed that Yang Zhu had climbed to 97th place on the talented disciples list, while Chang Kaiwei trailed slightly behind at 143rd. Both had shone brightly as the most notable figures in their cohort, apart from Xiao Han. Yet now, the gap between them and Xiao Han was insurmountable. The other 9 disciples from the top 10 gradually arrived. It seemed they had all come to witness the challenge against Mei Qinglian. Upon seeing Xiao Han, apart from the somewhat familiar Dong Tianpeng, who greeted him, most regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. Only Fang Xingji, the 4th-ranked disciple from Tianwu Peak, approached Xiao Han to strike up a conversation. Junior brother Xiao, your youth and accomplishments put us older disciples who have trained at the martial house for much longer to shame. Although we are not in the same peak, I hope we can exchange ideas and spar when time permits. Why elder brother Fang Xiaojun has mentioned you before. Fang Xingji exuded a refined aura, giving one a refreshing feeling. Xiao Han smiled and replied, Senior brother Fang, you flatter me. We are all fellow disciples, and it is only right to support one another. I have only met your brother once. It is rare for him to remember me. Xiao Han recalled that during the Tianyuan mountain range incident, Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao had not come to Wu Tai's aid to retrieve the true intent vermilion fruit from him. So he naturally remembered them. Before long, the peak master on duty appeared, who was none other than the master of Tianwu Peak. He cast a glance at Xiao Han and declared, since everyone is here, let us set off immediately. Among the 10 individuals, apart from Xiao Han and Dong Tianpeng, the other 8 were not newcomers to Ling Mountain, their demeanor remarkably composed. After several twists and turns, the group, led by the master of Tianwu Peak, arrived before a cave and came to a halt. Chapter 31. A sacred place for cultivation. The contest for spiritual energy. The master of Tianwu Peak spoke calmly. This is the entrance to the treasure of Ling Mountain. For some, it may be their first visit, so I must clarify the rules. According to the rankings on the talented ones list, the duration of cultivation within the treasure of Ling Mountain varies for each individual. Once the time is up, you will be automatically expelled from Ling Mountain. There is no need to panic. Within the treasure, no one is permitted to engage in combat. The first to act will face the harshest penalties. Furthermore, all items within must not be carelessly destroyed. That is all I have to say. Act wisely. Xiao Han cast a glance at the others and was the first to step into the cave. Inside, there was a peculiar luminous gate reminiscent of the true martial arts pavilion of Tianfa Peak. Stepping through it felt akin to entering a new spatial realm. Instantly, an overwhelming density of spiritual energy surged from all directions. so rich that droplets of spiritual liquid began to condense upon some leaves. Indeed, cultivating in such an environment for a single day was equivalent to a month outside. This was no exaggeration. Feng Xingji proactively began to introduce the surroundings to Xiao Han and Dong Tianpeng. The spiritual energy in the treasure of Ling Mountain is something you can surely feel clearly. There is no need to elaborate further, but the most crucial location within is the 6-story stone tower. The first floor is akin to the outside, while the second floor sees a 50% increase in spiritual energy. And the third floor doubles it. In summary, the higher the floor, the more astonishing the concentration of spiritual energy. However, do not be greedy. You must gauge your own limits, since it is your first time here. It would be wise to start adapting on the 6th floor. As he spoke, Xiao Han caught sight of the 6-story stone tower that Feng Xingji had mentioned. Externally, the tower was constructed from massive stones, its unadorned surface exuding a sense of ancient weight that suggested it was far from simple. Heeding Feng Xingji's advice, both Xiao Han and Dong Tianpeng began to meditate on the first floor. Xiao Han's primary objective for coming to the treasure of Ling Mountain was to harness the abundant spiritual energy to refine as many star veins as possible. It was indeed his first time at such a sacred cultivation site, and this rare opportunity warranted no reservations. The ancient star technique. Xiao Han promptly activated this technique, continuously drawing spiritual power into his body. The 48 star veins he had already refined surged with unprecedented vigor, eagerly absorbing the spiritual energy. The first to notice this commotion was, of course, Dong Tianpeng, who was also on the first floor. Is Xiao Han not afraid of spiritual energy poisoning from such excessive absorption? Dong Tianpeng gazed in astonishment. Indeed, excessive absorption of spiritual energy can lead to an overabundance in a warrior's body, commonly referred to as spiritual energy poisoning. This is also why the cultivation time of the top 10 warriors on the talented ones list is strictly regulated within the treasure of Ling Mountain. Initially, Dong Tianpeng believed that Xiao Han's cultivation method necessitated a large amount of spiritual energy, and that it would conclude after a while. However, the situation defied his expectations. For nearly half an hour, Xiao Han's rate of absorption showed no signs of waning. If this continued, Dong Tianpeng realized he would be unable to make full use of his 4 hours. No, I must create some distance from Xiao Han. I'll let him occupy the first floor while I insist on moving to the second floor. The second floor of the stone tower was deserted, and Dong Tianpeng, not surprised, began to absorb the spiritual energy and cultivate in peace. With such abundant spiritual energy supporting him, Xiao Han's rate of refining star veins reached an ideal pace. In just half an hour, he had refined 12 additional star veins, an astonishing feat. The spiritual energy on the first floor was becoming insufficient. It was time to ascend further. With 60 star veins within him, Xiao Han felt an unparalleled surge of power. Under his deliberate suppression, his cultivation realm was on the verge of breaking into the 6th level of the profound strength realm, signifying the sheer quantity of spiritual energy he had absorbed was truly formidable. I shall ascend to the second floor now, Xiao Han declared. Dong Tianpeng, with a grimace, nodded in response. Unaware of Dong Tianpeng's expression, Xiao Han immediately resumed his cultivation. And so it began anew. Within a mere 10 breaths, the scene that had unfolded on the first floor repeated itself. Dong Tianpeng felt his scalp tingle, gritting his teeth as he endured this trial. He was determined to see whether Xiao Han could sustain such frenzied absorption for another half hour as he had on the first floor. Yet, the reality proved disheartening for Dong Tianpeng, who wasted yet another half hour without any gains. I must be the first among the top 10 disciples on the talented ones list to feel so stifled since coming to Ling Mountain. I cannot contend with this prodigy, but I can certainly evade him, Dong Tianpeng resolved within himself. Rising to leave the stone tower, he sensed that Xiao Han's pace would not cease at the second floor. If this continued, he would gain nothing from remaining in the tower. Rather than return empty-handed, it would be better to explore other areas of the treasure. I wasted an hour. Let those fellows await my return. Dong Tianpeng glanced up at the other levels of the stone tower, increasingly convinced of his foresight. In truth, Xiao Han's fervent absorption of spiritual energy on the second floor had already begun to affect the other levels. The concentration of spiritual energy gradually diminished, albeit subtly. What is happening? Why has the spiritual energy on the 4th floor suddenly become so sparse? The 10th-ranked disciple on the talented ones list, Wei Kei of Tianling Peak, was perplexed. Yet, despite his complaints, he had no authority to voice them within the treasure of Ling Mountain and could only continue his cultivation. After this excursion to the treasure of Ling Mountain, he was confident that his attempt to break through to the spiritual sea realm would face little obstruction. The 5th floor was the most populated, hosting the 4th-ranked Fong Xingji, the 5th-ranked Su Qingyun, the 6th-ranked Xiang Pingting, the 7th-ranked Meng Zhou, and the 8th-ranked Yin Jun. All of them noticed the decline in spiritual energy but remained composed and did not pay it much heed. However, from the moment Xiao Han ascended to the 3rd floor, a significant change became evident. As seasoned visitors to the treasure of Ling Mountain, they promptly paused their cultivation. Xiang Pingting, known for her fiery temperament, exclaimed loudly, "Something is amiss. There is definitely a problem. This is my 3rd visit, and when has the spiritual energy on the 5th floor ever been this weak? I believe we should collectively address this matter with the overseeing peak master." No sooner had she spoken than they heard Wei Kei, moving from the 4th floor to the 3rd, voice his outrage. "Xiao Han, you cannot be this selfish." Chapter 32. Frantic absorption, strength grows exponentially. Xiao Han's enhancement in power was indeed stable. On the 2nd floor of the stone tower, he broke through to a small realm, refining 12 star veins. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, with 72 star veins working in concert, the volume of absorbed spiritual energy was incomparable to before. The density of the spiritual energy surrounding Xiao Han approached the point of liquefaction. Wei Kei, cultivating on the 4th floor, found the situation intolerable, now facing conditions even thinner than on the 2nd floor. Consequently, he resolved to investigate the matter further. Descending to the 3rd floor, he witnessed the spectacular scene of Xiao Han's cultivation, prompting his anguished outcry. "Let us descend to the 3rd floor," Fong Xingji decisively declared, followed closely by the others. Upon hearing Wei Kei's words, Xiao Han merely cast a calm glance at him. "Wei Shixiang, you must be accountable for your words. I have not violated the rules of the treasure of Ling Mountain. I am simply cultivating in silence. Is there an issue with that?" Wei Kei retorted passionately. "Of course there is. Just look at the excessive gathering of spiritual energy around you. It has severely impacted the other levels of the stone tower. Is it not selfish to only consider yourself?" At that moment, Fong Xingji and the others arrived and confirmed that the situation was indeed as Wei Kei had described. The exaggerated extent of Xiao Han's spiritual energy absorption was truly beyond compare. This act prompted the disciples on the talented ones list to re-evaluate Xiao Han. Indeed, defeating Mei Qinglian with the cultivation level of the 3rd stage of the profound strength realm was no small feat. Xiao Han ceased his cultivation, quietly observing Wei Kei, and replied in a low voice. "Wei Shixiang, according to your reasoning, if you encounter an adversary of greater strength, should you not also tell them not to bully the weak and wait until your cultivation matches theirs before settling the score? When vying for opportunities and treasures, should you also inform them that one cannot monopolize and must share half? Who do you think you are, that everyone should revolve around you?" The merciless reprimand rendered Wei Kei's face crimson with rage. "Do not be so arrogant. I arrived at the martial house months before you, so do not presume I fear you." Xiao Han's gaze was as piercing as that of an eagle, fixed intently on Wei Quebec. "I have now reached the 6th level of the Xiangang realm. If you are unconvinced, feel free to leave the Ling Mountain sacred ground, and I shall accompany you to the end." "You," Wei Kei faltered, realizing that even at the 9th level of the Xiangang realm, he was no match for Mei Qinglian, let alone Xiao Han, whose strength had evidently increased. He had no desire to suffer humiliation. Noticing the peculiar glances from Fong Xingji and the others, Wei Kei felt embarrassed and promptly exited the stone tower. "Xiao Han is truly a man of iron and resolve," Yin Jia exclaimed. "What do you think, Sister Yin?" The more Xiang Pingting observed Xiao Han, the more she found him admirable, and she voiced her thoughts candidly. Yin Jun shot Xiang Pingting a disapproving look. "I think you have succumbed to infatuation. Wake up. You know well that Xiao Han is already betrothed to the daughter of the manor lord." Xiang Pingting, undeterred, responded eagerly, "So what if he is engaged? As long as they haven't married, I still have a chance." Xiao Han clasped his fists towards Fong Xingji, stating, "I believe that cultivating in the Ling Mountain sacred ground should be based on one's own abilities. The path of martial arts is akin to rowing against the current. One must either forge ahead or be left behind. There is no rationale for yielding intentionally. I shall continue my training and will not halt because of this." Meng Zhou interjected calmly, "If you persist in this manner, We will be unable to cultivate normally within the stone tower. Although you have not violated the rules of the Ling Mountain sacred ground, I will certainly report this to the peak master on duty. Xiao Han remained unfazed. "Do as you wish," Feng Xingji nodded, saying nothing further, and made his way down the stairs. The situation was likely to remain the same, and rather than continue cultivating in the stone tower, it would be wiser to distance themselves from Xiao Han. Su Qingyun, like Feng Xingji, chose to leave, while Meng Zhou returned to the 5th floor of the stone tower. After a brief discussion, Yin Jun and Xiang Pingting also decided to depart. All of them were but a step away from the Ling Sea realm and had come to the Ling Mountain sacred ground with the intention of breaking through. Time was of the essence. It was better to utilize it wisely than to squander it here. Xiao Han, valuing this rare opportunity to cultivate in the Ling Mountain sacred ground, was even more reluctant to waste words. At present, the only cultivators remaining in the stone tower were Xiao Han on the 3rd floor and Meng Zhou on the 5th floor. Additionally, on the 6th floor, there were the 2nd and 3rd ranked talents of the talented list, Zhang Xiaofeng and Lu Zhan. They were not unaware of the changes in the spiritual energy within the stone tower, but they had grown indifferent to it. Both had passed the martial house examination together, engaging in mutual sparring to validate their learning. And the gap between them and Mei Qinglian was negligible. Their reluctance to compete for the top position on the talented list stemmed from a desire to focus on their training without external distractions. They were not fixated on the present, but were aware that only by entering the Ling Sea realm and becoming core disciples would they have the true space to excel. The competition for spiritual energy among the others held no significance for them. Resuming his training, Xiao Han's goal on the 3rd floor remained to condense no fewer than 12 star veins. It was precisely due to the abundant spiritual energy of the Ling Mountain sacred ground that Xiao Han could advance with remarkable vigor, akin to a spear breaking through obstacles. Xiao Han had a premonition that his days at the martial house would not be tranquil. The process of condensing star veins would only grow more arduous as he progressed. Spending a full hour on the 3rd floor, he finally achieved his predetermined goal. Meanwhile, Meng Zhou on the 5th floor wore a grim expression and opted to leave the stone tower as well. Xiao Han paid little heed to this, inwardly reflecting, "It seems my limits are nearing. I shall proceed directly to the 6th floor." Zhang Xiaofeng and Lu Zhan, who had been stationed on the 6th floor, speculated that Xiao Han's cultivation method must be of significant origin. However, they remained uninterested in forming any connections with him, quietly observing his every move. The spiritual energy intensity on the 6th floor was thrice that of the 1st. "Now, I have attained the 6th level of the Xiangang realm, and I have successfully cultivated 84 star veins. I shall consult the Star Elder before proceeding." Xiao Han did not rush into his training. Instead, he entered the Primordial Pearl, where he soon encountered the Star Elder. "Senior, I have been in a cultivation treasure ground for less than a day, and the number of my star veins has more than doubled. I sense I am nearing my limit. Will such a rapid pace compromise my foundation?" The Star Elder stroked his beard and chuckled. "This is merely the instinct of a martial artist. You must trust your intuition. To fully cultivate the entire Zhou Tian star vein, one must condense 360 star veins. You have yet to complete even 30%. Does this truly seem fast to you? You are not the only inheritor of the Star Emperor's legacy. Many have fallen for various reasons. The least among them completed the process in half a year. Can you achieve that?" Chapter 33, A Calculated Assassination, Xiao Han's Desperate Counterattack. Half a year. Xiao Han's eyes widened. Realizing that only by remaining in the Ling Mountain sacred ground for such a duration could he hope to achieve that. Initially, Xiao Han believed that having cultivated the ancient star art, he was already capable of standing proudly among his peers. However, it became evident that he must not be a frog in a well. He needed to recognize that there were always those greater than himself. Xiao Han sincerely lamented, "I am indeed inferior to them." The Star Elder replied with a smile, "Xiao Han, I say this to temper your pride and remind you not to lose sight of your humility. The previous inheritors of the Star Emperor's legacy, regardless of their status or innate constitution, far surpassed you by 100-fold, 1,000-fold, granting them significant advantages. Your ability to reach this stage with an above-average aptitude surprises me. There is no need for undue self-deprecation." Xiao Han's heart stirred, prompting him to inquire, "If that is the case, why did they falter along the way?" The Star Elder gazed deeply at Xiao Han and solemnly replied, "To become a peerless powerhouse like the Star Emperor requires not only exceptional talent but also solid personal foundations. great wisdom, great courage, great perseverance, and great fortune. None of these can be lacking. If one becomes lost in minor achievements, how can they achieve greatness and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts? Xiao Han absorbed the Star Elder's guidance, gaining profound clarity in his heart. Bowing to the Star Elder, he departed from the Star Divine Court. Thus, while cultivating on the 6th floor, Xiao Han felt no need to force anything. He would simply follow his heart. As Xiao Han commenced his training, Zhang Xiaofeng and Lu Zhan exchanged glances, carefully sensing the fluctuations of Xiao Han's power. What soon spread forth was the intent of Xiao Han's Star Sword. Under Xiao Han's unconscious manipulation, the Kaiyang sword technique was continuously rehearsed. This action left Zhang Xiaofeng and Lu Zhan bewildered. Xiao Han no longer fixated on condensing more star veins. Instead, he prioritized solidifying what he had learned. Beginning with the Kaiyang sword technique, he then moved to the Chuntian sword seal. The two sought to discern the essence of Xiao Han's technique but found it far from their expectations. Instead, the spiritual energy stirred by Xiao Han disrupted their own cultivation, rendering them unable to train peacefully. Ultimately, they had no choice but to retreat to the 5th floor until their training hour concluded. After 8 hours, only Xiao Han remained within the Ling Mountain sacred ground. This allowed the surrounding spiritual energy to converge towards the stone tower, now unimpeded by others, just in time. Let us set our plans in motion. After Zhang Xiaofeng and Lu Zhan departed, 3 individuals stealthily infiltrated the Ling Mountain sacred ground. Cloaked in black robes, their presence was so well concealed that, unless seen directly, one would struggle to detect them. Upon entering the Ling Mountain sacred ground, the trio divided their tasks with precision. Centered around the stone tower, they planted 6 flags of differing colors at 6 distinct positions within a 500-meter radius. The 6 flags were interconnected, forming a small to medium-sized formation that encompassed the entire 500 meters, including the stone tower. Such actions clearly indicated that their intentions were nefarious. Excellent, with this formation in place, we need not worry about Xiao Han escaping. Time was of the essence. A swift resolution was paramount. The trio, their eyes glinting with murderous intent, advanced towards the stone tower in a coordinated manner. On the 6th floor, Xiao Han sensed the approaching malice and immediately became alert. Xiao Han, will you choose to end it yourself, or shall we be the ones to take action? The 3 revealed their true power, each at the 9th level of the Ling Sea realm. When I first arrived at the Deqin martial house, aside from Lu Qingshan, I have not made any mortal enemies. Moreover, to mobilize such a grand scheme, particularly something Lu Qingshan could orchestrate, is no small feat. Even if Lu Zhang's backing is willing to aid him against me, they would not risk incurring the wrath of the martial house. Therefore, the only one with such capability and motivation to eliminate me, aside from the 9th prince, is unlikely to be anyone else. Xiao Han's mind raced, considering this possibility with great certainty. The Ling Mountain sacred ground was a crucial stronghold for the martial house. Have you 3 considered the consequences of facing the martial house's wrath by putting forth such effort to deal with me? Xiao Han proclaimed loudly. Xiao Han, do not waste any more time. We shall not grant you this opportunity. You die, we live. You do not die, we perish. It's as simple as that. One among them spoke indifferently. Let us act together. This brat still dares to struggle in his dying moments. With 3 formidable practitioners at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea, even with the trump card of the Chuntian sword, it would be impossible for Xiao Han to defeat them all. However, Xiao Han had noticed the 6 array flags not far away. The master of Tianwu Peak had stated that any disturbance within the sacred grounds of Ling Mountain would be immediately detected. This must be the concealment technique employed by the 3. If he could unravel this formation, he believed that the experts guarding this area would soon come to investigate. With this thought in mind, Xiao Han was resolute and unleashed the spirit smoke step, his figure moving with such swiftness that he seemed like a wisp of ethereal smoke, evading the trio's attacks and heading straight for one of the array flags. This is bad. The 3 did not anticipate that Xiao Han's agility had reached such a remarkable level. Moreover, his intentions were unmistakably clear. This was indeed the only means by which he could possibly avert the crisis. It was no wonder that their master was willing to provoke the martial house to seize this opportunity to eliminate Xiao Han within the sacred grounds of Ling Mountain. Chuntian / Xiao Han unexpectedly executed the spirit smoke step and arrived before one of the array flags. Facing a ferocious strike from the 3, he swiftly turned and directly channeled the power within the Chuntian sword. In an instant, A gigantic sword cleaved through the air toward the trio. Quick, dodge. The three were utterly terrified. This strike from Xiao Han would be beyond the capability of any one of them to withstand alone. Once again, Xiao Han exhibited his formidable prowess, leaving the three ninth-level experts of the Spirit Sea in a state of utter disarray. The fifth style of the heavenly movement, mountain moving style. This Chintian slash indeed possessed immense power. However, the three managed to evade it, sustaining little damage. The formation immediately activated, enveloping the residual force within. A colossal transparent barrier shimmered slightly before returning to its original state. This was something Xiao Han had anticipated, which is why he chose to first repel the three. The forces of the mountain-moving style converged entirely upon the array flag before Xiao Han, finally causing an unusual change. The spiritual energy circulating within the flag was rapidly depleting, and its weakening state was quite evident. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Han struck again, slashing at the array flag. Starry sword intent. Break for me. With a resounding crack, the formation shattered instantaneously due to the destruction of the flag. Chapter 34. An inconclusive end, 3 women and 1 man. The formation rapidly dissipated, and the fluctuations of power resulting from the battle were sensed by the master of Tianwu Peak, who was en route. The three glared at Xiao Han with great reluctance before hastily departing. The master of Tianwu Peak was greatly enraged as he rushed to the scene. The sacred grounds of Ling Mountain, which had operated smoothly for many years without incident, now bore unmistakable signs of turmoil. Noticing the remaining 5 array flags, the master of Tianwu Peak was taken aback, and upon seeing Xiao Han unscathed, he immediately inquired, "Xiao Han, please recount the details of what transpired." Xiao Han briefly recounted the events before departing the sacred grounds. The martial house would handle the aftermath of such a grievous incident. Upon returning to Tianfa Peak, Yin Qingxue curiously asked, "Third brother, why are you back so early?" Xiao Han replied helplessly, "I was besieged in the sacred grounds and nearly didn't make it back. The master of Tianwu Peak has already gone to investigate, so I had to return first." Yin Qingxue was shocked and said, "In that case, you should not leave Tianfa Peak for the time being. I will report this to master. Such behavior in the sacred grounds cannot go unchecked. Where is the dignity of the martial house?" With that, Yin Qingxue promptly sought out Chinazi Point. 10 days passed as a result of this investigation. Xiao Han remained at Tianfa Peak, solidifying his realm to the 7th level of the Xuanqi, and the number of starry veins he had refined reached 90. Such rapid progress made Xiao Han feel that further improvement within a short period would be quite challenging. "Third brother, news has come from the master. The matter of the sacred grounds will come to a halt. The martial house will provide certain compensations and assures you that similar incidents will not occur again in the future. Master personally confronted the house lord, and that is all that can be done." Yin Qingxue's expression was also not particularly pleasant, and after a moment's hesitation, she continued, "Master suspects that this incident may very well be the doing of the 9th prince." Xiao Han nodded, unperturbed, as expected. Seeing Xiao Han's calm demeanor, Yin Qingxue felt somewhat distressed. "Third brother, when has Tianfa Peak ever endured such humiliation? I will assist you." Xiao Han waved his hand, saying, "Senior sister, it is evident that the 9th prince intends to target me. I anticipated this long before arriving in the capital. For Xinlan's sake, he would resort to such despicable actions. With the house lord and master intervening, I believe he will certainly exercise restraint. Moreover, this is my own affair. Your involvement may yield counterproductive results." Yin Qingxue could discern that within Xiao Han's calm tone lay a profound confidence, so she ceased her insistence and quietly remarked, "If there is truly something insurmountable, do not hesitate to speak." Xiao Han smiled. "At present, there is indeed a problem I wish to consult you about. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Whether practicing with the wood spirits in the garden or engaging in solitary cultivation, I have made no progress." Yin Qingxue pondered. "It is indeed easy to encounter a bottleneck during solitary cultivation. You might consider accepting tasks from the martial house. It could prove beneficial. Tasks within the martial house are issued by various peaks, the court, or entrusted by certain noble families. The martial house categorizes tasks based on their difficulty, and all disciples of formal rank and above are eligible to undertake them. However, given that you faced trouble just a few days ago, it would be difficult to guarantee your safety should you leave the martial house." Xiao Han smiled slightly. "Senior sister, if that is the case, I might end up spending many years in the martial house. Rest assured, I will be cautious." After bidding farewell to Yin Qingxue, Xiao Han made his way to the Martial House's task hall. Here, many individuals had gathered, including several core disciples at the Spirit Sea level. To enhance their cultivation as efficiently as possible, relying solely on the resources provided by the Martial House is often insufficient. Thus, completing tasks at the task hall to earn additional cultivation resources is a preferred choice for many. Having defeated Mei Qinglian and seized the top position on the talented individuals ranking, Xiao Han was quickly recognized by many within the Martial House, some of whom greeted him warmly. Xiao Han, are you here to undertake a task as well? Mei Qinglian's eyes lit up upon seeing Xiao Han, and she approached him immediately. Xiao Han nodded. Mei Shiji, do you have any advice? Mei Qinglian replied. Recently, both of my sisters have broken through to the Spirit Sea level and become core disciples. We three plan to go on an expedition together. Thus, we came to the task hall to find a suitable task to undertake. But we are still one person short. I wonder if Xiao Shidi would be interested. Xiao Han nodded, indicating for Mei Qinglian to elaborate. Mei Qinglian continued. This is a task issued by the court's cautioning justice office, requiring 4 core disciples to assist. Recently, several mysterious cases of infants disappearing have been reported in the western outskirts of the capital. Due to a shortage of manpower, the cautioning justice office has come to the Martial House for assistance. The task duration varies from 3 to 5 days at the shortest, and up to half a month at the longest. Even if we cannot solve the case, the compensation will still be considerable. Xiao Han chuckled. Since it requires 4 core disciples, would they accept me, being merely at the 7th level of Xuanqi? Mei Qinglian scoffed. Do not play coy with me, you, at the 3rd level of Xuanqi, managed to defeat me at the 9th level. Now that you have progressed so rapidly, I dare say that ordinary practitioners at the Spirit Sea level would hardly be your match. I will certainly explain your situation to the cautioning justice office. You simply need to decide whether or not you will accept. With the conversation reaching this point, Xiao Han naturally could not refuse. Very well, I accept. When will the other 2 companions arrive? Mei Qinglian pointed and said, There they are. Xiao Han turned to see none other than Xiang Pingting, who ranked 6th on the talented individuals ranking, and Yin Jun, who ranked 8th. As Xiang Pingting and Yin Jun approached and learned that Xiao Han would be joining them, they welcomed him warmly. With everyone gathered, Mei Qinglian declared, Let us set off at once. The group, led by Mei Qinglian, strode out of the task hall in grand fashion, drawing envious glances from many disciples who wished to accompany the 3 beautiful women on a task. At the entrance, Xiahou Cheng looked at Mei Qinglian with a grin and said, Mei Qinglian, you have not allowed me to join your team, yet you permit Xiao Han to participate. This truly disappoints me. Mei Qinglian merely rolled her eyes and ignored Xiahou Cheng. Xiahou Cheng then turned to Xiao Han and remarked, Xiao Shidi, we meet again, if you willingly withdraw and allow me to take your place. I will still honor the agreement we made back then. Xiao Han spoke indifferently, Thank you, but I do not require assistance. After saying this, the 4 individuals brushed past Xiahou Cheng. Xiahou Cheng gazed at Xiao Han's receding figure, his eyes already tinged with a hint of coldness. Given his status, being rejected by Xiao Han twice was intolerable. As for the task from the Criminal Pursuit Gate, let us see how you accomplish it. Chapter 35. Once again encountering Zhou Wuqing, a familiar voice, the 4 departed from the Martial Manor and headed directly to the designated location of the Criminal Pursuit Gate in the western suburbs of the capital. On the way, Xiang Ting scoffed that Xiahou Cheng is truly bothersome. Sister Mei has already stated her disinterest, yet he continues to cling on like a persistent shadow. Yin Jun merely smiled, saying, I suggest some individuals refrain from speaking ill of others, as they may very well find themselves in a similar predicament. The 3 women shared a close bond. Ever since returning from the sacred land of Ling Mountain, Xiang Ting had been clamoring to visit Xiao Han at Tianfa Peak. However, Xiao Han had remained confined within his abode for 10 consecutive days, and even if she wished to see him, no one would relay her desire. Now, being able to join Xiao Han in completing the task assigned by the Criminal Pursuit Gate, Xiang Ting was the most delighted among them. Xiao Jun, if you dare to speak nonsense again, just wait and see how I deal with you. Xiang Ting exclaimed, her temper flaring. Instinctively glancing at Xiao Han, she met his gaze and quickly turned away, glaring at Yin Jun in annoyance. Mei Qinglian cleared her throat, saying, All right, let us not quarrel. We have arrived at the Criminal Pursuit Gate. The location of the Criminal Pursuit Gate in the western suburbs of the capital was easily found. Upon their arrival, the guards inquired about their purpose and promptly relayed the information. Subsequently, a middle-aged man emerged to greet them. It was none other than Zhou Wuqing, whom Xiao Han recognized. Lord Zhou, It is a pleasure to see you well. Xiao Han smiled. Zhou Wuqing, equally surprised to see Xiao Han, remarked, "Ah, Xiao Han, my young brother. I never anticipated we would meet here after our last parting in the capital. It truly is fate. You are all prodigies from the martial manner, and I hope you can lend your utmost effort to this case. This is not the place for idle chatter. Please follow me inside the courthouse for a detailed discussion." The three women, all at the Spirit Sea realm, had nothing more to prove. Zhou Wuqing had heard of Xiao Han's exploits, and he deemed it sufficient for the four to take on this task. Once seated, Zhou Wuqing addressed them directly. "I have recently been reassigned here, and our manpower is critically insufficient, hence my visit to the martial manor for assistance. Regarding this case, our investigations thus far have yielded very little information. At the crime scene, there are not only traces of martial artists, but also those of demonic beasts, suggesting that someone may be manipulating these creatures to abduct infants. As of now, we have yet to discover a single body of the missing infants, leaving us uncertain of their fate. Each day, more infants vanish. If you cannot assist in solving this case, I will have no choice but to report to the court." Mei Qinglian pondered for a moment before turning to Yin Jun, asking, "What are your thoughts, Xiao Jun?" Yin Jun, deep in thought, replied, "Given the current circumstances, we cannot ascertain the true intentions of the mastermind behind this. However, since they act with such audacity, we must take the initiative." Zhou Wuqing sighed. "We have attempted to lay in wait for the culprits, but their agility is far superior to ours. We simply cannot catch up." Mei Qinglian looked at Xiao Han and said, "Junior brother Xiao, your agility is quite remarkable. It will be up to you to pursue the culprits." Xiao Han smiled faintly. "I will give it my all." After some discussion, they awaited the arrival of nightfall. Xiang Ting occasionally engaged Xiao Han in conversation, and although he responded only intermittently, it brought her joy that as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Zhou Wuqing dispatched his personnel to prepare for the appearance of the thieves. "My young brother, though it appears I have been promoted by being transferred to the western suburbs of the capital from Ding'an City, it is far less carefree than my previous life there. Under the emperor's gaze, amidst the throngs of powerful nobles, even a minor mistake could lead to dire consequences. If this case is not resolved, I fear I may be exiled to a distant land." Zhou Wuqing expressed his concerns. Xiao Han inquired, "Since you are acquainted with our manor's master, why not seek his assistance in mediating?" Zhou Wuqing hesitated, finally exhaling a deep sigh, because it is truly inappropriate to disturb the manor master over such matters. Before he could finish, a subordinate rushed in to report, "Captain, we have detected the movements of the thieves. Let us go." Zhou Wuqing immediately led his men to provide support, with Xiao Han and the others closely following. Upon arrival, they encountered two shadowy figures breaking through the rooftop, making their escape point. One of them clutched a baby no more than a few months old, fleeing at an alarming speed. "Beasts!" Xiao Han's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the spirit smoke step, pursuing the thief holding the infant. The figure in black, surprised by Xiao Han's exquisite agility, remained undeterred and continued to flee. Soon, the only one left in pursuit, apart from Xiao Han, was no one from the criminal pursuit gate. The assailant halted, coldly fixing his gaze on Xiao Han, saying, "Your speed is commendable, but your strength is woefully inadequate. It would be wise for you to leave before I make my move." Xiao Han's expression remained impassive. "Who are you to utter such words?" With that, Xiao Han drew the Chintian sword and swiftly advanced towards the figure in black, striking down with ferocity. "You underestimate yourself." The figure in black scoffed with rage. He was at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm and had not anticipated being so underestimated by Xiao Han, who was at the 7th level of the Profound realm. With a fierce swing of his long knife, the clash echoed. It was then that the black-clad man realized he had not gained an advantage. Instead, he found himself suppressed by Xiao Han. 7 Swords of the Opening Sun. Utilizing the stellar sword intent, Xiao Han temporarily subdued the figure in black and unleashed the 7 Swords of the Opening Sun, targeting the opponent's head. Ocean Breaker Blade. The figure in black was unyielding, cradling the infant in one arm while wielding the blade with the other, engaging in a fierce battle with Xiao Han. In a fleeting moment, neither side could claim victory. "If you continue to linger, I shall slay this infant." The figure in black, wary of being ensnared by Xiao Han and attracting the prowess of the criminal pursuit gate, threatened. Xiao Han remained unfazed, responding coolly, "If you wish to kill, then do so." It is of no concern to me. My aim is to capture you. Whether to save the child depends on my mood. At that moment, another accomplice of the black-clad man broke free from the pursuit and joined him. Kill this brat. Both were at the Spirit Sea realm, and it seemed they could easily overpower Xiao Han. However, seizing the opportunity, Xiao Han decisively executed the mountain-moving technique. With a swift motion, he snatched the infant from the grasp of the black-clad man. Cradling the child in his arms, brat, I will flay you alive. The figure in black roared with fury. Yet the fourth-level Spirit Sea accomplice whispered, Brother, this child is precisely the Xiao Han I spoke of. The figure in black paused, then scrutinized Xiao Han, his rage transforming into greed. What a coincidence. You have delivered yourself right to my door. I shall capture you alive. Xiao Han, however, turned his gaze towards the black-clad accomplice. Speaking slowly, I did not expect you to be here, engaging in such despicable acts that provoke both man and deity. Did you think I couldn't recognize your voice? The man trembled, rendered speechless. Chapter 36 Sword Intent Breakthrough. The Shadow Corpse Gate. Xiao Han fixed his gaze upon the man, enunciating each word. Luo Huan, Commander Luo, how dare you act so brazenly? The black-clad man's accomplice was none other than Luo Huan, the commander of the City Lord's Manor in Yunhai City. Surprised to find him in the capital after their previous encounter in the Tianyuan mountain range, Xiao Han was taken aback by his involvement in such nefarious deeds. You are stalling for time. The figure in black sensed the impending danger, his tone filled with ire. Zhou Wuqing had already led a significant number of men to surround them. Mei Qinglian arrived in time, coldly stating, Xiao Han, this one is mine to deal with. Xiao Han nodded. Given the black-clad man's strength at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm, it would be challenging for him to subdue him. He then turned to Luo Huan, saying, Commander Luo, during our last encounter in the Tianyuan mountain range, you allied with the Grand Elder of the Lu family against me. Now, with the net of heaven and earth laid out here, should you manage to defeat me, you may have a slim chance of survival. Luo Huan removed the black cloth from his face, revealing a once handsome visage now marred by black lines, giving him a fearsome appearance. I released a tiger back into the mountains, and I am now reaping the consequences. I cherish this opportunity you have provided me. I shall gladly oblige. Zhou Wuqing cautioned, young brother, do not let your guard down. Xiao Han chuckled, Lord Zhou, I would appreciate it if you could hold the line for me. After toiling for so many days, Xiao Han craved a vigorous battle. Luo Huan was now at the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm, and it seemed he was embracing a mindset of certain death. Thus his combat prowess would undoubtedly be at its peak. The pressure he could exert on Xiao Han would be considerable. As the life and death battle with Lu Qingshan loomed, Xiao Han naturally needed this fight to hone his skills. It has scarcely been a month since our last parting, and you have already attained such strength. Truly impressive. The Xiao family is indeed short-sighted for casting out a prodigious talent like you. It is laughable. Luo Huan observed the combat-ready Xiao Han with a hint of admiration, and then his expression turned serious. Come forth, let me witness just how formidable you have become during your days of training at the Daqin Martial Academy. The disparity between the Xiangang realm and the Linghai realm is substantial. However, Xiao Han has refined 90 celestial meridians, endowing him with a foundation that far exceeds his current level. 7 Swords of the Shining Light. Xiao Han's swordsmanship had reached a modest level of accomplishment. As he unleashed this strike, it was as if 7 swords were drawn simultaneously, transforming into a multitude of sword energies that were extraordinarily fierce. The infusion of celestial sword intent into his technique significantly amplified the power of these sword energies. Even with the first move, one could discern that Xiao Han's comprehension of the sword path had attained a remarkably high level. Indeed impressive, yet, the Xiangang realm remains the Xiangang realm. There will always be a gap when compared to the Linghai realm. With a flick of his long spear, an array of dark energy rapidly coalesced at the tip, thrusting forth with the might to shatter the 9 hells. Clang, clang, clang. The figures of the two combatants moved with such velocity that they became indistinguishable. Although Xiao Han appeared to match Luo Huan in momentum, the situation was steadily tilting against him. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be suppressed by Luo Huan. Indeed, a warrior of the Linghai realm possesses a vastly expanded dantian, capable of containing several times the spiritual energy, allowing for the manipulation of an inexhaustible amount of celestial energy. With my strength at the 7th level of the Xian Gang realm, without the support of celestial sword intent, I could scarcely endure even 3 breaths. As the situation grew increasingly unfavorable for Xiao Han, his thoughts became ever clearer. This is not good. Xiao Han is in danger. He urgently called out to Ping Ting. Xiao Jun, we must hasten to offer assistance. Yin Jun spoke calmly. Ping Ting, do not fret. Xiao Han merely appears to be in a precarious position, yet his capabilities extend beyond what is visible. Your concern is causing you to panic. Remain composed. Zhou Wucheng glanced at the battle between Mei Qinglian and the cloaked figure, feeling reassured, for it was evident that the cloaked figure was no match for Mei Qinglian. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the clash between Xiao Han and Luo Huan, stating slowly, Xiao Han seems to be treating his opponent as a whetstone. He is unlikely to be in any real danger for now. Moreover, with my presence here, I shall ensure that Xiao Han remains unharmed. You need not worry, my dear. 7 Swords of the Open Sun. Driven to the utmost limit, Xiao Han suddenly initiated a counterattack. Unleashing the 7 Swords of the Open Sun, he emitted an exceptionally domineering sword energy, continually drawing upon the celestial energy within his meridians, ensuring that the celestial sword intent remained at its peak. Has the sword intent undergone a breakthrough? Suddenly, Xiao Han noticed that his celestial sword intent had begun to swell and strengthen, swiftly elevating to a new level. 2/10 of celestial sword intent? In an instant, Xiao Han swept through with an overwhelming force, completely obliterating Luo Huan's assault. With a thrust, the sword tip pierced Luo Huan's chest, shattering his heart in an explosion of sword energy. I have lost. Luo Huan fell, a sense of relief washing over him. Meanwhile, Mei Qinglian struck the cloaked figure on the head with the palm, rendering him unconscious, and promptly handed him over to Zhou Wucheng. Xiao Han understood well that the sudden breakthrough in sword intent had caught Luo Huan completely off guard. To have slain him was, to some extent, a stroke of fortune. The successful capture of the cloaked figure who had stolen the infants brought Zhou Wucheng great joy. The thief has been apprehended. I shall interrogate him overnight. Please, accompany me back to the magistrate's office for arrest. Though everyone was aware that there were likely others behind the cloaked figure, it was now up to Zhou Wucheng to handle the matter. Mei Qinglian, witnessing Xiao Han's victory over Luo Huan, remarked with a smile, Xiao Han, your sword intent has grown even stronger. To be able to slay a warrior of the 4th level of the Ling Hai realm with your 7th level of the Xian Gang realm cultivation is truly astonishing. I can hardly believe you lack a star soul. In truth, it wasn't just Mei Qinglian holding such suspicions. Even several peak masters harbored doubts. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the rapid advancement of Xiao Han's cultivation. Xiao Han shrugged. My star soul was indeed destroyed. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Given the personal nature of the matter, further inquiries would be rather inappropriate. And thus Mei Qinglian could only remain somewhat skeptical. The 4 of them spent the night at the magistrate's office in the western suburbs of the capital. Zhou Wucheng, however, was busy throughout the night. His eyes bloodshot, yet his demeanor notably relaxed. From the cloaked figure, I have extracted their secrets. I have reported this case upward. There is no need for me to intervene further. I never anticipated that with your assistance, the case would be solved in just a day. I am immensely grateful. Xiao Han inquired. Lord Zhou, this cloaked figure claimed they intended to capture me alive. Can you shed some light on this? Zhou Wucheng hesitated, then replied. These 2 are disciples of the Yin Corpse sect, known for their cruel and sinister practices of refining living humans into Yin corpses. The infants they have stolen in recent days were all subjected to having their hearts ripped out while still alive. Fed to the Yin corpses, Xiao Han, your physicality has been diligently tempered. That is why they have taken notice of you. Though this is under the Emperor's jurisdiction, you must remain vigilant. Ping Ting gritted her teeth. This Yin Corpse sect is truly a band of despicable beasts. Although Mei Qinglian and Yin Jun did not speak, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in their eyes. Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully and then asked, the person I killed was the leader of the City Lord's mansion in Yunhai City. What has been the outcome of the investigation? Before Zhou Wucheng could respond, a voice interjected. Xiao Han, you cannot unjustly accuse me. Chapter 37. The Third Prince's Invitation, the Hunting Banquet. A plump, middle-aged man with a jovial demeanor emerged from the inner hall of the magistrate's office. It was none other than Su Changxin, the city lord of Yunhai City. If he were not from Yunhai City, Xiao Han would find it hard to believe that such a seemingly honest and simple man could be so greedy and unscrupulous. Su Changxin grinned at Xiao Han and said, Luo Huan was indeed the leader under my command in Yunhai City, but he was appointed by the previous city lord, and thus has no connection to me. At present, while I am here in the capital on official business, I have made my position quite clear when the cautionary bureau approached me. Lord Zhou, you would agree, would you not? Zhou Wuqing nodded slightly. We will ascertain the details of Lord Su's testimony in the cautionary bureau. However, I believe that as a member of a prominent family in the capital, Lord Su would not engage in such actions. Zhou Wuqing's insinuation was clear to Xiao Han. This matter was significant. If Su Changxin were implicated, it would be impossible for the Su family to shield him from the law. Xiao Han noncommittally stated. Lord Su, your candor is indeed commendable. That Su Changxin chuckled. Xiao Han, may I have a word in private? Zhou Wuchang and the three women, understanding the situation, discreetly stepped aside. Su Changxin spoke directly. Xiao Han, our Su family stands with the third prince. Recently, I have heard some rumors. Due to the matter concerning Yi Xinlan, the daughter of the Martial Academy's chief, the ninth prince intends to take action against you. You must exercise caution. I have come to the cautionary bureau specifically to seek you out. For the third prince wishes to meet with you. Xiao Han replied with a smile that was neither here nor there. It seems the third prince intends to win me over? But I am merely an ordinary disciple of the Deqin Martial Academy. Does the third prince hold me in such high regard? Su Changxin's expression turned serious, stating, Xiao Han, you are mistaken. The third prince possesses the demeanor of a ruler, and he is ever eager to seek out talent. He is well aware of your deeds at the Deqin Martial Academy. Your humility is excessive. And I believe you are a wise individual. The ninth prince is the third prince's greatest rival, and his enemies are the friends of the third prince. Should you have the support of the third prince? You need not fear the ninth prince. Xiao Han chuckled lightly. Lord Su, please convey to the third prince that I, Xiao Han, do not wish to remain in anyone's shadow, nor do I desire to be manipulated by others. My affairs with the ninth prince are of no concern to him. Su Changxin was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiao Han would refuse so decisively. Very well, I shall convey your message faithfully. After giving Xiao Han a deep look, Su Changxin turned to leave. Upon exiting the magistrate's office, Su Changxin approached a carriage and respectfully said, My lord, Xiao Han has declined your invitation. The master within the carriage chuckled lightly. To become a disciple of Tianfa Peak naturally requires a certain degree of pride. If the opportunity arises, I would indeed like to bring him under my wing. As long as Xiao Han remains in the capital, there will be ample time. There is no need to rush. The ninth prince must weigh whether the old man from Tianfa Peak is a force to be reckoned with. We shall enjoy the ensuing drama. With that, the carriage slowly departed, and Su Changxin followed suit. Xiao Han and the three women completed the task assigned by the cautionary bureau in just one day, and the rewards they received were quite satisfactory. This is the spiritual jade that can only be obtained through the cautionary bureau. Excellent for cultivation. Zhou Wucheng presented each of the four with 100 pieces of spiritual jade. Upon receiving it, Xiao Han examined it and confirmed its quality. Mei Qing Lian smiled at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, our first collaboration has gone so smoothly. We can continue to work together in the future if opportunities arise. Xiao Han nodded with a smile. As the four returned to the Martial Academy, they encountered the waiting Xiahou Cheng. Upon seeing Xiao Han and the three women engaged in cheerful conversation, jealousy surged within him, and he huffed. Xiao Han, no wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out you have been concealing your strength. To be able to slay a warrior of the 4th level of the Ling Hai realm is indeed a show of considerable arrogance. However, I advise you to prioritize your own well-being. The prowess of Lu Qingshan is far from the simplicity you imagine. Be cautious, lest you meet your demise at his hands. Before Xiao Han could utter a word, Mei Qinglian, with a tone of discontent, interjected, Xiahou Cheng, what do you wish to convey? Observing Mei Qinglian's blatant defense of Xiao Han, Xiahou Cheng was consumed by jealousy and retorted icily. I assert that Xiao Han is destined to perish at the hands of Lu Qingshan. Xiao Han understood that Xiahou Cheng's animosity toward him stemmed from Mei Qinglian's favor. This also hinted at Mei Qinglian's formidable background. Otherwise, Xiahou Cheng, with his pride, would not entangle himself so. Ha! Should I meet my end at Lu Qingshan's hands? I shall return as a vengeful spirit, haunting you daily to share my grievances, senior brother Xiahou. Xiao Han quipped. Xiahou Cheng's expression darkened, his eyes igniting with fury, while Mei Qinglian and her companions found amusement in the exchange. Sisters, I shall take my leave to Tianfa Peak. We shall meet again when time permits. Xiao Han bid farewell, pointedly ignoring Xiao Cheng. Meanwhile, Pingting gazed longingly at Xiao Han's retreating figure, her usual carefree demeanor now replaced with a hint of shyness. Provoking teasing from Mei Qinglian and Yin Jun, enraged by the continued disregard, Xiao Cheng stormed off. Upon returning to Tianfa Peak, Yin Qingxue sought him out. Old 3, in 2 days, the monarch will host a grand hunting event at the Royal Hunting Mountain, and disciples from our 5 peaks are expected to participate. I am reluctant to encounter a certain individual, and Old 2 prefers to avoid the limelight, so Master has instructed me to inform you. You shall represent Tianfa Peak at this hunting gala, Yin Qingxue announced. Xiao Han pondered. What is the nature of this hunting event? Yin Qingxue replied. It is held around this time each year, primarily involving royal family members, martial disciples, and scions from several prominent families in the capital. It serves to showcase the monarch's civil and martial prowess, highlighting the talent that flourishes in Great Qin. Tianfa Peak has not participated for several years, but this year, it is explicitly mandated that we cannot be absent. Although the other 4 peaks are dispatching their core disciples, your strength is formidable enough to compete. Following his battle with Luo Huan, Xiao Han's mastery of the stellar sword intent had significantly improved, which pleased him greatly. To enhance oneself, engaging in continuous combat is the swiftest and most effective method. This hunting gala, compared to other young martial artists, would provide an excellent opportunity for self-improvement, and Xiao Han was indeed interested. Very well, I shall participate. Yin Qingxue smiled. I knew you would agree. However, since you have consented, you must not disgrace Tianfa Peak. Otherwise, Master shall impose penalties upon your return. Xiao Han nodded affirmatively. I shall ensure it. Just then, Yi Xinlan unexpectedly arrived at Tianfa Peak, intending to attend the hunting gala as well. However, Xiao Han noticed that Yi Xinlan had already entered the Tianyuan realm. Chapter 38. The Origin of the Green Hat Prince. Yi Xinlan's Secret. Yi Xinlan stated, I will attend the hunting gala because the Yu Nu Palace will send someone to escort me, which will leave the 9th prince with no grounds for complaint. I shall temporarily leave the capital. You must take care of yourself. Xiao Han laughed. I shall be fine. Yet Yi Xinlan remained unconvinced, expressing concern. The 3 individuals who attempted to assassinate you at Ling Mountain were likely sent by the 9th prince. My father and the senior Chendatsi have warned him, but it may not suffice. I suspect the 9th prince may still try to target you during the hunting gala. Xiao Han nodded slightly. That is indeed a possibility, but I am not without means of self-defense. The hunting gala is not of paramount importance to me. Surely, if I cannot contend with the experts dispatched by the 9th prince, I can still escape, can't I? Conversely, I require continual honing to solidify my foundation in the Xiangang realm. A breakthrough into the Ling Hai realm is just around the corner. Without great fortune, I fear that further refining my stellar vein will become exceedingly difficult. Now, his combat prowess had nearly reached the pinnacle of the Xiangang realm, and the only course of action was to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of the Xiangang realm. Awaiting the opportune moment, Xiao Han had a premonition that this hunting gala might very well be the catalyst for his breakthrough. After these few days, we will have a lengthy period during which we cannot meet. Brother Han, why don't I accompany you around the capital for a while? Yi Xinlan suggested playfully, batting her eyelashes. With a beauty inviting him, Xiao Han could not refuse. He chuckled, while Yin Qingxue rolled her eyes. All right, I shan't interrupt the 2 of you lovebirds. I shall take my leave. During these 2 days, Yi Xinlan showed no hesitation, openly linking arms with Xiao Han as they explored several renowned locales in the capital. As the daughter of the head of the Great Qin martial mansion, her every move attracted the attention of many factions within the intricately woven power dynamics of the capital. Simultaneously, the 9th prince, having received the edict from the Great Qin monarch, was set to marry Yi Xinlan on an appointed day. The close proximity between his betrothed and Xiao Han led many to privately refer to the 9th prince as the Green Hat Prince. Nevertheless, with the hunting gala approaching, the Great Qin monarch remained silent, and even if the 9th prince were furious, he dared not openly trouble Xiao Han. Wei Wenxuan was indeed loyal to the royal family, but that did not grant a prince the liberty to bully him at will. As long as the 9th prince had yet to ascend the dragon throne, he could not exert his will over Yi Wenxuan. Moreover, the eccentric Chendatsi, once provoked, would render the monarch's edict ineffective. The decline of Tianfa Peak was intertwined with royal secrets, of which the 9th prince was somewhat aware. During the days spent with Yi Xinlan, Xiao Han felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation, prompting him to occasionally recall the words conveyed by the divine consciousness left behind by his father. It seemed that Xinlan had yet to regain her memories from her past life. She remained the same as she once was. Regardless of her transformation, she holds no betrayal towards me, and I shall hold none towards her. Xiao Han had completely set aside all other matters. Yi Xinlan noticed that Xiao Han was somewhat preoccupied and remarked, "Brother Han, you truly must be wary of the ninth prince. If he has been able to refrain from causing us trouble these past few days, it is certain that he will strike during the hunting gala." Xiao Han waved his hand dismissively, shifting the topic. "I am not overly concerned about that. In these days, we have attracted the attention of many, most of whom have ties to various princes. Yet, I have sensed the presence of disciples from the Yin Corpse sect. Xinlan, have you heard of this Yin Corpse sect?" Xiao Han casually inquired, not expecting Yi Xinlan to nod and reveal her knowledge. The Yin Corpse sect did not originate from Great Qin but had infiltrated our borders from the outskirts of other nations. The first to uncover their nefarious deeds was the court's Criminal Capture Division. Initially, they dispatched a few individuals to subdue them, but those individuals seemed to have vanished without a trace. The Criminal Capture Division soon realized the gravity of the situation and sent numerous personnel to uncover the terrifying scope of the Yin Corpse sect's clandestine expansion. They employed living beings to forge corpses, feeding them with human flesh and blood, exhibiting exceedingly cruel methods. However, after years of hunting by the Criminal Capture Division, the Yin Corpse sect suffered significant losses and gradually became less active. Yet now, it appeared these underground vermin, akin to centipedes that refused to die, dared to continue their malevolence within the capital. The more Yi Xinlan spoke, the graver her tone became. Xiao Han remained silent. For as Yi Xinlan indicated, the audacity of the Yin Corpse sect to act so openly within the capital suggested that they were shielded by powerful patrons. Otherwise, they would have long been eradicated. After decades of peace in Great Qin, the upper echelons had sunk to such depths. It was truly laughable. The emergence of the Yin Corpse sect undoubtedly signified a fierce struggle among the elite. Xiao Han had no standing to intervene, yet he would need to exercise caution. Having slain Luo Huan, the black-clad figures had been temporarily detained by him before being captured by Mei Qinglian. The downfall of both had exposed the deeds of the Yin Corpse sect, and this reckoning would surely fall upon Xiao Han's shoulders. Given the circumstances, unless he remained sequestered within Tianfa Peak, he would indeed find himself beset by numerous adversaries. As night fell, Yi Xinlan reiterated her concerns to Xiao Han before departing Tianfa Peak. Meanwhile, Xiao Han made his way to the martial arts pavilion to contemplate the diagram of purple qi rising from the east. Without his father's divine consciousness and amidst the presence of a great sun and a solitary green mountain, he could continually refine his stellar sword in tint. Ultimately, the question remained: who would be the hunter and who the hunted at the hunting gala? After returning to her secret chamber, Yi Xinlan stealthily left the martial mansion, heading toward a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the capital. The insects of the Yin Corpse sect dare to attempt to turn my brother Han into one of their corpses. They must be tired of living. In an instant, Yi Xinlan's aura transformed, embodying the essence of an exalted empress, gazing down upon the world. Upon entering the decaying temple, she struck the wall with a palm, shattering the hidden passage. Following that was a merciless slaughter. The last remnants of the Yin Corpse sect's power in the capital were annihilated by Yi Xinlan alone. After completing all these tasks, Yi Xinlan quietly returned to the Wu mansion. Unbeknownst to anyone, she gazed longingly at the Tianfa Peak and sighed softly. "Brother Han, the only assistance I can offer is this. I hope you can come to the women's palace to find me soon." At this moment, Yi Xinlan exuded a peculiar aura, embodying both the playful charm of a delicate bird and an overwhelming authority, as if she held the power of life and death in her hands. Having regained a portion of her memories, she found it difficult to relinquish the emotions she had never experienced in her previous life. Chapter 39. The royal family gathers at the hunting mountain. The hunt begins. The next day, led by Mansion Master Yi Wenshuan, all 4 peak masters were present, accompanied by the core disciples of the spiritual sea realm from the 4 peaks, totaling over 100 individuals. It must be acknowledged that the immense foundation accumulated by the Deqin Wu mansion, once transformed into strength, was indeed formidable. Among these 100 individuals were not only Wu Tai, Xiahou Cheng, and Lu Qingshan, but also established core disciples like Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao. A significant portion of the top 20 from the talent ranking had also entered the spiritual sea realm and were present as well. Yang Ju, a formal disciple who entered at the same time as Xiao Han, had surprisingly also broken through to the spiritual sea realm. This hunting event would undoubtedly lead to fierce internal competition within the Daqin Wu mansion. Naturally, Xiao Han, as the sole disciple of Tianfa Peak, attracted considerable attention. All these core disciples were uniformly in the spiritual sea realm, with Xiao Han being the only exception at the 7th level of the Xiangang realm. However, many were already aware that Xiao Han had slain Luo Huan, who was at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, and thus did not dare to underestimate him. Our Daqin Wu mansion is brimming with exceptional talent and outstanding individuals. As the mansion master, I, Yi Wenxuan, take pride in you all. Today, I lead you to participate in the annual hunting event hosted by the monarch, and I hope you all can achieve great results and bring honor to our Wu mansion. I now declare. Everyone, set off immediately. Yi Wenxuan's pre-battle speech was concise, yet it appeared to have a remarkable effect. The morale of the disciples soared, clearly eager for the hunting event in terms of participation. The Daqin Wu mansion had the largest number of combatants, followed by the 4 prominent families of the capital. The total number of royal descendants would never exceed 20. These 4 prominent families were the founding heroes of the Daqin kingdom, a legacy that has persisted through the years. Although the titles granted by the court had long since faded, the connections and substantial family resources accumulated over time were unparalleled by ordinary families. The descendants of these 4 families seldom entered the Daqin Wu mansion, leading to various speculations, though none were ever confirmed. However, the direct descendants nurtured by these families were hardly inferior to the top talents of the Daqin Wu mansion. Some among them might even join major sects like the Xianyang sect or the Wanjian Pavilion. Thus, throughout history, the monarchs of the Daqin kingdom have continuously sought to court the favor of these 4 prominent families. As the 3 factions converged at the royal family hunting mountain, a chilling atmosphere of impending slaughter permeated the entire area. The Daqin monarch sat in the central seat, his face gaunt, adorned with a few strands of gray-white beard, giving him a seemingly amiable appearance. On either side stood factions led by the 3rd prince and the 9th prince, with each garnering support from other princes. These princes had already been effectively sidelined, their hopes for the throne dashed, and were now being courted by the 3rd and 9th princes, each vying for supremacy. 9th brother, why have I recently heard rumors circulating through the capital about a green-hatted prince? Who is that person? As a prince of the realm, to be branded with such a derogatory title was indeed a disgrace to the Daqin royal family. If I find out who this person is, I will certainly petition father to mete out severe punishment. The 3rd prince, with a seemingly amused expression, regarded the visibly enraged 9th prince, whose face had turned ashen. The 9th prince took a few deep breaths, ultimately allowing reason to triumph over fury, and said stiffly, 3rd brother, you have a point. I hope you can uncover the identity of this individual and inform me. I too shall petition father for strict punishment. With that, he turned his head away, no longer looking at the 3rd prince. The fist concealed within his sleeve clenched tightly, veins bulging in that moment. The 9th prince's animosity towards Xiao Han intensified with the 3rd prince's taunts. A glance revealed that he indeed spotted Xiao Han, who was isolated in a corner. Xiao Han, I will kill you at this hunting event. The 9th prince seethed inwardly, seemingly sensing the murderous intent directed at him. Xiao Han merely smiled disdainfully. He observed the Daqin monarch, the 3rd prince, and the 9th prince with keen interest. The Daqin monarch appeared youthful and vigorous, brimming with vitality, yet to Xiao Han, he seemed decayed and nearing his twilight days. The 3rd prince appeared shrewd and capable, amassing numerous civil and military officials under his command. However, to Xiao Han, this was akin to a castle built on sand, lacking any solid foundation. If the Daqin monarch were to decide against passing the throne to the 3rd prince, all that he had would vanish in an instant, rendering him incapable of achieving greatness. As for the 9th prince, he was cunning and deep-minded, possessing a measure of strength, yet lacking the demeanor of a true sovereign. Xiao Han believed that if he were the 9th prince, having already attempted to harm him, there would be no room for reconciliation. Tio's retreat after failing to kill him at the sacred mountain was utterly uncharacteristic of a man of ambition, even if he currently enjoyed the monarch's favor. Ascending to the throne would not automatically make him a wise ruler. Furthermore, Xiao Han also noticed the royal descendants following the 3 While they all possessed the cultivation of the spiritual sea realm, some had vacant gazes or unstable auras, revealing a lack of solid foundation. It was evident that they had led a life of luxury, indulging in pleasures, and their potential was squandered despite their realm. Such individuals, one and all, would be easily dispatched by Xiao Han. In contrast, the descendants dispatched by the four prominent families exuded an aura that was not inferior to the likes of Xiahou Cheng and Feng Xiaojun, who were among the top core disciples. The imbalance of power, where the weak served the strong, foretold ominous signs of impending disaster for the realm. The rules of the hunting event remained unchanged from previous years, focusing on who could capture the most prey. The top 10 would receive substantial rewards. With a wave of his hand, the Daqin monarch signaled for the drums of war to sound. Officially commencing the hunting event, Feng Xiaojun and Mei Qinglian both inquired if Xiao Han needed company, but he declined each offer. Xiao Han anticipated encountering significant trouble during this hunting event and wished not to involve others. Xiao Han has gone that way. Pursue him relentlessly. The ninth prince ordered in secret, his sole aim being the elimination of Xiao Han. Meanwhile, within the Wu mansion, Lu Qingshan was unwilling to miss such a rare opportunity. After all, Xiao Han's strength had become increasingly formidable. If left unresolved, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Moreover, Lu Qingshan was initially aligned with the ninth prince, so eliminating Xiao Han would serve a dual purpose, naturally becoming his priority, and no matter how generous the rewards of the hunting event, they paled in comparison to earning the ninth prince's favor, which held far greater value. Xiao Han, I shall prove that I, Yang Ju, am not inferior to you. Yang Ju, who had been overshadowed by Xiao Han, had diligently cultivated for many days and successfully broken through to the spiritual sea realm, all to seize an opportunity to vindicate himself. To Yang Ju, this hunting event was the perfect stage for him to reclaim his name. Come on, bring it on. Let us see who can emerge victorious in the end. Xiao Han glanced back at the group following him, his fighting spirit steadily rising. Chapter 40. The White Jade Silver Wolf, a Heavenly Gift. Xiao Han estimated that the number of pursuers behind him would not be fewer than 10, given the ninth prince's resolute intent to kill him. In the vast hunting mountain, it would be a simple task for the ninth prince to discreetly send a few subordinates after him. Thus, Xiao Han did not act recklessly. Instead, he employed the spirit smoke step to elude his pursuers. Xiao Han has vanished. The core disciples led by Lu Qingshan halted at the last place where Xiao Han had disappeared. Lu Qingshan coldly remarked, since Xiao Han is intent on participating in the hunting event, he will undoubtedly reveal himself. Losing track of him temporarily is of no concern. The ninth prince's men are not limited to just us. Within the hunting mountain, a vast number of demonic beasts were raised. And the hunting event was held only once a year, meaning there was a considerable quantity of beasts. In every previous hunting event, the top 10 participants had never slain fewer than 100 beasts. Lu Qingshan was certain that Xiao Han, as the only disciple from Tianfa Peak participating, would aim to break into the top 10, which would significantly increase the chances of rediscovering his whereabouts. There was no need to worry that Xiao Han would hide like a turtle and not show himself. The hunting event operated on a points system. 1 point for slaying a body refinement realm beast, 5 points for a true Qi realm beast, 10 points for a Xin Gang realm beast, 100 points for a spiritual sea realm beast, and 1,000 points for a heavenly origin realm beast. With a duration of 3 days, from the perspective of the main force participating in the hunting gala, the slaughter of the spirit sea realm beasts is the arena of fiercest competition. Those of slightly lesser strength often focus their sights on the true energy realm beasts. Although the points awarded for these lower-tier beasts are scarce, the time required for their defeat is significantly less, making them a more efficient target. After a brief analysis, Xiao Han saw through this clearly. To hone his own skills, he undoubtedly needed to confront beasts of the spirit sea realm to achieve any meaningful results. Thus, his first target was a spirit sea realm beast, the white feather silver wolf. This creature is inherently social, with a minimum of 20 companions in a single pack. There is a substantial likelihood that among them, a wolf king of considerable intelligence may arise. Approximately half of this pack of white feather silver wolves possesses strength at the spirit sea realm, rendering them a formidable group even in the hunting mountains. Nearby, a series of howls erupted, and the wolf pack immediately encircled Xiao Han, closing in on him step by step. First, I shall break your formation. Xiao Han adhered to the philosophy of harming a few fingers rather than severing a whole hand. He drew the Chen Tian sword and launched an initial assault on those white feather silver wolves whose strength fell below the spirit sea realm. Shadow Light 7 swords. Rising Sun 7 swords. With 2/10 of stellar sword intent, the sword chi contained within possessed a formidable potency, delivering a lethal strike to the white feather silver wolves. A mere brush would wound. A direct hit would result in death. In the span of a few breaths, nearly 10 white feather silver wolves were slain on the spot. Xiao Han's Ling Yin step unfurled, allowing the remaining wolves to scarcely graze the hem of his garment. Witnessing their companions being mercilessly dispatched, the spirit sea realm white feather silver wolves grew increasingly agitated. At that moment, a particularly large white feather silver wolf, adorned with a tuft of golden fur on its chest, stood atop a boulder, gazing down at Xiao Han with icy eyes. It was evident that this creature was the Wolf King. Approaching the strength of the Tian Yuan realm, Xiao Han's heart sank, and the Chen Tian sword in his hand began to swing with increasing speed, dispatching the remaining weaker white feather silver wolves entirely. Ultimately, the 11 white feather silver wolves encircling him were all of spirit sea realm strength. Accompanied by the ever-watchful Wolf King, dragon subduing Qi, tiger suppressing Qi, Xiao Han sheathed the Chen Tian sword, swiftly channeling surging Qi into his palms. With 90 stellar veins refined within his body, Xiao Han could manifest 10 distinct Qi forces. In this moment, he resembled a ferocious beast in human form, charging directly into the pack of white feather silver wolves, striking left and right. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever Xiao Han passed, these wolves had not even reacted before being sent flying by his blows. The Ling Yin step, honed through rigorous training in Chen Daozi's garden, allowed him to effortlessly outpace the white feather silver wolves, showcasing his formidable prowess. However, the injuries sustained by the wolves that had been sent flying were not severe. They quickly rose and charged at Xiao Han once more. Come again. The scene of Xiao Han engaging in a brutal melee with these white feather silver wolves left the Wolf King profoundly shaken. With its wisdom and experience, it had never encountered a human martial artist who would fight so fiercely against beasts. It was evident that Xiao Han's vitality had reached such a depth that even the beasts appeared to pale in comparison. It was precisely for this reason that the Wolf King fixated on Xiao Han, leading the pack in a coordinated assault to overwhelm him. To devour Xiao Han would mean the Wolf King's ascension to the Tian Yuan realm was imminent. Bang! As the final Spirit Sea realm white feather silver wolf was crushed by Xiao Han's fist, the arena fell into an immediate silence. The ground was littered with the carcasses of white feather silver wolves, their blood pooling outwards for dozens of meters. Xiao Han bore numerous claw marks upon him, his appearance somewhat disheveled. At that moment, the Wolf King approached Xiao Han with a measured pace, to maximize the depletion of Xiao Han's strength. The white feather silver Wolf King willingly sacrificed all its companions, allowing them to be systematically slaughtered without intervening. Its coldness and cunning were indeed surprising to Xiao Han. Let us begin. Xiao Han remained vigilant, once again drawing the Chen Tian sword and fixing his gaze intently on the Wolf King. Whoosh! In the next instant, the Wolf King moved without warning, its speed akin to a flash of white light, darting before Xiao Han and lunging for his throat. Heavenly Slash. The technique Xiao Han executed was not a manifestation of the Chen Tian sword's inherent power, but rather the first form of the Chen Tian sword technique. This strike, imbued with the might of stellar sword intent, was angled with precision, forcefully repelling the Wolf King's advance. The beast twisted its body, narrowly evading Xiao Han's counterattack, having failed to land a hit. The Wolf King grew considerably more cautious. However, Xiao Han had no intention of engaging in a prolonged standoff. Heavenly Movement 5 forms. Mountain Moving Form. Xiao Han suddenly struck, temporarily restraining the Wolf King with this powerful martial art. Immediately afterward, he fused 10 dragon subduing and tiger suppressing Qi forces, unleashing them upon the Wolf King. Crack! Several ribs on the left side of the Wolf King shattered with a resounding snap. Howl! Infuriated by the injury inflicted by Xiao Han, the Wolf King threw back its head and howled at the sky. In that moment, the Wolf King's body radiated with a shimmering starlight, its size increasing by over half, amplifying the pressure it exerted on Xiao Han. This was undeniably the white feather silver wolf's innate ability. Bloodline enhancement. It is said that the ancestors of the white feather silver wolf hailed from the ancient celestial wolf lineage. As the bloodline diluted over generations, the white feather silver wolf could only rely on the enhancement of its own strength to awaken the remnants of its ancestral lineage. Now, at the precipice of its limits, the Wolf King would no longer conceal such a power. After the bloodline enhancement, the Wolf King was no longer an ordinary white feather silver wolf, but bore a hint of the ancient celestial wolf's might. With a low growl, the Wolf King swiftly shattered the restraining force of the mountain-moving form in the blink of an eye. It surged forward like lightning, launching a powerful claw strike at Xiao Han. The Wolf King's strength now rivaled that of the Tian Yuan realm, rendering it exceptionally formidable. Gathering the full might of 10 dragons subduing and tiger-suppressing chi forces upon the Chen Tian sword, Xiao Han thrust it forward with tremendous force. Clang! Xiao Han was sent flying by the sheer power of the impact, while the Wolf King sustained only a shallow wound, suffering minimal damage. You are indeed formidable. But how long can you endure? Rising to his feet, Xiao Han wiped away the trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his expression resolute. Despite the dire circumstances, he still refrained from employing the ultimate weapon contained within the Chen Tian sword. The Wolf King, having activated its innate ability, could not maintain such a state for long as he could weather the Wolf King's onslaught. Xiao Han would have the opportunity to turn the tide. And indeed, this proved to be the case. The Wolf King's subsequent attacks were nothing short of frenzied. Yet, Xiao Han managed to withstand them with sheer grit. The formidable power bestowed by the innate ability began to wane, and the Wolf King grew increasingly anxious, retreating involuntarily. Now, it is my turn. Xiao Han chuckled softly. Though utterly exhausted, the spark in his eyes remained exceptionally bright. After a quarter of an hour, the white feather silver Wolf King, whose strength was nearly on par with the Tian Yuan realm, was ultimately ground down by Xiao Han. During the hunting gala, the skins, flesh, bones, and inner cores of slain beasts all belonged to the hunter. However, the inner cores must be retained as the sole proof for score verification. 13 white feather silver wolves of the Xiangang realm level yielded 130 points. 11 white feather silver wolves of the Spirit Sea realm level garnered a total of 1,100 points. As for the Wolf King, it was certainly impossible to classify it as a Tian Yuan realm beast. However, to categorize it as a Spirit Sea realm beast would be too disadvantageous, so Xiao Han opted to refine it instead. With his thoughts racing, Xiao Han hoisted the entire white feather silver Wolf King onto his shoulders. After nearly an hour of fierce battle, Xiao Han had indeed expended considerable energy and required the Wolf King's flesh to regain his strength. This battle yielded remarkable results, reaping substantial rewards. Nonetheless, beasts, after all, remained beasts. Lacking the capabilities to reach the level of the white feather silver Wolf King, their shortcomings outside of physical strength compared to human martial artists were glaringly apparent. Xiao Han could gradually wear down these Spirit Sea realm beasts with his physical prowess, but such a method was utterly unfeasible against human warriors. The disparity in wisdom and martial arts was simply too vast. Not long after Xiao Han departed, Yang Ju arrived on the scene, taken aback by the bloodbath before him. It appeared that only one person had engaged in combat with this pack of white feather silver wolves. The prowess of this individual was undoubtedly above the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. They were likely one of the top-tier, seasoned core disciples, or perhaps a direct descendant of one of the 4 prominent families. With my current strength, I could not possibly achieve such a feat. Xiao Han must have accomplished the impossible. After a moment of reflection, Yang Ju smiled faintly. It seems the opponent has no interest in the flesh of these Spirit Sea realm beasts, which now works to my advantage. Utilizing the power contained within these beastly remains, I might very well reach the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm. At this pace, overtaking Xiao Han is just within my grasp. Carrying the corpse of the Wolf King, Xiao Han temporarily ventured into a secluded area, where he began to carve the most potent flesh and blood from the Wolf King's body, consuming it directly. In the hunting mountain, igniting a fire would easily expose one's location, and Xiao Han would naturally not commit such an obvious blunder. Devouring the Wolf King's flesh was a trivial matter. After consuming a portion of the spiritual meat, Xiao Han immediately felt his strength rapidly rejuvenating, and the minor wounds on his body were continuously healing. He began to refine the Wolf King's inner core without wasting a moment, swiftly entering into a state of cultivation. Through his battle with numerous white jade silver wolves, Xiao Han had honed his skills and gained validation. In his confrontation with the Wolf King, he remained calm and composed, seeking victory amidst peril. This battle was immensely beneficial for Xiao Han. Refining the Wolf King's inner core and achieving a breakthrough should not pose a challenge in a hidden cave at the edge of the hunting mountain. Three ninth-level spiritual sea martial artists were deliberating their next course of action. Last time, the ninth prince spared our lives. If we fail to slay Xiao Han this time, we might as well take our own lives in atonement. Our ambush at the Martial House was fraught with peril, and even the slightest misstep could alert the Martial House's experts. However, within this vast expanse of the hunting mountain, as long as we prepare meticulously, killing Xiao Han should pose no issue. The three were indeed the ones who had besieged Xiao Han in the sacred mountain's treasure ground. Upon learning that Xiao Han would represent the heavenly punishment peak at the hunting festival, the ninth prince had them conceal themselves in the hunting mountain, waiting to track Xiao Han's whereabouts once the festival commenced. However, they understood the need for caution. Having suffered once before, they were not in a rush to act. The ninth prince, confident in his arrangements, considered Lu Qingshan as his first line of strength, with the three ninth-level spiritual sea subordinates acting as the second. Furthermore, he had prepared a third line of strength to completely ensnare Xiao Han. Casting a subconscious glance at Yi Xinlan, who sat beside Yi Wenxuan with her eyes closed in meditation, the ninth prince's eyes flickered with malice as he thought, once the news of Xiao Han's gruesome demise spreads, I wonder how well you will endure. Those who dare betray me shall surely meet a grim fate. Yi Xinlan, without needing to open her eyes, could sense the ninth prince's hostility. Yet, to her, the ninth prince was merely an insignificant insect, destined to become a stepping stone for Xiao Han. She deemed it beneath her to intervene personally. At the eighth level of the profound gang's realm, Xiao Han exhaled a long breath of turbid air. A faint smile gracing his lips, with the complete refinement of the Wolf King's inner core, his cultivation indeed saw significant improvement. He was merely one step away from achieving perfection in the profound gang's realm. Having restored himself to peak condition, Xiao Han abandoned the Wolf King's corpse and delved deeper into the hunting mountain in search of his next target. At present, Xiao Han had accumulated over 1,200 points. While he could not claim to be securely in first place, he was undoubtedly positioned within the top 10. Should this momentum continue, his chances of clinching a spot among the top 3 of the hunting festival were exceedingly promising. Chapter 42. Blood Bodhi, a bold and reckless idea? Roaring. As Xiao Han stepped into the dense forest, he faintly heard a furious roar emanating from afar. Intrigued, he carefully discerned the direction and promptly made his way toward it. The source of such a commotion could only be a top-tier spiritual sea beast, well worth investigating. As Xiao Han drew nearer to the sound's origin, he soon spotted a gathering of over 30 Martial House disciples. It turned out that 2 spiritual sea beasts were engaged in a fierce battle within a naturally formed deep pit. Upon approaching, Xiao Han observed the 2 combatants, heedless of everything as they sought to eliminate one another. Some individuals, filled with glee, remarked, "No matter who wins, the treasures in that pit will be ours. Our strength may be slightly lacking, so it remains uncertain how much benefit we can truly reap. Indeed, if those elite core disciples don't get their share, how could we expect to benefit? As long as we can obtain a blood bodhi, my chances of advancing to the heavenly origin realm will significantly increase. This is vital for my future cultivation, so I must strive for it with all my might." Blood bodhi? Xiao Han silently regarded the deep pit. Having heard of the treasure these individuals spoke of, the roots of a blood bodhi absorb the blood of formidable beasts and, after 30 years of nurturing by the essence of heaven and earth, it bears fruit. A single blood bodhi possesses miraculous properties that can aid in cultivation. Although Xiao Han had spent half a year in the Xianyang sect, he had only come across related records in the scriptures and had never truly seen one. Now, to encounter such a wondrous item within this deep pit was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Among the old core disciples present, many had reached the 9th level of the spiritual sea, with the names Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao readily coming to mind, alongside the newly promoted core disciple, Shi Jingqi. The 2 beasts in the deep pit were indeed aware of the many human martial artists lurking nearby, yet their bloodlust rendered them unwilling to cease fighting. "Everyone, let us act," commanded the 7 9th-level spiritual sea core disciples, leading the charge into the deep pit, launching a fierce assault on the mutually wounded beasts. The remaining core disciples followed closely behind, but they found no opportunity to intervene, merely surveying the surroundings. From the current situation, no one had yet discovered the whereabouts of the blood bodhi. Could it be located there? Stealthily tailing behind, Xiao Han made a different observation. The star veins within his body sensed a unique power. To the right of the deep pit lay an open-air cave, shaped like an inverted bowl, with a strikingly unique appearance. Notably, the cave's ceiling was adorned with intertwining vines. On these very vines, Xiao Han spotted crimson crystals resembling fresh blood. Hanging enticingly, truly the blood bodhi. Not long after Xiao Han's discovery, others began to take notice as well. After slaying the two beasts, everyone congregated at the open-air cave, their eyes fervently fixed on the blood bodhi. There are enough blood bodhi here for each person to claim one. Since that's the case, we need not hold back. Even the most powerful old core disciples would hesitate to offend so many of us at once. Indeed, if we work together, we can surely secure a blood bodhi. Excited, the crowd was eager to lay claim to the treasure. Xiao Han, however, refrained from rushing in. Instead, he recalled the fierce competition over the true intent vermilion fruit in the Tianyuan mountain range, where a formidable beast, the one-horned ink-scaled python, had guarded the prize. Although two beasts had been slain earlier, Xiao Han still sensed something amiss. He meticulously observed the surrounding movements while maintaining a considerable distance from the blood bodhi's location. In that moment, he noticed Shi Jingqi standing at a distance, seemingly pondering his own strategy, not rushing to the forefront. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Han tossed a small pebble toward Shi Jingqi. Having already reached the second level of the spiritual sea, Shi Jingqi easily evaded the small trick, only to find Xiao Han smiling at him. After a moment of hesitation, Shi Jingqi approached Xiao Han and whispered, "Xiao Han, the ninth prince has declared that whoever can kill you will claim a reward from him. Not to mention other factions, even within the martial house, many are keeping their eyes on you. Although your strength is formidable, remember that two fists cannot contend with four hands. You must be cautious. I cannot assist you." Xiao Han chuckled. "Shi Jingqi, you are mistaken. This is not about me needing your help. Rather, it is you who requires my assistance. I have counted the blood bodhi here. There are only 35 in total. While it may seem feasible for each person to claim one, do you think those ninth-level spiritual sea disciples will be so generous? If you act alone, you will undoubtedly leave empty-handed. I assure you, feel free to test my words." Shi Jingqi fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, "Are you suggesting that we join forces to contest for the blood bodhi together? Setting aside the question of how many blood bodhi the two of us could secure, it's likely that if you expose your whereabouts, escaping will be quite challenging. You need not take this risk. It is not worth it." Shi Jingqi's two warnings made Xiao Han inwardly nod. He had indeed chosen wisely. Shi Jingqi was a man of principles. Collaborating with someone like him was highly feasible. Many sought to kill me, and yet, those individuals have all perished. Xiao Han smirked. "I know your movement skills are quite impressive. Coincidentally, my own have reached great heights. If we join forces, there will be no issue. I ask you only one question. Are you willing?" Shi Jingqi, known as the Demon Blade, was not only skilled in his blade techniques but also possessed a flexible and adaptable character. He was not opposed to teaming up with Xiao Han for the blood bodhi. Both parties stood to gain, and the ninth prince's vendetta against Xiao Han was of no concern to him. "Of course, I will," Shi Jingqi replied with a resolute snort. "So, what do you propose we do?" Xiao Han whispered a few words quickly, and after listening, Shi Jingqi gazed deeply at him and sighed. "You are quite ruthless. In comparison, I feel utterly inadequate." Shi Jingqi had never anticipated that Xiao Han would possess the audacity to attempt to seize the majority of the blood bodhi. Despite the boldness of such a nearly insane idea, a flicker of excitement surged within Shi Jingqi. After their discussion, the two began to execute their predetermined plan, each taking action in their own right. After a brief wait, Xiao Han's eyes flickered. Indeed, what he had surmised was about to unfold. Chapter 43. A Bountiful Harvest, Fierce Battle with Deng Xiuan. One impatient disciple was the first to act, leaping forward to begin extracting a blood bodhi. Yet, at that moment, everyone suddenly noticed a vine swiftly advancing towards him. In an instant, the vine plunged with alarming speed into the back of this individual. The tip of the vine pierced through his chest as if it were an exceptionally hard weapon. Hanging in midair as torrents of blood gushed forth, creating a horrifically gruesome scene. Subsequently, the robust body of the man visibly withered away. The onlookers could clearly see crimson blood coursing through the verdant vine, continuously flowing towards its source. Within 30 breaths, a living person had been drained to nothing but skin and bone. a sight utterly terrifying. This monstrous vine had devoured his flesh and blood. This spectacle greatly stirred the hearts of those consumed by greed. Shi Zhengqi informed Xiao Han of his earlier concerns. Having perused some texts regarding the blood Bodhi, Shi Zhengqi knew it was no ordinary spirit tree, but rather a ferocious demon vine. A blood Bodhi tree formed from absorbing the blood of powerful beasts could hardly be considered a benign entity. This perspective resonated with Xiao Han, prompting both to remain patient and let others confront the blood Bodhi tree for the time being. Let each of you rely on your own abilities. The 7 disciples at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm were no longer willing to charge to the forefront, allowing others to reap the benefits. With their strength, the chances of acquiring 1 or 2 blood Bodhi were still considerable. As for the others, their fates were of no concern to them. Whoever possessed the capability should seize it for themselves. Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao, both exceptionally gifted and mutually trusting, formed the strongest alliance. Upon their initial strike, they secured 2 blood Bodhi, inciting envy among the others. However, the blood Bodhi tree retaliated fiercely against their assault. Break! Fang Xiaojuan's sword was no ordinary weapon. With a single swing, the vine was severed, and he effortlessly neutralized the blood Bodhi tree's attack. This provoked the blood Bodhi tree, causing numerous vines to spring into action, even concealing the remaining blood Bodhi more stealthily. Without considerable effort, acquiring another blood Bodhi became nearly impossible. The others retreated in haste, wary of approaching the open cave. Shi Xiong, let us make our move. Xiao Han said with a smile. His plan with Shi Zhengqi was straightforward, to directly sever the vines and seize the blood Bodhi from the branches. Xiao Han, in his cultivation, required ample resources. Refining the veins of the stars was no small task. While others might be satisfied with obtaining 1 or 2 blood Bodhi, for Xiao Han, that would be utterly insufficient. With the Qintian sword and the star sword intent at his disposal, accomplishing this was hardly a challenge. Thus, he harbored concerns that Shi Zhengqi might falter at this critical juncture. However, Shi Zhengqi exuded confidence, assuring Xiao Han to proceed without worry. Let's act. Shi Zhengqi's agility was comparable to the minor mastery of the Lingyan step, which was indeed impressive. In a series of swift movements, he leaped into the air, wielding his treasure blade to effortlessly sever the encroaching vines. Knife intent seed. Xiao Han remarked with unexpected delight. In a wonder Shi Zhengqi was so self-assured. There was indeed no need for concern. As Shi Zhengqi took action, Xiao Han nearly simultaneously unleashed his own assault. With 20% of the star sword intent, dealing with the vines was effortless. Within mere moments, both Xiao Han and Shi Zhengqi had each acquired 7 blood Bodhi. They are truly cunning. Quick, stop them. To take so many blood Bodhi and still not relent is utterly unforgivable. Let them battle it out first. We will snatch them from them later. Although the crowd appeared agitated, each harbored ulterior motives, none willing to make the first move. Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao, upon seeing Xiao Han, could not help but exclaim, "This Xiao Han is indeed exceptionally fortunate. Whenever treasures appear, he is always present. This time, I foresee him reaping abundant rewards." Shui Yao's eyes gleamed. Fortune is also a facet of strength. Xiao Han's profound blessings may well be the reason for his rapid advancement. After acquiring the 10th blood Bodhi, Shi Zhengqi decisively ceased his actions and called to Xiao Han, "Brother Xiao, take care of yourself. I shall take my leave." The 7 veteran core disciples had collectively gathered nearly 10. Shi Zhengqi had secured 10, while Xiao Han held 13 in his possession. The vast majority of the blood Bodhi had already been plucked, leaving the others to stare in envy. Upon witnessing Shi Zhengqi's retreat, a considerable number chose to pursue him, while others set their sights on Xiao Han. Even 2 seasoned core disciples at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea explicitly blocked Xiao Han's path. Yet, before a full-blown conflict erupted, the blood Bodhi tree, enraged by the ease with which its blood Bodhi had been taken, unleashed a torrent of vines from the ground, rapidly spreading to envelop the entire open cave. For those still present, including Xiao Han, escape became increasingly difficult. Xiao Han, relinquish the blood Bodhi, and I, Deng Xiuan, shall not trouble you, cried one of the youths at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea. Xiao Han remained unfazed, smiling. "If you want it, come and take it. I will certainly oblige." A cold glint flashed in Deng Xiuan's eyes. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige. After all, senior brother Xiahou Cheng intends to deal with you. And the 9th prince has promised rewards for your capture. Truly a 3-fold gain. Even if I cannot obtain the blood Bodhi in your possession, I will have the blood Bodhi tree ensnare you. Another warrior at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea, noticing the increasingly dense vines, hesitated briefly before opting to retreat. Very well, we shall see who perishes here. Xiao Han remained unperturbed, drawing forth the Chintian sword as the star sword intent surged forth, launching torrents of sword energy like a downpour towards Deng Xiuan. The Xiangang realm, despite its formidable might, paled in comparison to a true master of the Spirit Sea realm. Deng Xiuan, seasoned from countless battles, quickly discerned Xiao Han's lack of cultivation and recognized that with absolute power, he could easily suppress him. Chapter 44. Deng Xiuan's Demise. What of the four great families? Sealing heaven, banning earth. Deng Xiuan showcased the overwhelming power of a 9th-level Spirit Sea warrior. Reaching out with one hand to grasp the void, summoning a deep, ethereal force that began to stagnate the surrounding spiritual energy. Even the slightest movement became incredibly arduous for Xiao Han. This sealing heaven technique, I have diligently cultivated for 5 years. Few can breach it among those of the same rank. To die by my hand is, in fact, your honor. Deng Xiuan sneered coldly. Oh really? Xiao Han's gaze sharpened. Deng Xiuan's martial art was indeed formidable, resembling a nascent royal-level technique. However, even if it bore a semblance, it would reach its limits there, unable to evolve further. Skywalker 5 styles. Mountain moving style. The 90 veins of the stars trembled as Xiao Han struck forth, causing the intricate gathering of power Deng Xiuan had amassed to instantaneously show signs of collapse. Royal-level martial art. Deng Xiuan's face paled dramatically, and he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. Even the Mansion Lord may not grasp royal-level martial arts. How could you, Xiao Han, possess such merit? Even if you trained for half a year in the Xianyang sect, it is unfathomable for them to impart such martial arts to you. Deng Xiuan felt the overwhelming force of the mountain-moving style strike his chest, akin to having his heart ruthlessly pummeled, leaving him in excruciating agony. Dragon subduing tiger suppressing force. Xiao Han offered no retort. Following the initial successful strike, his assault on Deng Xiuan grew increasingly ferocious, 10 colossal forces descending in an instant. Bang! Deng Xiuan could no longer endure, his figure hurtling backward and crashing to the ground. Just as the blood Bodhi tree's vines surged forth, ensnaring him tightly in the next instant, a dozen vines plunged into Deng Xiuan's back, ravenously absorbing his flesh and blood. The blood Bodhi tree had descended into utter madness. Upon witnessing the grim fate of Deng Xiuan, Xiao Han resolutely turned to leave. The numerous disciples of the martial house, although they had all evacuated the deep pit, could still vividly sense the terrifying wrath of the blood Bodhi tree. Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao, among others, lingered near the pit, awaiting some outcome. Deng Xiuan attempted to impede Xiao Han, and the fate of either of them hinged on whether one could depart safely, or if they would all fall victim to the blood Bodhi tree. Regardless, Xiao Han possessed over a dozen blood Bodhi, and if there was any possibility, these individuals hoped to secure them. Thus, it stood that whoever survived might very well possess those blood Bodhi. Just as these individuals awaited with bated breath, several unexpected guests arrived. To their astonishment, the presence of the blood Bodhi tree here was entirely unforeseen. It seemed we have been quite fortunate. Although there were only 3 of them, they regarded the dozens of martial house disciples with utter disdain. The Chang family of the 4 great families. If I am not mistaken, these 3 brothers are Chang Ao, Chang Xiong, and Chang Hao. Not only were the 3 brothers at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, but they were also adept at combined assault techniques, their combat prowess reputed to rival that of experts in the heavenly origin realm. What is there to fear? There are merely 3 of them. Can they truly contend with so many of us? Among these core disciples, some felt trepidation while others scoffed. Fang Xiaojun and his companions, seasoned core disciples in their own right, were not necessarily inferior to the Chang brothers. Moreover, each of them possessed blood Bodhi, which they could not simply relinquish. Since you esteemed disciples of the martial house are here, let us not beat around the bush. Hand over all the blood Bodhi in your possession, and we shall not make things difficult for any of you. Should anyone dare to resist, do not blame us for lacking compassion. Chang Ao surveyed the crowd, his gaze fixating on Fang Xiaojun and his companions. INA flash. Chang Hao appeared before a 5th-level Spirit Sea disciple, seizing the latter's shoulder with an iron grip. With merely a glance, the disciple was subdued by Chang Hao's overwhelming might, leaving Fang Xiaojun and his companions visibly tense. Chang Ao, with a smile, remarked, "Now, tell me who possesses the blood Bodhi. I must remind you to speak the truth. For I will interrogate another individual if there is even a hint of deceit, and I shall be the one to end your life first. You have 10 breaths to consider your answer." The Martial House disciples instantly tensed. The victim felt that a slight increase in pressure could shatter his shoulder, and in a flurry of panic, he tremblingly pointed towards Fang Xiaojun and his companions. They each possess blood Bodhi. I do not know about the others. Subsequently, Chang Hao struck again, apprehending another 6th-level Spirit Sea disciple, who promptly confessed, pointing at Fang Xiaojun and his companions. Very well, it seems you all are quite sensible. I am pleased. From here on, it is a matter for my brothers and me. The rest of you may leave. Chang Ao grinned widely. Fang Xiaojun replied solemnly, the Chang family is indeed powerful, but we are core disciples of the great Qin martial house. You should weigh the consequences of taking action against us. Chang Ao dismissively retorted, this is your final opportunity. Hand over all the blood Bodhi, and you may walk free. Blood Bodhi are hard-earned. If they were to part with them so easily, why would Fang Xiaojun and his companions take such great risks? At this moment, reconciliation seemed impossible. Only a battle lay ahead. Everyone, rely on your own abilities. Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao, in perfect harmony, resolved to break through the encirclement. The other 4 also formulated their plans, steadfastly refusing to surrender the blood Bodhi. Just then, a figure leaped out from the deep pit. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiao Han. Deng Xiuan had claimed he would deal with Xiao Han. Yet after such a lengthy interval, it was Xiao Han who ultimately appeared, leading many to speculate whether Deng Xiuan had fallen to him. Another survivor. Chang Ao mused, suspecting Xiao Han must possess blood Bodhi. Sun Huabua, who had a good rapport with Deng Xiuan, suddenly stepped forward and inquired, Xiao Han, where's brother Deng? Xiao Han candidly replied, after I repelled him. He was attacked by the blood Bodhi tree and has perished. Sun Huabua's countenance shifted in shock as he bellowed, Deng Xiuan is at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. How could you have defeated him? Setting aside brother Deng's fate, those 13 blood Bodhi in your possession will not be taken from you. 13 blood Bodhi. The eyes of the Chang brothers sparkled with interest. You have delivered yourself to us. It saves us much effort. Surrender the blood Bodhi, and we shall ensure your safety. Xiao Han, well aware of the Chang brothers' reputation, scoffed. What of the 4 great families? If you wish to take the blood Bodhi from me, you shall have to prove your worth. Chapter 45. The arrival of the Chang brothers and Xiahou Cheng. The Chang brothers had heard of Xiao Han, yet they deemed his strength utterly incomparable to theirs. Faced with Xiao Han's audacious declaration, it was Chang Hao who took action, intent on subduing him on the spot. Whoosh. Chang Hao's speed was astonishing, yet Xiao Han's agility was equally formidable. With the spirit smoke step, he evaded Chang Hao's grasp, leaving him perpetually a breath away from capture. However, after several moments of this cat-and-mouse chase, Chang Hao belatedly realized. You are toying with me. Xiao Han shook his head. It is not as you say. My cultivation is far beneath yours. Would you truly expect me to stand idly by and await my demise? Seeing Chang Hao's attention diverted, Sun Huabua seized the opportunity and sprinted in a determined direction. We must break through. Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao would not linger either, joining forces with Xiao Han. Both were shrewd individuals. If they could gain even the slightest advantage, they would not hesitate. The Chang brothers' humiliation at Xiao Han's hands presented their best chance for escape. Yet, they resolved to capture Xiao Han first. Those 13 blood Bodhi would be more than sufficient. Having made his decision, Chang Ao exchanged glances with Chang Xiong and Chang Hao. Suddenly, the trio assumed their positions, forming a triangular formation that ensnared Xiao Han. Even with the use of the Qintian sword, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with 3 9th-level Spirit Sea warriors. Perhaps the most perilous location is the safest haven. As thoughts raced through Xiao Han's mind, he seized the moment before the encirclement was complete. With all his might, he unleashed the starry sword intent, shattering the encirclement, and leaped directly into the deep pit. Is Xiao Han truly so desperate as to choose death rather than be captured? I find it hard to believe that he would be so resolute. I deem it necessary to follow and ascertain the truth. Should he perish at the hands of the blood Bodhi tree, we would still have a considerable chance of obtaining those blood Bodhi. Indeed, perhaps this is merely Xiao Han's ploy to escape. We must not be deceived. After deliberating, the three immediately resolved to pursue him and uncover the truth. The blood Bodhi tree, having slaughtered many and feasted on ample flesh, was unlikely to cease its rampage. At this moment, Xiao Han's return only piqued its interest further. Moreover, the arrival of the Chang brothers stirred the blood Bodhi tree into a state of heightened excitement, as it began to unleash countless vines in a comprehensive assault against Xiao Han and his companions. Breath concealment technique. Xiao Han executed the spirit smoke step to its utmost, vanishing at an astonishing pace from the Chang brothers' sight. Yet, this evasion could not escape the acute perception of the blood Bodhi tree. Xiao Han's unusual behavior sowed seeds of doubt in the minds of the three. Let us observe for a moment. If it does not work, we withdraw, Chang Ao murmured. With the breath concealment technique in play, Xiao Han's presence became nearly imperceptible. The blood Bodhi tree, though puzzled by Xiao Han's sudden change, instinctively ensnared him with a multitude of vines. Once the Chang brothers were dealt with, it would consume them all. Having learned to guard against human martial artists after several attacks, the blood Bodhi tree constructed a prison of intertwining vines to ensnare the three. Xiao Han allowed the vines to bind him. A bold gamble on his part. The starry sword intent could only be wielded at the most critical moment for maximum effect. Yet as the vines drew him closer to the roots of the blood Bodhi tree, Xiao Han suddenly sensed something beneath the roots that irresistibly attracted the starry sword intent. What could it be? Xiao Han pondered silently. Previously, in the chart of the purple chi arriving from the east, his father's silhouette had once evoked the starry sword intent. At this moment, Xiao Han continued to trust that intuition. To discern what lay beneath the roots that attracted the starry sword intent, Xiao Han needed to draw even closer. Haha, it has been said that blood Bodhi can be found here. I was skeptical at first, yet I am fortunate to have come. However, it seemed I might be a tad late. The newcomer was none other than Xiahou Cheng. Upon hearing the disciples of the martial house, his first reaction was disbelief. However, after encountering several individuals who echoed the same claim, particularly upon learning of the Chang brothers' presence, Xiahou Cheng decided to investigate further. After carefully sensing the surroundings, Xiahou Cheng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed into the deep pit. Ah, it truly is the Chang brothers. In the present moment, Xiahou Cheng leaped into the deep pit and beheld the dire predicament of the Chang brothers, as well as the menacing aura of the blood Bodhi tree. Yet, he noticed something crucial was amiss. He did not see the blood Bodhi itself. No, wait. Xiao Han had been here as well. Suddenly, Xiahou Cheng sensed the lingering presence of Xiao Han, who had recently been in this very spot. After a brief pause for contemplation, he called out with clarity, "My friends, have you seen Xiao Han? If you can inform me of his whereabouts, I might consider rescuing you." Although Xiahou Cheng was also at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, he possessed the confidence to make such a proposition. The Chang brothers exchanged glances, acknowledging one another, and nodded in agreement. Xiao Han was captured by the blood Bodhi tree. He should still be in this vicinity. If you assist us in our escape, we can help you locate him, they declared. Very well. Xiahou Cheng was entirely unconcerned that these three might deceive him. A formidable three-pronged, double-edged blade materialized before him, cleaving towards the vine cage. Boom, boom, boom. The troublesome vine cage that had given the Chang brothers considerable distress vanished in an instant. The legacy of the Xiahou family proved to be indeed profound and unfathomable. Witnessing this, the Chang brothers were filled with immense admiration. Though they boasted of their arrogance, they were acutely aware of their opponent's strength. The prowess of Feng Xiaojun and his companions could only be deemed satisfactory. However, the foundation of the Xiahou family, even if slightly diminished, was not something to be easily disrespected. This casual display of power was a testament to Xiahou Cheng's ability to completely suppress the three of them. Brother Xiahou, to uncover Xiao Han's whereabouts, I believe the most effective strategy is to first repel the blood Bodhi tree. In such a scenario, regardless of any cunning tactics Xiao Han may employ, they would be rendered futile. Furthermore, if Xiao Han were to perish at the hands of the blood Bodhi tree, that would be the best outcome. We could then retrieve his remains and claim the blood Bodhi for ourselves. Chang Ao suggested thoughtfully. Xiahou Cheng pondered for a moment before responding with a nonchalant demeanor. I recognize the combined attack techniques of you three brothers. Your strength is formidable. If you do not conceal anything from me, I shall trust your words. The three indeed required Xiahou Cheng's assistance to have any hope of defeating the blood Bodhi tree. Thus, they ceased further discourse, each emanating a unique and extraordinary power that began to converge. 10,000 rivers break the clouds. The three unleashed distinct forces, generating a power that transcended the limits of the spiritual sea realm, striking towards the blood Bodhi tree. The tree sensed an immense threat and trembled, swiftly retracting its branches to form a verdant barrier before it. Chapter 46. Xiahou Cheng's terrifying power, the Bodhi spirit tendril, boom. The Chang brothers' assault collided with the blood Bodhi tree's barrier, resulting in a resounding explosion. Even though the blood Bodhi tree boasted a deeper foundation, it struggled to withstand this onslaught. Nevertheless, the verdant barrier eventually shattered. The blood Bodhi tree, well aware of the Chang brothers' strength, grew increasingly wary of the nearby Xiahou Cheng. Moments later, it began to retract its numerous vines, preparing to counter the impending fatal strike. This action revealed several drained corpses, and even the ensnared Xiao Han could no longer remain hidden. Xiao Han? Xiahou Cheng exclaimed in surprise upon spotting him. The Chang brothers, however, were filled with animosity. Had it not been for Xiao Han's machinations, they would not have been ensnared by the blood Bodhi tree. Nearly failing to escape, swoosh, ignoring both Xiahou Cheng and the Chang brothers, Xiao Han exerted all his effort in the spirit smoke step, approaching the roots of the blood Bodhi tree, and with a swift motion of his Chintian sword, unearthed a rusted fragment from beneath the ground. What is this? Though puzzled, Xiao Han recognized that this object indeed resonated with his innate star sword intent. Without hesitation, he claimed the fragment. That is a fragment of a sacred artifact. Xiahou Cheng, well versed in such matters, approached Xiao Han, saying, "Xiao Han, I must admit, I greatly admire a talent like yours. Our conflict is merely rooted in misunderstandings. There are no irreconcilable grievances between us. Mei Qinglian is a woman I have chosen for myself, and I will not allow anyone to intrude upon that. I trust she could never harbor feelings for you. While I can overlook your previous slight against me, the fragment you have just acquired is of great importance to me. If you hand it over, the blood Bodhi will be yours, and I can assure you that the Chang brothers will not trouble you." Hearing this, the expression of the Chang brothers soured. This declaration indicated that Xiahou Cheng held them in little regard. Had it not been for their wariness of Xiahou Cheng's abilities, the Chang brothers would have undoubtedly confronted him on the spot. Yet Xiao Han remained unfazed, responding coolly, "I apologize, but this object is of immense significance to me. I cannot relinquish it. The blood Bodhi is my rightful acquisition and has no bearing on you or the three of them. Your promise of not troubling me is mere fanciful talk." Xiahou Cheng's gaze darkened, and suppressing his displeasure, he retorted, "Very well, since you insist, I am a man who recognizes and respects talent. Allow me to propose a trade involving a matter that pertains to your life. The ninth prince seeks to eliminate you. Even if you can surmise this, you could never anticipate the extent of his methods. If you surrender that fragment to me, not only will I reveal everything to you, but I can also assist you in safely navigating this hunting event. What say you?" Xiao Han shook his head. "I shall face whatever comes my way. The ninth prince's affairs will be resolved by me. Regardless, I will not part with that fragment." Upon hearing this, Xiahou Cheng could no longer contain himself. "You are refusing a toast and opting for punishment." Suddenly, a three-pronged, double-edged blade appeared before him, as a descendant of one of the 10 great nobles. The Xiahou family's legacy was not to be underestimated, rivaling even the 4 great families of the capital. However, due to a lack of extensive lineage, the Xiahou family had never ascended to the rank of a top-tier clan. Nevertheless, as the sole heir of the Xiahou family, Xiahou Cheng possessed advantages that were incomparable to the Chang brothers. Sever the earth. The three-pronged, double-edged blade once again showcased its unparalleled might. The force of this strike sent chills of impending danger coursing through Xiao Han. Mount a moving style, Xiao Han, feeling the weight of the threat, immediately employed this king-level martial art to momentarily stall Xiahou Cheng's advance. Yet, the once invincible heavenly action 5 styles faltered against Xiahou Cheng for the first time. The three-pronged, double-edged blade sliced through the mountain-moving style effortlessly, failing to grant Xiao Han even 3 breaths of time to react. King-level martial arts are indeed impressive, but your current strength cannot unleash even a fraction of their potential. Xiahou Cheng scoffed, pressing forward with an intensified murderous intent. Second move, open the heavens. It must be said that Xiahou Cheng, at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, was now approaching the power of the heavenly origin realm. With this second move, Xiao Han had no chance of surviving unless he resorted to the hidden capabilities within the Chintian sword. Xiao Han was undoubtedly facing death. Witnessing this, the Chang brothers exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging Xiahou Qing's arrogant entitlement. His strength had indeed surpassed their own. Furthermore, they could ascertain that Xiahou Qing had long possessed the capability to breach the heavenly origin realm but had been suppressing his cultivation all along. Abomination, how dare you! Just as Xiahou Qing believed victory was assured, the blood Bodhi tree, which had remained quiet until now, suddenly sprang into action, targeting none other than Xiahou Qing. The timing of the blood Bodhi tree's attack was impeccably calculated. As Xiahou Qing's focus was fully on Xiao Han, its roots, as thick as a man's arm, shot up from the ground like deadly spears, surging towards Xiahou Qing. With no other choice, Xiahou Qing was compelled to halt his offensive and redirect it towards the blood Bodhi tree. A perfect opportunity. Xiao Han, uncertain of why the blood Bodhi tree would aid him, recognized that such a fleeting moment must not be squandered. Failing to seize this chance would equate to courting death. The Chang brothers were momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. With a swift step in the spirit smoke step, Xiao Han vanished into the depths of the pit. How could this be? An enraged Xiahou Qing was left bewildered, as were the Chang brothers. In that instant, the four united in a fierce assault against the blood Bodhi tree, causing its situation to deteriorate rapidly. Although Xiahou Qing felt that the blood Bodhi tree's strength had significantly waned, he did not dwell on it. Had it not intervened, he would have already captured Xiao Han. Meanwhile, hidden within the pit, Xiao Han suddenly perceived a radiant light darting rapidly towards his location, almost instantaneously. It surged into his forehead. Not good, alarmed. Xiao Han swiftly connected with the Starry Divine Court to consult the Starry Elder. Elder, something has entered my mind. Please assist me in suppressing it. The Starry Elder sensed the disturbance and chuckled. Xiao Han, this is fortuitous. There is no need for alarm. The entity that has entered your consciousness is known as the Bodhi Spirit Tendril. This is a vital tendril of the Bodhi sacred tree. If nurtured with care, it can grow into a Bodhi tree of your own. Chapter 47. The refinement of blood Bodhi and the opportunity for breakthrough. Is it the Bodhi tree? Xiao Han inquired immediately. Since it is the life essence of the Bodhi divine tree, why has it only cultivated into a Bodhi tree, rather than the Bodhi divine tree itself? Xiao Han astutely noted the distinction mentioned by the Elder of Stars. The Elder chuckled. You speak as if it were effortless. The transformation of a Bodhi tree into a Bodhi divine tree is no trivial matter. It requires enduring numerous trials and tribulations, a challenge that is by no means less formidable than the path to deification for a martial artist. However, do not underestimate the Bodhi tree. If you possess this tree, it will greatly enhance your comprehension of any martial arts, making your efforts yield results far beyond the norm. Only in certain truly great sects is there the capability to acquire a Bodhi tree for nurturing the exceptional disciples of the sect. Xiao Han smiled sheepishly. May I ask, esteemed elder, how can I cultivate the Bodhi essence in my mind into a Bodhi tree? The elder pondered for a moment and replied, with your current strength, it is still a challenge to cultivate yourself. It is best to maintain the present situation for now. This Bodhi essence is currently residing in your mind and will be greatly beneficial to your cultivation. At this moment, you are already reaping its advantages. Once you are able to pass through the first heavenly gate, then consider the matter of cultivation. Xiao Han nodded in agreement with the elder's advice. Esteemed elder, I surmise that this Bodhi essence originates from a powerful blood Bodhi tree that has been bestowed upon me. What do you think is the reason behind this? The elder replied calmly. Such spiritual flora inherently possess a mysterious intuition. The blood Bodhi tree represents a mature transformation of the Bodhi essence, yet it ultimately remains a lesser path. It has chosen you perhaps because it believes you can lead it into a broader world. Sacrificing a significant portion of its strength to give rise to this Bodhi essence undoubtedly reflects its confidence in you. Xiao Han's heart stirred. So, esteemed elder, do you mean that the blood Bodhi tree will gradually perish as it gives rise to this Bodhi essence for me? The elder shook his head, not merely fading away, but rather, it is already in the process of dying. Xiao Han returned to his senses and carefully sensed the situation, discovering indeed that the blood Bodhi tree had been severed. This was undoubtedly due to the formidable strength of Xiahou Qing. Yet if the blood Bodhi tree had not significantly weakened, it would not have been so swiftly affected. With this Bodhi essence, my cultivation will become significantly easier. Xiao Han slightly attempted to operate the ancient star technique and immediately noticed that his rate of absorbing spiritual energy had markedly increased. As for how much assistance this item would provide him in the future, he would explore that gradually now. In this deep pit, with Xiahou Cheng and the three Cheng brothers having vanished, Xiao Han was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he took out the blood bodhi and began to swallow one. The blood bodhi was the size of a pigeon's egg and was difficult to refine. Xiao Han was not worried. Under the operation of the ancient star technique, the blood bodhi continuously shrank, transforming into streams of power that gradually became available for his use. However, the power of the blood bodhi was quite mysterious. Xiao Han did not intentionally rely on the power of the blood bodhi to refine the star veins, but focused wholeheartedly on breaking through his cultivation. Just as Xiahou Cheng mentioned, the various martial arts Xiao Han had mastered were not of low caliber, yet due to his insufficient cultivation, he had been unable to fully unleash their potential. Now at the 8th level of the Xiangang realm, Xiao Han planned to use the 13 blood bodhi he possessed to make a full-force attempt at the Spirit Sea realm. As night fell, the first day of the hunting festival was fiercely competitive, which only amplified Xiao Han's desire for significant progress in his cultivation. Was it merely the 9th level of the Xiangang realm? After a night of arduous cultivation and refining all the blood bodhi, Xiao Han had only taken a small step, remaining at the 9th level of the Xiangang realm and failing to enter the Spirit Sea realm. However, the star veins had inadvertently coalesced into 6 strands. The opportunity for breakthrough had not yet arrived, so there was no need to rush. Adjusting his state, Xiao Han rose to leave the deep pit. Just as he emerged, he heard the sounds of a battle. It seemed as though someone was engaged in combat with a beast. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Han made his way toward the source of the noise. Upon arrival, he discovered several royal descendants surrounded by a massive horde of beasts. Green-eyed wild bull. Xiao Han recalled encountering this creature during the martial arts examination at the martial mansion at that time. There had only been one green-eyed wild bull, but now there were over 30 before him. The royal descendants, possessing strength but lacking in skill, found themselves in a perilous situation, holding only enough power to protect themselves. However, as time passed, they would inevitably face life-threatening danger. Please, noble sir, lend us your assistance. Once we are safe, we shall certainly report to the king and reward you handsomely. One of them, upon noticing Xiao Han hiding nearby, called out urgently. Most of these green-eyed wild bulls possess strength at the Spirit Sea realm, indeed a considerable prize. After a moment's thought, Xiao Han decided to intervene. Based on his understanding of the green-eyed wild bulls, eliminating these creatures would not pose much difficulty. All right, Xiao Han replied, brandishing the heaven-splitting sword in his hand. For Xiao Han, who was poised to enter the Spirit Sea realm, these green-eyed wild bulls were utterly defenseless against him. The sharpness of the star sword intent was lethally effective against their formidable defenses. Swish, swish, swish. As he passed, one after another, the green-eyed wild bulls fell beneath his blade, causing the royal descendants to breathe a sigh of relief. In less than half an hour, Xiao Han had slain 6 green-eyed wild bulls at the Xiangang realm and 20 at the Spirit Sea realm. You are Xiao Han, one of the royal descendants suddenly exclaimed upon recognizing him. Indeed, Xiao Han nodded, unconcerned as he extracted the inner cores from the slain green-eyed wild bulls, not paying heed to the promises made by these individuals. We are all well aware of the 9th Prince's intentions toward you. If you hand over these inner cores, we will speak on your behalf to the 9th Prince. Moreover, you will gain our friendship, ensuring that you can walk freely in the capital. A pale young man declared arrogantly. With you few worthless individuals, what confidence do you have to make such claims? Xiao Han scoffed, turning to leave. If even one of these royal descendants had any potential, they would not all be at the mere 5th or 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Xiao Han could easily deal with them all together. How dare you insult us, ignorant fool? Immediately inform the 9th Prince that we have discovered Xiao Han. Angered by Xiao Han's unrelenting disparagement of their wounds, they seethed with indignation. Unfortunately, they could only vent their frustrations with words. As Xiao Han departed, he soon realized he was being followed. Moreover, the pursuers were 3 individuals at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Their auras extremely familiar. They were the 3 who had attempted to ambush him in the Ling Mountain treasure ground. Though Xiao Han felt a sense of gravity, he also harbored a glimmer of hope. He had a premonition that the opportunity for his breakthrough might very well lie with them. Chapter 48. borrowing strength to achieve great gains. However, the adversaries were 3 experts at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, and Xiao Han's current strength was not sufficient to contend with them. After a brief reflection, Xiao Han devised a strategy in the entirety of the hunting mountain. The only beings capable of opposing martial artists were the beasts. To harness the strength of these beasts against the 3 pursuers, it would require formidable beasts. Xiao Han's plan was to delve deeper into the heart of the hunting mountain in search of such beasts. This kid, could he have noticed us? It's possible. His movements have become increasingly erratic. We must remain vigilant. Xiao Han's actions prompted the 3 to remain on high alert. The hunting mountain, as a designated hunting ground for the royal family of the Great Qin, was home to a vast quantity and variety of beasts. The hunting festival occurred once a year and lasted only 3 days, so the beasts emerging were quite remarkable. Over time, the most formidable beasts would inevitably arise. Xiao Han soon discovered an expansive orchard. Under normal circumstances, one would expect a multitude of beasts to roam this area. However, Xiao Han sensed a peculiar aura here, one that felt oddly familiar. Explosive magic ape. Xiao Han had previously encountered this creature in the Tianyuan mountain range. The distinctive scent was unmistakable. It was no surprise to encounter such a beast in the hunting mountain. What puzzled Xiao Han was that this explosive magic ape seemed to have claimed this orchard as its dominion, something only a powerful beast could accomplish. With this thought in mind, Xiao Han set out to locate this creature. Employing his concealment technique, he scoured the vicinity. A Tianyuan realm explosive magic ape. The characteristic thunderous snoring made it easy for Xiao Han to pinpoint its location. This beast was far stronger than the one he had faced in the Tianyuan mountain range, perfectly suiting his needs. Realizing this, Xiao Han prepared to utilize this beast for his own purposes. To provoke the explosive magic ape, the simplest method was to steal its brood magic ape trunk. The magic ape trunk created by such a powerful explosive magic ape was on an entirely different level and was undoubtedly a prized possession. Quietly approaching the vicinity of the explosive demon ape, Xiao Han caught a whiff of the rich aroma emanating from a small pool of demon wine. Compared to the last batch, this one was half the quantity. Yet the spiritual power contained within was several times greater than before. Without hesitation, Xiao Han began to fill his containers, determined to leave not a single drop behind. The 3 pursuers, upon arriving nearby, lost all trace of Xiao Han's presence. At this moment, even the dullest among them realized that they had long been detected by Xiao Han. With this understanding, they no longer concealed their figures. Upon encountering Xiao Han, they would strike to capture or kill him immediately. After successfully collecting 18 jars, Xiao Han noticed the 3 figures drawing nearer to him. With a swift motion, he hurled one of the jars of demon wine, which crashed heavily to the ground. The sound of shattering stone reverberated through the air, and the fragrance of the demon wine immediately wafted out, catching the attention of the 3. Xiao Han. The trio was suddenly startled, yet disregarded their surprise and charged swiftly towards him. This action also roused the explosive demon ape from its stupor, its attention now captured by the enticing aroma of the wine. It soon realized that intruders had trespassed into its territory and stolen the spirit wine it had painstakingly brewed. Instantly, the beast erupted in fury, roaring as its massive hand reached out towards one of the assailants. We've been tricked. One among them turned pale, realizing that from the very beginning, they had been led by the nose by Xiao Han. Awakening to this fact, they felt a tinge of regret for their delayed realization. The trio could only band together, attempting to fend off the explosive demon ape. Initially, the ape was somewhat agitated by their potent counterattacks, contemplating retreat. However, upon discovering that all its carefully brewed spirit wine had vanished, its rage surged to new heights. The ferocity of its attacks intensified against the trio. Watching from a distance, Xiao Han pondered. The demon wine indeed held great potential, yet it would never serve as the catalyst for my breakthrough into the spiritual sea realm. Could the opportunity lie within the 3 of them? Suddenly, one individual was struck in the chest by the ape's powerful fist, causing a deep dent. His face turned ashen, and he spewed forth an alarming amount of blood, indicating dire straits. The other 2, witnessing this, began to fight while retreating. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Han decisively chose to strike. He unleashed the heavenly severance. Drawing upon his accumulated strength, he channeled the power within his sword, releasing it in an instant. The blade fell upon the nearest assailant, who was utterly unprepared for such an assault. Before he could react, half of his body was cleaved away. Meanwhile, the explosive demon ape was pursuing the third individual. Xiao Han's strike granted the latter precious time to escape. Seeing this unfold, the remaining fighter dared not hesitate, fleeing in a frenzy. The mount-a-moving technique? Xiao Han had reached a point of no return with the trio, and he certainly would not show mercy. Using this technique, he forcibly delayed the opponents for approximately 10 breaths of time, just long enough for the explosive demon ape to seize one of them, tearing him to shreds. Among the 3 adept warriors of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, one was dead, one severely injured, and the last left to Xiao Han's cunning. Harnessing the ape's power, the hostility of the beast towards Xiao Han remained unchanged, though it did distance itself slightly. Xiao Han began to rummage through the storage rings of the fallen warriors. Within one ring, he found a plethora of pills, yet nothing of significant value. The contents were primarily medicinal pills, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of silver notes, all of which now belonged to him. The last remaining individual desperately shielded his storage ring, shouting, "Xiao Han, you despicable fiend!" Xiao Han shook his head. Your enmity with each other was forged long ago in the spiritual mountain of the great Qin martial house. If I do not eliminate you, it is I who will perish. You 3 possess formidable strength. My victory over you despite my weaknesses is a testament to my skill, whether it be deemed despicable. You know in your hearts, as his words fell, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, and the man's head was severed cleanly from his body. Xiao Han remained silent, directly seizing the storage ring and opening it with elation. Though the contents were few, they were indeed treasures, 3 boundary-breaking pills. He recognized this item from a conversation with an elder during his time at the Xianyang sect. Below the Tianyuan realm, consuming this pill had over a 60% success rate for breaking through to the next level. 3 boundary-breaking pills were sufficient for Xiao Han to challenge the spiritual sea realm. The second item was a shard, identical to one he had previously acquired near the roots of the Blood Bodhi tree. The final item left Xiao Han utterly astounded, the secret of the Imperial Tomb Map, a key to advancing to the spiritual sea realm. This object was merely a yellowed scroll, yet it depicted the distribution map of the tombs of the great Qin monarchs throughout the ages. Xiao Han firmly believed that these 3 were subordinates of the 9th prince. If that were the case, then this imperial tomb map must surely have been provided to them by the 9th prince himself. What was the 9th prince's intention in sending them to infiltrate the imperial tombs to locate the resting places of past monarchs? If this item were presented to the great Qin monarch, he would undoubtedly discern the 9th prince's motives. However, the 9th prince was greatly favored by the great Qin monarch, making it likely that this information would be suppressed. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Han temporarily stashed the map away. Perhaps when presented to his senior sister Yin Qingxue, answers would emerge. As he examined the scroll, a glimmer of light caught Xiao Han's eye, revealing a hidden secret within. What could this be? A tortoise-shaped jade pendant was concealed within the layers of the scroll. Upon extracting and scrutinizing it, Xiao Han could discern no particular significance, so he decided to keep it for the time being. The fact that these 3 could possess such secrets genuinely surprised Xiao Han. Having observed Xiao Han in silence for a prolonged moment, the explosive demon ape suddenly made its move. Xiao Han reacted swiftly. Employing the spiritual smoke steps to create distance between himself and the beast, I have no time to play with you now. I must take my leave. Xiao Han felt elated, ignoring the explosive demon ape entirely. The mastery of the spiritual smoke steps made evading the beast's pursuit exceedingly effortless. As night fell, Xiao Han chose a towering ancient tree, sitting cross-legged atop its apex, and began to scrutinize the 2 shards. The faint power emanating from them caused a subtle tremor within his starry sword intent. Let us give it a try. Xiao Han attempted to infuse his starry sword intent into the shards, and immediately a mysterious force emerged, intertwining with his intent. Not sensing any danger, he refrained from interference. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Han suddenly realized that his starry sword intent seemed considerably enhanced. Gradually approaching the 3% threshold, could such a miraculous phenomenon truly occur? Filled with anticipation, Xiao Han exerted all his effort to channel his starry sword intent and communicate with the shards. His mind immersed within the starry divine court, he consulted the starry elder. Upon seeing the situation, the starry elder understood immediately, stating, These two shards originate from an exquisite holy artifact. Your starry sword intent can resonate with it, and the spiritual resonance of the artifact will provide substantial benefits to your intent. With this, not only can you elevate your starry sword intent to 3%, but even 4% is within reach. However, I sense that these shards are not merely simple. There may be further mysteries contained within. Having reached this point, if Xiao Han still failed to comprehend, he could only blame himself. While channeling his starry sword intent, he consumed pills to constantly optimize his condition. Concurrently, he drank the demon wine he had acquired in copious amounts. As he refined the starry veins, Xiao Han had already reached the pinnacle of the Xiangang realm. At this moment, his starry sword intent broke through to 3%. Excellent! Xiao Han rejoiced inwardly. Achieving the 9th level of the Xiangang realm, with 3% of the starry sword intent, he had refined 99 starry veins. This was indeed the perfect opportunity to challenge the spiritual sea realm. The moment for breakthrough had arrived. Boundary-breaking pills. Xiao Han glanced at the pills, raising his head to swallow the first one. Due to the absence of a star soul in Dantian, the effects of the first boundary-breaking pill were unexpectedly feeble. Without hesitation, he promptly consumed the second. Although the situation improved somewhat, it still fell short of his expectations onto the third. The first two boundary-breaking pills appeared to offer limited assistance, yet this only heightened Xiao Han's excitement. The effects of the boundary-breaking pills, even without achieving a breakthrough, could be maximized to perfection. The third pill was sufficient to lay a solid foundation for his realm. The 100th starry vein. To Xiao Han's astonishment, even before breaking through, he had refined another vein. It was this very development that enabled him to shatter the barriers of his realm, fully prepared to challenge the spiritual sea realm. The amount of spiritual energy required for a Xiangang realm warrior to advance to the spiritual sea realm was truly remarkable. Fortunately, it was the dead of night, and other martial artists dared not risk approaching. Only a few beastly creatures stealthily emerged nearby. However, these beasts were also cautious not to draw too close, lest they incur an unforeseen disaster. I must swiftly complete the first chapter of the ancient starry technique, the celestial star veins, to proceed to the next step and cultivate my own Dantian Seid. In doing so, I will bridge the gap between myself and the other prodigies. Xiao Han silently contemplated, and then, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently into his body, assisting him in breaking through to the spirit sea realm. The ancient star techniques seized the creations of heaven and earth, forcibly channeling boundless spiritual power into Xiao Han's limbs and meridians. A formidable aura gradually emanated from Xiao Han. This process did not conclude as swiftly as anticipated, but rather persisted throughout the entire night. Impatient martial artists began to gather beneath the towering ancient tree, abruptly realizing the location of Xiao Han. Someone was attempting to break through to the spirit sea realm. If memory serves me right, among those participating in the hunting gala, only Xiao Han from the heavenly punishment peak of the great Qin martial house lacks the cultivation of the spirit sea realm. Could it be that he is the one breaking through? If it truly is Xiao Han, we must act immediately to capture him. Indeed, this fellow dared to offend the 9th prince. As royal descendants, we ought to lend our strength. Among these royal descendants, there are those who have been humiliated by Xiao Han. Given the critical juncture, it is only natural to strike while the iron is hot. If we could interrupt Xiao Han's breakthrough, it would be the ultimate form of revenge. Better to wrongfully kill than to let him escape. The group of them launched their attacks toward Xiao Han at the base of the tree. Suddenly, Xiao Han opened his eyes, and upon seeing the individuals below, he drew the Chun Tian sword and struck down with it. The 7 swords of the radiant light, the 7 swords of the opening sun. With Xiao Han's strength, he unleashed 2 grand sword techniques, effortlessly shattering the assaults of the group, unaware of their impending doom. After descending, Xiao Han showed no mercy. He executed the 3rd volume of the Celestial Sword Classics, the Jade Balanced Sword Technique, and in an instant, severed the throats of the group before they even had time to blink. The royal descendants clutched their throats desperately, yet could not stem the tide of blood pouring forth. Their eyes bulged in disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Han, seemingly questioning how he dared to kill them. Having stepped into the spirit sea realm, Xiao Han's aura transformed into a serene presence. However, this was merely a manifestation of his increasingly restrained brilliance. Once the sword is unsheathed, blood must be shed. These mere wasteful royal descendants, killing them is no great loss. Chapter 50. collaborating to surround and kill Xiao Han, decimating the Chang brothers. Taking all the demon beast cores from these individuals, Xiao Han exhaled a long breath of turbid air. After much effort, he had finally entered the Spirit Sea realm. Now, it was already the third day of the hunting gala. With Xiao Han's newfound strength, there was no need to deliberately avoid certain individuals. The speed of hunting demon beasts had improved significantly compared to 2 days prior. The Dantian of a Spirit Sea realm martial artist resembles an ocean, marking the most significant difference between Spirit Sea and profound Yang realm martial artists. However, I lack a Dantian and can only rely on the star veins I have cultivated within myself to serve that purpose. With the 100 star veins within me now, I am certain that even the extraordinary talent like Xia Ho Cheng could not match the power I have condensed in my Dantian. After reflecting, Xiao Han clearly recognized his advantages. The Dantian of these individuals would naturally solidify after advancing to the Spirit Sea realm, while Xiao Han's star veins possessed vast potential, making the comparison between the two evident. Having attained the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, Xiao Han had completely mastered the subtlety of mobilizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through several encounters, and with the assistance of numerous star veins. His combat prowess had doubled. On the other side, a group of over a dozen martial house disciples and several royal descendants congregated. If we cannot surround and kill Xiao Han today, then all our efforts over the past few days will be in vain. Moreover, Xiao Han seems to have already broken through to the Spirit Sea realm. Who among us dares to claim they can kill him alone? I believe that since you all have pledged loyalty to the Ninth Prince, you must demonstrate your commitment through tangible action. Even if we forfeit the hunting gala, we must spare no effort to capture Xiao Han, so the Ninth Prince can witness our loyalty. As the royal descendant spoke, the others seemed to ponder. Suddenly, a martial house disciple spotted Xia Ho Cheng and immediately called out, "Senior brother Xia Ho, please hold." Xia Ho Cheng furrowed his brow and paused to inquire, "What is it?" The leading royal descendant chuckled, "Young Lord Xia, we are preparing to form an alliance to encircle and kill Xiao Han. We have heard that he has repeatedly offended you, so we wish to invite you to join us." Xia Ho Cheng scanned the group with a cold smile. "With you bunch of waste, you dare to speak of surrounding Xiao Han? I suggest you all take a good look at yourselves in the mirror to see what you really are. Each and every one of you, should you encounter Xiao Han, will undoubtedly meet your demise." Having said that, Xia Ho Cheng turned and left without a backward glance. The first place in the hunting gala was his goal, and he had no desire to waste time with these inept individuals. Why would he need to rely on others to deal with Xiao Han? Humph! Despite their myriad grievances, the royal descendants could only swallow their anger. Their ancestors had already fallen from grace, and aside from their royal lineage, there was no aspect that could compare to someone of Xia Ho Cheng's stature. The martial house disciples were already somewhat hesitant, and upon hearing Xia Ho Cheng's words, they promptly expressed their desire to take their leave. What use are these fence-sitters? The Ninth Prince had long been aware that these individuals were unreliable, and had specifically instructed me to take charge. The newcomers were direct descendants of the Feng family from the four great families, Feng Qian, along with 5 members of the Feng family who were at least at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm. So it's young Master Feng. The group was elated. Who doesn't know that the Feng family is a staunch supporter of the Ninth Prince, and Feng Qian has appeared multiple times at the Ninth Prince's banquets? Besides Feng Qian's identity, his strength was equally significant. Feng Qian coldly stated, "Apart from us, I have also recruited the Chang brothers, Chang Ao and his siblings, as long as we can unite our forces to find Xiao Han. We can strike together. Only the finest forces can cooperate effectively. There is no need to ally with the rabble. As for the rewards of the hunting gala, do not concern yourselves too much. As long as we can kill Xiao Han, the Ninth Prince will certainly reward us handsomely." Xiao Han was busy hunting demon beasts, having already acquired numerous demon beast cores. Rough estimates suggested that his current score exceeded 5,000. Such an advantage would undoubtedly allow Tianfa Peak to shine brightly in this hunting gala. "Xiao Han, you truly have broken through to the Spirit Sea realm." Just as Xiao Han was collecting these cores, the Chang brothers appeared. The 3 had been harboring a grudge ever since parting ways with Xia Ho Cheng. Even while hunting demon beasts, they found it difficult to achieve their usual success. Finding Xiao Han had become the sole obsession of the 3. The brothers readily agreed to Feng Qian's invitation. However, before they could meet Feng Qian, they encountered Xiao Han first. Without a word, the 3 surrounded Xiao Han, ready to strike at any moment. "I have no significant enmity with the 3 of you. Why must we hold on to past grievances? Xiao Han said indifferently. We indeed hold a grudge. Chang Ao shouted fiercely. You toyed with us endlessly and left us empty-handed. If we do not vent this anger, our hearts will remain unsettled. Then, as it stands, words are futile. Let us act. Xiao Han recognized that the strength of the Chang brothers was formidable and that he might not be their match. However, he was even more eager to discover where his limits lay, making the Chang brothers the perfect sparring partners. 10,000 rivers breaking the clouds. The three brothers launched a combined attack, leaving Xiao Han with no chance of escape. Previously, they had utilized this technique to withstand the Blood Bodhi tree without defeat, showcasing their immense combat power. Star Sword Intent, Jade Balance Sword Technique. Xiao Han held his breath and focused, responding with all his might. The 30% of Star Sword Intent was beyond what his opponents could hope to reach, and the Jade Balance Sword Technique, being both lethal and somewhat sinister, combined with the Star Sword Intent, allowed Xiao Han to unleash an exceptionally powerful strike. Boom. The forces of the two sides collided instantly, generating tremendous waves of residual energy. Xiao Han's 30% Star Sword Intent unexpectedly had an unforeseen effect against the combined technique of the Chang brothers. Breaking through one point before transforming into an overwhelming advantage, Xiao Han, despite being weaker, managed to overpower the Chang brothers. The clash ended with both sides equally matched, a result none had anticipated. You have just broken through to the Spirit Sea realm, yet possess such strength. It is truly astonishing. The Chang brothers stared at Xiao Han in shock. Xiao Han paid no mind to them, his thoughts still dwelling on the recent clash. His strength was far inferior to that of the Chang brothers. Yet the 30% Star Sword Intent had allowed him to achieve a surprising victory, leading to unexpected delight. Why Star Sword Intent is also an unparalleled advantage, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Xiao Han's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He greatly desired sparring partners like the Chang brothers. Chapter 51. The conclusion of the hunting gala. Tallying the points. Take these items. They are yours. We shall take our leave. The combined techniques of the Chang brothers, which they held in high esteem, proved utterly ineffective against Xiao Han, leading the three of them to question the very meaning of their existence. At this moment, apart from their superior cultivation compared to Xiao Han, they found themselves devoid of any advantages. Their intentions to deal with Xiao Han evaporated without a trace. Discarding the beast inner elixirs they had acquired, the three resolved to abandon this hunting festival and devote themselves to diligent cultivation. Xiao Han, watching the retreating figures of the trio with a hint of regret, made no pretense of politeness and accepted their beast inner elixirs without hesitation. At that moment, the Bodhi spirit tendril in his mind unexpectedly assisted Xiao Han by actively absorbing the power contained within these elixirs. This unexpected action left Xiao Han astonished. Generally speaking, the power within beast inner elixirs is rather chaotic, necessitating continuous refinement to extract the purest essence by eliminating impurities. However, the Bodhi spirit tendril seemed to disregard such negative energies, directly transforming them into pure spiritual power for Xiao Han to absorb. After carefully sensing the situation, Xiao Han found no adverse effects and felt a surge of joy. Hadn't the ninth prince dispatched someone to deal with him? Perfect. He now required a substantial amount of beast inner elixirs. Anyone daring to make a move against him would find no mercy from him. The points Xiao Han held were already sufficient to secure a commendable ranking. Should he continue to acquire beast inner elixirs, he would have the Bodhi spirit tendril refine them all for him. Along the way, Xiao Han encountered the disciples of the Li family, one of the four great families, as the foremost family. The direct descendants of the Li family displayed little interest in Xiao Han, casting him a fleeting glance before hastily departing. Meanwhile, the Su family, supporters of the third prince, were more than pleased to see Xiao Han opposing the ninth prince. As for the Chang family, with Chang Ao and his companions having been subdued by Xiao Han, they had completely withdrawn from the hunting grounds and were unlikely to cross paths with him again. Only Feng Qian of the Feng family and several royal disciples formed an alliance to hunt down Xiao Han, actively searching for his whereabouts. Xiao Han, not concealing his movements during several encounters, inadvertently drew the attention of familiar faces like Mei Qinglian and Xiang Pingting instead of Feng Qian. As the hunting festival approached its conclusion, the participants began their return. After 3 days of silence, Yang Zhu encountered Xiao Han and his group on their way back. Yang Zhu approached Xiao Han with confidence, declaring, "Xiao Han, though you have now broken through to the spiritual sea realm, The gap between us is still considerable. I have reached the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. You are certainly no match for me, Xiao Han replied nonchalantly. Whether or not that is true will be proven in due time. Yang Ju nodded in agreement. You are right. Once this hunting festival concludes, would you be interested in a spar? Xiao Han responded coolly. I will accompany you to the end. With the hunting festival nearing its end, the sound of the battle drums resonated, prompting everyone to return. Even on the final day, Feng Qian and Lu Qingshan's group failed to eliminate Xiao Han, inciting considerable frustration among them. The 9th prince, upon seeing Xiao Han unscathed, seethed with murderous intent, internally cursing, "What a bunch of incompetent fools! So many of them, and they can't even capture a single Xiao Han." The 3rd prince, on the other hand, smiled and nodded at Xiao Han, recognizing the skill required to navigate the 9th prince's schemes with such ease. His interest in winning Xiao Han over-intensified. The governor Yi Wenxuan and his companion Yi Xinlan clearly understood Xiao Han's capabilities and chose to remain silent. Yi Xinlan harbored no concerns about Xiao Han. With her restored memories, she recognized him as anything but ordinary. Yi Wenxuan, however, was reminded of Xiao Han's father, a mysterious expert who left a profound impression on him. Even as the esteemed governor of the great Qin martial house, thoughts of Xiao Han's father filled him with awe. Such a formidable figure surely had contingencies. The sovereign of the great Qin observed the expressions of those around him, and without delay, gestured for the counting of the beast inner elixirs obtained during the hunting festival to commence. Fang Xiaojun, 121 elixirs from Xian Gang realm beasts, 19 from spiritual sea realm beasts. The final total score is 3,110 points. Fang Xiaojun, being the first to report, felt quite satisfied with his score. Next was Shui Yao, whose total score reached an impressive 3,080 points. Indeed, a remarkable achievement. Upon hearing such totals from the two, the faces of those following paled. Yang Ju's total score was 1,870 points, while Dong Tianping stood at 2,060 points. Mei Qinglian amassed 2,930 points. These individuals, all newly initiated core disciples, performed nearly on par with the seasoned core disciples. Xiahou Cheng reported 214 elixirs from Xiangang realm beasts and 28 from spiritual sea realm beasts, culminating in a total score of 4,940 points. Such a score was undeniably exceptional, leaving others far behind. Calm and composed, Xiao Han, however, found himself trailing behind the others. The 9th prince sneered. I fear that the beast inner elixirs Xiao Han obtained are hardly worth mentioning, which is why he ranks last. The 3rd prince shook his head, countering, 9th brother, you are mistaken. I have heard that Xiao Han has acquired numerous beast inner elixirs. Do not speak too definitively. The 9th prince scoffed, choosing not to comment further. As the gaze of the crowd turned towards him, Xiao Han hesitated momentarily. To him, the elixirs obtained by others seemed rather lacking. Should he present all his inner elixirs or only a portion? Yet, this moment of hesitation only heightened the curiosity of those around him. Could it be that Xiao Han's harvest was truly underwhelming? These are the beast inner elixirs I have collected. Facing the skepticism, Xiao Han ultimately revealed only half of his beast inner elixirs. Xiao Han's total score stood at 2,930 points. After tabulation, his score remained commendable. However, what could possibly explain his earlier unusual behavior? The 9th prince shot a glance at Feng Qian, who understood the silent cue. Feng Qian stepped forward, raising his voice, Your Majesty. I believe there is an issue with Xiao Han's score and request a recheck. This statement was met with a chorus of agreement from others. I concur. Let us verify Xiao Han's score. Xiahou Cheng remained silent, sharing the belief that something was amiss with Xiao Han. The sovereign of the great Qin chuckled lightly, nodding slightly. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, having no intention of drawing too much attention to himself. He meant to allow these individuals a semblance of dignity. Since they were oblivious to their own shortcomings, he would indulge them. Without further ado, he poured the remaining half of the beast inner elixirs onto the ground. In an instant, those clamoring for a recheck fell silent. The personnel responsible for counting, upon witnessing Xiao Han present such a multitude of beast inner elixirs, became increasingly cautious. After a meticulous verification, they publicly announced, Xiao Han's total score is 5,860 points. With such a total score, nearly 1,000 points ahead of Xiahou Cheng, it left everyone speechless. The 9th prince barked. Xiao Han, if you have obtained so many beast inner elixirs, why did you not present them all during the initial count? Are these beast inner elixirs problematic, and do you have something to hide? Xiao Han replied with a calm smile, whether my beast inner elixirs are problematic is already abundantly clear. I need not explain as for whether I choose to present all of them. What does that concern you? This statement offered no deference to the ninth prince, eliciting varied expressions from those present. The third prince chuckled, feeling even more pleased. With a prodigy like Xiao Han openly disparaging the ninth prince, he could comfortably bide his time and reap the benefits later. At that moment, the sovereign of the Great Qin spoke. Xiao Han is awarded first place in this hunting festival, receiving a reward of 1,000 spirit jade. Furthermore, he may select any item from the royal treasury. The rewards for the other rankings would proceed as previously established. After delivering this decree, the sovereign of the Great Qin rose and departed, closely followed by the third prince, while the ninth prince cast a cold glare at Xiao Han before silently following suit. Feng Qian, as a supporter of the ninth prince, was acutely aware that their plan had failed. Other royal disciples, lacking the backing of the sovereign and the ninth prince, found themselves without any means to confront Xiao Han directly. Their prior encounters with Xiao Han, even if minimal, had made it clear that this new rising star would soon make waves in the capital. Suddenly, an individual emerged from the side, approaching Xiao Han with a sinister and strange expression. Elder Lu Jiang from Tianwu Peak. Many recognized Lu Jiang. Xiao Han and Yang Ju had participated in assessments under his scrutiny. Yi Wenxuan discerned something amiss with Lu Jiang and shouted, "Elder Lu, the sovereign is present. How dare you act recklessly? Retreat at once." As the sovereign of the Great Qin stepped away from the observation platform, he was immediately surrounded by layers of protection. "Xiao Han, you have harmed my Lu family. Today is your demise." Lu Jiang disregarded Yi Wenxuan's intimidation and launched an attack directly at Xiao Han. Was this yet another scheme of the ninth prince? Xiao Han's heart tightened, instinctively thinking of the other party. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first place of the hunting festival was ambushed and killed. Even the sovereign of the Great Qin, no matter how favored the ninth prince, would not let this matter rest, and would undoubtedly pursue it to the end. "Brother Han, I am here to assist you." Yi Xinlan keenly sensed the twisted and rigid expression on Lu Jiang's face, a feeling of déjà vu washing over her. Upon seeing the whitened pupils of Lu Jiang, she immediately understood. Lu Jiang, with the cultivation of the fourth level of Tianyuan realm, had surprisingly been transformed into a corpse. The opponent had malicious intentions and was extremely close to Xiao Han. Aside from Yi Wenxuan, only she possessed the strength to repel Lu Jiang. Without hesitation, Yi Xinlan rushed out, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiao Han. After being transformed into a corpse, Lu Jiang's strength surged as he lunged toward Xiao Han, instilling a chilling sense of peril within him. Jinxiu Luo Hua Palm. Yi Xinlan did not conceal her mastery of the Tianyuan realm. Her strike showcased such formidable combat prowess that it drew the attention of all present. With a single palm thrust, it was as if a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, accompanied by drifting petals. Upon colliding with Lu Jiang, his form was instantly sent flying, and cracks appeared on the surface of his arms, indicating that Yi Xinlan's strike was far more powerful than anyone had anticipated. Truly, she was the daughter of the head of the Great Qin martial house, her strength unparalleled within the realm. At under 20 years of age, she had successfully cultivated to the Tianyuan realm, indeed a prodigious talent. Perhaps we shall soon witness the emergence of an exceptionally young female martial sage in our Great Qin. If that were the case, it seemed Yi Xinlan was destined to marry the ninth prince, who would undoubtedly be the next emperor of the Great Qin. It appeared that this was indeed the situation. The sovereign was truly far-sighted. The crowd buzzed with discussion, drifting further from the original topic. The third prince's expression darkened significantly. The union between Yi Xinlan and the ninth prince was a decree personally issued by the sovereign of the Great Qin. Even if Xiao Han possessed remarkable talent, he could not defy the sovereign's edict. If that were the case, the third prince's hopes of inheriting the throne would dwindle further. In an instant, the focus of the crowd shifted from Lu Jiang's mad assault on Xiao Han to the identity of the future heir to the Great Qin throne. Yi Xinlan disregarded the murmurs around her, noticing Xiao Han's unwavering calmness, and smiled slightly, intensifying her assault on Lu Jiang. The remnants of the corpse sect dared to appear, with a glint of ruthlessness in her beautiful eyes. Yi Xinlan conjured a burst of light in her hand, which surged towards Lu Jiang. Bang! Lu Jiang was instantly reduced to mere fragments. "Brother Han, how is my strength? Xinlan gracefully floated to Xiao Han's side, wrapping her arm around his, her face beaming with joy. Very strong, Xiao Han affirmed wholeheartedly. Given his cultivation of the Tianqiong sword classic and the dragon subduing technique, he recognized that Xinlan's martial arts were no ordinary skills. Furthermore, the power she demonstrated was decisively superior to Lu Jiang, who was of a higher realm. From these aspects, Xiao Han began to suspect whether Xinlan had regained memories of her past life. Their intimate gestures sent ripples through the crowd, which turned their gazes toward the ninth prince, who wore a grim expression, his fists clenched tightly. If he remained silent at this moment, he would have no face left to stand in the great Qin. The ninth prince then roared, "Father, my marriage with Xinlan was decreed by you and the head of the Yi family. Yet now, Xinlan shamelessly engages in public displays with Xiao Han. Will you allow my dignity and the honor of our royal family to be trampled upon like this?" The ninth prince's words were heavy, yet the crowd understood. As a man, it was indeed strange to endure such humiliation. Yi Wenxuan felt displeased, but chose to remain silent for the time being. After a brief silence, the sovereign of the Great Qin spoke. "Xinlan, do you have anything to say?" Xinlan smiled lightly. "I have nothing to say." A trace of coldness flickered in the sovereign's eyes. "In that case, imprison Xinlan and Xiao Han immediately, pending further judgment." Suddenly, a voice floated down from the heavens. "Xinlan is a disciple of my Yunu palace. Let us see who dares." Chapter 53. Xiao Han's bold words, a 10-year pact. Yunu palace. Xinlan had actually been accepted as a disciple by Yunu palace. The crowd was left utterly astounded, and they began to regard the sovereign of the Great Qin and the ninth prince with a hint of amusement. Why, Yi Wenxuan himself could only smile bitterly, unaware of when his own daughter had been taken under the wing of Yunu palace. At that moment, a beautiful woman in palace attire descended gracefully, with delicate brows and phoenix-like eyes, exuding an enchanting charm that even seasoned warriors found captivating. The most crucial aspect was that this woman's cultivation was unfathomable. She was a martial sage. Yi Wenxuan inhaled sharply, astonished. He had never imagined that his daughter would be regarded with such importance by Yunu palace, prompting the dispatch of a figure of this caliber. The sovereign of the Great Qin appeared somewhat resigned but not surprised. "Xinlan is my disciple. I shall take her away." The palace-attired woman fixed her gaze upon the sovereign, her tone brooking no argument. The sovereign of the Great Qin nodded slightly. "If a strong figure from Yunu palace seeks someone, I shall not obstruct." Immediately, Xinlan took the initiative to introduce. "Master, this is my fiancé, named Xiao Han." The palace-attired woman furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Xiao Han with a hint of disdain. "Without a star soul, without a dantian, to cultivate to the spirit sea realm is already quite a feat. However, in my view, your potential is rather limited. As Xinlan prepares to venture to Yunu palace for training, the gap between you two will only widen, making it impossible for you to compare. My advice is that you should best relinquish her and give her the freedom she deserves in the future. The suitors vying for Xinlan will be endless, each one vastly superior to you by hundreds or thousands of times. Do not bring humiliation upon yourself. Though my words may sound harsh, they are indeed sincere advice." Even from a distance, the crowd could feel the immense pressure emanating from the palace-attired woman. The fact that Xiao Han managed to maintain his composure was already remarkable. Why, Xinlan, who was destined to train in Yunu palace, was indeed soaring to great heights. Not only Xiao Han, but even the ninth prince lacked the qualification to covet her. Fury surged within the ninth prince, yet no matter how enraged he felt, he could not contend with Yunu palace. Even if he were to become the future emperor of the Great Qin, he would be unable to do so. At this moment, the ninth prince finally understood the root of Xinlan's indifference toward him. He harbored no further thoughts about her. In contrast, Xiao Han boldly stepped forward toward the palace-attired woman, decisively shattering the oppressive aura she projected with a mere 30% of his star sword intent. This action earned him a slightly elevated regard from the palace-attired woman, but nothing more. "May I ask, senior, how long did it take you to achieve your current cultivation?" Xiao Han's question left the crowd momentarily speechless. The palace-attired woman hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, "It has been 90 years. For a martial sage, reaching 100 years of age is hardly remarkable. At this level, the palace-attired woman was akin to a young maiden in her 20s. With several centuries of lifespan remaining, which is already considered a high talent, Xiao Han, within 10 years, I shall undoubtedly reach the martial sage realm. At that time, what will transpire? Xiao Han declared loudly. His words spread like ripples across water. To proclaim such a feat at the Spirit Sea realm was seen as utterly improbable by the crowd. Yet, after speaking, Xiao Han continued to gaze unwaveringly at the palace-attired woman, unperturbed, truly deserving of my admiration. Yixinlan gazed at Xiao Han, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She greatly appreciated his courage and ambition. The palace-attired woman's expression shifted slightly, and she scolded, "You foolish child, unaware of your own limitations. My martial arts talent surpasses the vast majority, and yet it has taken me 90 years of hard work to attain the martial sage realm. And you dare to claim that you can achieve such an accomplishment before turning 30? It is utterly ludicrous. If you can accomplish this feat, within 10 years of attaining the martial sage realm, I, Feng Nishang, shall serve you as a maid for 10 years. What harm is there in that?" Xiao Han responded without hesitation, "If I fail to achieve this, not only will I willingly annul my engagement with Xinlan, but I will also leave myself at your mercy." Feng Nishang swiftly took Xinlan into the air, leaving behind a final remark. "It is settled." This 10-year pact seemed an arduous task for Xiao Han to fulfill. However, being able to engage in such a wager with a martial sage was not something just anyone could accomplish. Even the ninth prince held a measure of admiration for Xiao Han. The marriage between the ninth prince and Yixinlan was thereby rendered null and void, and no one was permitted to mention it again. The sovereign of the Great Qin cast a profound glance at Xiao Han, departing from Shoaling Mountain under the vigilant protection of numerous guards. The scions of the four esteemed families firmly etched Xiao Han's name in their memories. Regardless of what the future holds, the wager between Xiao Han and Feng Nikhang will undoubtedly be recounted far and wide. The core disciples of the Great Qin martial house regarded Xiao Han with admiration. Their gazes filled with respect. However, the thoughts of Xiao Han eluded Xiahou Cheng entirely. He could not comprehend the source of Xiao Han's audacity and confidence in proclaiming that he would attain the martial saint realm within a decade. Even with his own prodigious talent and ample resources for cultivation, such a feat seemed impossible. Yet, Xiao Han was not one to speak recklessly, which left Xiahou Cheng perplexed. Xiang Pingting excitedly shook her fist. "Did you see that? Xiao Han is the true embodiment of manhood." Mei Qinglian rolled her eyes at Xiang Pingting, uninterested in further commentary. Yin Jun then interjected, "Pingting, you have witnessed Xiao Han's feelings for Yixinlan. He dares to confront even a martial saint head-on. I suggest you abandon your hopes. Xiao Han's heart is steadfast." Xiang Pingting replied sulkily, "I know, but I refuse to give up." The two women were taken aback that the usually carefree Xiang Pingting was so ensnared by her emotions, and in such an irrational manner. Among the crowd, Yang Ju flushed crimson upon witnessing Xiao Han produce an array of demon beast inner cores. Earlier, he had boasted about wanting to spar with Xiao Han. But it was now evident that Xiao Han's strength surpassed his own capabilities. In light of Xiao Han's grand aspirations, Yang Ju acutely realized how vastly inferior his own ambitions were compared to Xiao Han's. "Xiao Han, we shall meet in battle one day, but not today." Having come to a definitive conclusion, Yang Ju firmly etched Xiao Han's figure in his mind before turning to depart. Life at the martial house would no longer be tranquil. Shi Zhengqi, who had once collaborated with Xiao Han, experienced significant breakthroughs in his cultivation thanks to the power of Blood Bodhi, and he held great admiration for Xiao Han's audacity. The hunting grand event had finally reached its true conclusion. Yi Wenxuan personally led all the disciples of the martial house back, only to find Yin Qingxue had been waiting for quite some time. Chapter 54, Royal Dragon Qi and the Sword Dancing Maiden. After greeting Yi Wenxuan, Mei Qinglian and others, Xiao Han approached Yin Qingxue. "Senior sister, I have not failed in my mission." Yin Qingxue laughed lightly. "You performed admirably, securing first place in the hunting grand event. Initially, I was skeptical when Master predicted your victory. Now, who would dare to criticize our Tianfa Peak?" Xiao Han smiled, then produced the royal tomb map, handing it to Yin Qingxue. "Senior sister, take a look at this. I encountered those 3 individuals who attempted to assassinate me at Ling Mountain once more while at Shoaling Mountain. This map was obtained from them." Yin Qingxue's expression shifted slightly as she glanced at the map. "Let us return to Tianfa Peak first." Following Yin Qingxue to her residence, she spoke gravely. "So, the 9th prince remains determined to target you. Moreover, acquiring this royal tomb map means he intends to bring you down. The map details the burial sites of the great Qin monarchs, and no more than 5 individuals in the royal family would have access to it. Xiao Han inquired. If this map is so vital, how did it end up in the hands of such people? Yin Qingxue sighed. If my suspicions are correct, the 9th prince must be eyeing the royal dragon Qi of the great Qin. Xiao Han looked on with curiosity, awaiting her explanation. The founding emperor of the great Qin established this vast empire, passing it down through generations, necessitating the safeguarding of the royal dragon Qi. This practice is not unique to the great Qin. Several neighboring great nations follow suit, albeit through varying methods. The great Qin utilizes the imperial tombs of its monarchs to guard the royal dragon Qi, a seemingly dispersed approach that nevertheless ensures its enduring vitality. Yin Qingxue unveiled this secret, seldom shared with outsiders. Xiao Han then posited. A dynasty inevitably experiences cycles of rise and fall. Should the nation be destroyed, what becomes of its royal dragon Qi? Yin Qingxue replied slowly. When a country falls, its royal dragon Qi is consumed. The Great Qin, Great Chu, and Great Zhou have coexisted and clashed for many years, with none able to absorb the other. In any major conflict, the shadows of several powerful factions are always present behind our 3 nations. Thus, we are acutely aware that unless a decisive force emerges, the current stalemate will persist for a long time. Royal Dragon Qi. Xiao Han noted this peculiar phenomenon, seemingly struck by another thought. Senior sister, this is the demon ape wine I obtained from Shoaling Mountain. Take these 3 jars. I will deliver it to master and second senior brother when I next see them. Yin Qingxue merely sniffed the contents, her eyes lighting up. This batch of demon ape wine is far superior to the last. Xiao Han smiled silently. These wines were produced from the explosive demon apes of the Tianyuan realm, hence their remarkable quality. By the way, the sovereign has issued a decree. Tonight's reward banquet for the hunting grand event will be hosted by the 3rd prince. The top 50 participants are all invited. If you do not wish to attend, I can inform the housemaster, Yin Qingxue stated. Xiao Han pondered briefly. As it happens, I need to visit the treasury to select a treasure. I will attend the banquet as well. At dusk, Housemaster Yi Wenshuan came to notify Xiao Han. The disciples of the Great Qin martial house captured over half of the top 50 spots, including 1st and 2nd place, which brought great honor. Xiahou Cheng deliberately approached Xiao Han, speaking in a low voice. Xiao Han, although you have a 10-year wager with that martial saint from the Yuan Palace, should the opportunity arise, I will not let you escape. Xiao Han noncommittally replied. I am always ready for a challenge. Xiahou Cheng chuckled. You will soon understand. Among the accompanying individuals were Fang Xiaojun, Shui Yao, Mei Qinglian, Dong Tianpeng, and Shi Zhengqi, all part of the procession. The atmosphere was quite jovial as they entered the royal palace and arrived at the venue for the reward banquet, where the 3rd prince made a grand appearance, brimming with enthusiasm. The sovereign's request for him to preside over the event was a direct affront to the 9th prince, much to his delight. While some basked in the 3rd prince's warm hospitality, others remained unperturbed. The 3rd prince's overtures were transparently strategic. Xiao Han once again politely declined the 3rd prince's advances, displaying no interest in such political intrigue. As the wine flowed, the 9th prince was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. This gathering is quite lively. I hope you don't mind my uninvited presence, 3rd brother? He remarked. It would be a shame to have wine without a dance. Recently, I came across a master of sword dancing whose skills are extraordinary. I have invited her to perform a piece for all the talented individuals here. The 9th prince, seemingly unfazed by the 3rd prince's displeasure, settled down to enjoy the festivities. He then gestured toward a veiled woman beside him, nodding slightly. At your service. The veiled maiden, with a graceful figure and delicate features, wielded a long sword, captivating all with her enchanting performance. Xiao Han, however, found himself quickly losing interest after a few glances. While the art of sword dancing was aesthetically pleasing, it bore little resemblance to the lethal sword techniques he practiced. The dance, though intricate, lacked any possibility of practical application. Suddenly, as Xiao Han closed his eyes to meditate, he sensed a sharp sword's tip thrusting toward him. Opening his eyes, he observed the dancer's blade relentlessly advancing toward his throat without pause. The crowd's expressions shifted, wondering if the 9th prince intended to assassinate Xiao Han here. Such an act would only be the folly of a madman. Yet, Xiao Han remained unperturbed, steadfast as a mountain. Not only did he show no inclination to evade, but he also refrained from countering, simply watching the blade approach with calm composure. Finally, mere inches from Xiao Han's throat, the dancer abruptly withdrew her sword, returning to her original stance. Surprised by his unflinching demeanor, she inquired, "Why did you not dodge?" Xiao Han replied nonchalantly, "Because I am not afraid." The dancer raised an eyebrow. "Why are you not afraid?" Xiao Han shook his head. "I simply am not." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han rose, forming a sword with his fingers and slicing the edge of the table. The table, crafted from solid iron, was smoothly cleaved at the corner. With his formidable starry sword intent, Xiao Han could easily retaliate should the dancer harbor any malicious intent. This was precisely why he felt no fear in the face of her attack. Chapter 55. The third fragment, Soul Hand. Excellent. The third prince could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Ninth prince, you are merely using the guise of swordplay to mock Xiao Han, yet it is he who has retaliated with such formidable force." This scene not only showcased Xiao Han's resounding victory, but also his remarkable composure, leaving few present untouched by admiration, and of course, Xiao Han's exquisite swordsmanship was a crucial factor in this display. Xiao Han then addressed the third prince, "Your Highness, the sovereign has promised me the privilege to select an item from the treasury at my discretion. Might I request someone to escort me there?" The third prince, not taken aback, nodded affirmatively. "That is only natural." He then produced a golden token from within his robes and tossed it to Xiao Han, saying, "I shall send someone to guide you to the treasury. With this token, you shall gain entry." Receiving the token, Xiao Han clasped his fists in gratitude, stating, "I am not one for excessive revelry. I shall take my leave now." The ninth prince, frustrated at his failed attempt to humiliate Xiao Han, glowered at the sword-dancing maiden and exclaimed, "Given such an excellent opportunity, why did your sword not pierce Xiao Han's throat?" The sword-dancing maiden replied coolly, "Xiao Han's swordsmanship surpasses my own. Moreover, he possesses an extraordinarily powerful sword intent. Should I truly harbor murderous thoughts, not only would I fail to slay Xiao Han, but I would also be the one to suffer injury. There is no need for such folly. You, the ninth prince?" Seething with anger, dared not show his disdain openly, for the maiden's status was far too elevated for him to challenge. Upon reaching the treasury, the third prince's attendants took their leave, and Xiao Han entered alone. After a thorough inspection, he presented the golden token and was granted access to the treasury. Inside, the collection was largely mundane, comprising commonplace martial arts weapons of merely superior quality that did not catch Xiao Han's discerning eye. As he passed a jade-carved dragon seat, he suddenly halted, sensing a subtle stirring from the star sword intent within him. Upon grasping the object, Xiao Han felt a sense of familiarity, pondering, "Why does this item feel so reminiscent?" A spark of realization flashed in his mind as he recalled the two fragments he had acquired. To his astonishment, one of the fragments was contained within this jade-carved dragon seat. After several confirmations, he emerged from the treasury, declaring, "The item I wish to select is this." The guardians of the treasury documented and verified his choice, allowing him to depart without hindrance. Having obtained what he sought and with the reward banquet ahead, Xiao Han chose to forego the festivities and left the palace. Making his way back to Tianfa Peak. As he exited the palace, he sensed someone trailing him from behind. After several turns, the pursuer remained steadfastly behind him. Suddenly, Xiao Han spun around and barked, "Why are you following me?" "Xiao Han, it is I." Xiang Pingting laughed heartily, accompanied by Mei Qinglian and Yin Jun, the three women trailing Xiao Han to observe his reaction. "So it is you," Xiao Han replied with a hint of exasperation. "Why did you three not linger at the banquet a while longer?" Mei Qinglian shrugged. "We found it rather dull and wished to return. We happened to catch sight of your retreating figure and decided to follow, curious about your alertness, and it seems you are quite adept." At that moment, on a nearby rooftop, a gaunt figure in gray robes spoke ominously. "Are you truly as untroubled as you appear? Mastery Realm." Xiao Han and Mei Qinglian exchanged a grave glance, both recognizing the weight of the situation. The sudden appearance of such a formidable expert could only spell trouble. "Could it be that the ninth prince sent you?" Mei Qinglian inquired. Xiao Han shook his head, remaining silent. At this juncture, anyone could be a potential threat. Without sufficient evidence, it was impossible to ascertain whether the ninth prince was behind this. "I am the elder of the Yin Corpse sect, known as Yin Hun Shou," I have come to settle accounts with Xiao Han, he declared imperiously. All irrelevant individuals, I grant you 3 breaths to vacate this place. The gray-robed elder floated in midair, surveying Xiao Han and his companions with an air of dominance. Xiao Han, do not attempt to resist, retreat swiftly. Mei Qinglian commanded, immediately taking action. Xiang Pingting and Yan Jun, almost in unison, unleashed their martial arts against Yin Hun Shou. Skywalker 5 styles. Mountain moving technique. Xiao Han reacted swiftly, launching his attack to temporarily restrain Yin Hun Shou. With a resounding crash, the gray mist enveloping Yin Hun Shou trembled slightly, shattering the mountain moving technique's assault. No wonder your Ling High Realm cultivation grants you such combat prowess. You are indeed extraordinary. Yin Hun Shou's eyes glinted with murderous intent. If I kill you, this martial art shall be mine. With a single movement of his hand, the surrounding area was engulfed in swirling gray mist, trapping Xiao Han and his companions within. Simultaneously, Yin Hun Shou began muttering incantations, summoning tin corpses that surrounded the four, closing in relentlessly. This is not far from the palace. If we can create enough commotion, we will attract the attention of the patrolling experts from the Qingjiao Gate. Even if Yin Hun Shou possesses mastery realm strength, he cannot act recklessly within the capital, Yan Jun asserted. The others nodded in agreement, demonstrating a tacit understanding as they prepared to strike once more. The tin corpses were impervious to blades and spears, exhibiting remarkable hardness. Even the Chan Tian sword could only carve a small dent. I refuse to believe it. Xiao Han sheathed the Chen Tian sword and, employing the Ling Yin step, approached one of the Yin corpses, delivering a powerful punch. The formidable strength of 11-fold Long Dragon and Tiger Suppression struck the back of the Yin corpse, causing a series of cracking sounds. Fine cracks began to spread across its surface. Hold back the other Yin corpses. I shall dismantle them one by one. Xiao Han's Long Dragon and Tiger Suppression technique proved effective, invigorating the spirits of the 3 women. However, a sense of unease washed over Xiao Han as Yin Hun Shou allowed him to destroy the Yin corpses without revealing himself. Yet, time was of the essence. Xiao Han could not afford to delay. After smashing the 10 Yin corpses, he resolved to use the Chen Tian sword to obliterate the gray mist surrounding Yin Hun Shou. With swift precision, Xiao Han succeeded in shattering the last Yin corpse. But at that moment, Yin Hun Shou seized the opportunity, launching a deadly counterattack. Break soul-piercing stab. 3 jet black, spear-like projectiles shot towards Xiao Han with alarming speed. Seeing this unfold, Xiang Pingting, standing closest, unhesitatingly positioned herself in front of Xiao Han. Bracing for the impact, thud, thud, thud. The 3 piercing projectiles struck Xiang Pingting, instantly dimming the light in her eyes until she was devoid of life. Bold. How dare you commit murder in the heart of the Qin dynasty? Beneath the emperor's very feet, a squad of patrolling experts from the Qingjiao Gate, sensing the surge of power, rushed to investigate. Xiao Han, consider yourself fortunate. Yin Hun Shou retreated, begrudgingly. Throughout this ordeal, Xiao Han had not once raised his gaze to Yin Hun Shou. Cradling the increasingly cold Xiang Pingting in his arms, filled with self-reproach. Chapter 56. Temporary Sealing, Reinforcements to Zhenwu City. If it were not for my presence, Sister Xiang would not have been gravely injured by Yin Hun Shou. Xiao Han lamented, overwhelmed by guilt. Though he was not well versed in matters of romance, he could glean from the scattered remarks of others that Xiang Pingting harbored feelings for him. Yet, even with this knowledge, Xiao Han could not reciprocate her affections. His bond with Yi Xinlan had weathered numerous trials and was beyond doubt. What Xiao Han had not anticipated was the lengths to which Xiang Pingting would go for him. Mei Qinglian's eyes glimmered with sorrow as she spoke softly. Pingting's soul has been shattered beyond recognition. Without extraordinary means, it will be exceedingly difficult to heal her. Yan Jun shook her head. In Pingting's current state, if her soul cannot recover soon, she may never awaken. However, restoring her soul to its former state would likely elude even a martial saint expert. Hearing the 2 women speak thus, Xiao Han felt a weight in his heart and suddenly thought of his master. The Lord of Tianfa Peak, Chen Daozi, the one who could nurture a prodigy like Yin Qingxue, must possess unfathomable strength. I will take her to seek my master's aid, Xiao Han declared, lifting Xiang Pingting in his arms. Utilizing the Ling Yin step to its utmost as he dashed towards the great Qin martial house. Mei Qinglian's eyes brightened. Yes, the Lord of Tianfa Peak is enigmatic. Perhaps he possesses the means to save Pingting. The two women quickly followed Xiao Han, determined to reach Tianfa Peak and uncover the truth. Upon arriving at Tianfa Peak, Xiao Han made his way directly to Chen Daozi's courtyard, calling out, "Master, please save Sister Xiang." Chen Daozi emerged, assessing the situation before responding slowly. "Her soul is too severely damaged. With my current strength, I can only temporarily stabilize what remains of her soul, preventing further dissipation. Yet even so, her physical form is frail. I mean to say, her body must not perish and must retain some semblance of vitality. However, achieving this is of little consequence. What difference is there between her and a living corpse?" Yin Qingxue and Tua Ba Haoren had also heard Xiao Han's urgent plea and arrived promptly. Xiao Han's gaze was resolute as he asserted, "Were it not for Sister Xiang shielding me from this calamity, I would find it difficult to stand here unscathed. Now, seeing her in such dire straits because of me, I cannot stand idly by. I beseech you, Master, help me preserve Sister Xiang's remaining soul and body. I will find a way to revive her." Chen Daozi smiled faintly. "To be brave and take responsibility. Embodying the spirit of a true man, you truly deserve to be my disciple. In that case, I shall certainly assist you. With my secret technique, I will seal her lingering soul and protect her physical form with the 1,000-year-old ice jade from Tianfa Peak. So there is no need for concern for the time being. I dare not promise more, but I assure you that within 30 years, there will be no issues. 30 years is ample time." Xiao Han nodded heavily. "Thank you, Master." Chen Daozi carefully arranged Xiang Pingting's body, and Xiao Han let out a temporary sigh of relief. Yin Qingxue then spoke, "Third brother, after the incident with junior sister Xiang, the monarch immediately dispatched people to investigate the matter thoroughly. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that the Yin Corpse sect's spectral hand was instigated by anyone at the time of the incident. The ninth prince was in his palace, raging furiously, surrounded by all his trusted aides. Junior sister Xiang is the sole granddaughter of General Xiang, who has defended the border for decades, earning great merit. Her parents also tragically perished in a fierce battle with the great Zhou. The general has already experienced the pain of losing a child. If the news of junior sister Xiang's comatose state reaches the border, I shudder to think of the consequences. 2 generations have fought valiantly for the Qin Empire's defense, making immense sacrifices, truly a family of loyalty and valor." Hearing Yin Qingxue's words, Xiao Han's mood grew increasingly heavy. If he were to stand before General Xiang at this moment, he would undoubtedly feel utterly ashamed. "Third brother, since the incident has occurred, self-recrimination is of no avail. Recently, conflicts and skirmishes at the border have been on the rise. As a core disciple of the martial house, you must go to provide support. Both elder brother and I will set off first to assist 2 cities, and you, as the sole core disciple of Tianfa Peak, cannot avoid this duty." Yin Qingxue pondered. Currently, several cities are facing varying degrees of attack. Among them is the city commanded by General Xiang, and the situation is far from optimistic. However, I must remind you that the town of Zhenwu, where General Xiang is stationed, has a small garrison and a large civilian population. Holding the city will be exceedingly perilous, so I hope you will think carefully about this. Xiao Han shook his head. "Precisely because Zhenwu town is in danger, I must go. Regardless of how General Xiang perceives the situation, I must do my utmost to make amends. I will proactively offer to go to Zhenwu town. Surely no one will contest me for it." As Yin Qingxue had predicted, not long after, the mansion Lord Yuan Xuan arrived with a decree, gathering most of the martial house members to announce the escalating situation at the border. "You core disciples are to be dispatched to support various cities. Do your best, but do not overexert yourselves. This is a valuable opportunity for training. Those who perform exceptionally well among you may find it easy to join the military and rise swiftly. Our great Qin martial house has 5 branch peaks. Each shall select one." After Yuan Xuan finished speaking, he paused and looked at Xiao Han. Tianfa Peak has only Xiao Han at the Spirit Sea realm, while Yin Qingxue and Tuoba Haoren had already set off in secret, making this situation seem somewhat unfair to Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han stepped forward. Xiao Han of Tianfa Peak is willing to go and support Zhenwu town. Zhenwu town. Some disciples who were aware of the situation began to mock Xiao Han, unaware of how perilous Zhenwu town truly was, yet still daring to claim they would provide support. Yet, there were others who understood that the commander defending Zhenwu town was none other than General Xiang. After Xiang Pingting was gravely injured, Xiao Han would undoubtedly feel compelled to assist Zhenwu town out of guilt. Xia Hoqing spoke solemnly. Xiao Han. I admire your courage in daring to go support Jinwu Town. Our great Qin martial house is to aid 5 cities. I shall compete with you to see who can achieve the most remarkable results. If you win, our previous grievances will be erased. If you lose, you shall owe me a favor in the future. Xiao Han shook his head and turned to leave. I am not interested. His journey to Jinwu Town was not merely to make an appearance, but genuinely to aid General Xiang and seek self-redemption. Jinwu Town is likely to be the primary target of the Great Zhou's assault. I wonder if you will be able to hold it. Xia Hoqing was incensed, his teeth grinding in frustration. Under the urging of others, he chose a relatively dangerous city, vowing to outshine Xiao Han. Chapter 57. Arrival at Jinwu Town and first meeting with General Xiang. Coming from a family of military generals, Xia Hoqing could leverage the connections of his forebears to gain considerable support, making it exceedingly easy for him to achieve notable accomplishments. Should danger arise, the forces he could mobilize were far beyond what ordinary individuals could compare to. Xiao Han was not provoked by Xia Hoqing's taunts. Whether intentionally or not, he had not fallen into Xia Hoqing's trap. Upon returning to his courtyard, Xiao Han immediately entered the Starry Divine Court and inquired of the Starry Elder. Elder, how can one heal a shattered soul? The Starry Elder pondered briefly and replied. The specifics must be assessed according to the circumstances. If the soul is only slightly injured, a martial saint-level warrior could easily resolve it. However, if the soul is severely damaged, it becomes quite troublesome. Xiao Han candidly stated, one of my senior sisters suffered severe soul damage while saving me. My master has temporarily sealed her remnant soul using a secret technique and preserved her physical form with 1,000-year-old ice jade. The Starry Elder nodded slightly. This method is indeed feasible. However, it can only sustain her for a limited time and cannot cure her. Based on what you have said, her soul is on the brink of collapse, which is among the most difficult conditions to heal. Considering your current strength, even if I tell you the method, you would not be able to accomplish it. As I said before, wait until you can pass the first heavenly barrier before considering this matter. Xiao Han could only silently nod. Since the Starry Elder had a solution, it indicated a hopeful aspect. Ultimately, in order to rescue Xiang Pingting, his own strength must be formidable. Presently, Xiao Han possessed the first level of the Spirit Sea Realm and had just begun to practice the 3rd volume of the Yuheng sword technique. To fully master the Tianqiong sword cannon, he still had a long way to go. The next day, Yu Wenxuan arrived early at Tianfa Peak to find Xiao Han and impart some instructions. Xiao Han, the journey to Jinwu Town is fraught with peril. Take care of yourself. This is the Great Qin Empire's flying war chariot, which will allow you to reach Jinwu Town in half a day's time. Keep it safe and do not lose it. Regarding Jinwu Town, the court hopes that General Xiang can abandon the city, yet he is unwilling to do so. Without a large army to defend it, the lives of the millions of citizens in Jinwu Town may hang in the balance. Therefore, I suggest you focus on this aspect. If you can ensure the safe evacuation of a large number of civilians, it will be a significant achievement. Xiao Han carefully considered this and nodded in agreement. The terrain of Jinwu Town not only faced enemies on 3 sides but was also difficult to defend. Had it not been for General Xiang's personal command, it might have already fallen. However, the rear of this town was a vast expanse of land in the Great Qin Empire. Without Jinwu Town to obstruct enemy forces, the border regions of the Great Qin would resemble others' back gardens, easily traversable. Xiao Han's mission to support this town and achieve notable results would be no easy task. Once Yu Wenxuan departed, Xiao Han composed himself and began to activate the flying war chariot, heading towards Jinwu Town. The flying war chariot soared into the sky, powered by Spirit Jade, and Xiao Han piloted it alone at great speed. Upon reaching the border town of Jinwu, Xiao Han presented the imperial edict of the Great Qin to prove his identity and descended slowly into Jinwu Town. To his astonishment, a curious scene unfolded. Upon landing, not a single person acknowledged his presence, as if he were a stranger to them. Some individuals, concealed nearby, watched Xiao Han in secret. At this moment, Xiao Han surmised that the news of Xiang Pingting's selfless act of saving him, leading to her indefinite slumber, had reached the ears of the townsfolk, which explained his cold reception. First, he needed to assess the situation in Jinwu Town. Xiao Han did not complain about such trivial matters. Since his purpose in coming to Jinwu Town was to support General Xiang and to evacuate as many citizens as possible, it was imperative to carefully examine the town's geography and other conditions. Navigating through the streets, he noted the cleanliness of the ground and the orderly surroundings. The townsfolk, though somewhat anxious, seemed to be living their lives without significant disruption. General Xiang had governed this town for many years, maintaining order even in the face of potential conflict. The citizens did not appear flustered. From these subtle observations, it was clear that General Xiang was a capable leader, skilled in both civil and military affairs. "Are you Xiao Han?" At that moment, a young man resembling a general, accompanied by a squad of soldiers, appeared before Xiao Han. "Indeed, I am Xiao Han." Xiao Han discerned that the newcomer did not come with friendly intentions. However, he would not yield to anyone out of guilt regarding Xiang Pingting, Ainjinwu town. The only person who could evoke Xiao Han's sense of guilt was General Xiang himself. The only granddaughter of General Xiang had perished while saving him. How dare he come to Jinwu town? Did he intend to provoke General Xiang intentionally? Unbeknownst to General Xiang, you have already arrived. Allow me to eliminate you first, sparing the general from unnecessary distress. The young commander possesses formidable strength, having reached the threshold of the celestial origin realm. His words reveal an unreserved admiration for General Xiang. Yet his disdain for Xiao Han is equally evident. Remember, the one who seeks to kill you is named by Shangqian. No sooner had he spoken than a long spear from behind by Shangqian lunged toward Xiao Han. Shadow glimmering 7 swords. Rising sun 7 swords. With a swift motion, Xiao Han summoned the Chintian sword, executing the 2 sword techniques to counterattack immediately. The clash of sword light and spear shadows intertwined as Xiao Han and Bai Shangqian engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging dozens of blows in mere moments. The soldiers behind them watched in astonishment, recognizing that Xiao Han, despite being merely at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, was holding his ground against Bai Shangqian. Mount-a-moving style. As Xiao Han adapted to Bai Shangqian's attack pattern, he launched a counteroffensive. This maneuver momentarily caught Bai Shangqian off guard. Jade balanced sword technique. With a swift thrust, Xiao Han aimed his sword, the tip nearly grazing Bai Shangqian's brow. "Stand down," a commanding voice resonated, as an elderly man with flowing white hair and beard strode forward with an imposing presence, radiating an aura that was clearly beyond that of ordinary individuals. He was unmistakably a seasoned general, accustomed to high command and years of combat. "How dare you, Bai Shangqian, to privately deceive me and attack the disciples of the martial mansion who have come to assist? You shall be dragged away and punished with 100 military lashes. I, Xiang Wentian, have always ruled with an iron fist and strictly enforced military regulations. In these tumultuous times, all must abide by the code." The elder's voice boomed with authority, embodying the fierce spirit of a veteran general who had fought for decades. "Greetings, General Xiang." Xiao Han bowed respectfully, though he felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, Xiang Wentian remained silent, merely gazing at Xiao Han intently. After a moment, Xiang Wentian spoke coolly. "You are the martial mansion's envoy sent to support Jinwu City. On behalf of the military and civilians within the city, I welcome your arrival. However, given your limited cultivation, I advise you to take on a commanding role, assisting others in the defense of the city walls. Shortly, someone will provide you with further details. I am preoccupied with military affairs and cannot remain." Xiao Han's expression remained unchanged. Understood. Although Xiang Wentian did not broach the subject of Xiang Pingting, the cold shoulder was evident, and anyone could discern his dissatisfaction with Xiao Han. Nevertheless, Xiao Han did not refuse. The general's rather benign arrangement was beyond Xiao Han's expectations. "General Xiang, I am Captain Wang Biao. Please follow me." Soon, someone led Xiao Han to the top of the city walls. From the battlements, they could see numerous soldiers of the Great Zhou setting up camp. Patrolling the area, Xiao Han suddenly inquired, "How long have the Great Zhou amassed such forces around Jinwu City? What is the current situation?" Wang Biao pondered for a moment before replying, "According to our scouts, the Great Zhou has deployed 200,000 troops, having begun their encampment 7 days ago. During their stay, they have neither attacked Jinwu City nor made any other moves, merely patrolling without any intention of engaging in battle. General Xiang has ordered us to meticulously inspect every nook and cranny of Jinwu City, promptly addressing any vulnerabilities. Currently, the city has ample supplies, and with General Xiang stationed here, we are not intimidated by the might of the Great Zhou." Xiao Han nodded slightly, asking, "What is the current troop strength within the city, and how many civilians reside here?" Wang Biao, well aware of Xiao Han's background, did not conceal such sensitive information. General Xiang is adept in military matters. Previously, Jinwu City maintained a garrison of only 10,000. However, in the past month, reinforcements have increased that number to 30,000. The civilian population has remained stable at around 1 million. Upon hearing Wang Biao's account, Xiao Han fell into contemplation. Since his mission was to provide assistance, it was evident that both the Qin court and the martial mansion anticipated potential conflict in Jinwu City, yet they believed that no significant issues would arise. This was akin to the rationale behind sending martial mansion disciples to other cities. For Xiao Han, this excursion was more about filling a role and earning merit than any deep-seated desire for glory. If General Xiang could steadfastly defend Jinwu City, the civilians would naturally not need to evacuate. Yet now, as Xiao Han gazed upon the great Zhou encampment stretching like a dragon, a nagging feeling told him that matters would not be so straightforward. General Xiang, a lifetime soldier, would undoubtedly maintain a vigilant defense until the enemy's true intentions were unveiled. At this moment, the best strategy was to remain steadfast against any changes. As he patrolled the city walls, Xiao Han observed General Xiang's meticulous preparations, which indeed exhibited a dual approach of caution. Should the great Zhou make any moves, they would be poised to respond swiftly. For General Xiang, defending against 200,000 attackers with 30,000 defenders would present no insurmountable challenge. In the days that followed, Xiao Han continued his systematic inspection of the city walls. During his leisure, he absorbed spiritual jade, awaiting developments in the conflict. Then, news from the great Zhou reached them. On a clear day, a massive contingent of troops surged toward Jinwu City. Immediately, sentries atop the walls reported the situation. Alert General Xiang. The great Zhou has commenced their assault. Xiao Han commanded, everyone, join me in holding the walls. Eliminate every enemy that dares approach. The great Zhou soldiers advanced with ferocity, their initial wave of attack being particularly valiant and unyielding as they assaulted the city with ladders, in such brutal combat. Long swords, spears, and halberds were the weapons of choice, with swords being used sparingly unless absolutely necessary. Nonetheless, Xiao Han wielded the Qintian sword, a weapon of exceptional quality. With Xiao Han's prowess, none could withstand his assault as he cut down those who scaled the walls. Kill, utilizing his ethereal movement technique, Xiao Han darted between the battlements, achieving remarkable success. The soldiers, who had previously harbored reservations about him, now gazed upon Xiao Han with newfound respect, witnessing his valor on the battlefield. Not far off, within the great Zhou ranks, a golden-armored general pointed toward Xiao Han on the walls, bellowing, "Whoever can behead that man shall be granted the title of Marquis and rewarded with 100,000 gold." Then, a pale-faced, sinister-looking man chuckled, "I shall take his head." He dashed up the ladder, aiming directly for Xiao Han. "You little brat, remember not to be a citizen of the Qin in your next life." The man, at the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm, was ruthless, concealing a poisoned dagger within his sleeve. As he advanced, he slashed the throats of the defending soldiers with ease. "I shall see you dead." Xiao Han's eyes blazed with fury as he executed the shadow glimmering and rising sun sword techniques, forcing his opponent back momentarily. He then fused the jade balance sword technique with the essence of 3 stars, bringing it down upon the assailant. "I underestimated you." The man's expression shifted drastically as he sensed the terrifying sword intent emanating from Xiao Han, compelling him to retreat swiftly. Though his cultivation was indeed superior to Xiao Han's, his treacherous and underhanded tactics often caught opponents off guard. Faced with the overwhelming starry sword intent, he felt utterly powerless, and though he regretted recklessly charging the walls, he could only temporarily fend off Xiao Han to preserve his life. Suddenly, a slender silver needle, as fine as a cow's hair, shot toward Xiao Han. The man hoped to force Xiao Han into a defensive stance, but Xiao Han had no intention of complying. Instead, he activated his ethereal movement technique, closing the distance between them. Slash! Without hesitation, Xiao Han delivered a decisive strike, piercing through the man's skull. As the silver needle hurtled toward his chest, he executed the mountain-moving style, forcefully suppressing it. With lethal efficiency, Xiao Han dispatched his opponent and neutralized the threat, his movements fluid and seamless. This scene fell within the sight of Bai Shangqian, who couldn't help but exclaim, "What a brilliant maneuver!" Xiao Han silently collected the man's storage ring, casting a fleeting glance at Bai Shangqian before turning to leave. Bai Shangqian chuckled, "This Xiao Han has quite the spirit. Yet, his strength is indeed formidable." Having endured 100 lashes, Bai Shangqian quickly recuperated and returned to full strength. Upon learning of the great Zhou's assault, he rushed to the city walls, witnessing Xiao Han's confrontation with the sinister man. Seizing the opportunity presented by the initial wave of assault, the great Zhou forces began to batter the city gates, causing significant cracks to appear. "This is bad. I must descend to thwart them," Bai Shangqian declared, disregarding the protests of those around him. With a determined leap, he jumped from the walls to repel the great Zhou soldiers attacking the gates. However, this action fell into the enemy's trap, allowing the city gates to suffer damage. Breaching the city becomes a matter of mere moments. Although Bai Shangqian is reckless, he effectively prevents the gates from being harmed, temporarily alleviating this wave of crisis. Moreover, with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Linghai realm, returning to the city wall poses no significant challenge for him. However, such intentions from Bai Shangqian have been anticipated by the enemy. City-breaking arrows. Almost as Bai Shangqian prepares to leap into the air, 3 enormous arrows, as thick as a man's arm, swiftly launch from the ranks of the great Zhou army. "Captain Bai, be careful," numerous voices call out loudly. Yet, Bai Shangqian has not yet stepped into the Tianyuan realm and cannot traverse the AI Art in mid-air. The enemy's lethal tactic leaves him with no means of escape. To perish in such a manner is truly unacceptable. Realizing this too late, Bai Shangqian finds himself without the presence of Xiang Wentian, and no one else possesses the strength to save him. Just as the crowd grows anxious, a figure leaps from the city wall without hesitation, precisely landing a foot on Bai Shangqian's face. It is none other than Xiao Han. "You owe me a life," Xiao Han states coolly. Bai Shangqian, now safely on the ground, rubs his face with a grin, saying, "Xiao Han, if you're going to save me, there's no need to step on my face, right? This is personal vendetta, isn't it?" Xiao Han nods solemnly. "Indeed, it was intentional. If you are unwilling to appreciate my gesture, then feel free to dash your head against the city wall. It matters not to me." Bai Shangqian bursts into laughter. "Just joking. I, Bai Shangqian, owe you, Xiao Han, a life. Whenever you wish to collect, just say the word." Seeing Bai Shangqian safe and sound, the crowd expresses immense gratitude towards Xiao Han for his daring rescue. Within the army, Bai Shangqian holds significant prestige, and Xiao Han's willingness to set aside past grievances earns him genuine recognition from the soldiers of Zhenwu City. "Enough chatter. Let us contemplate how we shall return," Xiao Han interjects, having noticed that skilled fighters from the great Zhou army are advancing towards them. "Once you two have finished talking, hurry and come up." A voice calls from the city wall as 2 white ropes are tossed down, from which a veiled woman commands sharply. Xiao Han and Bai Shangqian each grab hold and swiftly return to the city wall. "It's you." Xiao Han immediately recognizes the veiled woman as the sword-dancing girl who accompanied the 9th prince at the banquet. Bai Shangqian introduces, "Xiao Han, this is my sister, Bai Aoshue." Bai Aoshue snorts, "Brother, I've seen this fellow in the capital. His swordsmanship is indeed commendable, but his character leaves much to be desired." She then turns to Xiang Wentian, who has joined them on the city wall, and solemnly states, "This time, the commander of the great Zhou is Zhou Wudao. He is cunning in warfare, so we must exercise utmost caution. There is no need for panic. We simply need to defend the city." Suddenly, Xiang Wentian looks at Xiao Han and remarks, "Xiao Han, I can see that your agility is remarkable, enabling you to save Bai Shangqian. I shall commend you for this. The great Zhou's siege equipment is approaching to damage the city gates. Do you have the confidence to destroy it? If the situation proves too dire, I shall personally come to assist you." Xiao Han replies with a glance, "I will do my utmost." Xiang Wentian's perception of Xiao Han has shifted, and Xiao Han recognizes that his actions have not only garnered the soldiers' approval but also Xiang Wentian's respect. With that, after taking a deep breath, Xiao Han assesses the enemy's movements and leaps down from the city wall once more. Upon landing outside, he engages the enemy with reckless abandon, wielding his Qin Tian sword with relentless strikes. The number of slain great Zhou soldiers quickly piles up, creating a truly shocking scene. Wolf, tiger, leopard, tear that brat apart. Zhou Wudao, the commander of the great Zhou army, coldly issues the command. Xiao Han not only disrupts the siege equipment, but also repeatedly thwarts Zhou Wudao's plans, prompting Zhou Wudao to lose his temper. 3 burly men, each at the 9th level of the Linghai realm, spring into action. Danger. Xiao Han senses the violent aura emanating from the trio and realizes they are significantly stronger than the Chang brothers. He perceives an aura reminiscent of demonic beasts emanating from them. Just then, the valiant soldiers of the great Zhou distract Xiao Han, allowing the 3 men to close in. Xiao Han initially intends to break through forcefully, but he suddenly senses the 3 fragments within his storage ring stirring. With such a concentration of malevolent energy in the area, it is being continuously drawn into the storage ring. This discovery astonishes Xiao Han. Without hesitation, he retrieves the fragments, and he keenly observes that they are increasingly absorbing the restless energy of the battlefield. What kind of treasure is this? Xiao Han muses in surprise, but he does not intervene. Allowing the fragments to continue devouring this negative power, upon returning, he intends to inquire with the Elder of Stars, and all will be revealed. 3 Beasts roar. As the trio approaches Xiao Han, the soldiers of the Great Zhou scatter. The 3 men open their mouths and unleash a powerful sound wave directed at Xiao Han. This sound wave attack is something Xiao Han has never encountered before. His soul is protected by the starry divine court, so he need not worry excessively. However, if his consciousness were to be stunned by the roar, it would spell great trouble. Chuntian's sword seal. Xiao Han firmly concentrates, channeling the starry veins within him to shield himself with the sword intent of the stars. Then immediately retaliates. The resilience of the star sword intent takes the 3 men by surprise. No matter how they scream, they cannot breach the defense. Now it's my turn. Xiao Han activates the Lingyan step, unleashing 11 strikes of the dragon subduing and tiger subduing technique, enveloping one of the men. 3 Beast Mountain. The trio, attuned to each other, rush to aid their comrade as soon as he is attacked. Forming a dark yellow earthen wall to shield themselves from Xiao Han, boom. The tremendous force causes the 3 men's defensive wall to tremble violently, yet it remains unbroken. These 3 fellows have both offense and defense. It is quite difficult to gain the upper hand. Perhaps I could use them to counter the Great Zhou's assault. Furthermore, this will enable the 3 fragments to absorb even more power. Xiao Han resolves to avoid approaching the gates of Jinwu City, opting instead to maneuver around and continue slaying Great Zhou soldiers. The 3 brothers, unable to even graze the hem of Xiao Han's clothing, watch helplessly as he continues to thwart them, cursing in frustration. Sound the retreat. Zhou Wudao's face turns ashen. Unwilling to witness the wolf, tiger, and leopard brothers be toyed with by Xiao Han any longer, he orders a withdrawal. The first assault on Jinwu City by the Great Zhou has ended in failure. Although this was part of the plan, the defeat is indeed quite embarrassing. Chapter 60. The 9 Nether Emperor's Order, the previous lord of Jinwu City. On the city wall, Xiang Wentian observes the retreat of the Great Zhou army, and rather than feeling elated, a hint of worry crosses his visage. Zhou Wudao is an experienced commander. He would not act knowing he would suffer losses without a deeper intention. While we have successfully defended the city, we must not let our guard down. I am certain that Zhou Wudao has further plans in store. Xiao Han concurs. The commander of the Great Zhou certainly does not seem like a fool. His several schemes reveal a depth of strategy, even have a feeling that he might have intentionally lost to us. Otherwise, I cannot fathom why he would lead an army of 200,000 and withdraw merely due to some losses. Xiang Wentian's gaze falls upon Xiao Han as he slowly states, Captain Xiao, your defense of the city wall and the successful rescue of Captain Bai shall be recorded as a significant achievement. Xiao Han remains unfazed, casually replying, it was merely my duty, a trifling effort. Many witnessed Xiao Han's decisive actions and are acutely aware of the peril he faced at that moment. Xiang Wentian is fully aware of the danger involved. Had anything gone amiss, not only would he have failed to save Bai Shengqian, but Xiao Han himself could have perished beneath Zhou Wudao's city-breaking arrows. Following this incident, Xiang Wentian's attitude toward Xiao Han softened somewhat. Captain Xiao, you have worked hard. Please return and rest for a while. Xiao Han bows an acknowledgement and heads straight back to his own courtyard. The 3 mysterious fragments he has collected, which have absorbed a significant amount of deathly energy on the battlefield, pique Xiao Han's interest immensely. At this moment, Xiao Han carefully observes them. Apart from sensing the mysterious power contained within the fragments, he cannot discern any further secrets. Without hesitation, he enters the starry divine court, where he encounters the Elder of Stars. After listening to Xiao Han's account, the Elder examines the 3 fragments closely and slowly remarks, I previously mentioned that the essence of this item is an extraordinary holy artifact. Now, these fragments absorbing deathly energy indicates that this extraordinary holy artifact may very well originate from the 9 nether yellow springs. Whether that is true or not, I will ascertain through experimentation. Xiao Han gazed with deep curiosity, genuinely eager to uncover the nature of this extraordinary treasure. The Elder of the Stars formed a sword with his fingers, pointing into the void towards the 3 floating shards before him. Instantly, these shards erupted with an intense, dark radiance, emanating an overwhelming aura of supremacy that seemed to disdain the world. It was the 9 Nether Underworld Emperor's order. The dark light enveloped the 3 shards, gradually manifesting into a grand purple-gold decree, at its center inscribed with the character Ming. The Elder of the Stars then withdrew his power and spoke. This object is known as the 9 Nether Underworld Emperor's Order. It is likely a relic of a powerful being from the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. Thus, it is not surprising that this item can absorb the essence of the undead. Furthermore, I speculate that if this object can gather the other shards, even if it cannot restore its peak power, it would effortlessly revive the spirit of a martial artist. Xiao Han was taken aback, hastily inquiring, "Senior, setting aside whether this object possesses such power, it has already shattered into 9 pieces, and my acquisition of 3 is already a stroke of fortune. How can I possibly gather the remaining 6? The Elder of the Stars chuckled. "Xiao Han, that is your fortune. You previously acquired 2 shards of the 9 Nether Underworld Emperor's Order without any notable change. Yet now, upon obtaining 3, such anomalies arise. Do you not understand? A sacred artifact of this caliber, when damaged but not entirely obliterated, retains a certain connection among its fragments. I will impart to you a mental mantra. With these 3 shards, you shall be able to locate the other 6. In fact, at this very moment, I have already discerned the location of the 4th shard, right here." Xiao Han took a deep breath. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." With the Elder's mental mantra, Xiao Han communicated with the shards and indeed made a discovery. The 4th shard lay in the southeast direction of his courtyard. As for the exact location, he could set out to investigate it the following day. Now armed with the mental mantra, he could better harness the shards, greatly aiding his cultivation of the Star Sword intent. With a wealth of spiritual jade in hand, Xiao Han did not hesitate and began to refine it in large quantities, engaging in multifaceted training. The 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm. After a night of arduous cultivation, Xiao Han made slight progress in his strength. He promptly departed from the courtyard and headed towards the location he sensed for the shards. On the way, he encountered Wang Biao, inviting him to accompany him. As they drew nearer to the shard's location, Xiao Han's sense grew increasingly intense. They arrived at a slightly dilapidated residence and halted. Xiao Han inquired, "Whose residence is this?" Wang Biao, puzzled by Xiao Han's choice to bring him here, replied, "This is the residence of the previous lord of Jinwu City. Ever since General Xiang took command here, this mansion has been neglected for over 5 years. With no one residing within." Xiao Han paused for a moment but shook his head. "You are mistaken. This place may appear dilapidated, but it is not uninhabited. Moreover, there is not just one person living here." Wang Biao expressed skepticism. "Commander Xiao, I have been in Jinwu City for a decade and am quite familiar with events from several years ago. The former lord, Yan Nanqing, though of royal blood, was captured under the orders of General Xiang and subsequently commanded to hang himself in this very mansion. This is why, even if General Xiang wished to sell the residence, no one would dare to purchase such a haunted place. Who would reside here?" Xiao Han smiled. "Shall we not find out by entering?" Although Wang Biao was also a practitioner of the spiritual sea realm, he was significantly inferior to Xiao Han, making it difficult for him to perceive the unusual nature within the mansion. Passing through the crumbling front door and into the rear courtyard, they immediately noticed the stark differences surrounding them. The grass and trees bore signs of having been tended to, and the sound of heavy iron chains dragging on the ground was particularly striking. "What could this mean?" Wang Biao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Xiao Han followed the chain's path and saw a disheveled man approaching them. "Look, the principal has arrived. We shall inquire shortly. Who are you, and why are you imprisoned here?" Wang Biao genuinely wished to understand the stranger's origins. "Who am I? I am Yan Nanqing." The man pushed aside his hair, gazing at Wang Biao with a smile. "What is the matter? Don't you recognize me?" Wang Biao was taken aback. Having served in Yan Nanqing's mansion, he could not possibly forget him. Upon closer examination, he affirmed that the man before him was indeed Yan Nanqing, the former lord of Jinwu City, scion of the great Qin royal family. "Lord Yan? It truly is you, but are you not already?" Wang Biao hesitated, words failing him. Yan Nanqing chuckled. glancing at the silent Xiao Han. By the look on his face, he is completely unaware of my presence here. So, it seems you brought him along. Xiao Han nodded. I am Xiao Han, a disciple of the heavenly punishment peak of the Great Qin martial house. I have come to assist Jinwu City in the face of the Great Zhou's invasion. I mean no offense to Lord Yin. I merely seek a certain object. Yin Nanqing, intrigued, asked, Oh, how interesting. What is this object you seek? Xiao Han, not concealing anything, directly threw a shard of the 9 Nether Underworld Emperor's order for Yin Nanqing to see. I am familiar with this object, Yin Nanqing affirmed, nodding decisively. My wife once cared for a unique beast companion. This beast was impervious to blades, yet during an outing, it was injured by a shard of the same material you hold. Thus, I remember it vividly, but I paid no mind to it after that. As for the location of that shard, I cannot say. You will have to find it yourself. Xiao Han clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Yin, for your assistance. With his senses honed, Xiao Han felt confident he could locate the 4th shard. However, he was somewhat surprised by Yin Nanqing's amicability. Yet, it was evident that the man's situation was rather peculiar. And Xiao Han refrained from inquiring further. Instead, Wang Biao, after much hesitation, finally asked, Lord Yin, we all believe that General Xiang had you executed by royal decree, yet it seems you have remained within the Lord's mansion. Yin Nanqing, perhaps weary of silence, spoke candidly about the past. Indeed, General Xiang did arrive with a decree. However, it was not to command my execution, but rather to instruct me to seclude myself in this mansion to atone for my sins. My wife, as it turns out, was a spy sent by the Great Zhou. Secrets of the frontier were leaked from my lips, resulting in the loss of 100,000 soldiers for the Great Qin. The sovereign, recalling our familial ties, showed me immense grace by sparing my life. While standing near a stone tablet, Xiao Han discovered the 4th shard, delighting in his fortune. Yin Nanqing remarked, Since you have found it, it rightfully belongs to you. Xiao Han nodded and asked, Lord Yin, do you intend to confine yourself here for a lifetime without ever venturing out? Yin Nanqing looked up and pointed towards the slowly approaching Xiang Wentian. That depends on General Xiang's will. Upon learning that Xiao Han and Wang Biao had ventured to the Lord's mansion, Xiang Wentian initially expressed skepticism, but as they recounted Yin Nanqing's circumstances, he felt less inclined to doubt. He stated directly, this time, Zhou Wudao personally leads 200,000 troops to attack Jinwu City. I wish to hear your thoughts. The mention of Zhou Wudao, Yin Nanqing's gaze turned icy. That man will stop at nothing to achieve his objectives. You have toiled for years in Jinwu City. How could Zhou Wudao remain unaware of your efforts? Yet, he persists in this course of action, and if it does not end in failure, something must surely be amiss. Years ago, he sacrificed his beloved consort, secretly infiltrating my side as if to uncover something. It was only due to unforeseen circumstances that his plot was exposed prematurely. Xiao Han was struck by this revelation. Drawing parallels to Xiao Hongchang, who similarly employed unscrupulous methods to achieve his ends, Xiang Wentian nodded slightly. I had intended to discuss matters with you for some time, but could not find the opportunity. I am still uncertain of Zhou Wudao's schemes, but your insights seem to hint at a deeper understanding. Yin Nanqing chuckled, General Xiang, you ponder too much. While my perspective is different, I believe Zhou Wudao's aim has always been Jinwu City, and it remains so. In other words, if we ascertain that Zhou Wudao's true intention is to seize Jinwu City, what course of action would he take? Xiang Wentian remained silent, contemplating. His 200,000 troops would be mobilized to launch a full-scale assault on Jinwu City. The longer this drags on, the less favorable the situation becomes for Zhou Wudao. Yin Nanqing grinned. Indeed, but as it stands, breaking through your defenses with his 200,000 troops will be an arduous task. Even Zhou Wudao himself lacks assurance. Tio realized this notion. I believe that the Xuanwu River, situated 20 miles beyond Jinwu City, serves as his means. Xiang Wentian immediately grasped Yin Nanqing's implication and decisively shook his head. Are you suggesting that Zhou Wudao intends to employ a water strategy to breach Jinwu City? To divert the waters of the Xuanwu River from 20 miles away to Jinwu City is an exceedingly arduous task, nearly impossible. Furthermore, Zhou Wudao has imposed no blockade on Jinwu City recently. It is inconceivable that he would leave such a flaw in executing this plan. Yin Nanqing chuckled softly. I merely speculate thus. Whether it is true or not depends on you, old general. Xiang Wentian pondered for a moment and turned to Xiao Han, saying, Xiao Han, Your agility is remarkable. I intend to dispatch you to Xuanwu River to investigate the matter. What are your thoughts? After a brief contemplation, Xiao Han agreed. Old General Xiang, Zhou Wudao has sent a messenger requesting to see you. Bai Shengqian suddenly arrived, surprised to find both Xiao Han and Wang Biao present. Xiang Wentian nodded at Yin Nanqing. Let us proceed. Upon reaching the main hall of Jinwu City, Xiang Wentian allowed only Xiao Han, Bai Shengqian, and Bai Aoshue to meet with Zhou Wudao's envoy. Old General, it has been quite some time. The envoy from Zhou Wudao, having met Xiang Wentian numerous times, spoke with a sense of familiarity. Xiang Wentian replied coolly, Mr. Gongsun, it has indeed been a while. Gongsun Zhu cut to the chase. Let us speak plainly. The commander has sent me to implore you, Old General, to abandon the shadows for the light. After decades of valiant service for the Deqin, with both sons and daughters-in-law perishing in battle and now, his granddaughter lost as well. Yet, there is no restitution for the old general from Deqin. Even I, an outsider, cannot bear to witness this. Thus, I wish to invite the old general to discuss significant matters with the commander. Xiang Wentian scoffed derisively. Jade may shatter, but its luster remains. Bamboo may burn, yet its integrity endures. Though the body perishes, one's name may endure in history. Zhou Wudao is but a petty man. How could he be worthy of discussing grand matters with me? I have served the sovereign for decades, who has treated me as a brother. Would I ever betray my lord and side with the enemy? Return and inform Zhou Wudao that should the city fall, death shall be my only fate. Hearing Xiang Wentian's bold and righteous words, Xiao Han felt a surge of fervor. Yet, at that moment, a sudden uproar erupted within Jinwu City. Chapter 62. The flooding of Jinwu City, the tomb of the celestial dragon martial sage. The first to enter was Bai Shengqian, his expression grave as he spoke. Old General, Zhou Wudao has summoned the waters of the Xuanwu River to inundate Jinwu City. At this moment, the waters outside the city surged, rising perilously, and the situation was dire. Not only did Xiang Wentian's expression change, but even Gongsun Zhu, who had come to persuade surrender, wore a solemn countenance. It appeared that Zhou Wudao had not disclosed such a plan to him. If Xiang Wentian were to unleash his wrath, Gongsun Zhu would surely find no escape. Great endeavors require a ruthless heart. Zhou Wudao is indeed a formidable figure. I hold him in the highest regard. Gongsun Zhu sighed heavily, falling silent, resigned to his fate. Xiang Wentian shot a glance at Gongsun Zhu and ordered, Lock him up, we shall deal with him later. Xiao Han interjected, Old General, I perceive that City Lord Yin possesses profound insight regarding Zhou Wudao. Perhaps we should enlist his aid and deliberate on how to vanquish Zhou Wudao. Xiang Wentian accepted Xiao Han's suggestion and tasked Bai Shengqian with personally inviting Yin Nanqing. Subsequently, Xiang Wentian inquired, There are over 100,000 civilians within the city. If I were to evacuate them, what strategy do you propose? Xiao Han pondered briefly and replied, Currently, Jinwu City is besieged by the waters of the Xuanwu River. Given time, the city walls will inevitably crack and may even collapse. At that point, Jinwu City will lack its defenses, and with our mere tens of thousands of troops, we will have no natural advantage against Zhou Wudao's formidable army. The nearest city to Jinwu is Dingyuan City. We could commence constructing rafts while the city walls remain intact, evacuating as many civilians as possible. During this period, Zhou Wudao's forces will be unable to approach, allowing us to minimize risk. Originally, Xiang Wentian had intended for Xiao Han to lead a reconnaissance mission to the Xuanwu River. But before he could implement it, Zhou Wudao had already acted. Now, with Zhou Wudao flooding Jinwu City, his intentions were glaringly evident. This only solidified Xiang Wentian's resolve to evacuate the civilians and confront Zhou Wudao. Very well, take my military token and act immediately. Require any personnel, mobilize them directly, and evacuate the civilians toward Dingyuan City to the best of your ability. Xiang Wentian paused and solemnly added, Xiao Han, do not disappoint me. Xiao Han accepted Xiang Wentian's military token and nodded earnestly. This undertaking was fraught with peril. A slight misstep could endanger the lives of the city's inhabitants. Xiao Han mobilized Wang Biao and over 1,000 soldiers to commence the evacuation of the civilians. Constructing rafts. After a night of bustling activity, the waters of the Xuanwu River surrounding Jinwu City had already submerged more than half of the city walls, and the situation was worsening. Whoosh! Xiao Han skillfully navigated a raft. Heading towards Dingyuan City. It was no small feat for Zhou Wudao to summon the waters of the Xuanwu River from 20 miles away. Xiao Han believed that such a deluge would not inundate too vast an area. Indeed, after paddling several hundred meters, Xiao Han's raft ran aground. Realizing this, he returned to Jinwu City and immediately gathered the civilians for their relocation. Miss Bai, I entrust you with leading these civilians and escorting them to Dingyuan City. Xiao Han was unreserved, knowing that Bai Aoshue, possessing the 7th level of Linghai realm, could handle the task with ease. Bai Aoshue's impression of Xiao Han had not improved much, yet she recognized that this was not the time for discord, and thus complied with his orders. As Xiao Han diligently facilitated the relocation of Jinwu City's populace, Xiang Wentian and Yin Nanqing observed the surroundings from the city walls. Yin Nanqing remarked, Zhou Wudao is intent on destroying Jinwu City. I find myself increasingly curious about what treasures lie within that could so enthrall him. Xiang Wentian furrowed his brow. I have governed this city for many years and have never heard of any treasures. Could it be that Zhou Wudao knows this place better than you or I? Yin Nanqing stroked his chin thoughtfully. There exists a possibility. Zhou Wudao is cunning and treacherous, and would not act unless he possessed considerable confidence. Let us remain vigilant and observe Zhou Wudao's next move, adapting as circumstances dictate. With considerable portions of the populace already evacuated, Xiang Wentian felt unencumbered, prepared to confront Zhou Wudao head-on. For 3 consecutive days, Xiao Han had been engaged in the evacuation of civilians. Initially fraught with difficulties, the process had become significantly more efficient as the civilians began to devise their own methods to follow to Dingyuan City. It would take no more than 2 days for all the civilians to be successfully relocated. Xiao Han calculated internally. However, the emergence of cracks in the western city wall hastened the evacuation process. Having completed this task, Xiao Han had accomplished a substantial portion of the mission to support Jinwu City. Rumbling, the city wall collapsed, and torrents of floodwaters surged into the city, spreading rapidly. Despite Xiang Wentian's prior preparations, a small number of civilians still suffered misfortune. However, the floodwaters encroaching upon the city did not accumulate as anticipated. Instead, they drained into the earth, forming a vast vortex that drew considerable attention. Yin Nanqing clapped and laughed. It seems that Zhou Wudao's schemes regarding the secrets of Jinwu City will soon be unveiled to us. This transformation continued to expand. The underground fissures incessantly siphoned the waters of the Xuanwu River, plunging into an unfathomable abyss. Xiao Han had just sent off the last batch of civilians and returned to Jinwu City when he suddenly sensed remnants of the 9 Nether Underworld Emperor's decree emanating from the underground fissure. Moreover, that fragment seemed to float toward the exterior along with the water flow. Indeed, without hesitation, upon the 5th fragment's emergence, Xiao Han activated his Lingyan step to retrieve the fragment. Bai Shengqian shouted from the city wall, Old General Xiang, the waters of the Xuanwu River are receding. We have temporarily held our ground. Xiang Wentian's expression shifted slightly. Once the waters recede, Zhou Wudao will surely come with his army. We must remain on high alert. Yin Nanqing nodded. Indeed, Zhou Wudao's goal likely pertains to the treasures beneath Jinwu City. Zhou Wudao's forces were still over 10 miles away, and it would take some time for them to reach Jinwu City. At that moment, a brilliant golden light surged upward from the underground fissure, shooting into the heavens. Not only did the nearby Zhou Wudao's forces witness it, but even other cities around Jinwu City took notice. The other disciples of the Daqin martial house, rushing to provide support, also hastened toward Jinwu City. This is dire. The tomb of the celestial dragon martial sage has been opened. Zhou Wudao's countenance darkened. Having schemed tirelessly to monopolize the tomb, he was now confronted with an unexpected turn of events just as he was on the verge of success, inciting his fury. Chapter 63. Entering the tomb. Each for themselves, the trio of wolves, tigers, and leopards nearby suddenly inquired with curiosity, Great Commander, are you referring to the heavenly dragon martial saint, the one who was deemed the most formidable martial saint a millennium ago? Zhou Wudao nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, it is he. I began plotting this several years ago, but unforeseen circumstances caused a delay, leading us to this point. The true purpose of our assault on Jinwu City is to unearth the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint. According to the information I possess, within his tomb lies not only the secrets of his ascension to the pinnacle of martial saints, but also the supreme techniques capable of transcending the martial saint realm. The surrounding warriors were all taken aback. If the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint indeed exists within Jinwu City, it certainly justifies Zhou Wudao's elaborate efforts. Xiang Wentian, within the city, decisively commanded. All soldiers, evacuate Jinwu City immediately. The intricacies of this situation had already been discerned by Yin Nanqing, who concurred with Xiang Wentian's decision. That beam of light would undoubtedly attract numerous experts, turning Jinwu City into a battleground for various factions vying for core interests. Moreover, the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint would not be easily accessible, even with Zhou Wudao personally present in the desolate Jinwu City, which was quite telling. The day slipped by as a multitude of disciples from the great Qin martial house, along with scions from the 4 prominent families of the capital, converged upon this location. Zhou Wudao, unwilling to lag behind, gathered a significant number of the Dezhou's elites before the tomb, esteemed guests. This is the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint. Once inside, do not hold back against the great Qin warriors. We are enemies, and where possible, we shall slay. These individuals, seasoned through numerous trials, were invigorated by Zhou Wudao's exhortation. Xiao Hocheng approached Xiao Han with a forced smile, saying, "Xiao Han, congratulations. Successfully evacuating so many citizens from Jinwu City must be quite an achievement. I must say, your luck is truly remarkable to encounter such an event. I have perused the family records regarding the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint, thinking it merely a legend, but now let us rely on our own capabilities." Xiao Han paid no heed to Xiao Cheng's provocation, instead turning to his companion, Shi Jingqi, and asked, "What do you think? Are you interested in teaming up once more?" Shi Jingqi shook his head, replying, "Xiahou Shixiang is the chief disciple of our Tianqian peak. I cannot undermine his standing. This time, no matter what, I cannot ally with you." The prompt arrival of the 4 prominent families took many by surprise. The 5 branches of the Great Qin martial house arrived quickly due to their involvement in the support operations. Yet the 4 families had not participated, raising intriguing questions about their swift response. Su Changxin, with a smile, suggested, "Xiao Han, how about we join forces?" Xiao Han flatly declined, wary of Su Changxin's cunning, preferring to act independently. On the Great Qin side, after discussions with Xiang Wentian, Yin Nanqing, and others, they resolved to collaborate to force open the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, these formidable experts unleashed powerful attacks, gradually unveiling the entrance to the tomb. "Since no one dares, I shall take the lead," declared Li Baichuan, a direct descendant of the Li family from the 4 great families. Once the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint was opened, no one was willing to venture forth first. After observing for a moment, Li Baichuan charged into the tomb. Soon after, more followed suit. The interior of the tomb was surprisingly spacious, which allowed everyone to disperse and search independently. Xiao Han, having unexpectedly acquired the 5th fragment, sensed its presence within the tomb and did not cease his pursuit. Upon arrival, he indeed made a new discovery. The fragment's aura was exceedingly faint. No wonder he had failed to detect it from the outside. Whatever treasures lay within this place paled in comparison to the value of the fragment of the 9 Nether Emperor's decree. There was no need for him to entangle himself with these others. Let them vie for it. Following the faint sensation, Xiao Han found himself before a small waterfall and halted. Accompanying him was Li Baichuan. "You are no match for me. Do not seek trouble," Li Baichuan warned Xiao Han, drawing forth a chilling long knife and striking fiercely at the small waterfall. With a swift motion, the seemingly ordinary slash contained formidable blade intent. The waterfall was cleaved in 2, and the flow of water froze momentarily. Behind the waterfall, a cave of moderate size was revealed. Li Baichuan cast a glance at Xiao Han before leaping inside. The fragment's aura, despite being warned by the 9th level Li Baichuan, Xiao Han did not retreat. Utilizing the Lingyan step, he promptly entered the cave. "Xiao Han, I have afforded you a chance out of respect for Tianfa Peak. Yet, your lack of discernment leaves me no choice." Li Baichuan expressed his dissatisfaction with Xiao Han's ungratefulness. "Brotherly, allow me to lend you a hand." At this moment, Feng Qian also arrived, sporting a smile that belied his true intentions. His eyes glinting with mockery, Li Baichuan's expression darkened. "Feng Qian, are you following me?" Feng Qian nonchalantly replied, "Brotherly, one cannot put it that way. Initially, we agreed to share the map of the heavenly dragon martial saint's tomb. Yet, your Li family suddenly reneged on our agreement, which is rather unscrupulous. Now, given the current situation, I believe we can discuss matters slowly, but this Xiao Han cannot be allowed to live. What do you think?" Li Baichuan's expression shifted as he slowly replied, "Very well, let us join forces and take action." Feng Qian rejoiced, This is the proper demeanor of the scions of the four great families. Having repeatedly offended the ninth prince, Feng Qian would not let this opportunity slip through his fingers. He acted first, attempting to block Xiao Han's path and create the perfect opportunity for Li Baichuan to eliminate him in one fell swoop. However, as Feng Qian turned, he felt a fierce blade aura slicing towards him from behind. Li Baichuan, you deceived me. Without a moment's thought, Feng Qian recognized that Li Baichuan had launched a surprise attack on him. Meanwhile, Xiao Han seized this opportunity, employing the mountain shifting technique to forcibly redirect Feng Qian toward Li Baichuan's blade. At this moment, Feng Qian could no longer afford to curse Li Baichuan, his mind consumed by a single thought: escape. To him, it seemed that Li Baichuan had allied with Xiao Han, setting a trap for him to fall into. Yet, as Feng Qian fled, Li Baichuan's blade once again swung towards Xiao Han. Chapter 64. The Sixth Fragment. The dragon-shaped jade pendant. Xiao Han and Li Baichuan were not, as Feng Qian presumed, orchestrating a scheme against him. Instead, Xiao Han had noticed the disdain and disregard in Li Baichuan's eyes towards Feng Qian, revealing a deep-seated loathing. Therefore, as Li Baichuan struck at Feng Qian, Xiao Han resolutely intervened. The ability to deter Feng Qian allowed Xiao Han to approach the confrontation with Li Baichuan with greater composure. At this moment, as Li Baichuan once again targeted Xiao Han, it was merely for the hidden chamber behind the waterfall. However, Xiao Han sensed the presence of other fragments and had no intention of retreating. Yu Heng's sword technique. Infusing 30% of his stellar sword intent into this deadly sword art, Xiao Han's aura was not in the least inferior to Li Baichuan's. The clash of blade and sword resonated with a clear, melodious sound. Li Baichuan's eyes widened slightly in surprise. His swordplay embodied blade intent, yet Xiao Han's was equally formidable. Moreover, Xiao Han's sword intent appeared to surpass his own. Your sword intent is surprisingly potent. Li Baichuan sheathed his treasured blade, speaking slowly. Xiao Han replied nonchalantly, likewise. The Li Baichuan before him possessed strength beyond that of Xiahou Cheng, and Xiao Han was not confident in defeating him. However, should the other party persist in their aggressive stance, Xiao Han would have no choice but to unleash the power of the Qintian sword. Li Baichuan discerned Xiao Han's intent and pondered for a moment. Since we both seek to enter this place, let us agree beforehand to avoid unnecessary disputes. My suggestion is that if treasures are found within, we shall take turns selecting them. I shall go first in the first round, then you. In the second round, you will go first, followed by me. This arrangement is indeed fair, and it will depend on who has the sharper eyes. Very fair, Xiao Han readily concurred. Li Baichuan's demeanor softened slightly, and he was quite pleased with Xiao Han's straightforwardness. Subsequently, Li Baichuan and Xiao Han entered the hidden chamber, one after the other. With Li Baichuan having obtained the map, he navigated effortlessly, while Xiao Han followed closely behind. They soon arrived before a massive stone door standing 3 meters tall. Let me give this a try, Xiao Han suddenly declared. Li Baichuan paused for a moment, then indifferently replied, be my guest. The 2 heavy stone doors appeared exceedingly solid. It was unclear how much strength would be required to force them open. Initially, Li Baichuan intended to locate the mechanism, but with Xiao Han volunteering, he had nothing further to say. It was all right to give it a try. Dragon subduing and tiger suppressing technique? Xiao Han took a deep breath, unleashing a surge of strength from both arms to gradually push open the massive stone doors. This scene caught Li Baichuan's attention, who silently mused, Xiao Han's physical strength is astonishingly formidable. His swordsmanship is already exceptionally refined, yet he does not neglect his physical prowess. This is quite alarming. Once the stone doors were ajar, allowing passage, Xiao Han paused and declared, let us proceed. Li Baichuan's tone became more casual. A smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Han's lips. With this display of might, Li Baichuan could no longer afford to underestimate him, which was more than sufficient. By not revealing his absolute strength, Xiao Han ensured that Li Baichuan would not act recklessly when it came time to divide the treasures. Upon entering the stone doors and walking several dozen meters, they were greeted by a mountain of spiritual jade. With such an abundance of spiritual jade, we shall split it evenly, Li Baichuan suggested with a smile. Agreed. Xiao Han replied without hesitation, taking half of the spiritual jade, approximately 30,000 pieces. This single acquisition would greatly aid him in refining the star veins, thus pushing his plans forward once more. Li Baichuan, hailing from the esteemed Li family, one of the 4 great clans, had access to a wealth of cultivation resources. 30,000 pieces of spiritual jade were merely a supplementary gain for him, and he did not express much delight. According to the map, the items we seek should be nearby, he remarked, furrowing his brow, having traversed considerable distance without finding what they needed. Suddenly, Xiao Han halted, stating, "There must be some hidden intricacies here." For he sensed the lingering aura of fragments in this very location, stronger than anywhere else. Having witnessed Xiao Han's capabilities on multiple occasions, Li Baichuan's assessment of him soared to new heights. And he found himself inclined to trust Xiao Han's words. Upon careful observation, Li Baichuan indeed discerned an anomaly. "Here," he exclaimed, as he swiftly slashed through a gap with the gleam of his blade. Immediately feeling a powerful surge of energy, the sought-after item lay concealed here. Previously, wandering in circles here had left them baffled. Thanks to Xiao Han's hint, they made this breakthrough, and Li Baichuan's attitude towards him softened considerably. "According to our prior agreement, I shall select the first treasure," Li Baichuan declared, choosing a small, three-legged cauldron with a clear purpose in mind. Xiao Han glanced at it briefly before decisively claiming a fragment. With this, he now possessed 6 fragments of the 9 Nether Emperor's decree, only 3 short of completion. In the second round of selection, it was Xiao Han's turn to lead. After scrutinizing the options, he chose a rare treasure that would significantly aid his cultivation. This item seemed somewhat familiar. During the final round of selections, a dragon-shaped jade pendant caught Xiao Han's eye. Reminded him of a turtle-shaped jade pendant he had encountered within the royal mausoleum map. Judging by the material and carving technique, they appeared to be of the same origin. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Han decided to acquire this item. Upon grasping it, he confirmed that the 2 pendants were indeed closely linked. Having completed the selection, Li Baichuan was in high spirits, remarking, "Xiao Han, your character far surpasses that of Feng Qian. Your strength is commendable as well. It is no wonder you claimed first place in the hunting festival. Truly deserving of the title. Our collaboration ends here. Once we exit this door, we shall part ways," he added. Xiao Han nodded slightly, preferring not to accompany Li Baichuan any further. Given that this was the tomb of the celestial dragon martial sage, where even greater treasures awaited, should both of them desire the same items, conflict was inevitable. Better to establish clear boundaries now. The subsequent treasure hunt would be determined by one's own capabilities. Departing from the small waterfall, Xiao Han and Li Baichuan proceeded in opposite directions. Meanwhile, Feng Qian, who had been waiting patiently, prepared to confront Xiao Han. However, at that moment, Shi Jingqi appeared. "Brother Shi, we have indeed encountered one another. Where are the other disciples of Tianqian Peak?" Xiao Han inquired. Shi Jingqi, revealing no hesitation, replied, "Many are aware of our previous collaboration, and senior brother Xiahou has deliberately distanced himself from me, instructing other Tianqian Peak disciples to keep their distance as well. Thus, I am left to act alone. I happen to discover their location. Are you interested in checking it out?" Chapter 65. A Great Free-for-All, Blank Scrolls. Xiao Han laughed heartily. "Of course, we must go." Xiahou Cheng had been suppressing his cultivation base, remaining at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm despite being capable of entering the celestial Yuan realm. This did pique Xiao Han's curiosity regarding what Xiahou Cheng was waiting for. However, Xiao Han's strength was still lacking. He could not yet compel Xiahou Cheng to unleash his full power. Shi Jingqi's isolation from Xiahou Cheng presented Xiao Han with an excellent opportunity for retaliation. Guided by Shi Jingqi, the two prepared to return in search of Xiahou Cheng and his companions, but encountered the elite disciples of the Great Zhou. Xiao Han and Shi Jingqi exchanged glances, wordlessly acknowledging the situation. Yet the opposition was unwilling to let them pass unchallenged. "With such meager strength, you dare to approach the tomb of the celestial dragon martial sage. Leave behind your storage rings. And you may depart." The young warriors from Great Zhou, all above the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm, certainly did not regard Xiao Han and Shi Jingqi as threats. "Attack!" Xiao Han shot a glance at Shi Jingqi, his eyes aflame with battle intent. In an instant, he activated the spirit smoke step, wielding his Qintian sword to unleash a swift strike. Demonic blades ate absolute cuts. Shi Jingqi, harboring a smoldering fire within, found the elite disciples of Great Zhou to be the perfect outlet for his frustrations. Although their cultivation levels were slightly lower, their combat prowess was exceptional. Such a powerful strike caught the elite disciples of Great Zhou off guard. Puff, puff, puff. Xiao Han swiftly dispatched 3 of them, while Shi Jingqi took down 2. The remaining one or two, now terrified, scrambled away, no longer daring to linger. Shi Jingqi promptly cautioned, Xiao Han, do not underestimate the elite of Great Zhou due to these weaklings. The leaders among them possess strength that is by no means inferior to Xiahou Cheng. You must exercise caution, Xiao Han pondered. Their intentions must revolve around the celestial dragon martial sage's legacy or the secrets to breaking through to the martial sage realm. Those who entertain such thoughts will inevitably join this great free-for-all. However, I have little interest in these matters. Their conflicts will scarcely affect me. There was one aspect Xiao Han did not share with Shi Jingqi, the great Zhou commander. Zhou Wudao was likely seeking something of great value within the tomb of the celestial dragon martial sage. Given Zhou Wudao's level of importance attached to this venture, the most outstanding warriors among Great Zhou's elite could very well be his subordinates. Shi Jingqi's cultivation level also prevented him from recklessly placing himself in the most perilous vortex. Leading Xiao Han, they arrived at the location where Xiahou Cheng and the others had halted. Oh, Xiahou Cheng is still here, Shi Jingqi exclaimed in surprise. However, he quickly deduced that there must be something significant in this place that warranted Xiahou Cheng's prolonged stay. Not only Xiahou Cheng but also several of Great Zhou's elite disciples at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm were locked in a standoff with him and his companions. Xiao Han cast his gaze intently, realizing that the object of their contention was merely a scroll of parchment. This scroll was suspended in an intriguing manner, lodged within the maw of a stone-carved dragon. However, several skeletal remains nearby instilled caution among the onlookers. Could this be a secret left behind by the celestial dragon martial sage? Xiao Han inquired curiously. Shi Jingqi could not ascertain, replying, it appears quite likely. Although I hold a grudge against Xiahou Cheng, we must unite against the external threat first and drive away those elite disciples of Great Zhou, Shi Jingqi suggested. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Xiahou Cheng is quite powerful. He will not exert his full strength unless pushed to the limit. We need not rush. Let them engage in a grand free-for-all. The two watched the unfolding drama with a sense of detachment. Yet more elite disciples from Great Zhou soon arrived, spotting Xiao Han and Shi Jingqi. Cowardly Qin warriors, meet your demise. One young warrior at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm charged directly at them. Shi Jingqi chuckled, let me handle this one. You can take care of the one behind him. Xiao Han's gaze shifted, his expression darkening as he saw the approaching figure, who possessed the formidable strength of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. No easy opponent. 7 swords of shaking light. 7 swords of opening sun. Slash, slash, slash. Once Xiao Han resolved to engage, he did not hesitate. His goal was not merely to eliminate his opponent, but to use this encounter as a spark to ignite the chaotic conflict between Xiahou Cheng and the elite disciples of Great Zhou. As the battle erupted, it shattered the stalemate. Its them. Xiahou Cheng recognized Xiao Han and Shi Jingqi's figures. However, he deemed the significance of the scroll undeniable. The treasures left behind by the celestial dragon martial sage were imperative to obtain. Kill, in the heat of battle, to entertain other fantasies is evidently impractical. Xiahou Cheng made a beeline for the scroll of silk, immediately inciting the interception of the 4 illustrious prodigies of the Great Zhou. Consequently, the clash between the two factions intensified, drawing in seasoned core disciples like Fang Xiaojun. The struggle for the scroll of silk reached a fever pitch. With a swift maneuver, Xiao Han successfully extricated himself from the entanglement of his opponents, only to find the Bodhi spirit tendril in his mind suddenly stirring. Beneath the stone dragon head, something seemed to be amiss. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Han resolved to investigate further. Should he uncover something beneficial for the Bodhi spirit tendril, he could save considerable effort in nurturing it. With this thought in mind, he disregarded the potential consequences of being besieged and activated the spirit smoke step, rapidly approaching the stone dragon statue. Stop, Xiao Han! A glint of menace flashed in Xiahou Cheng's eyes. He had single-handedly restrained the 4 9th-tier masters of the spirit sea of the Great Zhou, and he could not permit Xiao Han to gain the upper hand. However, before Xiahou Cheng could make a move, Feng Qian appeared, unrelenting in his pursuit of Xiao Han. Along with the masters from the Great Zhou, they launched an offensive to thwart Xiao Han. Chintian slash. Xiao Han's gaze darkened. If he were to withdraw now, it would be exceedingly difficult to approach the stone dragon statue again. Thus, he unleashed the deadly move from the Chintian sword, striking out with a force akin to a blazing sun. A torrent of might. Witnessing this formidable attack, no one dared to stand in his way, hastily retreating. As a result, Xiao Han successfully reached the side of the stone dragon statue. The collective relief of the onlookers. Xiao Han did not immediately seize the scroll held in the dragon's mouth, but instead began to tap and probe other areas, seemingly in search of something. This inadvertently provided Xiahou Cheng with an opportunity. With a swift movement, Xiahou Cheng grasped the scroll. However, upon opening it, he was taken aback. It was completely blank, an empty scroll. Here, Xiao Han paid no mind to the scroll, discovering a location on the side of the stone dragon statue that could potentially stimulate the Bodhi spirit tendril. With a powerful punch, he shattered the stone wall, revealing an ancient brown branch within. Without further thought, he promptly collected it. In contrast, Xiahou Cheng, seething with anger, discarded the blank scroll onto the ground, prompting the gathered crowd to comprehend the situation. Xiao Han, hand over what you have. The seemingly crucial scroll being blank cast suspicion on Xiao Han's actions. Feng Qian's timely remark directed everyone's attention towards Xiao Han. He surveyed the crowd and smiled. You all have been vying for this scroll, yet I have never harbored any designs on it. Now that you have gained nothing, you turn your sights upon me. Very well, I have but one statement. Those unafraid of death. Follow me. With that, Xiao Han nonchalantly seized the scroll from the ground and executed the spirit smoke step, swiftly departing. Xiao Han's earlier Chintian slash had certainly left a strong impression on many, showcasing formidable lethality. Aside from a few prodigies from the Great Zhou who pursued him, even Feng Qian showed no inclination to chase after him. The ancient brown branch Xiao Han acquired had captured their attention. Exuding only faint spiritual fluctuations, seemingly lacking substantial utility. Having been deceived by the blank scroll once, the crowd had become considerably more composed. However, amidst the throng, one individual fell into deep contemplation, Meng Zhou, previously ranked 7th among the prodigies. That branch has the ability to resonate with my martial intent. It cannot be an ordinary object. This item must indeed be a true treasure, certain to aid me greatly. I must find a way to reclaim it from Xiao Han. With a flash in his eyes, Meng Zhou quietly departed, following the path Xiao Han had taken. This scene did not escape the notice of Shi Zhengqi, who had remained relatively inactive. Although he had allied with Xiao Han, there had been no direct interaction between them, maintaining a considerable distance. One could discern that Xiao Han's sudden offensive had taken Shi Zhengqi by surprise. Yet, now that Xiao Han was being pursued by numerous masters from the Great Zhou, and was also being tracked by Meng Zhou, after a moment's hesitation, Shi Zhengqi decided to follow and observe. Indeed, he continued to follow. Xiao Han's spirit smoke step was nearing perfection. Those with lesser agility would struggle to even catch a glimpse of his silhouette. The fact that someone could keep pace with him indicated their formidable prowess. The ensemble consisted of 3 9th-tier Spirit Sea Masters and 2 8th-tier Masters, a truly formidable force. Even if Xiao Han unleashed another Chintian slash, he could not hope to eliminate them all. Before him lay an expanse of dense forest. As Xiao Han sped onward, he discovered a vast and impenetrable woodland unfolding ahead. Without hesitation, he resolutely advanced into the thicket. To evade his pursuers, this terrain presented an excellent opportunity. This poses a problem. The expressions of the several prodigies from the Great Zhou darkened. With Xiao Han entering such an extensive forest, finding him again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. They were convinced that the item Xiao Han had acquired was no ordinary possession. Within the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint, the number of treasures was ultimately finite. For every item another claimed, it meant one less for them. Utilizing the towering ancient trees, Xiao Han's spirit smoke step allowed him to swiftly outmaneuver his pursuers with just a few turns. He decided to examine the ancient brown branch to ascertain its true purpose. Upon retrieving the object, the Bodhi spirit tendril within him communicated a need to absorb the power contained within. However, Xiao Han refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he entered the starry divine court to consult the Elder of the Stars. Senior, what is this object that causes the Bodhi spirit tendril to yearn so eagerly? The Elder of the Stars, somewhat astonished, replied, This item is indeed extraordinary. It is the essence of a heavenly spiritual root. However, it was later refined by a powerful martial artist using their own essence for many years, resulting in its current form. The Bodhi spirit tendril exhibits this behavior because the essence of the strong has refined this heavenly spiritual root. If it can absorb the power within, it will greatly benefit the Bodhi spirit tendril. Xiao Han nodded slightly. I see. How can I harness this object for my own use? The Elder of the Stars chuckled. This task is quite simple. You must operate the ancient star technique to establish a connection between the Bodhi spirit tendril's power and this object. Success will ensue naturally. With that, Xiao Han promptly attempted the process. Indeed, as the Elder of the Stars had stated, the Bodhi spirit tendril joyfully absorbed the power from the ancient brown branch. Xiao Han could even sense subtle changes in the Bodhi spirit tendril as it gradually began to grow. At this rate, I might be able to advance the Bodhi spirit tendril to the level of a Bodhi tree ahead of schedule. Now, it remains to be seen how far this object can develop. Xiao Han mused inwardly, focusing intently on the changes of the Bodhi spirit tendril, unaware that the prodigies from the Great Zhou had keenly detected a surge of vibrant life energy emanating from his hiding place. It was as if a torch had been ignited in the dark, rendering it conspicuous amidst the dense forest over there. Seizing this rare opportunity, the group hastily approached Xiao Han. A swift glance revealed him to them. This fellow seems to be refining that treasure. We cannot allow him to succeed. As prodigies of their caliber, they discerned the underlying intricacies immediately and simultaneously launched an assault towards Xiao Han. At that moment, the Bodhi spirit tendril sensed the impending danger but was reluctant to cease absorbing the power from the object. Suddenly, it propelled the item to its utmost limit, channeling the power forcefully into Xiao Han's body. In that instant, Xiao Han's cultivation unexpectedly surged, breaking through from the second to the ninth tier of the spirit seed battle. Xiao Han's eyes sparkled with intensity as he gripped the Chentian sword, directly unleashing his sword technique to confront the assailants. Given the parity in cultivation levels, the 3/10 of star sword intent he possessed represented a lethal threat that his opponents could scarcely mitigate. Any moment of negligence, and the sword's radiance would strike with deadly precision. Simultaneously, the Bodhi spirit tendril had transformed from a mere root into a small sapling. While this transformation appeared modest, Xiao Han sensed a doubling of its strength. Yuheng's 7 swords, a newfound awareness surged within Xiao Han, causing his aura to swell dramatically, escalating with each moment. As he wielded his sword technique, it traversed the battlefield, a wave of murderous intent engulfing the surroundings. The sudden surge of strength from Xiao Han instilled a heavy sense of dread in the 5 prodigies of the Great Zhou. The more they fought, the more they were astonished. If this continued, not only would they struggle to subdue Xiao Han and seize the treasure, but escaping unscathed would also prove a difficult endeavor. Let us make one last desperate attempt. If it fails, we shall retreat. One individual growled in agreement with the suggestion, and naturally, the others concurred. The 5 prodigies of the Great Zhou unleashed their full might simultaneously, their formidable power proving to be quite astonishing, in comparison to Xiao Han's overwhelming presence. Their strength was hardly inferior. However, Xiao Han was not merely content with this. Utilizing the enigmatic branch, he summoned a substantial quantity of spirit jade and clandestinely began to refine the pulse of the stars. As the 5 gradually pressed him down, a sigh of relief escaped their lips. Refining. It must be said that under such extraordinary circumstances, Xiao Han's relentless expenditure of spirit jade yielded impressive results. The pulse of the stars began to condense, bestowing him with an imperceptible accumulation of strength. Initially, the 5 paid little heed, but soon they discerned something amiss. Although Xiao Han was indeed at a disadvantage, he maintained an air of composure, even responding with increasing ease. This fellow is somewhat uncanny. I believe it is best for us to retreat, another remarked. Retreat. Exchanging glances, the group made a decisive choice to withdraw. The situation for Xiao Han was evidently problematic, and continuing the fight would surely lead to their downfall. The Bodhi spirit tendrils absorbed the power of the branch, while Xiao Han refined the pulse of the stars. Executing a dual strategy that secured a precious opportunity, in the realm of the heavenly origin. The 5 prodigies of the Great Zhou were so terrified that their voices trembled, and without a moment as thought, they turned to flee. Realizing their late decision to escape, Xiao Han snorted coldly, and the sword light in his hand shot forth like a meteor. With a single stroke, 3 prodigies at the 8th level of the Spirit Sea were instantly reduced to a rain of blood. The remaining 2, at the 9th level, were paralyzed with fear, daring not to entertain a shred of hope, and fled in a frantic panic. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. With a swift thrust, Xiao Han dispatched the 2 with another strike. The power of a half-step heavenly origin was indeed immensely formidable. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Han gained a fresh insight into his strength. Sensing the commotion, another individual approached, none other than the empty-handed Xiahou Cheng. Upon his arrival, he beheld the imposing figure of Xiao Han and the sight of the fallen great Zhou prodigies, sending a shiver down his spine. You killed them? Xiahou Cheng regarded Xiao Han with a newfound wariness, as if facing a formidable enemy. What do you think? Xiao Han's gaze burned with battle intent. Xiahou Cheng's presence here could be deemed a voluntary offering to the fray. Just how strong was Xiahou Cheng? With Xiao Han's current half-step heavenly origin strength, he was undoubtedly qualified for a confrontation. Heh, you still wish to battle me? Then I shall oblige. Since entering the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint, Xiahou Cheng had faced continual setbacks, the pent-up rage within him yearning for release. Though Xiao Han was in an unusually powerful state, Xiahou Cheng's strength was not something to be easily shaken. In a moment, he drew forth his halberd, the air thick with his battle fervor. Without your own power, no matter how strong your cultivation, it remains but an illusion. Xiao Han, watch as I bring you down. With a sweep of his halberd, he struck the ground, charging toward Xiao Han and unleashing a devastating blow. Quake the earth! Xiao Han offered no reply but instead unleashed the dragon-suppressing and tiger-subduing energies. Having refined a significant amount of spirit jade, at this moment, the pulse of the stars had coalesced into 108 strands, and 12 powerful energies surged forth. The immense force erupted, creating a deafening sonic boom. One force overcomes 10. The gusts generated by Xiahou Cheng's halberd were laden with lethal intent, capable of overwhelming even the 9th level of the spirit sea. Yet, under the suppression of the 12 dragon-suppressing and tiger-subduing energies, these turbulent forces shattered layer upon layer. Xiahou Cheng's strike was forcibly obliterated in the face of Xiao Han's physical might. The first exchange between the two showcased an extraordinarily terrifying power. The quietly following Meng Zhou dared not approach too closely, while Shi Zhengqi observed intently. Witnessing such a battle firsthand was immensely beneficial for one's own cultivation. Missing it would indeed be regrettable. Meng Zhou's petty schemes held no ground against absolute power. Very well, you are indeed formidable. It seems I must reveal my true strength to defeat you. Xiahou Cheng sneered coldly. He then began to chant incantations, his hands forming a peculiar seal as a misty emblem materialized before his chest. In an instant, Xiahou Cheng's power surged explosively. The surrounding spiritual energies of the heavens and earth converged around him. At that moment, Xiahou Cheng had truly stepped into the heavenly origin realm. Unlike Yi Xinlan, who concealed her brilliance, Xiahou Cheng was unabashedly flamboyant. Looking down upon all, Xiao Han, I am eager to see if you can withstand my might. As soon as his words fell, his figure vanished from sight. The next moment, a domineering halberd descended from the heavens, cleaving downwards. Heavenly movement, 5 styles. Mountain moving style. Xiao Han remained resolute, channeling this formidable martial art to confront Xiahou Cheng's assault. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energies of the surrounding area were completely siphoned away, coalescing within Xiao Han's palm. Then, he unleashed this magnificent technique, halting Xiahou Cheng's strike just 1 meter from him, preventing any further advance. Heavenly movement, 5 styles. See rending style. With the power of the half-step heavenly origin at his disposal, Xiao Han revealed yet another trump card. With the might to rend the sea, the energies swirled and enveloped the area, abruptly descending upon Xiahou Cheng. In that instant, a tremendous force emerged, causing a flicker of panic to appear in Xiahou Cheng's eyes for the first time. Open the heavens, transform the extremes. No longer possessing his previous confidence, Xiahou Cheng retaliated with all the halberd techniques at his disposal. One strike after another barely managed to withstand this lethal threat. I nearly perished. I was on the brink of death at Xiao Han's hands. How could this be? Amidst his internal roars of fury, Xiahou Cheng ultimately chose to retreat, unwilling to confront the suddenly unfathomable Xiao Han. To be adaptable is the mark of a true man. Once Xiao Han regains his original strength, killing him will be as easy as pie. Xiahou Cheng turned away, not casting another glance. Chapter 68. The 4 Aspects of the Heavenly Dragon. The mysterious lake, however, having breached the heavenly origin realm, Xiahou Cheng was evidently being repelled by the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint. remaining for an extended period had become increasingly difficult. This might explain why Zhou Wudao had not dispatched two powerful subordinates into the tomb. Leveraging the enigmatic branch, Xiao Han not only defeated Xiahou Cheng but also compelled him to break through to the heavenly origin realm. Now, as the Bodhi spirit tendrils absorbed the power of the branch, the process was nearing completion. Having absorbed a considerable amount of spirit jade, the number of refined pulses of the stars had increased to 120. Without the support of this branch's power, Xiao Han's cultivation gradually reverted to normal, rising from his original base to the 4th level of the spirit sea. This time, I have gained immensely, Xiao Han reflected, noting not only his overall combat prowess had improved but that the Bodhi spirit tendrils had also begun to grow. Originally, this expedition aimed to support Jinwu City, yet he had encountered such circumstances. As he pulled out the blank scroll, intending to discard it, he noticed that with this branch, some text slowly emerged on the previously empty parchment. The 4 aspects of the heavenly dragon. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Han realized it was a powerful martial art left behind by the heavenly dragon martial saint. After a single reading, he could ascertain that the quality of this technique surpassed that of the heavenly movement. 5 styles, unexpectedly, while others had cast it aside, it was Xiao Han who had unwittingly claimed the final martial legacy, a truly fortuitous turn of events. Stowing away the 4 aspects of the heavenly dragon, Xiao Han turned his gaze toward the concealed Shi Zhengqi nearby, smiling as he inquired, "So, have you seen enough?" Shi Zhengqi, having gleaned some insights, was in high spirits. He, quite satisfactory. Meng Zhou had long departed, and Shi Zhengqi naturally refrained from hindering anything, casually mentioning to Xiao Han. Xiao Han nodded, unconcerned with such a rival. The tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint concealed itself within Jinwu City. How could Zhou Wudao have known? Moreover, I suspect that the Li family, the foremost among the 4 great clans, seems to be aware of the underlying secrets. I doubt matters are so simple. Our collaboration holds intrinsic value. Shall we give it a try? Xiao Han proposed with a smile. Shi Zhengqi quickly agreed. Of course, we must continue our cooperation. It would be unreasonable for you to enjoy all the spoils while leaving me with nothing. Xiao Han believed that since Zhou Wudao had been plotting for so long, he could not have merely dispatched this handful of subordinates. Furthermore, although the treasures Xiao Han had acquired were indeed precious, it seemed that the inheritance of the heavenly dragon martial saint and the secrets to breaking through to the martial saint realm had yet to surface. It could not possibly end here. We must pay particular attention to Li Baichuan of the Li family. This individual is shrouded in mystery and harbors grand ambitions. Xiao Han particularly added this sentence. Shi Zhengqi had made quite a few gains within the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint, and his current cultivation had reached the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm, which was considered above average. The number of individuals entering the tomb was at least over 100, and the encounters that Xiao Han and Shi Zhengqi had with various factions were not too numerous. There were still many areas among the crowd that had yet to be explored, and both Xiao Han and Shi Zhengqi headed towards the more populated regions. Someone mentioned that they seemed to have seen Li Baichuan's whereabouts. Upon hearing some discussions, Shi Zhengqi pointed straight ahead. Xiao Han saw that what lay before them was a vast lake, tranquil and devoid of any peculiarities, and he inquired, "Is there any significance to this place?" Shi Zhengqi picked up a branch from the ground and casually tossed it into the lake, only to find that the branch sank immediately. "Did you see that? The water in this lake is rather unusual." After several attempts, Xiao Han indeed discovered the anomaly in this lake. Not only ordinary dry branches, but even a leaf struggled to float on the surface. If that were the case, how had Li Baichuan crossed over? Xiao Han cast a glance at the martial artists gathered by the shore. Some were core disciples of the great Qin martial house, while others hailed from the great Zhou. Both sides had witnessed Li Baichuan walking across the lake's surface with ease. It seemed that this lake was far less expansive than it appeared. Xiao Han surveyed the area but could not discern any hidden secrets. Shi Zhengqi shrugged. "I have no idea how to get across." Suddenly, Xiao Han recalled the heavenly dragon 4 aspects technique he had just acquired. The first move, Wind Dragon Fury, was somewhat mystical. Perhaps it could resolve the dilemma before them. Allowing Shi Zhengqi to guard him, Xiao Han sat cross-legged, delving into the comprehension of the heavenly dragon 4 aspects technique. At the same time, he communicated with the Star Elder of the Starry Divine Court for guidance. The Star Elder spoke. "This is a very special water, originating from the endless abyss, and ordinary methods indeed cannot resolve it. However, The king-level martial art you mentioned earlier can assist you in being unaffected by this water.my method is more complicated. You might as well grasp this martial art. Xiao Han nodded and took out the turtle-shaped and dragon-shaped jade pendants. Asking Elder, do you recognize these two items? The Star Elder shook his head, replying, these two items come from the same piece of extraterrestrial mysterious crystal. They do seem to have some age, but compared to the starry divine court, they are truly insignificant. Xiao Han couldn't help but smile wryly. He had been presumptuous. The strongest martial saint from 1,000 years ago, in the eyes of the Star Elder, was nothing extraordinary. Clear the way. A cold voice rang out as a martial artist of the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm appeared, seemingly brimming with confidence. Xiao Han was secretly astonished. The person bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Wudao, whom he had met long ago. Who is this person? Shi Jingqi inquired. Just as he asked, someone nearby interjected, you don't even know him? You'd better leave here as soon as possible. This person is Zhou Tianxiang, the only son of the great Zhou's commander Zhou Wudao, with top-tier talent and strength. With him taking action, others must stand aside. Xiao Han opened his eyes deliberately to observe the individual. Indeed, Zhou Tianxiang bore a remarkable likeness to Zhou Wudao himself. After the crowd parted, Zhou Tianxiang strode forward with an air of authority, stepping directly onto the lake's surface as if walking on solid ground. Zhou Tianxiang is employing a mysterious treasure. Look closely at his feet. Those with keen eyes noticed a gleaming treasure disk beneath Zhou Tianxiang's feet, which gently propelled him across the lake's water. Ha ha! Zhou Tianxiang showed no restraint in his delight. Even if others discovered his means, they could never possess his level of foundation. At that moment, Xiao Han slowly stood up, turning to Shi Jingqi, and smiled. It's our turn to act. Chapter 69. The Heavenly Dragon Hall. The struggle for the martial saint's legacy. Shi Jingqi felt a stir in his heart and replied, all right, I will follow you. Xiao Han said no more, activating the first move of the Heavenly Dragon 4 Aspects technique. Wine Dragon Fury. In an instant, Xiao Han pulled Shi Jingqi along and stepped onto the lake's surface, showing no signs of sinking. Incredible! Shi Jingqi was utterly astonished, allowing Xiao Han to lead as they sped across the mysterious surface of the lake. Attracting considerable attention, Zhou Tianxiang, who had previously been so self-satisfied, suddenly froze in his tracks. You are Xiao Han. Zhou Tianxiang recognized that Xiao Han was the key figure. His father, Zhou Wudao, had warned him to kill Xiao Han on sight. Now, both sides were eager to cross quickly, and if they could stop Xiao Han, it would be a golden opportunity. Raging Waves Palm. Zhou Tianxiang leveraged the water's force, using his 9th level of the spiritual sea realm to unleash a torrent of waves towards Xiao Han and Shi Jingqi. My Wind Dragon Fury is no simple matter. Xiao Han remained unfazed, showing no intention of changing his stance. In that moment, his speed surged threefold, transforming into a furious dragon of wind, breaking through the waves. No matter how formidable Zhou Tianxiang's palm technique was, it found no purchase. This brat actually slipped away. Zhou Tianxiang, having suffered losses at Xiao Han's hands twice, felt an intense anger. He consciously quickened his pace to cross the lake, planning to settle the score with Xiao Han later. This particularly unique lake could filter out 99% of martial artists, and those who made it here were by no means ordinary. After Xiao Han and Shi Jingqi landed, they found only a handful of figures: Li Baichuan, Xiao Cheng, Fang Xiaojun, Shui Yao, Feng Qian, and the 2nd and 3rd ranked talents from the Tianjiao list, Zhang Xiaofeng and Lu Zhan. Aside from Zhou Tianxiang, who came later, no other martial artists from the Great Zhou were present. The arrival of Xiao Han and Shi Jingqi surprised the crowd from the Great Qin. Xiao Cheng, seeing that Xiao Han was only at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, was instantly enraged. Xiao Han, you merely relied on external forces to narrowly defeat me. If it were now, I could easily kill you. Xiao Han countered nonchalantly. Winning is winning, losing is losing. You are at least a master of the Tianyuan realm. Can you not bear to lose? Xiao Cheng was fuming but had no intention of taking action. Xiao Han keenly sensed that this place was somewhat extraordinary. Before them stood a magnificent hall, and as they approached, they saw 3 characters. Heavenly Dragon Hall. If there were no surprises, this would be the most crucial location within the tomb. The inheritance of the Heavenly Dragon Martial Saint, and the secrets to breaking through to the Martial Saint realm had a great likelihood of appearing here. With only 10 people present, the chances of obtaining those items are quite favorable. Each person held different judgments, so who dares to enter the heavenly dragon hall first? Everyone hesitated, unwilling to be the first to act as a probe for others. A bunch of cowardly mice. Zhou Tianxiang sneered and boldly approached the heavenly dragon hall. Yet, just 10 steps away, he found himself unable to advance any further. You think you can stop me with such trivial means? Zhou Tianxiang did not retreat. He suddenly drew a hidden sword from his sleeve and slashed through the obstruction in front of him. Then, Zhou Tianxiang arrived before the heavenly dragon hall and pushed the door open. Let us follow. Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao were the second to take action. Upon entering the heavenly dragon hall, they saw Zhou Tianxiang's face turn as red as a pig's liver. It turned out that 4 ethereal chains had ensnared Zhou Tianxiang, tightening with each struggle. Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao exchanged glances, not mocking Zhou Tianxiang's predicament, but instead being extra cautious as they navigated the heavenly dragon hall. However, they too faced the same situation as Zhou Tianxiang, becoming tightly bound by suddenly appearing ethereal chains. What on earth is going on? Fang Xiaojun couldn't help but exclaim, as the highest ranked among them. Xiahou Cheng aimed to extricate himself from this predicament, glancing towards the figure at the center of the heavenly dragon hall. Could that figure be the heavenly dragon martial saint? After a moment's hesitation, Xiahou Cheng made up his mind and approached the mysterious statue. Yet, even so, he could not avoid the fate of being ensnared by the ethereal chains, as the last to enter the heavenly dragon hall. Xiao Han and Shi Zhengqi allowed the ethereal chains to bind their arms and legs without resistance. All who had come to this place were ensnared by the heavenly dragon hall. Shi Zhengqi spoke solemnly. Xiao Han, what do you think we should do? Xiao Han also believed that this place might contain the inheritance of the heavenly dragon martial saint. Thus, it would not be easily attainable. Let us not act rashly for now. Let us observe how others respond. Zhou Tianxiang served as the best example. Who else would dare to act impulsively? Before long, everyone was dragged to stand before the mysterious statue. Then, a voice emanated from the statue, asking Zhou Tianxiang, if I were to impart my martial path to you, what would you do? Zhou Tianxiang hesitated momentarily. I could build a temple for you, erect a tablet, and promote your lifetime martial teachings. The void chains vanished, followed by a query directed at Fang Xiaojun, who responded after careful contemplation. I am devoted to profound understanding, striving towards the goal of transcending the martial saint realm. After each individual answered the question, the void chains binding them were retracted. When asked, Xiahou Cheng declared, once I have achieved my cultivation, I will pursue only that which I desire. When it was Xiao Han's turn, he bluntly stated, I have no interest in your martial Dao inheritance. You might as well inquire with my friends. Shi Zhengqi was taken aback by Xiao Han's outright dismissal of the Tianlong martial saint's legacy in favor of assisting himself. Such a response seemed to leave even the enigmatic statue momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, it inquired, I wish to ask, why do you lack interest? I find it hard to believe you are genuinely uninterested in the inheritance of the strongest martial saint from a millennium ago. Xiao Han, unfazed, replied, if you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. The mysterious statue then turned to Shi Zhengqi, asking, your friend strongly recommends you. What is your perspective? Shi Zhengqi slowly articulated. The inheritance of the Tianlong martial saint would greatly benefit me, so I shall strive with all my might to obtain it. Besides, you wield a blade, and so do I. Your inheritance might indeed be most suitable for me. The enigmatic statue released Shi Zhengqi, choosing to remain silent, except for Xiao Han. Everyone else harbored hopes of being selected by the mysterious statue. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual light erupted from the statue, swiftly drawing Shi Zhengqi forward as the transfer of power commenced. It appeared that the inheritance of the Tianlong martial saint had already been bestowed upon Shi Zhengqi. Chapter 70. The enraged Zhou Tianxiang in the golden tablet in the mural. Zhou Tianxiang, somewhat exasperated, exclaimed, Senior, please wait. I have diligently practiced the art of the blade for many years, far surpassing this individual. Bestowing the inheritance upon him would be far more just than granting it to this person. Not only Zhou Tianxiang, but many of the proud talents from the Great Qin also regarded Shi Zhengqi with veiled hostility. They had all journeyed great distances, each desiring the inheritance of the Tianlong martial saint. Yet, if merely because Shi Zhengqi practiced the blade, he could obtain such immense fortune, how could they not feel envious? The sentiments among the gathered crowd, with the exception of Xiao Han, were largely in agreement. However, Zhou Tianxiang's protest received no response from the mysterious statue. The spiritual light enveloping Shi Jingqi continued to intensify, soon enveloping him entirely. Such an opportunity would not come easily. Xiahou Cheng, possessing the highest cultivation level, steeled himself and decided to take action. The inheritance of the Tianlong martial saint held immense significance for him, and he could not allow it to slip away. With a roar, Xiahou Cheng swung his Feng Tianhua halberd towards Shi Jingqi's position with terrifying ferocity. Buzz! The cascading spiritual light merely quivered momentarily before returning to its original state, showing no signs of disruption. Instead, Xiahou Cheng's actions provoked an assault from the Tianlong Palace as a series of void chains re-emerged, launching an all-encompassing siege upon him. Bang! Xiahou Cheng fought while retreating, yet was ultimately propelled out of the Tianlong Palace by the void chains. The others, witnessing this, felt a tremor of realization. They understood that any attempt to forcibly seize the inheritance was now futile. With that option off the table, they began to survey the Tianlong Palace for other valuable items. Fang Xiaojun and Shui Yao exchanged glances and immediately dashed towards the rear of the mysterious statue. The attention of the remaining individuals followed suit, drawn to the back of the statue where several ancient texts lay, the nature of which was unknown. However, none of them would permit others to claim them easily. Xiao Han chose not to pursue but instead quietly observed Zhou Tianxiang. This man had entered the tomb of the Tianlong martial saint under Zhou Wudao's orders. After losing the chance for inheritance, Zhou Tianxiang, aside from his initial rage, appeared remarkably composed. While Fang Xiaojun and others contended for the ancient texts, he wandered to another side, scrutinizing his surroundings. Crack! The Tianlong Palace trembled slightly, revealing a series of lengthy murals on the walls. Zhou Tianxiang swiftly scanned the murals and spotted a robust, square-faced man holding a golden tablet. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged forward. Indeed, upon witnessing this, Xiao Han immediately followed suit, believing this to be the secret Zhou Wudao had entrusted Zhou Tianxiang with. The golden tablet appeared extraordinary, and Xiao Han was determined not to allow Zhou Tianxiang to seize it. The 7 swords of shaking light. The 7 swords of opening sun. The 7 swords of jade balance. Xiao Han unleashed his starry sword intent, deploying 3 formidable sword techniques against Zhou Tianxiang with utmost fervor. Now at the 4th layer of the spiritual sea realm, Xiao Han felt the pressure against him diminish significantly in the face of Zhou Tianxiang's 9th layer of the spiritual sea. Get out of my way! Zhou Tianxiang bellowed in fury. His initial plan had been to secure both the inheritance of the Tianlong martial saint and the golden tablet. However, with the former now beyond reach, the golden tablet became his sole target. Blocked by Xiao Han, Zhou Tianxiang had no choice but to turn back and retaliate. This encounter drew the attention of others to the existence of the golden tablet, prompting them to hastily divide the ancient texts and rush towards the tablet. Are you seeking death? Zhou Tianxiang, having dispelled Xiao Han's assault, turned to see Fang Xiaojun and the others, filled with resentment towards Xiao Han's interference. Without holding back, Zhou Tianxiang activated the secret technique left to him by his father, Zhou Wudao. Martial Dao True Body, eliminate them. Zhou Tianxiang shattered a precious jade in his hand, summoning a hazy, ephemeral figure. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Han realized the visage belonged to Zhou Wudao. Li Baichuan, who had maintained his composure, finally spoke. The strength of this martial Dao True Body has reached the pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm. None of us are its match, however. If we unite our efforts, there is still a glimmer of hope. The martial Dao True Body will not last longer than a quarter of an hour. If we can withstand this duration, it will dissipate on its own. Xiao Han remained silent, as did Fang Xiaojun and the others. Li Baichuan furrowed his brow and remarked, that golden tablet, if I am not mistaken, is likely a secret left by the Tianlong martial saint concerning the breakthrough to the martial saint realm. If we all join forces to claim it, we can study it together, ensuring no one loses out. In this way, we can drive away the warriors of the Great Zhou while also gaining something for ourselves. What is there to lose? Xiao Han chuckled. If Brother Li had mentioned this earlier, we would not have been left in the dark. Li Baichuan understood that Xiao Han was teasing him and chose not to engage further. Had Zhou Tianxiang not summoned the martial Dao True Body, he would have indeed intended to monopolize the golden tablet for himself. Nonetheless, Li Baichuan was confident that even if the contents of the tablet were known to others, it would not hinder him. Among those present, it was unlikely that more than 5 individuals could cultivate to the martial saint realm, making the knowledge of such secrets inconsequential to him. Let us take action, with an understanding of the stakes. The group swiftly formed a temporary alliance to confront Zhou Wudao's martial Dao true body. This treasure shall be mine. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the martial Dao true body to hold off the others, Zhou Tianxiang leaped forward, firmly grasping the golden tablet. Suddenly, Shi Zhengqi, still enveloped in spiritual light, appeared before Zhou Tianxiang. This item cannot be given to you. With a broad smile, Shi Zhengqi drew his blade with remarkable speed. Having gained this tremendous opportunity, Shi Zhengqi's strength surged to an unprecedented peak. With a single strike, the blade's intent he wielded was even more formidable than Xiao Han's 3 portions of starry sword intent. Swish! The blade sliced through Zhou Tianxiang's arm, causing him to instinctively release his grip in agony, and the golden tablet fell to the ground. Temporarily repelling Zhou Tianxiang, Shi Zhengqi did not forget about the martial Dao true body. Martial Dao true body, eliminate this man. Zhou Tianxiang's mind echoed with desperation. Demonic blades 8 absolute cuts, Shi Zhengqi sneered. After receiving the inheritance of the Tianlong martial saint, his comprehension of the blade had ascended several levels. This technique, compared to before, was on an entirely different scale. Chapter 71. Slaying Zhou Tianxiang and encountering a trap with Xiang Wentian. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Shi Zhengqi's blade effortlessly obliterated the martial Dao true body in an instant. The inheritance of the Tianlong martial saint was indeed terrifying. Zhou Tianxiang's expression darkened severely. The golden tablet lay tantalizingly close, yet he had missed the optimal moment to seize it. All of this was due to Xiao Han's interference. Filled with resentment, Zhou Tianxiang glared fiercely at Xiao Han. Xiao Han paid little heed to this and instead pondered deeply. Shi Zhengqi's blade intent has likely reached the level of 50%. It is indeed extraordinarily sharp. Just within this brief span of time, Shi Zhengqi has attained such power. It is evident that the inheritance of the Tianlong martial saint lives up to its reputation. However, I find no need to envy anything. The 6 fragments of the 9 Nether Emperor's decree in my possession are equally capable of refining my stellar sword intent. I may not lag behind him for long. Upon realizing his imminent defeat, Zhou Tianxiang resorted to his final threat. You people have seized my golden tablet. I admit my inferiority in skill, and I have no words to say, however. I must remind you that my father, Zhou Wudao, commands an army of 200,000 stationed near Jinwu City. Even if you take the golden tablet, can you truly escape the grasp of my father's hand? I can now swear to the heavens that if you leave now, aside from Xiao Han, I shall not pursue anyone else. The crowd turned their gaze towards Xiao Han, lost in contemplation. Shi Zhengqi chuckled softly and remarked, "You have indeed reminded me. Zhou Wudao leads his army. Preparing to assist you from the outside. It seems we may not be able to retreat unscathed. Besides offending you, Xiao Han, I fear I may be in the same predicament. In that case, we cannot let you go." Li Baichuan and others were well aware that Zhou Tianxiang's threats were merely a delaying tactic. If they were truly surrounded by Zhou Wudao's forces, none would escape. They remained silent, eager to observe Xiao Han and Shi Zhengqi's reactions. "What do you think, Xiao Han?" Shi Zhengqi inquired, turning his head. "Kill," Xiao Han replied coolly. Eliminating Zhou Tianxiang could momentarily confuse Zhou Wudao. If they waited until Zhou Tianxiang departed from the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint, they would have no chance of escape. Indeed, kill. Shi Zhengqi was resolute. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, he unleashed his full combat power, charging at Zhou Tianxiang. The small gap in their cultivation levels was effortlessly bridged by the legacy of the heavenly dragon martial saint. Shi Zhengqi's attacks on Zhou Tianxiang came in relentless waves, continuously suppressing him. "You kill me, and my father will never let you go." Zhou Tianxiang finally felt fear creeping in. He yearned to flee but found himself ensnared by Shi Zhengqi. Unable to escape. Mountain-moving style. Seizing the moment, Xiao Han forcibly restrained Zhou Tianxiang for a brief period. Then, employing the spirit smoke steps, he appeared before Zhou Tianxiang, unleashing 12 powerful strikes that left Zhou Tianxiang with no room to retreat. Wind Dragon's Fury. Spotting an opening in Zhou Tianxiang's defenses, Xiao Han did not hesitate and decisively swung his sword. Thud. Zhou Tianxiang's head fell to the ground. Killing Zhou Tianxiang meant facing the boundless wrath of Zhou Wudao. However, the others were unfazed. They were all warriors of the Great Qin and had no need to fear Zhou Wudao. More importantly, it was Xiao Han who struck the fatal blow. With Shi Zhengqi serving as an accomplice, there was no escaping that fact. "Let us open the golden tablet, Xiao Han. indifferent to the consequences, approached the golden tablet and opened it publicly. Instantly, a dazzling golden light flashed, revealing characters that floated in the air. These characters were not martial arts texts. They appeared to be the cultivation insights of the heavenly dragon martial saint. Yet, no one dared to underestimate them. After all, these insights from a being who transcended the martial saint realm would be immensely beneficial to them. The younger generation. The characters hovered before everyone's eyes for half an hour before gradually dissipating. After that, the golden tablet quickly dimmed, losing its brilliance. Let us go. The expedition to the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint had reached its conclusion. The crowd no longer lingered and sought an exit, eager to leave Jinwu City as soon as possible. Xiao Han and Shi Jingqi departed the heavenly dragon hall together. Once again, Xiao Han employed Wind Dragon's fury. Carrying Shi Jingqi across the lake and retracing their steps, Xiao Han, I plan to return directly to the martial manor. What about you? Upon exiting the tomb, Shi Jingqi inquired. Xiao Han shook his head. I came here to support General Xiang. I still do not know how they fare. You should return first. Prepare yourself. Others might have their sights set on you. The legacy of the heavenly dragon martial saint was uncertain for Shi Jingqi upon his return to the martial manor. I understand. Shi Jingqi smiled knowingly and promptly left Jinwu City. Xiao Han observed for a moment and noticed some very distinct footprints, indicating that many had left not long ago. Near Dingyuan City, Xiao Han discovered the location of Xiang Wentian's army. Upon approaching the camp, he encountered Bai Shengqian, whose expression was grave. Commander Bai, what has happened? Xiao Han's heart sank. Bai Shengqian replied solemnly, General Xiang, leading 30,000 troops from Jinwu City, was ambushed by Zhou Wudao on their way to Dingyuan City. Their situation is dire. Following Bai Shengqian, Xiao Han entered the tent and saw Xiang Wentian, whose complexion was ashen. He spoke with a heavy tone. General, you must hold on. Beside him, Yin Nanqing sighed softly. General Xiang has been plotted against by Zhou Wudao and is on the brink of death. It is feared he may not recover. He insisted on seeing you one last time, which is why he has held on until now. After a moment's wait, Xiang Wentian opened his eyes, weakly surveying his surroundings. Upon seeing Xiao Han, his eyes suddenly brightened. Xiao Han, I have finally awaited your arrival. I have spent my life on the battlefield, feeling guilty towards my son and daughter-in-law, and especially towards my poor granddaughter. The only commitment I have upheld is to my promise to the king. Regarding Ping Ting, I have received a secret message from the king and the manor lord. I now hope that one day you can save her. Xiao Han nodded earnestly and replied, General, rest assured, I will accomplish it. Unexpectedly, an elderly figure appeared in the tent. It was none other than the master of the heavenly punishment peak. Qindaozi sighed. Both you and he are about to depart. Reflecting on the past, we three were once so spirited, yet I never anticipated we would become estranged for decades. Now, I come to see you off one last time. Let this resolve the grievances that have lingered between us for so many years. Xiao Han was taken aback, realizing that Chen Daozi was acquainted with Xiang Wentian. The other person he mentioned was likely the king of the Great Qin. Chapter 72. Chen Daozi takes action. On the eve of life and death battle, Xiang Wentian appeared revitalized, his complexion rosy as he smiled. To see old friends at this time, I have no regrets. However, I do not wish for you to witness my demise. Please grant me this final dignity. Chen Daozi nodded silently, leading Xiao Han, Yin Nanqing, Bai Shengqian, and others out of the tent on my way here. I saw the armies of the great Zhou. Commander Zhou Wudao seems intent on annihilating the defenders of Jinwu City. Yin Nanqing had already taken over from Xiang Wentian, becoming the temporary highest commander of Jinwu City. He stated, although General Xiang was ambushed by Zhou Wudao, the troop strength of Jinwu City has not suffered significant losses. Zhou Wudao will undoubtedly continue his siege for the treasures of the heavenly dragon martial saint's tomb. Chen Daozi nodded slightly and asked, Xiao San, did you encounter any warriors from the great Zhou in the tomb of the heavenly dragon martial saint? Xiao Han smiled faintly. Zhou Tianxiang has already been slain by me. Chen Daozi laughed heartily. Excellent. We have not lost face for the heavenly punishment peak. With Yin Changzhu and others in Jinwu City. It is sufficient. I shall take you to the great Zhou camp. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in to report. My lords, the soldiers of the great Zhou are coming once more. Chen Daozi took Xiao Han and vanished from the spot. My third brother, Xiang Wentian, and the king were once close friends. However, due to certain matters, Misunderstandings arose, and we have yet to resolve them. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Xiang Wentian is nearing death, so I naturally must come to bid him farewell. Qin Daozi sighed. It won't be long before the king of the Great Qin also meets his ENDMY capabilities are limited. With my current strength, I might attempt to take the head of Zhou Wudao from within the ranks of his army. As he finished speaking, Qin Daozi stepped into the void, charging into the formation of nearly 200,000 soldiers, heading straight for Zhou Wudao. At that moment, Xiao Han realized that Qin Daozi's cultivation level had indeed reached the martial saint realm. Moreover, he was even stronger than that lady from the Yunu Palace, showcasing formidable prowess. Yin Nanqing, by Shangqian, by Aoshue, and the many soldiers on the city walls watched in astonishment as Qin Daozi fought amidst the great Zhou forces. Qin Daozi moved like a meat grinder, leaving behind a path of bloodshed wherever he went. To stand alone against such a multitude of soldiers was an exceedingly rare sight. The martial saint realm, a pinnacle most warriors could hardly aspire to, was indeed powerful beyond measure. Yet, even a martial saint could not hope to slay nearly 200,000 soldiers of the great Zhou. Human strength has its limits. Yin Nanqing lamented, while Bai Shengqian's eyes flickered. Commander, do you think this elder can kill Zhou Wudao? Yin Nanqing shook his head, his tone grave. It is nearly impossible. The soldiers of the great Zhou had long been terrified by Qin Daozi's onslaught, retreating in disarray, while Zhou Wudao himself had not shown his face. Infuriating. How could a formidable warrior of the martial sage realm suddenly emerge? Is it possible that my son, Tianxiang, has met such a tragic end without reason? Zhou Wudao, concealed beneath layers of protection, seethed with rage. Were it not for his usual rigorous military training, the current army would have already crumbled into chaos. Ultimately, Qin Daozi slaughtered over 10,000 soldiers yet chose to retreat back to Jinwu City. The great Zhou army harbored no attachments, and under Zhou Wudao's command, they began to withdraw in unison. I have done my utmost. May this serve as solace for Xiang Wentian, Qin Daozi remarked to Xiao Han. Third brother, I must return to the Wufu. What about you? Xiao Han nodded. I wish to accompany my master back. Having spent considerable time in Jinwu City, the day of the decisive battle with Lu Qingshan was fast approaching. With matters here concluded, Xiao Han naturally intended to return to the Wufu. Very well. Then we shall part ways here, Qin Daozi acknowledged. Xiao Han clasped his fists in salute to the assembly, esteemed friends, until we meet again. Yin Nanqing and others responded in kind, watching the two depart. With Qin Daozi's assistance, Xiao Han returned to the great Qin Wufu unimpeded. Upon reaching his courtyard, Xiao Han immediately entered a secret chamber to commence seclusion. The first items he retrieved were the 6 fragments of the 9 Nether Emperor's order. He slowly guided his stellar sword intent, melding it with the powerful spiritual resonance within the fragments. 3/10 of the stellar sword intent, in Xiao Han's hands, proved immensely effective, with vast potential yet to be explored. Simultaneously, through these fragments, Xiao Han sensed the location of the next piece. It lay somewhat distant, yet still within reach. Xiao Han harbored no trepidation about collecting all fragments of the 9 Nether Emperor's order. However, to master this treasure, one required the royal dragon aura, which was nearly impossible to obtain from the great Qin royal family. News of Xiao Han's return to the great Qin Wufu swiftly reached Lu Qingshan's ears. Only 5 days remained until their fateful duel. Disciples who had entered the Tianlong martial sage's tomb eagerly spread the tale of Xiao Han's prowess in slaying Zhou Tianxiang, embellishing it with each retelling. Eventually, it escalated to claims that Xiao Han could slay a celestial origin realm warrior with a single sword strike. Xiahou Cheng returned from Jinwu City, appearing with celestial origin realm cultivation, sparking curiosity among many who sought to verify the truth of the rumors with him. Xiao Han's strength was formidable. If Lu Qingshan had not advanced, defeat was inevitable. Yet Xiahou Cheng offered little more than that remark, igniting a flurry of discussion among the disciples. Lu Qingshan harbored considerable faith in Xiahou Cheng's words. Faced with such an unfavorable situation, he could only seek aid from the forces behind him. In truth, Lu Zhang's open aggression against Xiao Han during the hunting festival had already angered the great Qin monarch. As a fellow member of the Lu clan, Lu Qingshan was initially at risk of being implicated, but the backing of his allies had quelled the matter. The 9th prince, Xiao Han, has returned. Moreover, his strength has surged. Even Xiahou Cheng, who has always supported me, now refuses to meet with me. Lu Qingshan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What are you so flustered about? The ninth prince huffed. In this life-or-death battle, there can be no retreat. If you wish to survive, you must kill Xiao Han. Xiao Han's strength has indeed grown, yet he remains merely at the fourth layer of the Spirit Sea realm. There should be no vast disparity between you. With my secret weapon at your disposal, dealing with Xiao Han will be as easy as pie. Lu Qingshan gradually calmed, responding solemnly, what you say is indeed true. I will show you that I will kill Xiao Han. Chapter 73. Xiao Han versus Lu Qingshan, the Bone Demon Vine. After several days of seclusion, Xiao Han finally emerged. The fragments of the Nine Nether Emperor's order had elevated his stellar sword intent from 3/10 to 4/10. This was merely a result of limited time. Had he been granted more, he was confident in further advancement. Furthermore, this was only a portion of Xiao Han's enhanced combat prowess. With a significant amount of spirit jade refined, Xiao Han's stellar bloodline had coalesced into 136 strands, firmly establishing his cultivation at the fifth layer of the Spirit Sea realm. Notably, during his training with the Tianlong Four Attributes technique, he had gained new insights into the Wind Dragon Fury. His combat strength had at least doubled compared to before his journey to Jinwu City. Third brother, you have finally emerged. Yin Qingsno scrutinized Xiao Han with satisfaction. It seems your time spent on your adventures has indeed reaped great rewards. Tuoba Howren added, with third brother's strength, Lu Qingshan is destined to lose. Receiving the acknowledgement of his seniors, Xiao Han replied with a smile. I have heard that there has been quite a stir outside. Lu Qingshan cannot possibly be unaware. I suspect he will seek assistance from his allies. While I am capable of defeating him, I cannot afford to be careless. Yin Qingsno chuckled. Your recent trials have indeed brought about significant changes in both your strength and mindset. Lu Qingshan will stop at nothing to preserve his life. Exercise utmost caution. Do not grant Lu Qingshan even the slightest opportunity. Then you need not worry at all. The site of their duel was already bustling with numerous disciples gathered at the ranking steel, awaiting the arrival of Xiao Han and Lu Qingshan. This life and death duel had already received the Wufu's consent, ensuring no issues would arise. Feng Qian intentionally created momentum for Lu Qingshan, directly announcing the odds. Bet on Lu Qingshan to win, with odds of 1.5. Bet on Xiao Han to win, with odds of 3. Under the name of the Feng family, I will accept your wagers, with a maximum single bet of 10 million taels of silver. Betting would cease as soon as the duel commenced. Feng Qian, a direct descendant of the prominent Feng family and closely connected to the ninth prince, openly favored Lu Qingshan, making many consider placing their bets. I wager 10 million taels, betting on Xiao Han to win. A voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to see it was Shi Jingqi. Many were aware that he had obtained the Tianlong martial sage's legacy. However, Shi Jingqi's appearance today and his unwavering confidence in Xiao Han dissuaded many from betting on Lu Qingshan. I bet on Xiao Han to win, placing 5 million taels. Both Mei Qinglian and Yan Jun appeared simultaneously. Xiao Cheng, not one to be left out, remarked coolly, I wagered 10 million taels, betting on Lu Qingshan to win. This prompted both sides to attract numerous bets, creating an atmosphere of excitement. Xiao Han and Lu Qingshan had arrived. A loud cheer resonated as Xiao Han and Lu Qingshan made their entrance. Lu Qingshan coldly glared at Xiao Han, asserting, Xiao Han, you have slain my kin. Today, we shall settle this score once and for all. Xiao Han replied nonchalantly, indeed, it must be settled. At this moment, Xiao Han discerned Lu Qingshan's cultivation level, 7th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. Yet such a gap was negligible to Xiao Han. With his combat strength, he could easily subdue Lu Qingshan. Let us ascend the death platform. Lu Qingshan, brimming with confidence, leaped onto the platform first. Xiao Han, unperturbed, followed suit. The waves crashed mightily. Lu Qingshan, leveraging his advantage in realm, initiated an exploratory attack. His sword flashed like a surging tide, rolling through the river with relentless momentum, surpassing even the might of the Lu clan's Grand Elder. 7 swords of Yaoheng. Xiao Han remained unflinching, responding with steadfast composure. Since Lu Qingshan wished to engage in such tactics, Xiao Han was more than willing to reciprocate. Their sword energies clashed, and it was difficult to discern who held the upper hand. However, the observing peak masters nearby began to notice intriguing nuances. Why is Xiao Han's sword intent so remarkably refined and powerful? Could it be that he has achieved 4/10? The Tianling Peak Master remarked in astonishment. The Tianwu Peak Master pondered, that possibility is highly likely. Xiao Han's sword intent has always been exceptionally refined, and it is evident he has made substantial progress. 4/10 of sword intent is not surprising. I suspect that Xiao Han's cultivation may even surpass Lu Qingshan's significantly, which raises questions, the Tianqian Peak Master stated solemnly. Logically, Xiao Han's star soul was destroyed. His rapid advancement in cultivation is already unusual. Could it be that Xiao Han is deliberately concealing the fact that his star soul still exists? The Peak Masters fell into silence. Xiao Han's actions seemed to lack any rationale. Limitless sword of the great waves. After several attempts that yielded no results, Lu Qingshan realized he could no longer afford to continue in such a manner. To eliminate Xiao Han, he could not harbor even the slightest hope. He must exert his full strength. This family heirloom sword technique, which Lu Qingshan had mastered to perfection, unleashed a tremendous force as he struck forth. Heaven-subduing sword seal. Xiao Han's gaze shifted, and his response was swift. He directly countered Lu Qingshan's onslaught with the most straightforward of defenses, and no matter how Lu Qingshan attacked, Xiao Han remained calm and poised in his strikes. If this is all the strength you possess, then it would be best for you to concede. Seizing the opportunity presented by Lu Qingshan's flaw, Xiao Han immediately launched a full-force assault. 7 swords of Yuheng, slash, slash, slash. Whether Lu Qingshan acted with intent or merely fell into momentary negligence. The Yuheng 7 swords wielded by Xiao Han are undoubtedly the most effective means of counteraction. With a soft hiss, the sword energy intertwined, leaving several lacerations upon Lu Qingshan's arm, signaling a shift in the tide of battle. Could it be that Lu Qingshan is on the verge of defeat? I have staked 500,000 taels on him. That is nothing. I have wagered over 1,000,000. If he loses to Xiao Han, I will undoubtedly seek recompense from the Lu family for my losses. The outcome remains undecided. Let us not rush to conclusions. Some who had placed their bets on Lu Qingshan began to grow anxious. Xiao Han, do you truly believe I lack means to contend with you? Despite the injury to his arm, a peculiar smile crept across Lu Qingshan's lips as a vibrant green light emanated from his palm. Soon, this radiant glow descended before Xiao Han, revealing a monstrous vine, a white-boned demon vine. The Peak Masters gasped in astonishment, not merely for the rarity of the white-boned demon vine, but because it is a creature unseen in the Great Qin Kingdom, exclusive to a perilous realm in the Great Zhou. Its name, Whitebone, speaks volumes of its ferocity. Should Lu Qingshan harness this entity's power, Xiao Han would require cultivation at the celestial origin level to have any hope of turning the tide. Otherwise, he is perilously doomed. Chapter 74. The Bodhi seedling strikes, 50% star sword intent. Is this your reliance? Xiao Han's expression grew serious as he regarded the monstrous vine before him, which harbored an overwhelming aura of malevolence. It was evident that even from a distance, its presence could be felt. How could someone of Lu Qingshan's stature procure such a rare entity? It seems that those behind Lu Qingshan are truly investing heavily to eliminate Xiao Han. Killing you is already more than sufficient, Lu Qingshan cackled, slashing his palm to let his blood drip onto the white-boned demon vine. The vine quickly absorbed the crimson offering. Kill, madness gleamed in Lu Qingshan's eyes. To temporarily control the white-boned demon vine, he had sacrificed nearly half his life. At last, he had established a semblance of rapport with this creature, vowing to slay Xiao Han with a swish. The white-boned demon vine responded to Lu Qingshan's command, unleashing a torrent of roots that surged toward Xiao Han. Slash! The Qintian sword in Xiao Han's hand moved with astonishing speed, yet when it struck the roots of the white-boned demon vine, it merely produced a sound akin to metal clashing. Despite the Qintian sword's sharpness, it could only leave a faint mark upon the vine's roots. Mountain-moving style. Xiao Han executed his moves with great agility, employing the mountain-moving style to forcibly restrain the vine's assault. Then, as he stepped forward, closing the distance of mere meters to the white-boned demon vine, he struck again with the sea-splitting style. This maneuver was not merely an attack. Though formidable, the sea-splitting style could not suppress the white-boned demon vine. Following closely was the lethal strike of 40% star sword intent. The white-boned demon vine sensed danger and struggled violently to break free from its restraints. However, Xiao Han's star sword intent had already arrived. With a thrust, the sword tip pierced the vine's body, releasing an explosion of endless sword energy. Contrary to its seemingly indomitable exterior, the white-boned demon vine was grievously wounded by Xiao Han's strike. unleashing its primal ferocity in a wild display. Countless roots began to constrict, ensnaring both itself and Xiao Han in a tight embrace. This is bad. The third brother is in trouble. Yin Qingshue's beautiful eyes darkened. Tuoba Howren remarked gravely, the defenses of this white-bone demon vine are exceedingly strong. Even a typical celestial origin warrior, lacking mastery of martial truths, would find it insurmountable, while the third junior brother's sword intent can inflict severe damage upon it. Being ensnared poses a genuine danger if he cannot extricate himself. Both were deeply concerned for Xiao Han's predicament. The white-bone demon vine was indeed formidable. However, those who had wagered on Lu Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. Xiahou Cheng chuckled lightly, saying, "Before we set off today, Lu Junior Brother had already divulged his secret means to me, which is why I am certain of his victory. From my observations, the strength of this white-bone demon vine, at the very least, surpasses that of a 9th-tier Ling Hai realm warrior. While Xiao Han's combat prowess is commendable, how could he possibly stand a chance against the formidable alliance of Lu Junior Brother and the white-bone demon vine?" The crowd, in light of this revelation, nodded in understanding and agreement. Xiahou Cheng, filled with a sense of triumph, directed a glance at Mei Qinglian, saying, "Qinglian, I will compensate you for the silver you have lost." Mei Qinglian, unfazed, replied, "I see no need for that. Xiao Han will not lose." Xiahou Cheng snorted dismissively, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Now that Xiao Han was ensnared within the grip of the white-bone demon vine, what possibility remained for escape? The outcome would soon be revealed, and Xiahou Cheng was disinterested in further debate. From a distance, Yuan Xuan watched this scene unfold, silently urging, "Do not perish, my precious daughter awaits you." The white-bone demon vine's actions were indeed lethal. Trapped within, Xiao Han was rendered unable to flee. Over time, he would inevitably be suffocated by the vine's relentless grasp. The damage inflicted by the star sword intent was significant. Yet it could not obliterate the vine. The disparity in their strengths rendered Xiao Han's chances almost non-existent. "By killing you, I shall fulfill the 9th prince's mandate." It would also serve to appease the spirits of the elders of the Lu family in the afterlife. Lu Qingshan exhaled a breath of relief, no longer fearing Xiao Han's potential for a miraculous comeback. It seemed he would have to consult the Elder of the Stars on how to resolve this crisis. Xiao Han attempted every means at his disposal, yet none could breach the defenses of the white-bone demon vine. Should this continue, the hope of his escape would grow increasingly dim. At that moment, the Bodhi seedling in his mind imparted a powerful thought. It intended to assist Xiao Han in vanquishing the white-bone demon vine. "Very well, let us see what you can accomplish." Xiao Han held a degree of trust in this ethereal root. After communicating with the Bodhi seedling, it erupted forth from his brow, swiftly alighting upon the trunk of the white-bone demon vine. Initially, the vine paid it no heed, dismissing the unremarkable seedling as inconsequential. However, the ensuing events plunged the white-bone demon vine into a frenzy. The Bodhi seedling took root upon the vine's trunk, voraciously absorbing its core essence. Within mere breaths, the seedling had grown an inch. And the power it siphoned even benefited Xiao Han. The remnants of the 9 Nether Dark Emperor's decree. Xiao Han produced 6 shards, absorbing the malevolent energy from within the white-bone demon vine. Concurrently, the star sword intent was refined further by the shard's power. In this scenario, the only entity to suffer was the white-bone demon vine. The vine writhed violently, its roots thrashing about in a state of madness. How could this be? Lu Qingshan was thrown into disarray. Gritting his teeth, he once more cut open his palm, allowing more blood to flow for the vine's consumption. Yet, this effect was negligible, and instead, the vine ensnared Lu Qingshan, siphoning his blood without mercy. "No, stop." Lu Qingshan did not anticipate that the white-bone demon vine would spiral so far out of control, jeopardizing even his own life. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by the unfolding spectacle. The outcome that had seemed certain, a defeat for Xiao Han, had turned dramatically within mere moments. Lu Qingshan, now ensnared by the white-bone demon vine, found his vitality drained to a fraction of its former self. Even if he survived, he would be rendered powerless, 50% of the star sword intent. Xiao Han's heart swelled with elation as he beheld the Bodhi seedling, filled with gratitude. In the past, when the Bodhi spirit had lingered in his mind, Xiao Han had been somewhat apprehensive. Now, this unexpected opportunity had seamlessly transformed into his advantage. However, the most significant beneficiary of this turn was undoubtedly the Bodhi seedling itself. Chapter 75. Lu Qingshan's Demise. Zhou Wuqing seeks aid. The once finger-length seedling had now grown to the length of an arm. The power of the Bodhi seedling had increased at least twofold. Meanwhile, the vicious white-boned demon vine had become utterly withered, its essence so depleted that it posed no further threat to Xiao Han. This astonishing scene was beyond anyone's anticipation. Subsequently, the Bodhi seedling returned to Xiao Han's mind, and in that instant, he felt a profound enhancement in his connection with the heavens and earth. This would provide immeasurable benefits to Xiao Han's future endeavors in transcending to higher realms. Lu Qingshan, you have lost, Xiao Han stated calmly as he gazed at Lu Qingshan, who stood trembling in place. At this moment, Lu Qingshan's visage was haggard, his eyes dimmed, as though all vitality had been siphoned from his being. The white-boned demon vine, in its death throes, showed no mercy in its retribution against Lu Qingshan. It could be said that Lu Qingshan's fate was entwined with that of the white-boned demon vine. His success and his downfall were both born from it. Xiao Han, how is it that a wretch like you can emerge victorious? Why is it that despite my mastery of the white-boned demon vine, such a remarkable entity, I still find myself defeated by you? I am unwilling to accept this. I am truly unwilling. Lu Qingshan, appearing almost mad, let out a desperate howl, as if this exertion had drained every ounce of his strength. Gradually, his body collapsed onto the ground and did not rise again. Lu Qingshan is dead. While heaven's sins may be forgiven, one's own transgressions are inexcusable. Xiao Han shook his head and walked down from the dueling platform. The life and death battle with Lu Qingshan had finally come to a conclusion. The crowd sighed in a complex mix of emotions, while Xiahou Cheng, who had previously exuded confidence, now wore a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Mei Qinglian smiled gently and said, Xiahou senior brother, do you need me to make up for the silver you lost? Xiahou Cheng cast a glance at Xiao Han, remaining silent, and then left in a huff. Xiao Han approached Mei Qinglian and inquired, what were you discussing with Xiahou Cheng regarding silver? Mei Qinglian informed him about the gambling match initiated by Feng Qian. Xiao Han glanced at Feng Qian, who was surrounded by many, and chuckled softly. He brought this upon himself. Mei Qinglian laughed and said, your odds are 1 to 3. I estimate that Feng Qian will lose at least 200 million silver coins, which should be enough to keep him occupied. Moreover, all the bets were placed by disciples of the Martial House, and he wouldn't dare to default. Xiao Han nodded and replied, please give me some time. I am confident I can cure Sister Xiang. So you need not worry, Mei senior sister. However, upon my return from Jinwu City, I learned that old general was ambushed by Zhou Wudao of the Great Zhou and has now perished. Regarding this matter, I will need your assistance in comforting Sister Xiang once she awakens. Mei Qinglian sighed softly. Sister Pingding lost her parents to war at a young age, and now the last of her kin is gone. I will take good care of her. After bidding farewell to Mei Qinglian, Xiao Han followed Yan Qingxue and Tuoba Howren back to Tianfa Peak. On the way, Xiao Han seemed hesitant, prompting Yan Qingxue to ask, third brother, why do you seem so hesitant? Just speak your mind. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Han solemnly stated, senior sister, I have a method to restore Sister Pingting. However, I need to acquire some royal dragon energy. So I wanted to discuss this with you, but was unsure how to broach the subject. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Howren abruptly halted, then quickened his pace to leave silently. This matter was of great significance, and he decided it was best to keep his distance. Yan Qingxue fell silent, pondering for a long time. After all, she was the younger sister of the current ruler of the Great Qin, the only royal princess of the nation. The royal dragon energy was not merely the domain of the current monarch. It had once belonged to her father as well. The implications of extracting a portion of the royal dragon energy could profoundly affect the Great Qin. And Yan Qingxue could not guarantee the consequences. If the royal dragon energy were to diminish because of her, how could she face the ancestors of the Great Qin in the afterlife? Xiao Han currently possessed a map of the royal tomb, making the search for royal dragon energy not overly difficult. He could easily keep it a secret from Yan Qingxue and pursue it on his own. However, Xiao Han chose not to conceal anything and spoke candidly, demonstrating his openness and respect for Yan Qingxue. My master has observed the celestial phenomena for many years and has recently noted the dimming of the Emperor's star, predicting an imminent fall. Therefore, it is inferred that the ruler of the Great Qin cannot have long to live. Furthermore, after the demise of my royal brother, the fortunes of the Great Qin will undoubtedly decline. And the royal dragon energy will be adversely affected. A complex expression flickered in Yin Qingshua's beautiful eyes. If possible, I hope you can wait until after his passing to collect the royal dragon energy. Xiao Han slightly bowed and said, "Thank you for your understanding, senior sister." Yin Qingshua's demeanor appeared somewhat lonely as she waved her hand and returned to her quarters. Xiao Han then made his way to the martial arts pavilion and stood before the painting of auspicious Qi from the east. At present, Xiao Han had made significant progress in various aspects, and he needed to take time to consolidate his gains. Sitting cross-legged, he endeavored to establish a connection with the image within the painting. The great sun and green mountains depicted in the painting remained, as Xiao Han's consciousness traversed through it, perceiving the transformations of power contained within. Notably, Xiao Han's stellar sword intent received guidance from both the great sun and the green mountains within the painting. Undergoing a tempering akin to a thorough refining that returned it to its essence, the five-fold stellar sword intent resonated harmoniously with the 136 star veins within Xiao Han's body. This period of cultivation lasted 5 days. Eventually, Tuoba Howren arrived to inform Xiao Han that Zhou Wuqing of the Capture the Criminal sect had come seeking him. Xiao Han received Zhou Wuqing and asked, "Zhou Darren, it is indeed unusual for you to come to the martial house to find me." Zhou Wuqing chuckled wryly and replied, "Xiao Laodi, I am in trouble and have no choice but to seek your assistance." Surprised, Xiao Han looked at Zhou Wuqing and said, "Zhou Darren, if you are in trouble, you should be seeking our housemaster instead. Why come to me?" Zhou Wuqing sighed. "In this matter, it would indeed be appropriate to ask Housemaster Yi for intervention. However, if Housemaster Yi were to take action, it could escalate the situation. After much consideration, the only person I can trust to handle this reliably is you, Xiao Laodi." Xiao Han replied noncommittally, "Zhou Darren flatters me. But please, go on." In truth, he and Zhou Wuqing were not particularly close. Their relationship had merely been one of brief cooperation, and Xiao Han was not obliged to assist him. Zhou Wuqing had managed to reach his current position, fully aware of the intricacies of human relationships. Nevertheless, his decision to seek Xiao Han's help indicated that he must have some confidence in the matter. Chapter 76. The Water Ghost Demon Monkey in the Cave at the River Bottom. Xiao Laodi, in the western suburbs of Yunqi River, ships have been mysteriously sinking into the water recently. After several days of investigation with my men, I discovered that a water demon has appeared in the river. I cannot ascertain the exact strength of this demon, but I can assure you it does not exceed the Tianyuan realm. Zhou Wuqing spoke slowly but clearly. Xiao Han responded in confusion, "If that is the case, with your strength and the power of the Capture the Criminal sect, capturing this demon shouldn't be too difficult. So why seek my help?" Zhou Wuqing lowered his voice and said, "If it were only that, I wouldn't need to trouble you. Xiao Laodi, however, I have uncovered something significant. The resting place of this water demon at the bottom of the river is, in fact, an ancient cave that has existed for an unknown length of time. Should this matter reach Housemaster Ye's ears, I fear it would attract various forces to intervene. My position in the Capture the Criminal sect is merely adequate. I would not be entitled to any benefits. I researched some ancient texts and found that over 300 years ago, a foreign sword master challenged the royal experts, and the battlegrounds were located near Yunqi River. Whether this is true or not requires us to investigate personally. My idea is for us to join forces, not only to deal with the demon but also to explore that cave." Xiao Han pondered for a moment and replied, "Since this demon can hide at the bottom of the river, it can maneuver in the water far more easily than we can. Capturing it will not be a simple task." Xiao Han deemed Zhou Wuqing's assertions to be about 70 to 80% credible. Nonetheless, it was worth a visit, as the cave that had existed for centuries might hold valuable treasures. A small risk was hardly significant. "Rest assured, I have a plan." Zhou Wuqing smiled. "I possess a certain fragrant herb that can attract the beast. However, we will only have 2 opportunities to strike. Once this herb withers, our chances will be gone, so we must be thoroughly prepared. I can handle the preparations. I only require you to exert yourself fully." After careful consideration, Xiao Han ultimately agreed to collaborate with Zhou Wuqing. The two set off for Yunqi River. The first attempt to hunt the water demon was scheduled for dusk. The previously bustling waters of Yunqi River now saw very few vessels traversing its depths. If this situation continued, the various classes of people relying on the river for their livelihoods would soon begin to protest. This was Zhou Wuqing's area of responsibility. If issues arose, the first to be held accountable would be him. "Xiao Laodi, please wait a moment. I need to make some preparations." Zhou Wuqing began to set up, while Xiao Han quietly observed. The fragrant herb was placed by Zhou Wuqing, and they quietly waited for the water demon's arrival. Merely a quarter of an hour later, the surrounding waters began to churn. Xiao Han immediately sensed it. Within the river, a black shadow was drawing closer to the fragrant herb. It's the water ghost demon monkey. Extremely cunning, Zhou Wuqing whispered. Xiao Han's gaze sharpened as he gradually discerned the shadow's form. It was covered in thick fur, with long arms and powerful, agile legs. Most notably, the hair on its face formed a distinctly demonic visage. Act now! Zhou Wuqing found himself ensnared within the very trap he had devised for the water ghost demon monkey, prompting an immediate response. Simultaneously, Xiao Han's reflexes surpassed those of Zhou Wuqing. With a swift step of the Lingyan technique, the Chuntian sword in Xiao Han's grasp sliced rapidly towards the demon. The water ghost demon monkey, intimidated by the aura of Xiao Han's sword, emitted a series of frantic shrieks, desperately attempting to break free from Zhou Wuqing's restraint to evade certain death at the hands of Xiao Han. Under the force of Xiao Han's strike, Zhou Wuqing, a practitioner at the Tianyuan realm, understood the rarity of this opportunity. Employing various martial arts techniques, he gradually restricted the movement of the water ghost demon monkey. However, it soon became apparent to the creature that it was in a perilous predicament. With bared teeth and a ferocious snarl, it unleashed its innate talent, forcibly breaking free from Zhou Wuqing's suppression and hastily retreating towards the depths of the riverbed. With techniques akin to moving mountains and splitting seas, Zhou Wuqing recognized that allowing the demon to escape would complicate their plans significantly. Without holding back, Xiao Han unleashed 2 consecutive strikes of the Tianqing Wuxi, firmly pinning the water ghost demon monkey in place. With a decisive slash, Zhou Wuqing swiftly dispatched the creature, feeling immense relief for having enlisted Xiao Han's assistance. Otherwise, capturing the water ghost demon monkey would have surely ended in failure. Success, Xiao Laodi, shall we investigate further? Zhou Wuqing inquired with palpable enthusiasm. Xiao Han nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. With our cultivation reaching the Linghai realm, we can hold our breath underwater for an entire day. Leading the way? Zhou Wuqing advanced while Xiao Han closely followed. Their pace was swift as they descended to the riverbed, soon uncovering a weathered entrance to a cave. This is the place, Zhou Wuqing proclaimed, gesturing towards the entrance. After carefully sensing the surroundings, he relaxed slightly, having detected no immediate danger, and cautiously stepped into the cave. Strangely, upon entering, the surrounding water receded entirely. Inside the cave, it resembled a serene utopia, enveloped in tranquility. The expanse of this space is truly astonishing. Zhou Wuqing marveled. Xiao Han nodded slightly, stating, Indeed, it is remarkable. I can sense the presence of sword intent here. It appears highly likely that this is the legacy of the sword master you mentioned from centuries past. Zhou Wuqing replied with a smile. It is evident that this place has not been visited for quite some time. The treasures we might uncover will depend on our own fortune. What are your thoughts? Xiao Laodi? Xiao Han pondered briefly before responding. I believe we should trace the source of this sword intent. If we can discover where it emanates from, that location may yield significant rewards. Without further ado, Zhou Wuqing aligned his direction with Xiao Han's perception. The enduring sword intent, having persisted for centuries, piqued Xiao Han's interest greatly. It was a testament to the extraordinary nature of the sword master's legacy. Akin to his own stellar sword intent, I found it, Xiao Han exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he halted before a stone chamber. Chapter 77. The Sword Intent from Within the Stone Chamber. Sword King Feng Jingtian, Zhou Wuqing, having comprehended 30% of the blade intent, stood there acutely aware of the formidable pressure emanating from within the stone chamber. The more he felt this, the more his anticipation grew. Should they be fortunate enough to gain substantial benefits within this cave, the path of martial arts would surely become smoother. The stronger his power, the more firmly he would stand within the Qixing Gate. With a deep breath, Xiao Han stepped forward, instinctively drawing forth the stellar sword intent from within. At that moment, Zhou Wuqing noticed that Xiao Han's sword intent was significantly more potent than his own blade intent. The stellar sword intent of Xiao Han engaged in a direct contest with the sword intent emanating from within the stone chamber. Initially, both forces were evenly matched, neither yielding an inch.